Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 1338. The old man jumped up onto a small step. He looked down from above. As if he was giving pointers, he explained this mysterious, divine throne, to Yue Yang. Are you sure no one taught you before? You don't even know such a simple thing, it's too pitiful. A child with no one to teach and take care of you, you're just like weeds in a wasteland, this can't go on. If you don't even know this, you'll become a laughing stock. The old man shook his head and sighed. Yue Yang's anger was accumulating like a volcano. Fuck, who was the one who caused this? Isn't it all because of you old ghosts, all of you hiding away and not seeing anyone, causing the younger generation to be locked up or hung up? Just the slightest bit of exposure would cause them to encounter danger. Skysplit Tower, up and down, big and small, all of you are like wild children without parents. Anyone can bully you, anyone can kill their way to your door and kick you. Whose responsibility is this? It's all because of you ignorant seniors. If all the old ghosts in Tong Tian Tower were here, Prison Emperor wouldn't have died. Queen Vivian Li wouldn't have been locked up. It was him. He wouldn't have been forced to the point where he didn't even know what the divine throne was and could only be a laughing stock. The more Yue Yang thought about it, the angrier he got. He really wanted to turn hostile and punch this bullshit senior into the sky, then fight with Tian Yu to the death. No one told you, it's normal that you don't know. Because if you don't meet the requirements, most people won't tell you. This is the secret of the heavens, the secret of the secret. Also, you're a little special, your speed is very fast. It doesn't make sense. When we weren't paying attention, you appeared. Maybe your master didn't even have time to tell you. The old man saw that the little guy was angry and quickly comforted him. The secret of the secret. When Yue Yang heard this, his anger subsided a little. If it's something too simple, then there's no need for this old man to enlighten you. Your master will teach you. The old man stroked his white beard proudly. Hey, I don't have a master, I'm self-taught. It wasn't that Yue Yang didn't have any teachers, but he knew that this old man wasn't talking about Shui Donglu, Fei Wen Li, or the other teachers who had taught him, but an old ghost who was hiding behind the scenes. Impossible. The old man shook his head vigorously. He absolutely did not believe that there were people in this world who could become successful through self-study. Forget it if you don't believe me. A thought flashed through Yue Yang's mind. Could this old man be talking about the old Taoist who kicked his butt? No, if the old Taoist priest was protecting him from behind, then why would the heavenly sword goddess exist? Moreover, this old man came from the Tong Tian Tower, and the old Taoist should be from the Eastern Immortal tribe. There was no relationship between them at all. Yue Yang's expression did not change, but his mind was racing like lightning. He guessed that the master that this old man was talking about was a Tong Tian Tower ranker who was also hidden in the depths of the heaven realm like him, a person from the same generation as him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so sure that he had a master to teach him. At the same time, he wouldn't be surprised that he didn't know the secrets of the divine throne. The old man was skeptical at first, but seeing that Yue Yang didn't look like he was joking, and even denied his master, he felt that no matter how mischievous this kid was, he wouldn't be like this. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. You really don't have a master. You really trained yourself to become a talent. How is this possible? Yue Yang brushed his hair in a carefree manner. Please don't be too surprised. You have to know that you are talking to a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. After being stunned for a while, the old man suddenly jumped down excitedly and grabbed Yue Yang's arm. Kid, I think highly of you. Why don't I be your master? As long as I teach you a few tricks, I guarantee that you will benefit from it for the rest of your life. Although I don't pay much attention to the ceremony, I still have the ceremony of 3 kneeling and 9 kowtows. Kid, if you sincerely become my disciple, this old man will not only teach you the divine throne and other heavenly secrets, but I will also teach you the ultimate fishing technique. I guarantee that you can also become an expert in fishing. He didn't mention fishing, but the moment he mentioned Yue Yang, he got angry. Fishing your sister. What I want to catch the most is not fish, but girls. If you want to teach me fishing techniques, I will call you master. What bullshit fishing, who the hell wants it? I'm sorry, I only want beauties to be my master. Although senior is handsome and outstanding, you are not a beauty, so I'm sorry. Yue Yang rejected without hesitation. It was fine if he didn't have a master. Anyway, he had the heavenly sword goddess to protect him. If he really couldn't do it, he could find the old Taoist priest who kicked him. That old Taoist priest was probably more powerful. Even if he wanted to become his disciple, there was no reason for him to find an idiot. I am so handsome, yet you don't want to worship me. What a pity. The old man was originally very unhappy. It was rare for him to want to take him as a disciple, but this brat actually didn't know what was good for him and rejected him. Fortunately, he still had a good eye and knew that he was handsome. Senior, you are a person of virtue and prestige, and are reasonable. You should support my ideals, right? Yue Yang's moral integrity and whatnot fell to the ground with a bang. Of course, of course. The old man beamed with joy as he listened. An erudite and knowledgeable senior, you must know the secret of the divine throne that mortals don't know about. A certain third young master hypnotized himself to possess Fatty High. The divine throne is a secret that cannot be revealed to normal people, but to me, it is too simple. The old man's bones seemed to have lightened by a few tales. If I, a junior, can listen to senior's earnest teachings, even if I can't respectfully call you master because of my ideals, I believe that deep in my heart, I can't help but respect senior's noble demeanor. A certain third young master sighed sadly, as if he was secretly regretting his vow to only worship beauties as his master. It's about ideals. I understand that children have unreliable ideals. After all, you are still young. The old man's heart softened. Senior, you are too great. A certain third young master was moved and gave a thumbs up. Ha ha. The old man laughed proudly. Other than admiration, I can't find another word to describe my current feelings. A certain third young master's bootlicking did not pay with his life. Not to mention an idiotic old man, even a rational great sage might not be able to withstand such a sugar-coated bullet. Good, good, the more I look at you, the more I like you. Today, I am in a good mood, so I will tell you about the divine throne. The old man was so happy that he didn't know which way was north. When Yue Yang heard that it was a secret, he hurriedly listened attentively. Bootlicking was one thing, but the old man still had real skills. If it wasn't for his idiotic personality, the deity shrine's supreme Tian Yu who sat at the top of the radiant light mountain might not be able to survive. Yue Yang now suspected why Tian Yu would train so crazily. Perhaps it was because of this old man's stimulation. There was a strong opponent hovering right under his nose every day. Even if he was an idiot, it was still frightening. The old man cleared his throat and stroked his beard. He walked 2 rounds in front of Yue Yang, making sure that this brat was 100% focused, before he began to explain. Divine throne is a deity position. Deity position? Yue Yang was confused. Why did it sound so familiar? Calling it deity position doesn't sound good. Those above are usually called divine throne. The old man made a gesture with his hand. Divine throne is actually the definition of a deity's level. In other words, only those who have divine throne can be considered a true deity. Those who don't, sorry, those above won't recognize them. I don't understand at all. Yue Yang was even more confused. What a pitiful brat, you don't even know anything about the things above. The old man said in a tone that was asking for a beating, pitying Yue Yang for 3 seconds. This action almost made Yue Yang smash his head on a piece of tofu. Damn it, who knows about the things above the deities? I came from Tong Tian Tower, that countryside place. Aren't deities divided into true gods and false gods? Yue Yang realized that all the historical records wrote this way. There was no such thing as divine throne. False gods are also considered deities. The old man was amused. True gods are not considered deities. Only those who have the qualifications to become divine thrones are called true gods by the outside world. These are all myths from the lower realm. More accurately, only deities who have their own unique divine throne will be recognized by the higher-ups. Without recognition from the higher-ups, without any records from the higher-ups, people will know where you came from. No one recognizes you, and you don't have a master. So even if you get bullied miserably here, no one will care. No wonder the demons with backgrounds in Journey to the West were all taken away. Yue Yang suddenly realized, damn it, the truth was enough to make people cry in their hearts. People without any background or backing could only be described with one word, miserable. Yue Yang thought that he could not go on like this. He had to change quickly. Thus, he asked anxiously, then, how can I obtain a divine throne? He began to wonder if he should pay some protection fees, give some treasures, or get a certificate of allegiance, register an ID card, or join some society or organization. Who knew that the old man would make him feel disappointed when he opened his mouth? The old man shook his head and waved his hands. Divine throne is not something you can obtain just because you want to. You have to fulfill 3 conditions. First, you have to have enough cultivation. Without this, no one will be able to use it. Second, you have to have a master who can help you become a divine throne. You can't do it yourself. Even if you have the ability to learn by yourself, you won't be able to become a divine throne without 100 or 80,000 years, even if it's the lowest level divine throne. Third, this is the simplest, but also the hardest. You have to make a very important decision. That is to use all your current divine power, talent, laws, and so on to become a divine throne. In other words, after you become a divine throne, you will be defined. What level you are, what position you will be in, those are almost fixed, and there will not be much possibility of change. Do you still not understand? In other words, your cultivation is almost over. This divine throne is the end point. After becoming a divine throne, I can't cultivate anymore. Yue Yang was shocked. Yes, but in theory, many active people can still continue to cultivate, but it will be very slow, especially those who have exhausted their potential and don't have a lot of power of faith to convert. In that case, I estimate that even if they cultivate for 10,000 or 1,000 years, they won't grow much. The old man expressed his affirmation. I can't cultivate anymore in the future, then why should I become a divine throne? Or maybe I can wait until I reach the end of my cultivation, then it won't be too late. When Yue Yang heard that he couldn't cultivate anymore, he couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. The divine throne is not something you can get just because you want it. Do you think it's cabbages? The old man was overjoyed. He never thought that Yue Yang actually didn't want it now. If I can do it now, why can't I do it in the future? Yue Yang was even more puzzled. You can do it now, because you have just started cultivating and are like a blank piece of paper. It will be easier for your master to help you become a divine throne. In the future, when all aspects of you are fixed and the good and bad are mixed together, you might not be able to achieve it. Even if you can, it might not be as good as now. Also, after you reach the divine level, your power will be revealed. You might inadvertently cause earth-shattering changes in some places. It's hard to judge whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. If you do something wrong, the will and laws of the ancient gods will punish you. So, it will be even harder to become a divine throne. Yue Yang finally understood the old man's words. This divine throne was the definition of a divine level. It was an achievement at the end of one's cultivation. It was a way for the gods to verify and display their power. Without it, then, those old fellows in the heaven realm would not admit it. Moreover, this divine throne was very difficult to obtain. It wasn't something that could be easily obtained. It was impossible without someone on it, Yue Yang secretly complained in his heart. There was no one behind him. God knows where that old Taoist priest went. Fortunately, there was still the heavenly sword goddess. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. What kind of divine throne do you think I can achieve now? Yue Yang asked a little tentatively. If he couldn't even achieve the lowest level of divine throne, then forget it. He would train for another 10,000 or 1,000 years before thinking about it. I don't know. It is determined according to the various aspects that you possess. For example, your grimoire, divine power and divinity, innate skill and laws. When many things are mixed together, the more outstanding you are, the higher your position will be, and the more glorious your divine throne will be. Oh right, in the whole process of your cultivation, the more things you have done, the more you have to pay back. No matter if it's good or bad, you have to pay them all back. Only then can you achieve your divine throne. The old man talked non-stop as he introduced. I have to pay back for doing good deeds. Yue Yang was shocked. Of course, if you do good deeds, you will also change other people's fate. Then, you will have to take responsibility until the end. Unless you can control the other party's fate, or make their fate merge with yours, making them live in your world, otherwise, even if you don't do anything, no one will help you clean up the mess. It doesn't matter if you are a normal person, but you are a god, you can't go back on your word. Moreover, this is not without benefits. They have become your subordinates, and with their worship, they can also give you some power of faith in return, increasing the glory of your divine throne. In the future, a large part of your cultivation will depend on them. That's why, without this, you can't do it. The old man's explanation made Yue Yang speechless. Fortunately, he was not a meddlesome person, or else he would have a headache. No wonder these old ghosts did not come out and did not do anything. It turned out that it was not because they did not want to take care of their descendants, but because they were afraid that they would get into trouble and become a full-time nanny. Yue Yang thought for a while. It was better to go back and ask the heavenly sword goddess. Moreover, it was still too early to think about this. When he completely understood the Holy Supreme Realm, he did not believe that he could not become a glorious divine throne. With another thought, Yue Yang secretly suspected that all the things the heavenly sword goddess had done to him might be the prelude to becoming a divine throne. Otherwise, she would not have interfered with his cultivation so many times. Furthermore, at the most critical moment, she was the one who secretly helped him. Thinking of this, Yue Yang's heart became clear. Sigh, the world was so big, he did not need to care about anything else. He only needed to follow her arrangements and cultivate. He had her for everything. As for the divine throne, there was definitely no lack of it. Chapter 1339. Yue Yang was much calmer now. The heavy feeling he had when he first heard of the God throne was washed away. His mood was like seeing the sun again. The blue sky reappeared. The old man originally wanted to brag to Yue Yang for a while, but he frowned and stretched out his arm to pat Yue Yang's shoulder. Brat, let's stop here for now. When I'm free, I'll talk to you again. There's a madman here. He's very suspicious. Although he didn't find me, he's been looking for me all these years. I can't let him find me, haha. Yue Yang was speechless. Senior, are you here to play hide and seek? If you had the strength, you could just slap him to death like how you would slap a fly, right? Why are you playing such a boring game? You're tens of thousands of years old, not a few years old, okay? If he asks you, don't ever say that you've seen me. The old man even reminded Yue Yang not to reveal anything. I say, Senior, why are you running? Just beat him up until he's like a fallen flowers looking for his teeth on the ground. Even his grandmother wouldn't be able to recognize him. Yue Yang couldn't understand this idiot's world at all. Not only was he strong, but he was also a senior expert. Why didn't he show a little bit of the demeanor of a senior expert? He was completely stupid. What was going on? No, I don't want to fight with a brat who's only lived for 20 to 30,000 years. If I beat him to tears, he'll go back and tell the adults that I bullied a kid. Then my old face will be gone. No, I can't do something that's beneath my dignity. The old man waved his hands. Just when Yue Yang couldn't help but want to smash his skull and replace it with a piece of tofu. The old man disappeared in an instant. He disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared. Even someone as strong as Yue Yang's heaven eyes divine vision couldn't see through it at all. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just heard about the divine throne's secret, Yue Yang would have really suspected that this stupid senior had never appeared before, and was just an illusion that the enemy had given him. Why did Tong Tian Tower have so many seniors like this? Is it normal for there not to be an old ghost? It was no wonder that Skysplit Tower had sunk into oblivion. Damn it, these idiots were their seniors. If Skysplit Tower hadn't sunk into oblivion, then there would be no justice in the world. Don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. Yue Yang felt indignant in his heart. With so many powerful seniors around, the juniors of Tong Tian Tower were still like wild children who had no parents, and could be bullied by anyone. This really made him speechless. What was the use of having these kinds of seniors? I might as well not have it at all. If Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li didn't mention it, Prison Emperor Zan Feng's death would only be an injustice. But then again, according to this old fellow's words, it could be seen that although the deity's Templar's Supreme Tian Yu was a brat, who had lived for 20 to 30,000 years, there was an adult behind him. It seemed that the old fogies still had some concerns about not making a move. Perhaps there was some kind of agreement between the higher-ups, and the adults were not in a position to interfere with the matters of the lower ranks. Instead, they let the little brats fight however they wanted. However, how old was this young master? The deity's Templar's Supreme Tian Yu, a brat who had lived for 20 to 30,000 years, wanted to fight with him. Wouldn't he be embarrassed? Wouldn't he be bullying others? 20 to 30,000 years old, and he was still a brat. Damn it, this old man's eyes were really blind. Since the adults above didn't care, and allowed the people below to fight as they please, then things would be easy to handle. Yue Yang decided to wreak havoc in this radiant mountain. If he didn't kill his way in and out of this damned central shrine, he wouldn't be called the Yu clan's third young master. Sorry for the long wait, guest from Tong Tian Tower. The legendary genius Titan Yu that only appears once in 10,000 years, please allow me, the left imperial messenger of the central shrine, to welcome you on behalf of the Supreme Lord. A tall and incomparably handsome middle-aged man was standing behind Yue Yang at some point in time. He was gracefully bowing to Yue Yang. From his face, one could see the accumulated maturity of the vicissitudes of life, but not a single trace of aging could be seen. On the contrary, this person's eyes had a special kind of light. Perfectly mixed with worldly experience, it formed a very wonderful charm. If an ignorant young girl saw this, her heart would definitely be aroused. She would be hopelessly infatuated with this middle-aged uncle whose appearance was shockingly lethal, as if she had been poisoned. Compared to Yue Yang's youthful handsomeness, youthful valiance, and exuberant vitality, this middle-aged uncle had a similar but completely different charm. He was mature, steady, and as steady as a mountain. Anyone who saw him would feel that he was extremely reliable. Even if the sky collapsed, he would be able to shoulder it with his shoulders. You are the left imperial messenger. Yue Yang had never heard of the left imperial messenger before, but with his heaven eyes divine vision, he understood that this left imperial messenger was not a human at all. He was the deity's Templar's supreme Tian Yu's guardian spirit beast that had already transformed into a perfect human and reached god level. No wonder he dared to represent Tian Yu to welcome him. Yue Yang looked him up and down, trying his best to find some faults with this middle-aged uncle. But unfortunately, he couldn't find anything in such a short amount of time. Furthermore, he couldn't criticize him against his will, so he could only change the topic. As the host, you didn't personally welcome your guests, and even deliberately gave them the cold shoulder, making them wait in vain. If such neglect were to spread out, I'm afraid you would become a laughing stock. The middle-aged uncle who was the left imperial messenger was not angry when he heard this. He only smiled slightly. There are many kinds of guests. There is one kind that comes uninvited. Whether the host personally welcomes them or not, I believe that they will not feel cold. Yue Yang clapped his hands. Well said. It just so happens that a group of shameless guests came to my house. The middle-aged uncle's face was full of regret as he spread his hands. I personally sympathize with your unfortunate experience. Maybe you can try my suggestion. Why don't you protest and denounce them? Yue Yang laughed when he heard this. He couldn't stop laughing. I haven't learned how to protest and denounce. Uncle, why don't you demonstrate it yourself? The middle-aged uncle waved his hands lightly. Protest and denounce are always the rights of the weak. I'm not good at it either. If you want to see how the central shrine expel its guests, then I don't mind demonstrating it. Young man, although we are on opposing sides, I personally have a very sincere advice here. The Bright Mountain and the central shrine are not places that a young man like you can challenge yet. If I were you, I would go back and train hard for thousands of years. When that time comes, I believe that the result would be completely different. I'm not you, I'm me. Yue Yang didn't deny the other party's advice. He knew that what the other party said was not exaggerated or boastful. It was just the truth. However, as the Yu clan's third young master, he always had his own pride and persistence. Here, let me say something very impolitely. Yu clan's third young master, you can't even defeat me right now. How can you challenge my master? The middle-aged uncle shook his head. I can fight even if I can't win. I never thought of winning. Yue Yang's smile was as bright as the summer sun. You still want to fight even if you know you're going to lose? The middle-aged uncle frowned. No, I've never failed. Yue Yang was full of confidence. Are you sure? The middle-aged uncle was extremely shocked by Yue Yang's confidence at this moment. What kind of confidence did he have that allowed him to stand under the Bright Mountain, stand in front of the central shrine, stand on the opposite side of the supreme heavenly chariot, and say that he had never been defeated in his life? Regarding this Yu clan third young master, every higher up in the central divine palace had incomparably detailed information on him. Other than a few trump cards that no one could guess, Dongfang and the other higher ups knew everything about him. However, thinking back, this was really the case. The battles that this young man had participated in before, no matter if it was witnessed by someone or if it was a secret that no one knew about, his battle results were incomparably glorious. It seemed that he really had never failed, not even once. All the enemies who thought that they could defeat me, they all failed. Yue Yang recalled the various enemies he had faced in various stages of his life. Whether it was his initial enemy Marquis of Zijin, or Void and Zhu Shao he met in the prison Emperor Divine Palace, or the Scarlet Emperor in the middle, Ancient Demon King and Kai Tian Demon Elder in the late, or even the Nine Lights Heaven Empress who invaded with her entire clan and the Sun King who was full of confidence and thirst for the divine grimoire, they all failed. Only he persevered until the end and laughed until the end. It was precisely because there were so many strong enemies along the way. There were so many bitter battles. That caused him to become stronger and braver as he met strong enemies. If it was possible, Yue Yang really wanted to say thank you to those enemies who had fought fiercely with him before. Thank you for having you along the way. Today's Yue Yang, the Yu clan's third young master who said that he would flatten the bright mountain and challenge the supreme heavenly chariot of the temple. The middle-aged uncle saw that Yue Yang's aura had changed. The combination of self-confidence and divine power gradually showed signs of forming a unique divinity. He took a step forward and sincerely raised his hand, saluting Yue Yang. Young man, you are indeed an outstanding young man. Other than my master, I have never seen a second genius like you. Maybe your future path will be very long and your future is limitless. However, let me use facts to tell you a truth. There are no gods below the God throne in this world, and there are no opponents below the God throne. When he straightened his back, the middle-aged uncle's face shone with a solemn and holy radiance. Young man, since you have never been defeated in your life, then today, I, the left imperial messenger under my master, Zizai Tian, will grant you a defeat. Zizai Tian. Yue Yang felt that this name sounded familiar. However, he immediately realized that the Zizai Tian in front of him was completely different from the Zizai Tian that he had heard of before. Furthermore, the Zizai Tian that he had heard of before was also very confusing due to various explanations. No one knew the truth, and Yue Yang was not an expert in that field, so he did not have the heart to investigate. When he first heard the middle-aged uncle's name, Zizai Tian, Yue Yang was still shocked. After all, in the heaven realm, there were many strong warriors. This kind of awesome name was not something that a dog or cat could casually call out. The deity Templars Tian Yu actually dared to give his guardian beast such a name. This proved that this middle-aged uncle really had some ability. The name, Zizai Tian, and his strength made Yue Yang's expression change. However, when he said he would grant him a defeat, Yue Yang's ears automatically chose to ignore it. Almost all the strong enemies had said the same thing. It was a pity that the only person who could make the guy from another world fail and unable to take revenge was the old Taoist priest who had kicked him in the butt. Come, grant me a defeat, just like the Sun King who told me this many years ago. Before Yue Yang could finish speaking, he was shocked to find that the whole world had already been annihilated by a terrifying holy light. Chapter 1340. The light dissipated. The receiving platform was nowhere to be seen, leaving only a world of nothingness. In this world of nothingness where there wasn't even any light, life and matter were all annihilated. Other than Mahesvara who was standing in the center, nothing else existed. After an unknown amount of time, from the netherworld, a dreamlike thought came. Mahesvara, has he already been annihilated by your holy light? The middle-aged uncle Mahesvara was thinking silently. He didn't reply. Another thought came down from the sky dome. Is this the true strength of a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years? Too weak. However, this result isn't strange, he is still too young. Originally, I was looking forward to seeing him fight against eternal hatred, but who would have thought that he couldn't even withstand a single move from Mahesvara? This is too depressing. In Tong Tian Tower, Titan Yu is already the most outstanding one, but he is so disappointing. Titan Yu, even though his body was annihilated by the holy light, I have a feeling that he isn't an opponent that can be defeated so easily. Perhaps, it's just my misconception. The dreamlike thought sighed slightly. Haha, Mahesvara, you are always so pessimistic. You are still so worried about a person who has already been annihilated. Really, please don't forget why our Lord gave you the name Mahesvara. He hoped that you would be more optimistic, open your mind, and enjoy the pleasures of life. You are already a god with a throne, so don't be as depressed as before. Only a weak and powerless woman would be like that. Happy Sky, no matter what, you're now a deity on par with the two of us. Think of some happy things once in a while and enjoy your endless life. The will descending from the top of the vault of heaven exhorted its companion with a hint of dissatisfaction. I just had a sudden thought, I hope that it was just a misconception. The dreamlike thought that was called Mahesvara by his companion still hadn't completely relaxed. No, it wasn't a misconception. The middle-aged Uncle Mahesvara finally spoke. What? The dreamlike thought in the other sky dome were shocked when they heard this. After unrestrained heaven spoke, his voice couldn't be transmitted, but his will was like a flash of light, piercing through the entire void. Titan Yu isn't dead, this is for sure. He isn't an opponent that can be killed in one move. Not to mention even if my master came, he wouldn't be able to do it. The will of the sky was very puzzled. I clearly saw him being annihilated by your holy light. There's no mistake about it. The middle-aged Uncle Zizai nodded. My holy light had indeed annihilated my opponent, but that wasn't Titan Yu. That should be a shadow created by his will. It wasn't even a beast. The will of the dream realm, joyous sky, also expressed his agreement. Now, I understand. Eternal hatred dragged Titan Yu into the piercing hell. Why was he able to escape the ancient god's imprisonment laws? Because of this, enduring hatred didn't pull in his true body but Titan Yu's shadow. Just like how carefree heaven tried to pull him into this world of nothingness, he didn't succeed. My worries aren't wrong. I'm afraid that the real Titan Yu has already started a battle with my lord. Heavenly freedom fell into silence. With regards to Titan Yu's reaction, including his crazy counterattack, he was mentally prepared. However, now, he had slipped out of his sight without anyone noticing, leaving behind a shadow that was so real that it was hard to distinguish the real from the fake. Using this to confuse him, he even made him believe that it was real and launched an erroneous attack. Such an ending was something he had never thought of. Could it be that this young man, the Yu clan's third young master, was a peerless genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years in Tong Tian Tower? He was even more outstanding than Conquest Queen Fei Wenli and Prison Emperor Zan Feng. The will of the sky was silent for a while. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, joyous sky and carefree sky, you don't have to worry at all. My lord doesn't only have the three of us. Although those fellows haven't obtained the divine throne, like us, from a certain point of view, their battle power isn't inferior to ours. They might even be stronger than us. We still have to be careful when we attack, but they don't have this obstacle at all. If they were to encounter Titan Yu, they might tear him into pieces and swallow him whole in less than 10 minutes. I hope that's the case. Heavenly Freedom nodded again. Dongfang is right, he is indeed not an opponent to be underestimated. Only now do I fully understand the meaning behind Dongfang's words. The more interesting the opponent, the more fun it is, isn't it? The will of the sky was not dejected at all. On the contrary, his morale was rising. Indeed, in our long lives and endless years, we really need such an opponent to spice up our lives. It's really boring to live a peaceful life for too long. Now, I'm suddenly looking forward to the battle between Radiance Mountain and Skyreach Tower. Unrestrained's eyes flashed with a resplendent radiance. His battle intent erupted from his body, multiplying by 1,000,000 times. Can I attack as well? Titan Yu is yours. I heard from Dongfang that Titan Yu has an incredibly intelligent fiancée who has been scheming for him from behind the scenes. She's always been like his left and right arms. I really want to see just what kind of girl she is. The will of the dream realm was also interested. How many years has it been since we last attacked together? How nostalgic. The will of the sky was extremely excited. However, the Yue Yang they were talking about was not at the escort platform. He was not even at Radiance Mountain. A few shadows of different heights searched the surroundings, but they couldn't find any trace of Yue Yang at all. He was like smoke, disappearing without a trace. If it wasn't for the will of Mahesvara coming from the void world, telling them that the Yu clan's third young master had successfully escaped, the few shadows that were bitterly searching for him would have suspected that Titan Yu had already been killed by Mahesvara in the void world where one could not escape once they entered. How could such an impossible thing happen? Was the Yu clan's third young master really that hard to kill? Where did he go? Skyreach Tower, Heaven Stairway Level 10. Shattered Space. Emperor Wu Shuang used his supreme divine power to open an extremely secretive space passage. He entered alone. His 10,000-meter tall golden body moved forward alone in the black hole-like space passage. It was as if he had been doing this for thousands of years and had never had a companion. He did not know how far he had traveled or how much time and space he had traversed. Finally, his footsteps slowly came to a halt. In front of him, there was a giant door that might have existed since ancient times. It was 300,000 meters tall and 200,000 meters wide. In front of this giant door that only gods, could pass through. Even Emperor Wu Shuang, who had a 10,000-meter tall body, became incomparably small. At this moment, a solemn and respectful expression appeared on Emperor Wu Shuang's face. He very sincerely bowed to the giant door to pay his respects. Inside the giant door, there seemed to be a faintly discernible Will sighing slightly, but it also seemed as if nothing had happened. Ancient great god above, the peerless descendant of Skyreach Tower has come to keep the appointment. Great god, please be merciful and open the divine door. Emperor Wu Shuang bowed deeply. The immemorial runes on the unbelievably huge divine door drove the ancient rune circle. Divine light shone brightly and illuminated the entire space passage. The divine light drowned the entire world like the sea. At the place where the light was the most intense, the door slid open silently. Just a sliver was enough for Emperor Wu Shuang to enter. Emperor Wu Shuang paid his respects sincerely. Only then did he take a big step. Step by step, he walked in like a heavy mountain. Outside the giant door was an ancient passage that was like a black hole vortex that could swallow everything at any time. Inside the giant door was an extremely clean and beautiful world of light. In this world, there was nothing bad at all. Everything was beautiful. Even the air here was 100 times fresher, and smelled better than the air in the heaven realm. This was a sea of flowers. Countless exotic flowers and plants that were rare even in the heaven realm grew everywhere here. There were no evil beasts, only spiritual birds and rare animals. They played and chased each other here, happy and carefree. Emperor Wu Shuang did not stop. He continued to move forward step by step. His goal was the distant mountain. It was a divine mountain that was at least 1,000,000 meters high. Its height far exceeded the clouds in the sky, piercing straight into the sky. Following Emperor Wu Shuang's footsteps, a drizzle suddenly fell from the sky. There was a voice full of joy and a crying voice that came from the top of the white clouds. Peerless, you shouldn't have come. You should understand that some things can't be forced. You really shouldn't have come. I know everything, and I understand everything. Emperor Wu Shuang suddenly smiled and stretched out his hand to catch the drizzle. Then why did you still come? The voice seemed to be complaining, but it was more of joy. I was bored in the Black Tower, so I came to find a friend to talk to. That's all. Emperor Wu Shuang's voice became very soft like the wind. The sun and moon that were originally emitting blazing light in his eyes were reduced to shining stars because of his smile. Don't lie, you're covered in blood. You must have been in a fierce battle. How could you be bored like this? I don't need you here, and it doesn't matter. You also know that I've long been used to it over the years. But outside, without you, I don't know how chaotic it is. Go back, Peerless, you didn't want to come here. You should stay in the Black Tower, not come here to chat with me. The voice transmitted from the top of the cloud also became extremely soft, and gradually turned into a light breeze, blowing over Emperor Wu Shuang's body, blowing away the wounds and blood on his body. It's fine even without me outside. After being locked in the Black Tower for all these years, the heaven-reaching tower is still the same as before. There's no problem at all. But you only have me as a friend. If I don't come, who will accompany you, even if it's just for a while? Emperor Wu Shuang slowly raised his head to the sky. His eyes were like the moon, as if he wanted to penetrate the layers of clouds and look directly at the person on top of the cloud. What a fool. I've already become like this, and I've long been used to it. Please don't look at me with the silly temperament of a child. The voice on top of the cloud laughed upon hearing this. The laughter was extremely soft and gentle, even softer than the beautiful rainbow that had just been born in the mountains. I'm still the same me, you know. Emperor Wu Shuang also laughed, but there was an inexplicable bitterness in his smile. Don't worry, no matter how long I sleep, I won't forget you. The voice on top of the cloud didn't want to talk about this topic anymore, so he changed his tone and asked, is it really okay outside? The dignified Emperor Wu Shuang was actually beaten up so badly. It's really a bit unreasonable. How? Don't you want to explain what's going on? It's just a misunderstanding. Emperor Wu Shuang casually spread out his hands. Actually, there was an impulsive bull who suddenly came to my door and fought with me for no reason. I hope the truth is as simple as you say. The voice on top of the cloud suddenly sighed. I won't lie to you. You know that, it's the truth. Emperor Wu Shuang didn't want to hide it. He treated the person on top of the cloud with complete sincerity. Otherwise, he could completely remove all the wounds and blood on his body before entering the divine gate to meet him. Of course, he didn't want to mention the outside world too much. He didn't want that person to be distracted by the outside world. Yes, you won't lie to me. But I believe that the process won't be as simple as you say. The voice on top of the cloud suddenly raised a notch. Why don't I ask this little girl who followed behind you and sneaked in? I've seen many young and outstanding children, but I've never seen someone like you who can hide from the eyes and ears of the peerless, follow behind him, and sneak into the divine gate. Hello, little girl, what's your name? Why are you following behind the peerless? Could it be that all his injuries were caused by you? You're too young. In the past 10,000 years, didn't Tong Tian Tower only produce prison Emperor Zanfeng? How can there be such an outstanding person like you? Emperor Wu Shuang turned around when he heard this, and found a sparkling, star-like shadow. Quietly, floating above the sea of flowers. Breath, one with nature, as if she had been living here for billions of years in harmony. Chapter 1341, Who are you? Ji Zun looked up at the sky, her eyes passing through the layers of clouds and looking at the person at the top of the mountain. I have almost forgotten who I am. I have been sleeping here for too long. Little girl, on your body, there is a very familiar smell that makes me feel very close and familiar. Perhaps, you and I are the same, we both come from the same place. Is the current heaven stairway still as vibrant, blooming with flowers, singing birds and fragrant flowers as before? How nostalgic. I remember back in the day, I loved to chase and play with my younger sisters in the bushes of flowers. At that time, even the gentle breeze blowing from the sky was filled with laughter. The voice on top of the white cloud was incomparably sentimental. I don't know what the heaven stairway used to be like, but the current heaven stairway, as early as I remember, has become a barren world. The sky is broken, the earth is cracked, the lake is dried up, everything is gone. Ji Zun shook her head. Although she couldn't bear to tell the other party this result, the truth was the truth. Is that so? The most beautiful heaven stairway was also destroyed by the flames of war. The voice of the top of the cloud was sad, and after a long time, he sighed. Didn't Peerless Senior tell you that Tong Tian Tower has long fallen and is no longer the same as it was in the past? Ji Zun looked at Emperor Wu Shuang strangely. Emperor Wu Shuang's face was expressionless. He neither admitted nor denied it. He came here mainly to accompany me. Most of the time, I was talking and he was listening. The voice of the top of the cloud was especially gentle when it came to Peerless Senior. What is this place? Ji Zun was very curious. Why didn't she know about the existence of this gate of God and the world behind it? Even if she didn't know, then why didn't she mention the Majesty, who had been sleeping in a mirage at the entrance of the temple ruins? Could it be that this place has become a secret realm that has been lost for thousands of years? This is the balanced world. Emperor Wu Shuang did not look back. His eyes were still looking at the divine mountain, but his mouth intentionally or unintentionally replied to Ji Zun. Balanced world. It was the first time Ji Zun had heard of this balanced world. In Tong Tian Tower, on the heaven stairway, there had never been any legends of the balanced world. What was going on? Could it be that here, this balanced world, was a corner of the temple ruins? Otherwise, how could the outside world know nothing about it? Emperor Wuxia was silent for a while, as if he was thinking about what to say. After a long time, he slowly said, "This place is actually a sealed place of God. I don't know when it started, but it might have existed since the ancient times. Right here, in this world of balance, in Tong Tian Tower and Heaven Realm, all the gods who committed evil deeds would be sealed here by the ancient great gods, imprisoned within the gate of God, never to leave." Ji Zun was stunned when she heard this. The sealed place of God. If a god committed a crime, wouldn't there be nirvanic apotheosis? Why did they have to specially set up a divine gate to imprison him? Perhaps seeing that the supreme martial artist was confused, the voice on top of the white cloud explained with a smile, "Little girl, you might not know that there are actually two types of apotheosized gods. One is nirvana apotheosized gods, which is mainly targeted at those divine-level experts who have yet to comprehend the divine throne. However, once they comprehend the divine throne and possess their own laws and unique godheads, nirvana apotheosized gods won't be very useful anymore. Therefore, a special apotheosized place like the balance world has to be set up to confine those gods who have committed evil deeds but are unable to be completely sealed." When Ji Zun heard this, the difference between the two seals of Fei Wenli and Emperor Wuxia flashed in her mind. Fei Wenli, the conquest queen, was nirvanic apotheosis. Emperor Wuxia was sealed in the Black Tower. From this point of view, it was not that Emperor Wuxuang's crimes were small or his ability was low. On the contrary, it was because Emperor Wuxuang's ability was more powerful, so powerful that it could no longer be restricted by nirvanic apotheosis, and could only be imprisoned in the Black Tower. Even so, Emperor Wuxuang often left the Black Tower, just like now, to come to the balanced world behind the Gate of God. However, this senior above the Divine Mountain did not seem to be a person who did many evil things. Why was he sealed in this balanced world? Was there a mistake, or was there another reason? Thinking of this, Ji Zun could no longer hold back the curiosity in her heart. Then, Senior, why are you imprisoned in this world? As if seeing through Ji Zun's thoughts, the voice on the top of the white clouds carried a hint of a smile. I was indeed not sealed here. On the contrary, I voluntarily slept here. Because this is the balanced world. In the balanced world, not only are there the past powerhouses of Tong Tian Tower sealed, but also the Heaven Realm, and even the Heaven Realm and Radiance Mountain. Many powerhouses, after a long period of bitter practice, have cleansed themselves. The Gate of God is no longer a prison for them, so they are also free and leave one after another. However, there are still some stubborn villains here. They are not willing to examine themselves, and are even more unwilling to endure the bitter practice. On the contrary, they take the opportunity to gather together, and in this balanced world, continue to do evil, continue to wage war, and become more intense. They do it even more happily than outside. The voice on top of the white clouds laughed lightly. Many seniors of the Tong Tian Tower saw this situation. Some of the experts who could free themselves and leave voluntarily stayed behind. They turned into divine mountains and guarded this place. With their wills, they continued to balance this world that had originally lost its balance. Seniors are not willing to fight, and only wish to turn into divine mountain and sleep forever. And Heaven's Stairway has divine mountain protectors in every generation. When it was my turn, it was originally my younger sister, but because of some accident, she unfortunately fell. As her elder sister, in order to fulfill her wish, I voluntarily came here. Heaven's Stairway has divine mountain protectors in every generation. Ji Zun thought hard. This was not recorded in history at all. From this point of view, there must have been many unforeseen events in the middle, resulting in such an important inheritance not being continued. Perhaps, this divine mountain protector senior, as early as tens of thousands of years ago, in the era of the peerless emperor, had already been alone, guarding this divine mountain. Later on, the Heaven Stairway, the inheritance was broken, and no one knew about this at all. This also resulted in no second divine mountain protector to take over her position, guarding here for tens of thousands of years. It must be very bitter. Perhaps, it was even more bitter than cultivating alone on the Heaven Stairway. Ji Zun bowed to the divine mountain and the senior between the white clouds on the top of the divine mountain. You have worked hard, senior. As a junior, I have always been criticized for being arrogant and rude, and never show respect to my seniors. Here, I am willing to change my personal habits and sincerely pay my respect to you. It's not bitter. As a divine mountain protector, it is my honor. The voice on the top of the white clouds was very gentle, without the slightest resentment of guarding alone. As a divine mountain protector, must you turn into stone? Ji Zun had divine eyes that could see through heaven and earth. The layers of white clouds in the high sky, of course, could not block her vision. In her eyes, there was an indescribably beautiful flower fairy. She wore a flower crown on her head and stood there with her eyes closed. She stood alone on the peak of the divine mountain. Everything below her slender waist had turned into stone, and her feet were firmly glued to the divine mountain. They were inseparable. No, the protection of the divine mountain does not have any restrictions. I became like this only because I am not good at fighting. After losing to the Radiance Mountain's evil god, I was cursed by them and turned into a divine mountain stone. The flower fairy smiled, but her beautiful eyes still did not open. For tens of thousands of years, has it always been like this? Ji Zun looked at the peerless emperor, then looked at the flower fairy on the top of the mountain, as if she understood something. Unless I can defeat them, otherwise, the curse cannot be lifted. After all, it is a curse from God, and I lost the bet, so it is very reasonable for me to receive a little divine punishment. I have no resentment, nor am I dissatisfied. Although it is not convenient for me to move, it is okay. As a divine mountain protector, I do not need to move, and I also like peace. Besides, this is not a bad look. Turning into stone is better than turning into an ugly monster. I have long been used to it. little girl, you do not need to have any thoughts. The beautiful flower fairy waved her hand lightly, as if she did not want Jizun to see her like this and feel burdened. Are they still there? The evil deities? Jizun suddenly asked. Yes. The peerless emperor suddenly turned around and looked at Jizun, his eyes like the sun and moon shot out rays of light. Now, there are 3 people. Now, I need one person to go to the top of the divine mountain, stand by her side, and at the same time, hold up the sky of the balanced world, and activate the divine war law. If you can agree, then, no matter the outcome, I will do one thing for you, as long as it is within my power. The current Jizun of the Tong Tian Tower, I am not here as a senior, but as a man who is avenging his lover. Please promise me, give me a chance to start the divine war. No. Jizun refused. I have sworn, other than my younger brother, I will not promise a second man in the world, even if it is a request like yours to avenge your lover. The peerless emperor's face became bitter, and he clenched his fists. Even if he had a body of supreme divine power, even if he was a god, so what? He could not even avenge his lover, or even bring her down from the divine mountain, and let her walk freely on the grass. It was impossible. He took a deep breath, and looked at Jizun again. I am not asking, I am willing to exchange the secret of the divine throne. For a god-level expert like you who cultivated to become a god-level expert, there should be no one to tell you the secret of the divine throne, and no one to help you evolve the divine throne. If you agree to help me hold up the sky, then I am willing to swear that I will do my best to help you create the biggest and most brilliant divine throne. Jizun was silent. Chapter 1342. Just when Emperor Wu Shuang thought that things had taken a turn for the better, Jizun shook her head unwaveringly. She, who had the eternal will of Jizun, could not be swayed by anything. Emperor Wu Shuang gritted his teeth and was about to make another offer to persuade Jizun, but Jizun waved her hand and said solemnly, no matter what you say, I will not agree. Because I am me, and my will not be moved by any man. This is me. However, it is my own will that I am willing to help, not because of you, but to pay tribute to the seniors who have been guarding here for tens of thousands of years. As long as you support the sky at the top of the sacred mountain for me, then no matter what your will is, I am willing to help you achieve the divine throne. Emperor Wu Shuang was overjoyed when he heard this. He never thought that this cold and unshakable human Jizun would volunteer to help him. No need. Jizun refused Emperor Wu Shuang's kindness. I will not accept a man to evolve the divine throne for me. Moreover, long before this, there was already someone who told me about the secret of the divine throne on the 1,000,000 steps of the world tree. Moreover, I have already begun to evolve my own divine throne according to the secret method left by that person. What? Emperor Wu Shuang was shocked. How was this possible? The divine throne could not evolve by itself. The evolution of the divine throne required various conditions. It was extremely complicated. That level of difficulty was not something that a self-taught genius of the younger generation could handle. How did this little girl, this human Jizun, do it? And who told her the secret of the divine throne and the secret method of evolution on the 1,000,000 steps of the world tree? Jizun did not look at Emperor Wu Shuang's expression. She slowly flew up, passed through the layers of clouds, and reached the top of the sacred mountain. She came before the 1,000-meter-tall flower fairy who had turned into a divine stone and was one with the sacred mountain. She bowed deeply to show her respect. Although I can't promise to replace you as the next guardian of the sacred mountain, I can feel your protectiveness. Hold up the sky, I can't wait to drink the blood of those guys. Emperor Wu Shuang's fighting spirit erupted like the sun and wind, billions of times more powerful. No, you are the one holding up the sky. The divine battle between Tong Tian Tower and Radiance Mountain is now the responsibility of our generation. Jizun had a different opinion. Little girl, don't try to be brave. You should let that big idiot do it. The flower fairy hurriedly dissuaded her. The strength that Jizun was currently displaying. There was no way they could be compared to the evil deities who were on the opposite side of the sky of the Libra realm. Just as she had said, how could she, who had just evolved her divine throne, fight against a true god? Moreover, there were so many evil deities on the other side, and their evil nature was not something that a junior could contend against. Even if it was someone as strong as the peerless emperor, he would not have enough confidence to deal with the opponent's continuous attacks. Jizun shook her head gently. She held on to her will. When Emperor Wuxia and the flower fairy looked at her in surprise, the corners of Jizun's lips curved slightly, as if she was smiling. I won't fall. Because I have promised my mother and aunt that I will become the strongest person in the world. Before that, no matter who, no matter what, cannot be an obstacle to me. After saying that, Jizun floated down the mountain. She turned into a ray of light and flew straight to the opposite side of the Libra realm. The Peerless Emperor arrived at the top of the mountain. First, he looked at the flower fairy who had turned into a god stone gently. He stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to caress her soft hair, but then he slowly raised it up high and released his divine power, trying his best to hold up the sky at the top of the Libra realm. With his will, godhood, and the power of the laws, he once again broke the balance of the Libra realm and activated the divine war law for the umpteenth time. The petrified flower fairy's eyelashes trembled, and she opened her empty eyes. She looked up at the Peerless Emperor who was holding up the whole world above her head, and her voice was full of gentleness. She did it on purpose, that little girl, I know. The Peerless Emperor said lightly. She must have a special ability to see through your desire to die, so she rejected your request. Although her face is cold, this little girl's heart is not as cold as her appearance. The flower fairy's empty and blind eyes suddenly revealed a kind of gratitude. She stretched out her slender arms, first raising them high above her head, then elegantly folded them over her head, and hung them down in front of her chest. Even if it's only for a while, I already feel very satisfied. Not only you, you big fool, but also that kind and understanding little girl. The juniors of Tong Tian Tower are quite interesting now. Not only is there this cool human Jizun, there is also this naughty and mischievous kid who is very bold. He is so young, but he dared to come to the Radiance Mountain to challenge the heavenly chariot. I really don't know what to say. The Peerless Emperor nodded. Hee, if that's the case, it's a bit like a big fool who ran to the heavenly realm to cause trouble, but ended up being beaten badly. The flower fairy laughed. I'm different from him, I'm much stronger than him. The Peerless Emperor quickly denied. Of course you're much stronger than him now, but back then, maybe you weren't even 1/10 of him. The flower fairy covered her mouth and laughed. Anyway, I'm stronger than him. I'm sorry, I said I would take you out, but, until now, I haven't fulfilled my promise. The Peerless Emperor didn't look at his lover, but his deep voice was full of apology. It's okay. The flower fairy gently waved her hand. You also know that I died a long time ago. My body is gone, and my godhead is also gone. Even my soul has dissipated in the divine curse and deep sleep. Only a trace of protective willpower is left to guard this place. The god stone body that still exists now is my responsibility, not the original me. Big fool, I understand what you want to say, but that's not important, really not important. But you, the Radiance Mountain's Temple Jizun, that martial arts madman, has already become so powerful. You have always been full of confidence. Why are you filled with the desire to die now? No, it's not the heavenly chariot. The Peerless Emperor smiled. His smile was like the sun and the moon. A golden arrow that emitted thousands of rays of light. The flower fairy's face was full of surprise, and she asked curiously, it's not the heavenly chariot. The Peerless Emperor couldn't stop laughing, and after a long time, he slowly shook his head and said, it's not the heavenly chariot. I asked the divine armament old man in the upper realm, and he said that if I continue to persevere, I am destined to die in the hands of another man, but it's not the heavenly chariot. Then who? The flower fairy almost couldn't believe it. In the entire heaven realm, other than the deity Temple Jizun, who else had the ability to kill the man standing beside her who could lift the whole world with just his arms? I also don't know, maybe, it's that person. The Peerless Emperor laughed. The little sapling needs to grow, and the big tree can't block its sunlight. Otherwise, the law of nature will definitely destroy the trunk of the big tree, wither its branches and leaves, and finally overturn under the feet of the little sapling, becoming fertilizer for its growth. This is the law of nature. The big tree has lived long enough, and it's time for it to return to nature. You really don't regret it at all? The flower fairy turned her head and asked. Back then, I also relied on the overturned fertilizer of the big tree to grow. Those big trees that provided me with growth didn't regret it, so what reason do I have to regret it? The Peerless Emperor laughed out loud. If you had always been atoning in the Black Tower, you probably wouldn't have today's fate. The flower fairy sighed. It has nothing to do with you, this is my personal wish. If I hide in the Black Tower, I can indeed live, but that's meaningless. People have to do something to not waste their lives, or else what's the fun in living for tens of thousands of years? Moreover, That little sapling may be a kind of world tree, and when it grows up, who knows how many big trees will be willing to provide it with nutrients. I want to provide them, but maybe I'm not qualified. The peerless emperor held up the sky, and his head tilted slightly, looking gently at the flower fairy under his feet. If the big tree overturns, maybe it can turn into another stone. In this way, the stones on the divine mountain will have companions, right? 2 stones with companions. That's good, I like this kind of fate. The flower fairy nodded lightly. Unfortunately, I can't go back to take a look at the stairway, and then look at the valley of life that is like a warm home, and the world tree that has brought me countless inspirations. Maybe, not long after, a little sapling that is absorbing the nutrients of the world tree will run over. At that time, when you see it, it is equivalent to seeing your home. Around that little sapling, there are many flowers, each one of them growing full of vitality. Isn't it just like the situation in your garden back then? The peerless emperor comforted with a gentle voice. But this is the scale world behind the divine gate. When the flower fairy heard this, she didn't dare to believe that there would be such a change. According to the arrangement of our fate, that should be the case. The peerless emperor smiled incomparably. That's right, the roots of the world tree can permeate the entire world. No matter where it is, it will exist. The flower fairy also smiled. After an unknown period of time, she finally stopped smiling. With a hint of sadness, her empty eyes looked up at the peerless emperor who was holding up the sky. You did it on purpose, didn't you? The big tree can't change the fate of the stone, so let the other little sapling grow quickly, let it grow into the world tree, isn't that good? Okay. However, the little sapling might not know that the big tree has given it a lot of sunlight. It doesn't matter, as long as the big tree and the stone are together, it's fine. The scale world was divided into 2 extremes. On one side was the divine mountain. The picturesque divine mountain was an incomparably peaceful land of life. On the other side was the Dead Sea, a land of destruction where only death existed. It was impossible for any life, not even the creatures of the lower realm, to exist here. Only gods who had transcended the mortal world and transcended the essence of life could survive in such a harsh environment. In between the divine mountain and the Dead Sea, there was an indescribably huge, scale canyon, that mortals couldn't cross. It was the canyon that blocked the confrontation and conflict between the 2 polar regions. On the scale canyon, there was a bridge. It was like the lever of the scale world, set in the center. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of miles long, but the width was also at least 100 miles. Ji-Zun flew down on the bridge and found that the abyss below was like a prison, bottomless, and the cold wind here was like a blade, blowing people all over their bodies. What she didn't expect was that there wasn't someone waiting for her in the middle of the bridge, but this person seemed to be someone she knew. Chapter 1343, Dongfang. Although Ji-Zun had never seen him before, she was confident that her senses would not be wrong. However, why was Dongfang inside the gate of God? Wasn't he setting up outside? You are indeed worthy of the title of the number 1 person in the Tower of Babel. A middle-aged scholar dressed in white stood in front of the Supreme Being. He had a smile on his face, and he gracefully greeted the Supreme Being with innate etiquette. It was as if the innate beings or sages were meeting in the Tower of Babel. As expected of the number 1 traitor of Tong Tian Tower, Mr. Dongfang. When Ji-Zun heard this, she unceremoniously raised her lips and ridiculed him. Ji-Zun, please don't be too surprised by my appearance. Dongfang was not angry at all. He was still graceful. In fact, I can come here because of one person. Of course, you may already have the answer in your heart. Peerless Emperor, I think you must have done something that forced him to agree to bring you in. Ji-Zun did not know the reason, but she could guess a little. Although the Peerless Senior is very reluctant, he promised me that year, and he must fulfill this promise. So, when I found him and asked him to bring me into the Gate of God, he could not refuse. Yuan Yu Taiden, and even Fei Wenli, who was hiding and preparing to give Tianyu a fatal blow, must be very strange. Why am I so sure that I will win in the end? Now you should understand, right? Yu Taiden, who is outside the Gate of God, even if he has the ability to go against the heavens, it is impossible for him to open the ancient Gate of God and enter the balanced world, let alone find me within a short period of 10 days. So smart. Ji-Zun snorted coldly. Although she did not want to admit it, Dongfang was indeed a synonym for a flawless plan. Thank you. Once the laws of the chessboard world and the maze world cannot be broken, Tong Tian Tower will definitely collapse and sink forever. Do you understand? Why am I so confident? Because I am using the power of wisdom. This ancient gate that forbids everything, this balanced world that isolates everything, is the source of my confidence. Kill you, and everything will be solved. Ji Zun was not moved, her face was as cold as ever. She had always been used to using the most direct means. As long as Dongfang was killed, the chessboard world would automatically collapse and disappear, and everything would be destroyed. As for whether it was Yue Yang who did it or not, it was not important at all. If it was him who did it, it would not be impossible. No. Hearing this, Dongfang shook his head lightly. He smiled confidently, turned around gracefully, and slowly walked away. Here, even the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang can't kill me. Perhaps, I will never be able to leave this balanced world, and I will never be able to take a step out of the divine gate. However, I can stay here and quietly watch the scene of Tong Tian Tower collapsing. That will be the greatest entertainment and meaning for the rest of my life. Goodbye, Supreme Human. I hope that you, the #1 expert of Tong Tian Tower, can persevere under the rage and ruthless attacks of the countless fallen gods in the Dead Sea until Titan Yu arrives. The premise is that he knows about your disappearance and the secret method to enter the gate of God. Ha ha ha. Although the East is not the strongest, the wisdom of the East is enough to turn the whole world into a chessboard, turning everything into black and white pieces. My fate is decided by me, and the fate of others is also decided by my wisdom. Dongfang threw his head back and laughed heartily as he left. A few black figures silently snuck in front of Ji Zun. In the darkness, these murderous fellows were like leopards and wolves that had discovered their prey. They were only waiting for the right opportunity to brandish their claws and teeth, choosing their target to devour. Ji Zun's face was indifferent, as if she did not see anything around her. As the black figures slowly approached, there was even a hint of disdain in the depths of her eyes. Her hands moved mysteriously, and at the same time, she raised them high above her head. Such a gentle movement was as graceful as a dance. However, her mouth was filled with ruthless mockery. Mere clowns, you dare to come out and act presumptuously. Just as her ice pearl-like words fell, there was only a vast ocean of light left between heaven and earth. As vast as the sea. In an instant, it drowned the whole balanced world. Billions of light arrows, light darts, light daggers, light swords, light spears, and light feathers formed a vast ocean of light that engulfed the whole world. It was so mighty that even the consciousness of life was drowned out. On the divine mountain, the peerless emperor and the flower fairy's expressions changed. The two of them saw that the barrier of the divine mountain's laws was also densely covered with these kinds of light thorns. Many of the light thorns even penetrated deep into the barrier, reaching right in front of the two of them. Fortunately, the peerless emperor used his divine power to condense a thick barrier like a city wall in time to resist the attack of this rain of light. Otherwise, the petrified flower fairy might have been seriously injured. Even at such a long distance, this kind of light still had such a terrifying power. Then what about the enemy on the battlefield? The peerless emperor and the flower fairy looked at each other. Both of them believed that under this kind of terrifying light that made people despair, the enemy would probably not have it easy. A black figure. He was directly annihilated. Even his appearance was not shown in time. He was instantly killed. Another one fell to the ground with heavy injuries. Although he was not dead yet, even a blind person could see that he was dead. His injuries were so serious that even a baby might not be able to withstand a punch from him. The remaining three were rolling around on the ground, wailing and wailing in agony. Their miserable cries made one's hair stand on end, and the entire canyon was filled with these terrifying echoes. So weak, PFF'd, what a failure. A lazy voice sounded behind Ji Zun. The owner of this voice seemed to be very disappointed and dissatisfied with the wailing shadow. Soon, you will also join their ranks. Ji Zun did not raise her eyebrows or move her eyelashes. She felt that the person behind her was actually the same kind of trash. This joke is really funny. The lazy voice behind her laughed a few times. You can't even tell the difference between a probing warbeast and a real god. Is this the eyesight and strength of the current strongest person in Tong Tian Tower? Please, can Tong Tian Tower not be so depraved? There should at least be a few god-level rankers with god thrones. What's the point of having a yellow-haired little girl who hasn't even grown her hair out? That's right, I have done a lot of evil and have been locked up, but that doesn't mean that you can insult me like this. I will sign up for the second game. Although she is a little young, the power of the light is still not bad. Another voice came from the sky. Does Master Zan Kong also want to participate? No, I just want to watch the show. An old voice floated down from the sky. With that lunatic subtraction common life making a move, this little girl probably won't even have bones left in the end. I also don't want to snatch her away. An incomparably seductive female voice came out from the abyss, as if it had always been hidden in the bottom of people's hearts. It was only at this moment that it sneaked out, preparing to secretly nibble away at people's hearts and souls while they were intoxicated by her decadent voice. Everyone, just watch. I will be quick and kill this yellow-haired little girl first. Then, I will make 32 different postures for everyone to watch and admire. The guy with the lazy voice behind him should be the subtract the common life that the seductive voice mentioned. Good, good. A few old ghosts who were hiding somewhere took the opportunity to clap their hands and jeer. Watch my heaven and earth shatter. Subtraction common life's lazy voice was still as annoying as before, but the power that erupted from his body was comparable to the explosion of the sun. The storm of divine power caused the world to tremble under his will, and everything was instantly destroyed. Not to mention a person, even a mountain or an ocean would be flattened and evaporated by this storm of divine power, after an unknown period of time. The storm of divine power calmed down. The heaven and earth shatter canyon, as well as the sky snake bridge, which had collapsed everywhere, slowly recovered under the ancient will and the law of balance, returning to their previous state. However, the Ji-Zun in the center of the bridge had disappeared, as if she had evaporated into thin air. No one saw her, and no one knew if she was still alive or not. Under the attack of subtraction common life's heaven and earth shatter, everyone could not avoid it, and could not sense the changes in the center of the battlefield. However, almost everyone believed that the result was predetermined. She must have been annihilated by subtraction common life's divine power. Below the throne, there was no god, no enemy. Aya, too weak. I already held back and only used 30% of my divine power. Who would have thought that the result would be so disappointing? Peerless, why don't you come and fight with me? Skysplit Tower's juniors can't even withstand a single blow. Isn't this too shameful for your Skysplit Tower? The lazy subtraction life was like a deflated balloon, his face filled with boredom. You are not qualified to fight with me. Peerless Emperor Wu Shuang's words were even more powerful than the world's fiercest slap, hitting subtraction common life's face. What did you say? Subtraction common life was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his whole body bristled. Behind you, the voice of the person who signed up to be the second to participate in the game shouted, but before he could say anything, a fist had already landed on subtraction common life's face. Ah, it's really satisfying. Subtraction common life was hit by the heavy fist and took 2 big steps back. Blood gushed out from his mouth and nose like a fountain, but he was not angry. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and waved his fist like a madman, bombarding Ji-Zun who had returned to the battlefield. Ji-Zun raised her delicate hand and blocked the opponent's heavy fist. Her other hand held subtraction common life's elbow and skillfully pulled subtraction common life's entire body up. Subtraction common life flew out in midair and attacked Ji-Zun's lower abdomen. Ji-Zun was even faster. Her long legs drew an arc, her waist was like a bow, and her feet were as fast as a meteor. She stepped on subtraction common life's left ribs, and the force penetrated through. Subtraction common life's heart felt as if it had been hit by a lightning hammer, and it was so painful that it almost exploded. Subtraction common life's attack missed, and his whole body was pulled up in the air. He struggled with all his might, and still wanted to hook his knee to hit Ji-Zun's head. Unfortunately, Ji-Zun's figure disappeared in an instant and flashed above subtraction common life. She turned her body and kicked. Like a heavy axe, she chopped down on subtraction common life's back, causing subtraction common life, who had thick skin and was extremely resistant to beatings, to let out an uncontrollable cry of pain from his throat. Subtraction common life fell down heavily, and his hands sank deep into the bridge until his arms were gone. His eyes had not yet recovered from the repeated painful blows, and there was another delicate foot that made people sigh. It turned into a stream of light and heavily hit subtraction common life's chin. Boom! Subtraction common life flipped dozens of times in the sky, and finally smashed onto the surface of the snake bridge like a meteorite falling to the ground. His face was covered in blood and he was in a sorry state. When he coughed and stood up from the bridge shakily with a hint of dizziness, the seductive female voice couldn't help but laugh. Oh, Master Subtraction common life's big move is really beautiful. However, this doesn't seem to be a heaven falling and earth splitting, but a hungry dog chewing mud, right? Haha, not bad, not bad, this should be the first of the 32 postures. The old voice of Monk Zon Kong also opened his mouth to mock. Good, what a wonderful performance. The voice that signed up for the second game was stunned for a while, but quickly reacted and laughed loudly. All of you, shut up. Subtraction Common Life twisted his neck and moved his wrists. With a face full of anger, he roared, I was careless just now and let that little girl get away with it. Now, I'm going to be serious. So it was an accident, the seductive female voice couldn't stop laughing. Not bad, not bad. There were also a few old ghosts hiding somewhere who were desperately clapping and cheering. However, their cheers made Subtraction Common Life's face turn black. Damn, what kind of teammates are these? Of course, cheering was one thing. Now, everyone saw a fact. That is, this seemingly weak little girl was not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 1344 Where did Yue Yang go? The middle-aged uncle Zizai who was preparing to kill him with his big move couldn't understand. Even his companion who was watching from the side to prevent the shameless third young master from escaping couldn't understand how this sneaky brat escaped. When they came out from the world of nothingness, they discovered that Radiance Mountain was the same as before. There were no changes, as if there were no Tong Tian Tower martial artists invading, as if Titan Yu had never come. He ran so fast, the companion who was hiding in the sky was a little unhappy. Letting Yue Yang escape from under his eyes was a failure. I have a feeling that this Titan Yu did not go far. Happy Sky, who had the sharpest senses, didn't know if it was an illusion, but he actually sensed that Titan Yu was still nearby. He didn't escape like everyone thought. Is that so? Zizai also had a slight feeling, but he didn't dare to confirm it because everything was quiet and there was nothing around. Split up and search. The one who was hiding in the sky was an impatient person and acted first. However, after the three of them had searched all over the Radiance Mountain, they didn't find any traces of Yue Yang. Instead, the feeling that they thought was an illusion became stronger and stronger. Happy Sky thought for a long time and suddenly made a judgment. Maybe, the guardian deity opened the ancient passage. After he entered, he was trapped in a space not far from Radiance Mountain. That's why we have this illusion. If that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about. With the guardian deity suppressing him, no matter if it's Titan Yu or someone else, there's only one result, eternal seal. Zizai heard this and his body trembled slightly. Could it be my master's request? This Titan Yu needs the guardian deity to make a move. The violent-tempered companion who was hiding in the sky laughed. Let's go take a look and the truth will be revealed. Let's enter the ancient passage too. Anyway, we've already been allowed to enter. Even if the guardian deity didn't make a move, we can still go and ask him to come out. Why don't we leave one behind? Zizai had some misgivings. The ancient passage wasn't easy to enter. Even if one entered, it wasn't easy to get out. It was said that the most ancient passage could lead directly to the Times Square in the gods' ruins of Tong Tian Tower. In that kind of place with the eternal ancient will and the restrictions of the ancient laws, even the gods had to be careful. There's no need for that. It's enough to have that fellow by my lord's side. Skyswill immediately rejected Carefree Heaven's suggestion. Let's go in together. If the three of us work as one, it'll be easier for us to take care of each other if anything happens. Joyous Sky also supported their companion who was hiding in the sky. Faced with a 2-to-1 decision, the experienced and prudent Sky of Freedom could only choose to compromise. After entering the ancient passage, they started to take the first step in catching up to Yue Yang. In that case, was Yue Yang in the ancient passage? This was for sure. After escaping from the world of nothingness, Yue Yang was ready to leave the Radiance Mountain that was full of traps, and he also decided to temporarily give up on challenging the deity's Templar's supreme heavenly chariot, who had a backer. What he wanted to do the most was to return to the grimoire world and meet the heavenly sword goddess in his dreams again. He wanted to ask her about the heavenly throne. If she had been helping him condense the heavenly throne, then he would learn from her how to use the power of the heavenly throne. If not, then he would ask her to help him evolve a heavenly throne. Otherwise, without this, it would be impossible for him to challenge Heavenly Chariot and kick the deity's Templar's supreme Heavenly Chariot, who had been training crazily, out of the Radiance Mountain. However, when Yue Yang came out, he discovered that the entrance to the ancient passage had shattered in front of him. Through the shattered void, Yue Yang discovered a person, which made him give up on the idea of returning to the grimoire world immediately. This person was currently fighting. If Yue Yang saw this person fighting normally, he would definitely calmly return to the grimoire world to rest, and only come out after he had a good sleep. This was because this person was not someone he needed to worry about. On the contrary, when he fought with this person, he needed to worry about his enemies, whether they would let him hit them too hard, or torture them too miserably. Yue Yang only took a few more glances and found that something was wrong. The person who was fighting was actually covered with cuts and bruises, bathed in blood. He, who could have crushed all his opponents, was now bitterly holding on. Yue Yang was even worried that if he did not rescue him, this guy would not be able to hold on for the next 10 seconds. "Don't be afraid, I'm coming." Yue Yang shouted and rushed into the ancient passage like Dima jumping out of the bushes. "You idiot." His support not only did not make the person who was gritting his teeth and fighting bitterly feel grateful, but instead he was scolded. "Usually you are quite smart, why are you like a pig now? Hurry up and get out, this is a fight between adults, it has nothing to do with a kid like you." You, what do you want me to say about you? What bullshit genius that only appears once in 10,000 years, idiot that only appears once in 10,000 years. Don't you know that this is a trap? I'm prepared to trick you. The ancient passage could have opened anywhere else, why did it have to open right in front of you? Do you think you are the savior? Do you think you can save my life just because you stupidly rushed in? You don't know anything, yet you still dare to show off like this. Mother F***cker, you, aren't you looking for death? Yes, I'm an idiot. Yue Yang behaved very humbly, lowering his head and allowing the person to scold him. How did I get to know an idiot like you? You are really infuriating me. If not for the fact that the guy was busy, he might have given Yue Yang a slap. It's normal for an idiot to know an idiot. Birds of a feather flock together. Yue Yang laughed. His lips were red and his teeth were white, shining like the sun. Needless to say, when he laughed like this, he was really asking for a beating. God, please let me die. I might as well vomit 3 liters of blood and die. Not only was I beaten up, you even sent this bastard to anger me before I die. What have I done wrong in this life? How dare you punish me like this? The guy who scolded him really vomited blood. However, it was not because he was angry, but because he was beaten up. The person who beat him was at least 40,000 meters tall. Regardless of size or strength, the golden divine body could completely crush the entire field. What was more terrifying was that behind this 40,000-meter tall golden divine body, there was a miraculous divine throne that was formed by at least 400 small planets and a small sun. This divine throne was incomparably powerful. Not only could it automatically generate energy for its owner to use, it could also absorb the surrounding energy to weaken its owner's enemies and the fluctuations on the battlefield. It could even fuse with the ancient will of the ancient passage, using it to punish and suppress its enemies. Yue Yang felt that he was even smaller than an ant when compared to the golden god's body and the glorious throne. He didn't even need to lift a finger. Perhaps a casual blow from the golden divine body could annihilate Yue Yang. This was the first time that Yue Yang saw the divine throne. He looked up to the sky and sighed emotionally. So this is the divine throne. How did it come about? Is this the deity palace's supreme heavenly chariot? He is really awesome. Are you blind? A certain boss, who had a big hole in his chest, tried his best to resist the enemy's heavy punches while shouting at Yue Yang. This guy is the Radiant Mountain's guardian god. Turns out he is the Radiant God Prison's guardian and Tian Yu's half-master. You can't even tell the difference between a disciple and a master, and you still foolishly rushed to the Radiant Mountain to challenge him. Are you trying to make people laugh their teeth off? You mean, this guy is even more powerful than Tian Yu? Yue Yang expressed his shock. A certain boss was distracted for a moment, and after he finished speaking, he was almost beaten to the point of looking for his teeth on the ground. With great difficulty, he managed to block the enemy's heavy punch again. He turned around and roared at Yue Yang, "Idiot, if you have such thoughts, you're dead meat." No way, Tian Yu is more powerful than this guy. Yue Yang was really shocked. Tian Yu punched a hole in my chest. This guy beat me for a long time, but I am still alive and kicking. What do you think? A certain boss sneered. This doesn't make sense. How can a disciple be more powerful than his master? Yue Yang was extremely puzzled. Originally, he thought that his estimation was already exaggerated enough. Who knew that the supreme elder of the temple's strength was 100 times more terrifying than his estimation? If the supreme elder of the temple, Tian Yu, was stronger than this guardian god of light who was 40,000 meters tall and had a divine throne, then what was the point of fighting? He should just admit defeat. Who said that a disciple can't surpass his master? Although I don't want to admit it, Tian Yu is indeed a genius and a lunatic. A lunatic who practices martial arts, even crazier than me in the past. Do you think that anyone can punch a hole in my chest? Although it was a sneak attack and I was not prepared at that time, this is not something an ordinary person can do. A certain boss started to brag about himself as he spoke. Where's your divine throne? Take it out and fight with the enemy. Why are you still hiding it now? Seeing that the situation was not good, Yue Yang hurriedly reminded this boastful boss who was about to be beaten up again. My divine throne has long been removed by the supreme dragon god. Otherwise, if I don't beat this guy to a pulp, I won't be called Mo Long. A certain boss said fiercely. A certain third young master was speechless. How many bad things did he have to do to be removed from his divine throne? Just look at the guardian divinity of light and the supreme heavenly chariot of the temple of light. They've done so many bad things, yet they haven't even been slashed once. Demonic dragon, you're the legendary saber maiden, so why are you always the one being slashed? Moreover, if your divine throne is removed, you should be hiding to accumulate karma. Why did you come to this ancient passage to fight with someone who has a divine throne and a godfather behind him? Aren't you looking for trouble? Yue Yang decided not to bother with Mo Long. There was a saying that goes, unlucky people don't deserve sympathy, because bad luck is easily contagious. Whoever sympathizes with him will also be unlucky. Suddenly, the giant god, who had tortured the abyssal dragon to the point of wanting to die, stopped his attack. He looked at Yue Yang who was watching the battle from outside. He looked up and down. It was as if he had a great interest in a little ant. The giant god nodded in the end. Not bad, you are indeed a genius. You don't have a master to watch over you. You actually managed to cultivate in a place like the Tower of Babel with your own efforts. If you weren't the fated enemy of the heavenly chariot, I would be tempted to take you in as my disciple. Young man, you are very bold. If you think that with the support of Fei Wenli, that little snake demon, and the protection of a Qilin cub, you can challenge fate and become enemies with our Radiance Mountain, then you are gravely mistaken. In life, you have to do something for it to be meaningful. Yue Yang's face was full of smiles, like a child who was praised for receiving red packets during the new year. Besides, how do you know it won't work if you don't try? It's good to have confidence, but strength is the prerequisite for everything. The giant god's face was neither angry nor happy, and he said seriously, not to mention a child like you, even if Emperor Wu Shuang is peerless, he does not have the ability to go against the heavens. Do you think he does not want to reverse fate? However, before he was imprisoned in the Black Tower, he was defeated by my hands, and after being imprisoned in the Black Tower, his strength has plummeted. Even if you can successfully persuade him to stand on your side in the end, he will not last more than 1,000 moves against me. The fall of Tong Tian Tower, and the fall of the martial artists of Soaring Dragon, Heaven Stairway, and Demon Abyss are all inevitable. You mean we should all wait for death? Yue Yang clapped his hands and laughed. Good idea, let us think about it. You can choose to resist, but no matter what you do, it will be of no use. Even if you awaken the demonic dragon, it will still not affect anything, and you will not be able to change anything. On the contrary, because of you, the demonic dragon, the originally free and unfettered heaven realm martial artist, will fall. The giant god looked at the demonic dragon, indicating that this ending was completely caused by Yue Yang. An adult bullying a child, and you are still talking nonsense. Do you want me to die of laughter? The demonic dragon was very annoyed. If you want to fight, then fight, and still pretend to be righteous. This is the truth. The giant god stretched out his hand and blocked the demonic dragon's full attack. Go, leave this place. If you think I am your boss, then listen to me and leave this place. Before you are sure, don't do anything. Others have prepared many traps, waiting for you impulsive fools to jump into. The demonic dragon burst out with all his strength and launched an attack at the giant god, hoping to take this opportunity to fight a bloody path and let Yue Yang escape successfully. I, the fool, have already jumped in. Don't chase me away, okay? Yue Yang had never called the demonic dragon boss, but he suddenly felt that if this demonic dragon was a boss, he would be quite qualified. I am so angry, you bastard who is neither smart nor stupid. Do you want me to die here for nothing? No, my life can't be wasted like this. You have to let me die a meaningful death. Go, I know you have a way to leave, don't let me die for nothing. I really can't hold on anymore, do you want to see me beaten to death before you stop? The demonic dragon was knocked down by the giant god's punch, and he vomited blood like a waterfall. There were already countless wounds on his body, and there was almost no part of his skin that was unscathed. Of course I won't watch you get beaten to death. Yue Yang laughed, and he began to increase his divine power, like a volcano that was ready to erupt. I want to say, you are too lousy, let me teach you how to be a boss. I have been a boss for a long time, okay. You want to take the position of boss? No way, the demonic dragon got up in a roll. We will only know after we fight. Before Yue Yang finished speaking, the demonic dragon on the other side had already counterattacked the giant god like a madman, as if he did not care about his life, and his ferocity made the giant god adopt a defensive stance for the first time. Chapter 13:45. Without waiting for Yue Yang to make a move. On the other side, the throne behind the giant god had already erupted with millions of glorious divine lights. It fused with the space around the ancient passageway, triggering the direction of the ancient laws and ancient will. In an instant, the entire space was filled with a mysterious and vast ancient power, upgrading the space into a special battlefield. In this special battlefield, no changes could be seen with the naked eye. However, Yue Yang could definitely feel himself being infinitely shrunk. His real body did not shrink, but his divine power was condensed to the limit. It could not be easily released from his body. The 10,000-meter golden body of the demon dragon in front of him kept shrinking until it finally reverted to its original form. No, it was slightly taller than the demon dragon's original form, shrinking to about 2 meters. The giant god who stood in front of the demon dragon also underwent the same transformation. However, the giant god's shrunken body was still 8 meters tall. He stood like a mountain, and his shadow alone was enough to completely cover both the demon dragon and Yue Yang. The throne behind the giant god had now condensed into a circle with a diameter of more than 4 meters. A sun god orb revolved in the center, and around it were 4 different elemental orbs of black, white, red, and blue. Although they were not as terrifying as before, they still contained boundless divine power, and supported their master like before. As long as this throne was still there and was not damaged or destroyed, others could forget about defeating its wielder. I see, Yue Yang sighed inwardly. No wonder it was said that no one below the god throne could match up to him. Who could fight against an enemy who had an endless supply of divine power and would never tire or be injured? At the very least, it was impossible to win in a one-on-one fight. If they wanted to win, they would probably have to rely on the strength of a group to surround an attack. Even a continuous battle would not be able to pose any threat to an opponent with a god throne. At this time, attacking together was the best choice. The giant god sent the demon dragon flying with a punch and waved at Yue Yang. If I release my divine power and use my perfect divine body to fight against you, even if I can kill you with a single move, people would laugh at me and say that I only know how to bully children. Come, I'll put away my divine body and play with you in my original form. As long as you can take 100 moves from me, I promise to let you live. Thank you very much, senior. Yue Yang raised the Gui Kang and Shuanghua swords in his hands and stabbed them into the eyes of the giant god like lightning. Be careful, the mystic dragon was not happy, but shocked. He shouted a warning. 2 swords came into view. The giant god's face was expressionless. Not a single drop of blood flowed from his tightly shut eyes, and He Guikang and Bai Shuanghua's sword chi did not display their might. It was as if they had stabbed into an empty world, giving Yue Yang a very bad feeling for the first time. He did not see that on the throne behind the giant god, 2 swords had pierced through the black soil divine pearl and the white water divine pearl respectively. Although the sword chi entered his eyes, the giant god's body did not suffer any damage at all. Yue Yang retreated hastily. However, it was too late. In the 1/1,000,000th of a second that Yue Yang used his body technique, the giant god had counterattacked. His arms disappeared, and the golden giant fists turned into thousands of meteors, densely covering any space that Yue Yang could escape to. The fists were denser than raindrops, extremely accurate, and not a single punch missed. All of them hit the target. Da 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 da. Yue Yang rolled more than 100 times in the sky and finally smashed heavily into the space barrier of the ancient passage. The blood that burst out of his mouth drew a long blood rainbow and splashed all over the sky. He felt that every bone in his body was groaning, and even his fingertips had the illusion of being smashed by the opponent's fist. If it was not for the strong heart that had evolved into the heart of the true dragon that was still beating, he suspected that he had been killed by the opponent's fist. He raised his willpower to the maximum, and fought with the last bit of strength that had not been scattered in his body. He used his hands to support his knees as much as possible, and gritted his teeth to stand up. In Yue Yang's entire life, he had never felt that standing was actually so difficult. It was not easy at all. His heart and lungs were breathing rapidly like bellows, and his blood was circulating crazily, desperately trying to recover his injured body. Even so, Yue Yang still felt that his vision was turning black, and there was a kind of dizziness and bone-deep pain. It made him want to just fall down and sleep comfortably, completely free from this pain and exhaustion, and never wake up again. I am a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years in Tong Tian Tower. I am the new prison emperor. I am everyone's hope. I can do it. Yue Yang tried his best to stand straight, and used all his strength to raise his head. He would never admit defeat. No matter what kind of opponent, no matter what kind of blow, he would never surrender. This was the Yu clan's third young master. This was the essence of a man from another world. However, when Yue Yang's eyes regained focus, he couldn't help but cry out in sorrow for his reckless attack. In front of Yue Yang, a man dripping with blood opened his arms like a guardian, protecting Yue Yang. On his body, there were at least 100 fist marks, and hundreds of bloody holes where his muscles and skin couldn't withstand the pressure. He was a certain boss who was never acknowledged, but was very qualified, Mo Long. He was the one who stepped forward bravely. In the end, in the most dangerous moment, he took the brunt of the giant god's torrent of attacks for Yue Yang. He was the one who took the brunt of most of the attacks for Yue Yang. If it wasn't for this boss who opened his arms like a guardian, he might not be able to stand up anymore. Even if he was indeed a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years in Tong Tian Tower, he might not be able to stand up anymore. What are you looking at? I am not dead yet. Mo Long was very satisfied with Yue Yang's current expression. He really wanted to mock this brat a few times. How about it? Am I not doing well as a boss? Do I need you to teach me? I have been a boss for a long time, and is there anyone better at being a boss than me? Really, could it be that I was given the title of the most loyal person in the heavens for nothing? Unfortunately, the giant god did not give him a chance to boast. The second wave of attacks was about to begin. You definitely can't block it. Charge with me. Let's fight. Mo Long did not keep Yue Yang behind. He knew that once the guardian divinity of light began to attack, no place would be safe. Only when Yue Yang was by his side, he could reluctantly feel at ease. Kill. Yue Yang's eyes were now red, and he roared like an injured tiger. His speed was even faster than Mo Long's, and his sword aura was aimed straight at the giant god. Even a grain of rice can shine. The giant god casually stretched out his hand and caught Yue Yang's sword chi with 2 fingers. Then, when Yue Yang unleashed his illusion moon divine power and kicked out a crescent moon, the giant god flicked his fingers and sent the crescent moon that was born into eternity flying into the sky. He even used his thumb to easily block the demon dragon's heavy punch. The giant god swept his elbow and sent Mo Long flying like a cannonball. His other right hand, which had been accumulating power for a long time, turned the infinite divine power into a divine axe that could split the heavens and earth. It met Yue Yang's head and chopped down. Yue Yang felt that he was locked on by his opponent's divine sense. Even if he escaped to the ends of the sky or rushed into another space, he could not escape this fatal blow from the giant god. He might as well go all out. Instead of retreating, he advanced and became one with the divine sense of the moon of destiny that was sent flying into the sky. It heavily struck back at the giant god. Even if he died, he would drag his opponent down with him. This was the style of Yue Yang Titan Yu. This was the character of a man from another world who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. You want my life, sure, but you'll have to pay with your life. The moon of destiny was an eternal existence. Even a god with a throne could not deny it. If he could return the giant god's blow, it would not be a loss for him. Naive. 2 beams of divine light shot out of the giant god's eyes and turned into 2 halberds that blocked the moon of destiny. Meanwhile, the heaven-splitting divine axe in his hand was still chopping down with indomitable will. Do you think I'm dead? Mo Long had returned at some point. His arms were above Yue Yang's head and clamped down on the blade of the divine axe. HMPH, you're courting death. The giant god pressed down hard. He felt that it was better this way. With a single swing of his axe, he was able to kill the demon dragon and Titan Yu. With a single swing, he was able to easily deal with two enemies. The demonic dragon was indeed unable to withstand the giant god's terrifying divine power. The guardian divine lord's divine power was already above his, and with the help of the divine throne, the demonic dragon was no match for it at all. Moreover, this boss who was not at his peak had previously fought a bloody battle with the peerless emperor. The demonic dragon really wanted to shout at Yue Yang, "Go!" However, under the pressure of the giant god, he could not even make a sound. He only hoped that Yue Yang, this silly boy, would be more alert and take the opportunity to escape. He would run as far as he could and not waste the opportunity that he fought for. Yue Yang did not escape. He was like a fool. Not only did he not run, he continued to attack the giant god. If running would also lead to death, then running would be meaningless. Moreover, he couldn't just abandon the mystic dragon and run away by himself. The Yu clan's third young master was usually not loyal, but it did not mean that he was a running tortoise who would abandon his friends in battle. "FCK, are you an idiot?" Mo Long desperately raised the godly axe that had cut into his forehead a little higher. His voice was squeezed out through his teeth. "I am." Yue Yang's eyes were bloodshot. Blood seeped out from the corner of his eyes. He realized that his punches and kicks were completely ineffective. He roared crazily. He stabbed his right hand into his heart, using his heart's blood as a blade, turning blood into a sword, turning it into a sword of life. This was the Ji Zun's move. When Mo Long was about to be cut in half by the godly axe, the sword of life in Yue Yang's hand finally erupted. The giant god reached out and pinched it with 2 fingers. However, the sword of life directly penetrated the gap between his fingers. The godly throne behind him rotated rapidly. A flaming divine shield blocked the path of the sword of life. At the same time, countless electric arcs followed the sword of life and quickly spread towards Yue Yang's hands, attacking Yue Yang's bleeding heart. What kind of person was the giant god? He could tell at a glance that this brat's blood sword was completely supported by the blood from his heart. If the blood from his heart was interrupted and spurted out, then the power of this blood sword would be greatly weakened. Yue Yang gritted his teeth and charged forward. He had no way to retreat. If he had even the slightest thought of retreating, he and the demon dragon would both be split into 2 under the godly axe. The sword of life pierced through the flaming divine shield and advanced unstoppably. Finally, it successfully pierced the giant god's skin. But it was not the original target. It was not the giant god's heart. It was the giant god's left palm. At the moment when Yue Yang rushed forward with all his might, the giant god calmly returned his hand and caught Yue Yang's sword of life's ultimate sword aura with 1 palm. On the other side, Mo Long, who wanted to use the godly axe to hold him back, was kicked away by the giant god. He did not even have the chance to attack. The giant god blocked the sword of life with 1 palm. He raised the godly axe with 1 hand and looked down at Yue Yang in the air. "I now understand how you cultivated to this level. You fought with your life. You have such ruthlessness at such a young age. It is true that you could defeat many enemies who were originally above you. Unfortunately, you are now facing me. You don't even have a godly throne. Even if you fought 100 times harder, it would be useless." The godly axe in the giant god's hand slashed down. Mo Long pounced. Holding onto Yue Yang, he hurriedly dodged. Blood gushed out from his waist like a waterfall. He was almost cleaved in half by the godly axe. Yue Yang attacked wildly in the air. The moon of destiny once again spun under Yue Yang's will. It mysteriously dodged the halberds and slashed at the giant god's neck. The giant god had to reach out and use his divine power to gently brush it away. But the demon dragon seized that moment. He brought Yue Yang with him and turned into a stream of light in the ancient passage. In the blink of an eye, they escaped thousands of miles away. Slash! The giant god swung the godly axe in his hand and jumped up high. His whole body bent into the shape of a bow, and when he reached his limit, he turned around and slashed forward. Even the ancient passage, which was sealed by the ancient laws, instantly had a spatial crack that could never be healed. The power of the godly axe pierced through the boundless space and reached the demon dragon's back thousands of miles away. Running away was meaningless for the godly throne and the guardian god of light, whose will was half integrated into the ancient passage. His attack had no distance to speak of. As long as his divine sense could reach it, no barrier, no distance, nothing could stop him. Chapter 1346. With the heavy swing of the godly axe, the mystic dragon and Yue Yang were in danger. Just as the guardian deity of light thought that the battle was over, what happened next stunned him. The reason was that the mystic dragon had returned. Not only did he rush back from thousands of miles away, but he also rushed into the giant god's blind spot, a spot where the godly axe could not hit. Not only did the mystic dragon return, but he also brought 6 dragons with him. Since the start of the battle, the mystic dragon had never revealed his true strength. Now, at the moment of life and death, he used a secret move that no one knew for 100,000 years. 6 dragons return. No one knew the reason for the mystic dragon's secret move. In addition to the forgetfulness of time, there was another reason: the mystic dragon's enemies were all killed by this move. The mystic dragon did not have a throne, but it did not mean that he was weak below the throne. He was just cut off by the supreme dragon god and could not be used. His strength could not be evaluated by the martial artists below the throne. If anyone really did this, then the result would be very regretful, just like the giant god now. There was no power that could stop the 6 dragons' return. Not to mention 6 dragons, even the power of 1 dragon was an unstoppable existence. Ah! The giant god could not help but let out a cry of pain. Under the guidance of the mystic dragon's will, the 6 golden dragons pierced through the giant god's limbs, head, and heart. They bit through the giant god's body and squeezed out from the throne behind. The 4 elemental god pearls almost burst, shattering into ice beads and falling to the ground. Only the larger sun god pearl in the middle continued to emit supreme divine light after the 2 dragons passed through it. The transparent hole in the giant god's head quickly recovered under the divine light of the sun god pearl. But the 5 bloody holes in the heart and limbs were not so simple. The mystic dragon, who had endured until now and succeeded in his counterattack, would not miss the opportunity to further expand his victory. Not only was the guy from another world good at chasing after victory, he, the mystic dragon, who was once known as the #1 villain in heaven, was also good at it. Even his control of timing was better than the mystic dragon. Just now, I returned that to you. If you think that I can only wait to die when I see you, then you are very wrong. And now, this is the interest you owe me. The mystic dragon's hands turned into terrifying claws and directly attacked the enemy's chest and abdomen. In a barbaric and bloody manner, he pried open the giant god's ribs. At the moment when the giant god's protective divine power repelled him, he took out something black and bloody. Roar, roar, roar! The giant god was furious. He tossed aside his divine axe and swung his meteor-like astral fist, ready to beat the demon dragon to a pulp. Don't forget about me. Yue Yang had been waiting for a long time. When the power of the giant god's throne was broken by the mystic dragon's 6 dragons' counterattack, he began his counterattack. A moon of fate slashed the back of the giant god's neck. Under the eternal divine power of fate, even an existence like the light guardian divine venerable could not help but sway and freeze for half a second. Half a second was meaningless to most people, but to a guy from another world who was good at seizing opportunities, it was enough for him to do many things. For example, he could raise a divine staff and smash it on the giant god's head like he was doing now. The giant god's face was completely expressionless as he took the staff head on. The prison emperor. Divine staff's power was nothing to him, not to mention that it was just a divine weapon that had not fully recovered its original divine power. Again, in less than 1,000th of a second, Yue Yang launched a second wave of attack. The prison emperor divine seal that was almost reduced to a chestnut smashing tool was lifted up and smashed heavily on the giant god's forehead. The power of this smash was no small matter. The prison emperor divine seal that was completely contracted and fused with Yue Yang's will could no longer be called the prison emperor divine seal. It was a new divine seal. However, Yue Yang still named it as the prison emperor divine seal to commemorate the prison emperor Zanfeng. Its new power combined with fate to achieve eternity. It was no longer comparable to the prison emperor divine seal that the 3 great leaders had endured. The giant god's forehead cracked. However, the powerful and incomparably tenacious giant god was still unfazed. He only clenched his teeth and endured all the attacks. In 100th of a second, he reacted. He stretched out his hand and pressed down the demon dragon that was waving its claws. Then, he grabbed onto Yue Yang who was about to launch a 3rd wave of attack. The furious giant god opened his huge mouth and prepared to stuff the little bug that injured him into his mouth and eat him. Maybe that would be the only way to relieve the hatred in his heart. Break. After Yue Yang stuffed the god bead into his mouth, he still did not struggle to escape. On the contrary, he released a 3rd wave of attack desperately. The creation god bead that was never used in battle was finally used. The creation god bead shot out from Yue Yang's hand and flew straight towards the giant god's throat. As long as the giant god ate this creation god bead, then the outcome of the battle could possibly be reversed. The creation god bead was something that only those who ate it would know. Although it was rarely seen, it was definitely the most powerful artifact that the man from another world had ever cultivated. Roar, roar, roar. The giant god also realized the danger. With his keen senses, of course, he would not treat it as a candy. On the contrary, he would rather swallow a black hole than touch this thing. At the moment when he bit and swallowed Yue Yang, he spat out the little bug in his mouth at an unbelievable speed, intending to use his divine power to blow away the little guy in his throat. Unfortunately, this wish did not come true. In embarrassment, he reached out without caring about his image, stuffed it directly into his mouth, and dug deep into his throat. He forcefully dug the creation god bead out from the depths of his throat. Then, he hurriedly threw it to the ground and abandoned it. Even so, his throat and the palm that had touched it were also swallowed by the creation god bead. It took a long time for it to recover. That's amazing. What kind of treasure is that? The demon dragon leaned over and looked at the creation god bead in Yue Yang's hand. In terms of treasures, he also had a lot, but compared to Yue Yang, he felt that he had lived all these years in vain. This damn bastard had a basket full of divine weapons. It was 100 million times more envious, jealous, and hateful. It's just a creation god bead. Don't you have one? Yue Yang spread it out in his palm unconcernedly. His smug expression almost made the demon dragon choke him to death. Damn it! The demon dragon stuffed a piece of black bloody thing in his hand into his mouth, turning his grief and anger into appetite. Yue Yang was shocked when he saw it. What about me? The demon dragon swallowed the food in his mouth with great difficulty. He was very puzzled by Yue Yang's expression. Eating something, replenishing nutrition, and recovering a little physical strength. You don't have to make such a fuss, right? What was that just now? Yue Yang felt a little dizzy. I think I saw you dig it out from that guy's stomach, yeah. It's something like heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Although the taste is so-so, it's very nourishing. When the demon dragon said that, Yue Yang almost vomited. So Li Da Zui really existed. Of all the things to eat, eating this was really too shocking. Moreover, brother, don't you feel nauseous when you swallow it on the spot with blood dripping down? This young master's stomach cramps just by looking at it. The demon dragon wiped the corner of his mouth with an indifferent expression. This made the guy from another world feel that the gap between the generations really existed. The gap of 100,000 years was really a difference between heaven and earth. Perhaps 100,000 years ago, this kind of thing like digging out the enemy's stomach and eating it was fashionable, but it was not possible now. Today, 100,000 years later, it was the era of the river crabs. Brother, what you did was too barbaric. It was not in line with the spiritual civilization of the new socialist countryside. Even if you are a glutton, you can't just eat everything. Eating random things will cause your intestines to rot. The guy from another world used a lot of effort to stop himself from vomiting. The demon dragon used his sharp claws to pick his teeth. He was incomparably disdainful of the guy from another world who was making a fuss over nothing. You don't even want to eat such a good thing, you're stealing a treasure. Yue Yang was speechless. Alright, if this was considered stealing a treasure, then he would accept it. What other moves do you have? Use them all. Otherwise, you can go to hell. The guardian divine lord of light was very angry, but he did not lose control and roar, nor did he attack crazily. Instead, he was extremely rational and extremely calm. After reflecting on his gains and losses just now, he made up his mind to carry out his original will and kill the two opponents in front of him. To be honest, I really don't have any trump cards left, but I still have a way to seal your throne again. The demon dragon did not need to signal. Yue Yang had already tacitly moved forward together, one on the left and one on the right, attacking the giant god. Before the other party's throne was sealed, no matter what attack it would be ineffective. Only by using the 6 dragons to seal the throne like just now could it cause effective damage. Although the guardian divine lord of light had now completely recovered with the help of his throne, the fact that he had successfully attacked just now told Yue Yang that the throne was not omnipotent, or perhaps the throne in front of him was not omnipotent. As long as it was sealed, then the master would still be hurt. There was even another possibility, and that was death. The giant god was not careless this time. He did not want to suffer another 6 dragons counterattack. Being tricked just now had become the greatest humiliation in his life. Now, he definitely could not and would not suffer another 6 dragons counterattack. He used his greatest rationality to control the situation, and decided that before he killed the demon dragon, he would not let his consciousness and will lose control in the slightest. Twin dragons playing with pearls. 2 golden dragons shot out from the demon dragon's arms. They were larger than the previous 6 dragons, and more than 100 times more powerful. As soon as they appeared, they surpassed their master. Playing, they easily evaded the giant god's lightning. Interception. They seemed slow but were actually fast. One on the left and one on the right, they naughtily fought to bite and pull at the throne behind the giant god. The divine throne spun rapidly like a wheel, instantly shooting out millions of divine lights. Every ray of light was like a divine sword, incomparably sharp. The demon dragon and Yue Yang were affected, and the injuries on their bodies increased like raindrops. However, the 2 golden dragons were still playing with each other. They shook their heads as they evaded the attacks of the divine swords of light. Not only were they not injured, but they also pulled at the throne even further, slowly dragging it away from the giant god's back. The giant god turned around, and his arms disappeared. Billions of shooting stars interweaved into a terrifying net of punches. It was airtight, and drowned the 2 dragons like an ocean. The 2 golden dragons did not retreat. Instead, they continued to drag the throne away from their bodies. Their bodies were being destroyed bit by the giant god's punches. However, before that happened, the throne they were dragging and restraining could no longer support its master like before. Although this was not a seal, but a temporary restriction, it was enough to make Yue Yang feel pleasantly surprised. If this was the case, he still could not grasp the opportunity. In that case, he would not be called Titan Yu, but an idiot. Die. On the other side, the demon dragon also unleashed his greatest power and attacked. Chapter 1347. Blood splattered everywhere. 6 fists landed on their respective targets, none of them missing. The giant god stood tall like a mountain, unmoving. The demon dragon's body shook and he took 3 big steps back, while Yue Yang was sent flying. The giant god raised his arms to the sky, and his divine power condensed into a guillotine, which floated above the demon dragon's neck. With just a thought, the demon dragon's body could be split in half. The demon dragon, who was covered in blood, did not retreat. Instead, he laughed like a madman. The giant god was confused at first. But he was shocked to find that a sword had pierced through his heart. When did the sword pierce into his body? Why did it pierce through his heart? What kind of sword was this? He reached out and was about to pull the sword out, but the demon dragon was rolling on the ground in laughter. He was laughing so hard that tears were almost rolling down his cheeks. It was not easy. He finally tricked the light guardian divine lord. If this guy was not so confident, maybe. The giant god looked back in shock. His golden pupils dilated several times. What he saw was the head of a raging dragon. The raging dragon opened its huge mouth. It did not allow the enemy to struggle or resist. It swallowed him whole, including the divine power guillotine in the sky. Without the support of the divine throne, even an existence like the light guardian divinity would be defeated under the joint attack of the demon dragon and Yue Yang. The raging dragon swallowed the giant god, shook its head, rushed into the sky, and disappeared into the ancient passage. It's done. Yue Yang had returned and asked in surprise. It should be done. The demon dragon was not confident. Although the raging dragon swallowed the enemy, the opponent was still the Radiance Mountain's big boss. The divine lord over there doesn't seem to have dissipated. Yue Yang, who had a huge fist mark on his chest, touched his ribs. He was about to heal his internal injuries when he suddenly realized that the divine lord held back by the 2 dragons was still there. He could not help but scream. It doesn't seem. The demon dragon's eyes darkened. What do you mean? Yue Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva in fear. It means that it's not done, and we have to do it again. The demon dragon's face was the same. Again, Yue Yang felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. If he did it again, it would be strange if he didn't turn into dust. Out of confidence in the demon dragon, he asked, "Do you still have a trump card?" "If I did, I would have used it earlier." The demon dragon rolled his eyes. "Damn, then what are we doing?" Yue Yang was speechless. "We have no choice but to do it. Even if we don't want to do it, I'm afraid others won't agree to it." The mystic dragon gulped nervously. He realized that the giant god had returned. "We have to. Even if we don't want to, the others won't agree." The demon dragon gulped nervously. He realized that the giant god had returned. The giant god and the divine lord merged again. The divine lord emitted a billion rays of divine light, bathing the giant god in it. The invisible internal injuries of the giant god were healed. At the same time, the giant god's body was strengthened by 100 times. The giant god's body was renewed and improved. Your trump card isn't good. It's not even a trump card. The world traveler could not help but complain. I can't do it. Do it if you can. The demon dragon was angry. The trump card was not good, and this was not what he wanted. The demon dragon devours the world was a move that could destroy everything. However, the guardian divinity on the other side not only had the divine lord's divine lord, but he was also half the owner of the ancient passage. The demon dragon devours the world could not unleash its true power here. Moreover, the giant god's strength was so abnormal that he could withstand the attack with his body. What else could he do? Now it seemed that just stripping the divine lord's divine lord was not enough. He still had to avoid the ancient passage, which was considered the opponent's home ground. Otherwise, there was no way to continue this battle. The giant god was not angry. His expression was calm, as if the one who had been beaten down by the mystic dragon and Yue Yang was not him, but someone else. He slowly stepped forward and walked in front of the mystic dragon and Yue Yang. For the first time, he bowed slightly in greeting. You are worthy of this bow. The giant god nodded with a solemn expression. From now on, I admit that all of you are my opponents, including you, Titan Yue. I should not have viewed you as an insignificant insect. You possess courage and viciousness beyond imagination, as well as strength beyond imagination. I have misjudged you. You are actually a formidable foe that is no less dangerous than the demon dragon. So this young master is actually so awesome. Yue Yang was very pleased with himself when he heard this. Mo Long, who was beside him, almost couldn't breathe. Yes, everything about you is hidden behind the demon dragon. If not for your attack just now that almost damaged my divinity, I would still be in the dark. Your sword has a special power of destruction. It is not very powerful and seems to have yet to be perfected, but it is already undeniable and unstoppable. This sword chi that is close to eternity is the most special sword I have ever encountered. It is really hard to imagine that you could cultivate such a divine sword that others could not even cultivate for thousands of years at such a young age. The giant god mused to himself for a moment before suddenly speaking. Although I can't tell, I have reason to suspect that you have a master or a caretaker behind your back, and perhaps more than one. Young Titan Yue, your future is limitless. As long as you agree to one condition, I can guarantee that I will not pursue the matter, and both you and the abyssal dragon would be spared. What condition? Yue Yang's eyes brightened. If there was no need to die, who would be willing to die for nothing? As long as the two of you stay here for a year, I can guarantee that I will not pursue the matter. I can even evolve a new divine throne for the two of you. The guardian god of light looked sincerely at Yue Yang. Did we hit you just now? Yue Yang asked worriedly. I also hit you, so we are even. The giant god waved his hand to show that he was open-minded. You really don't want to fight us? Yue Yang decided to ask clearly to avoid regret. I can't be sure if there is a guardian behind you. The giant god was frank. I don't want to become enemies with the higher-ups. There is no benefit to me if I do that. Just like the demon dragon, he would not have been stripped of his divine throne if he did not commit some unforgivable crime. What if I don't have a guardian behind me? Yue Yang was worried that the guardian god of light would turn hostile if he was exposed. You don't have one now, but it doesn't mean that you won't have one in the future. If the higher-ups knew about such an outstanding child like you, they would be extremely happy. The giant god's words were worth 1,000 gold, and he comforted Yue Yang with kind words. I don't really want to fight, but I can't make the decision. Yue Yang threw this hot potato to the demon dragon. Don't you have a boss? You bastard, you only think of the boss when you have to take the blame. The demon dragon felt that he was going crazy. Isn't that what the boss does? Yue Yang asked weakly. Since I am the boss, then things are simple. One word, fight. The demon dragon was very unhappy with Yue Yang's current expression. Are you crazy? Yue Yang's eyes widened. He still wants to fight in this situation. Isn't this like hanging himself? Is he looking for death? That's not how a boss should be. Okay. If we don't fight, we will die even faster. Don't you see that he is testing your reaction and breaking your fighting spirit? The mystic dragon sneered. Now that you've let him find out that there's no one behind you, your fighting spirit has almost collapsed. It's fine if you don't fight, but in the next second, he will kill you with one hand. Negotiating with an enemy who is stronger than you is the stupidest thing to do. It's no different from asking a tiger for its skin. No, no way. The other party seems to be very sincere. Yue Yang turned to look at the giant god. With just a glance, he could not continue. Don't worry, I won't kill you. The giant god shook his head gently. Because I still can't see if there is someone behind you. But the demon dragon must be killed. I will not let a threat continue to live. What do you think I am? You want to kill me just like that? The demon dragon suddenly remembered. I have someone protecting me too. Who? Yue Yang asked in surprise. The supreme dragon god. The demon dragon answered unconfidently. Are you sure? All right. Yue Yang no longer held any hope in his heart. Counting on a person who had his divine throne removed and sealed for 100,000 years to protect him was really impossible. No wonder the mystic dragon's voice sounded so diffident. Haha, if that's the case, I will take the risk of being punished by the supreme dragon god to test the truth. Maybe the supreme dragon god will send an envoy to thank me for helping him capture and execute the fugitive. The giant god laughed wildly. He felt that the funniest joke in the world paled in comparison to this. It should be known that the supreme dragon god was the one who judged and sealed the demon dragon, the #1 villain in the heaven realm. Now, the demon dragon dared to say that his boss was the supreme dragon god. Was he not afraid of being laughed at by the world? Damn it! The demon dragon's face darkened. Even if he did not believe it, there was no need to laugh so wildly. I believe you, really. Yue Yang was afraid that the demon dragon would hang himself, so he quickly pretended to believe it. However, the expression on his face did not cooperate well, which made the demon dragon even angrier. Since there is no one at the top, then things are simple. The giant god stopped smiling. Billions of divine power turned into countless meteors, densely covering the entire ancient passage. In every inch of space, there were meteors. Any collision of the meteors would erupt with the power of a planet exploding. These were not the most terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that the giant god's fists turned into two huge dragon heads. Each of them was 10 times bigger than the angry dragon that the demon dragon had condensed just now. As long as he waited for the best opportunity, this dragon head would burst forth with a power that was even more terrifying than the demon dragon devours the world, swallowing both the demon dragon and Yue Yang. The demon dragon gritted his teeth and charged forward, his body withstanding the attack of the countless meteors. At the same time, he also fought for an opportunity for Yue Yang, who was preparing to counterattack. Two dragons, one in front and one behind. The demon dragon roared wildly. The demon dragon roared crazily. His body returned to his original form, becoming a 3,000-meter-long black dragon. He coiled around the two smaller dragons and rose into the sky together. At the Dome of Euphoria, he fell down and attacked the giant god below. The giant god's eyes were filled with fanaticism and joy. He was waiting for this move. Almost at the same time when the black dragon swallowed him, his body also expanded endlessly. In the end, his original form returned to a 4,000-meter-tall ancient slaughterer with extremely strong muscles. He leapt into the sky and jumped higher than the black dragon. He grabbed the black dragon with both claws and swung his head down right in the middle of the black dragon's shoulder, hitting the dragon's nose. He grabbed the dragon's horn with both claws and forcefully pulled it down. However, the black dragon's reaction was extremely fast. He had already coiled around the golden ancient slaughterer's body. Just as the two giant beasts were fighting each other crazily, a divine power of destiny soared into the sky. The divine power of destiny that was close to the height of the giant of destiny condensed in Yue Yang's hands into a hammer of destiny that could produce endless power. The 9 weapons of destiny appeared for the first time. The appearance of the hammer of destiny made the golden ancient slaughterer, who had returned to its original form, feel that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it had no chance of regretting now. The black dragon used all its strength and swept its tail fiercely at the elemental god throne that was in the shape of a small sun with hundreds of planets revolving around it. The elemental god throne shook for an extremely short period of time. Perhaps it did not even take a 10,000th of a second before the elemental god throne was cut off. So you're a gorilla. Come, I'll give you a banana to eat. Yue Yang had held it in for too long. He couldn't wait to raise the hammer of destiny in his hands and seize the best opportunity to hit the golden ancient slaughterer forehead with the hammer. Chapter 1348. The golden ancient slaughterer, who had reverted to its original form, felt dizzy after being hit by the hammer. However, it quickly recovered and roared. Its protective divine power immediately sent Yue Yang flying. You're still so arrogant after being hit by the hammer of fate's divine power. Who do you think you are? Even the Radiance Mountain would have a corner broken after being hit by this hammer. Yue Yang knew that this was not the only effect of the hammer. It was just that his opponent was trying to save face by taking it head-on. The power of the hammer of fate had just begun. Yue Yang had been waiting for a long time. Once he made his move, he used the other weapons of the 9 weapons of fate. The sword of fate, which represented justice, descended from the sky and pierced deeply into the golden ancient slaughterer''s head. The divine power tempest that the giant god had spewed out was caught by the shield of fate that appeared later. Under the shield of fate that protected the heaven and earth, the divine power tempest that engulfed the heavens and earth became ineffective for the first time, dissipating in vain. Immediately after, the whip of fate that represented evil retribution wrapped around the enemy's neck, while Yue Yang smashed down with the staff of fate that represented judgment of life. In an instant, the golden ancient slaughterer, who was the guardian god of light, was beaten up by Yue Yang. It cried out in pain. The black dragon, who was fighting the enemy, was sweating profusely. He could not help but say, "Idiot, why are you hitting him? He's not a brainless gorilla. He's just a god in the form of a gorilla, and he has a throne. He'll recover soon. What's the point of hitting him?" That's right, Yue Yang felt as if he was suddenly enlightened. His opponent was not an ancient slaughterer. He was a god. It was just that his original form was in the form of an ancient slaughterer. No matter how badly he was injured, he would recover quickly. What was the point of fighting? The man from another world immediately changed his target and smashed the staff of fate towards the elemental thrones that were densely packed with planets and spinning rapidly. Amidst the rumbling explosion, one of the planets shattered. The shockwave affected the rotation of the surrounding planets. The elemental thrones that were helping its owner recover were disrupted and stopped for a second. The third young master was overjoyed that his attack had such a miraculous effect. Immediately afterward, he temporarily abandoned the staff of fate in his hand and switched to another divine weapon of fate. The staff of fate specialized in judgment of life. Although it was effective against the elemental throne, it wasn't optimal. Hammer and sword in hand, Yue Yang pounced down like a ferocious tiger. Freeze. The giant god who had reverted to his golden primordial slaughterer hurriedly abandoned his battle with the demon dragon and focused his full attention on the titan Yu who possessed the destiny divine weapon. He filled the entire ancient passageway with divine power and fused with the ancient will here. As half the master, he issued orders to stop time and confine space. Roar, roar, roar. The black dragon that the mystic dragon had transformed into did not completely stop, but its speed was as slow as a tortoise. In terms of divine power, he, who had been sealed for 100,000 years and had yet to return to his peak, was no match for the light guardian divinity. Moreover, this was the opponent's home ground. The black dragon that was tangling with the enemy was quickly torn apart by the opponent's giant claws and thrown far away. Although there was a struggle, the golden primordial slaughterer's sharp claws tore the black dragon's body and blood splattered everywhere. That terrifying bloody mouth spat out a divine power bomb that was comparable to a small sun, causing the black dragon to be dizzy and unable to retaliate. "I'll eat you. So what if you are a genius with a divine sword and a divine weapon of fate? Here, I am the master." The giant god who had transformed into the golden primordial slaughterer waved its claws at Yue Yang who had stopped in midair. Dream on. Yue Yang suddenly moved. In a situation where time and space had completely stopped, he moved in an unbelievable manner. On his finger, the ring of destiny, which represented free will since birth, was shining. As long as the ring was present, the wearer and the owner would never be imprisoned. This was the greatest willpower that Yue Yang had comprehended in the Trials Grimoire. It was the greatest enlightenment that the 3 oracles of destruction, creation and eternity had imparted to him. Under the eternal willpower of Yue Yang, no one's destruction could destroy it, and no one's creation could be eternal. This was the greatest explanation of free will that the Ring of Fate had. "You want to destroy my throne? Go to the lost world and enjoy your endless journey." When the giant god saw that the kid could still move, he quickly combined the divine power that filled the entire ancient passage with the ancient laws. In an instant, the entire world became a strange and absurd world. Here, birds swam under the water, fish flew in the sky, mazes and mistakes filled the entire world, obstacles and confusion were everywhere. Not only could he see with his eyes, even his soul could feel the changes in his surroundings. This is a war beast. The Mo Long originally wanted to remind Yue Yang, but when he shouted, his voice strangely became, "This is delicious, delicious." The mystic dragon drowned the mystic dragon with an avalanche of wine and towering chunks of meat. On the other hand, it was the opposite for Yue Yang. He had entered a world of mirrors. The endless refraction and reflection of light made it impossible for Yue Yang to see the real path. Furthermore, in every mirror, there was a resentful spirit or a mischievous little ghost. They were making faces or pointing the wrong direction, trying their best to tease Yue Yang, who had fallen into confusion. Yue Yang also knew that this was the special skill of the war beast, and with the help of the opponent's divine power. But while he understood, his eyes could not see through the truth. Even Heaven Eye's divine vision could not, because this was the home field of the guardian divinity, the ancient passage that he had fused with his will. Here, there could be countless truths, or none at all. As long as the giant god willed it, the truth could appear at any time, and it could disappear at any time. Before Yue Yang's divine power and will could suppress the opponent, and before there was no special war beast that could restrain the opponent's confusion war beast, this world was basically an endless and unbreakable, mysterious world. You forced me to use my ultimate skill. Yue Yang did not move. He knew that if he moved, he could fall into the opponent's wide-open mouth. Under the ridicule of thousands of mirror imps, Yue Yang took out a pearl. The Pearl of Fate. This was also one of the 9 weapons of fate. It represented the guidance of wisdom, destroying obstacles and breaking mysteries. Not only did it contain Yue Yang's own understanding, but it also contained the wisdom of Shui Wuxia and many other treasures, such as the Book of Truth, the Gemini Temple, the Will of the Virgo Temple, his mother's inheritance of knowledge, the Trials Grimoire, and so on. The Pearl of Fate was formed by the fusion of countless wisdom. It was a divine pearl that pointed directly to the truth and eternity. In the sky, the light of wisdom fell. It paved a path of fate. It was as gentle as a rainbow. Yue Yang cleared his distracting thoughts and stepped onto the path of fate. After just 3 steps, the obstacles and confusion in the entire space were completely destroyed, disappearing and ceasing to exist. The giant god could not help but exclaim when he saw his confusion divine beast turn into a wisp of smoke and return to the grimoire. If not for the fact that it was a guardian war beast that could not be killed or destroyed, the confusion divine beast would probably have been destroyed by the light of wisdom of the Pearl of Fate. If that's the case, then take this. The giant god wanted to continue stopping Yue Yang, but Yue Yang's expression was as calm as the surface of a clear lake. Do you think that the sword I nailed into your head only has the power to make you feel pain? What? The giant god was stunned. Didn't he send the sword flying? It was just a mosquito bite. Could there be any repercussions? My sword of fate is the righteous judgment of my enemies. Yue Yang turned around and did not look at the giant god again. If a person's righteousness is too strong, the sword of fate will not only not harm him, but it will also help and protect him. However, if it's the opposite, then the person being judged must bear all his sins with both his body and soul. There's no exception even if you're a god. How can mere pain affect me in the slightest? The giant god did not only feel pain in his body, but even his soul was in extreme pain. However, he was not afraid at all because of his boundless divine power and the recovery of the godly throne. He persisted in the battle. Is that so? Yue Yang turned around and suddenly held a divine seal in his hands. This is. The giant god could not help but jump in shock when he saw it. This divine seal was formed by the divine power of fate. It was extremely similar to the legendary Nirvana sealing god, but its power was slightly weaker. If he was hit by this divine seal head-on, if he let this terrifying divine power of fate pull his soul and pull him into the Nirvana sealing god's black hole, then, the giant god quickly recovered from his golden primordial slaughterer form. His body was too huge and could not avoid the divine seal's attack at all. However, after turning into an 8-meter-tall giant, everything was much simpler. The giant god sneered, "If I can't hit you, your divine seal is equivalent to trash." Yue Yang looked at the demon dragon who had recovered, and then looked at the giant god in front of him. "Why don't we try?" The demon dragon looked at the divine seal and felt his scalp go numb. Although he was the brat's boss, this divine seal did not recognize anyone. Whoever was hit by it would be unlucky. He stood far away and did not dare to approach at all. He also understood that Yue Yang's glance meant for him to stand further away. This brat probably could not completely control the divine seal's sealing power. Once he attacked, he would definitely attack without distinguishing between friend and foe. Ring, 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 ring. The giant god casually summoned another battle beast. It was not in the form of an animal, but a special battle beast in the form of a ring. The moment this battle beast appeared, it stood in front of Yue Yang and his master. As it spun, the demonic dragon had a strange feeling. No matter how Yue Yang attacked, the divine seal would not hit the light guardian divinity's head. Instead, it would hit the ring that was slowly spinning. This battle beast was clearly a sacrifice. Its only purpose was to take a fatal blow for its master. It would trap all the enemy's attacks into the ring. Yue Yang saw such a strange yet effective battle beast and could not help but be stunned for a second. When it came to using battle beasts, these old ghosts who had lived for tens of thousands of years were indeed terrifying. They were the real summoning experts. They would not easily summon battle beasts to participate in battle, but once they were summoned, it would definitely be the beginning to win or reverse the unfavorable situation. Whether it was the confusion divine beast just now or the strange ring now, Yue Yang had a special understanding of battle experience. I also have battle beasts, and not just one. Yue Yang might not have many other things, but he definitely had a lot of battle beasts. An extremely beautiful divine light shot out. In Yue Yang's hand, it changed into a pair of swords. He pierced through the air, and mysteriously and wonderfully pierced through the ring. The sword chi directly pierced the giant god's heart. The giant god's eyes widened. Humanoid divine weapon, and it seemed to be a humanoid divine weapon transformed from an eastern immortal beast. What was this? The legendary pair of lovebirds. Chapter 1349. The sword chi emanated from the throne. Although Yue Yang's sword had pierced through the mystical ring, it was still ineffective. The throne behind the giant god had completely replaced and nullified the ambush. However, the lovebirds were a pair, and Yue Yang's attack was not as simple as a single sword chi. As the giant god looked down at his own heart in shock, another beam of divine light appeared in Yue Yang's hand and turned into a bow. A shooting star streaked across the sky. It glided through the mystical ring, and nailed itself between the giant god's brows. Not bad, but that's not enough. The giant god laughed out loud. The throne behind him was unaffected. The sword and the arrow had both penetrated through the sun god orb, and the four elemental orbs were still operating. Although the power of the throne was slightly reduced, it did not affect its normal operation and functions. Although Yue Yang's sword and arrow were sharp and effective in attacking the enemy, their power was still lacking compared to the abyssal dragons, 6 dragons counterattack. Damn, this turtle shell is too hard. When the demon dragon saw this, he sighed dejectedly. They had already fought to this extent, but unfortunately, they still couldn't defeat the light guardian divinity. It wasn't that he and Yue Yang weren't strong enough, but that damned great god was too abnormal. Ha! Just as the giant god was laughing proudly, there was a sudden shout. An adorable lowly serpent demon jumped out. She raised her tender little hand. Swinging her blade, she slashed at the giant god in front of her, instantly freezing the mystical ring. Behind her, the stone element Medusa, the storm mermaid, the thunder naga, and the frost serpent demon all appeared in a flash. They could not wait to attack, unleashing their most powerful attacks at the giant god, hoping to lend their master a hand. The giant god was not afraid, but a 6-armed serpent demon statue looked down from the sky. It glared at the giant god. This time, even with the abyssal dragon, the giant god could not resist. His entire body and the abyssal dragon were both frozen by the binding talent and rule. Scram, all of you scram. The giant god realized that he had only paused for half a second under the snake demon statue's angry glare, but it was in this half a second that the opponent had completed all the attacks. Even the demon dragon, who was watching from afar, unleashed a solitary dragon soars. The giant god did not know how many attacks he had suffered. He only knew that the seal of fate smashed on his forehead was the most painful, and his soul was almost extinguished. Fortunately, the Pantheon was still there, taking most of the power of fate in his place, allowing his soul to narrowly escape. You idiot! When Mo Long saw that Yue Yang still wanted to use the prison emperor divine seal that was said to be used to smash chestnuts, he couldn't help but roar, I already said that smashing him is useless, quickly smash that damn divine throne. FCK, why didn't you say so earlier? Yue Yang was so engrossed in killing that he almost forgot about this. I just said it, if I had the Pantheon, even if you had 100 lives, you would be finished. The demon dragon sighed in his heart. Fortunately, it was the light guardian divinity who was the enemy. If it was the temple's great elder Tian Yu, sorry, but there would be no second chance. If one move failed, the next move would kill you instantly. How could you have 3 more chances to perform? This is the first time I have fought such a ridiculous boss, okay. Mistakes are inevitable. Do you think I want to be like this? It's good enough that we didn't get wiped out. Yue Yang used the 9 weapons of fate to smash the giant god's divine throne. On the other hand, the demon dragon hugged the giant god's fist and held him back so that the giant god could not kill this long-winded brat with his fist. The demon dragon was beaten to a pulp. The giant god furiously bombarded his body. He could not beat the slippery Yue Yang, so he was furious at the demon dragon who was trying his best to hold him back. While Yue Yang was bombarding his divine throne, he vented his anger on the demon dragon. When Yue Yang attacked his divine throne, he retaliated by bombarding the demon dragon with 10 punches. The demon dragon desperately hugged one of the giant god's fists and did not let go no matter how many times he was hammered. If it were not for little Wen Li, who stopped the giant god's heavy punches in time, the demon dragon would have died long ago. Little Wen Li's divine beast will and the law of binding were not as good as the giant god's, but the giant god was not completely unaffected. After all, little Wen Li also had an undeniable eternal will. A second or half a second was enough for the demon dragon and Yue Yang to escape from the heaviest punches. On the other side, the demon dragon gritted his teeth and held his fist. On the other side, Yue Yang attacked with all kinds of methods. The 9 weapons of fate, the divine pearl of creation, the prison emperor divine seal, the wheel of eternity, the wheel of destruction, and the humanoid soldier god by Yi Yao Yu's sisters poured out without holding back. Yue Yang even summoned the world that only appeared with the summoning grimoire. He used all his means and power. His goal, he wanted to smash the opponent's divine throne. Unfortunately, he had only achieved a small part of his goal in the end. The divine throne behind the giant god was indeed smashed, but it was not destroyed, just badly damaged. Yue Yang could not do more or better, because the demon dragon who was in charge of holding the enemy could not hold on any longer. The demon dragon was knocked down by the giant god. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward, wanting to fight again. But he staggered. His body fell straight down. This was the first time in all his battles that he lost control of his consciousness, the first time he could not control his body. As long as the giant god added another thunderous punch, his soul would be scattered and turned into dust, vanishing into nothingness, but the giant god did not. He raised his huge fist and looked at Yue Yang, who stopped attacking the divine throne and hugged the demon dragon tightly, as well as the little serpent Loli who was guarding Yue Yang. They stared at him with the determination to die. After a long time, he suppressed the anger in his heart. Titan Yu, you are indeed the hope of the Tong Tian Tower. I never thought that you could fight to this extent. I should say that I admire you for not standing on the enemy's side. Just wait, I will be back soon. You won't have to wait too long. The giant god turned into a ray of divine light and disappeared into the endless ancient passage with the damaged divine throne. Seeing the enemy leave, Yue Yang heaved a sigh of relief. His whole body suddenly collapsed like a soft dough. He had actually reached his limit long ago. He was just holding on just now. If the giant god had held on for one more minute, one more punch, he would not have been able to hold on. Fortunately, the giant god was paranoid and his divine throne was damaged. He could no longer provide support, causing the giant god to lose the desire to continue fighting. Xiao Wenli hurriedly carried Yue Yang up. Yue Yang's fighting strength had been completely exhausted. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Compared to the Mo Long who had just regained consciousness and sat up while gritting his teeth, Yue Yang was even worse. How weak. You are still far from it. The demon dragon was dyed red with blood. The injuries on his body were more than the stars in the night sky. I have only cultivated for a few years. Yue Yang was speechless. What do we do now? The demon dragon did not think that staying in the ancient passage was a good thing. The guardian divinity could return at any time. Even if the giant god did not return, the deity temple could just send a few subordinates here and they would be able to take advantage of it. Now, both the heavily injured demon dragon and the exhausted Yue Yang had lost their battle power. If it were not for little Wen Li, the two of them would definitely not be able to walk out of the ancient passage. You ask me, who should I ask? Aren't you the boss? Yue Yang decided to throw this thorny problem to the demon dragon. FCK, you don't even think of me, the boss, when you treat us to a meal. The demon dragon was furious, but he knew that this was not the time to vent his anger. He was too lazy to argue. He desperately used his rarely used brain, hoping to come up with a good idea before the giant god returned. Should we find a place to hide and recover first? Yue Yang found that the blood on the demon dragon's body was like a fountain. If he did not heal this boss, no matter how much blood he had, he would not be able to withstand it. There is no place in the heaven realm that is safe. The demon dragon was furious. Where could he hide? In the heaven realm, in this ancient passage, the guardian divinity was the real master. What was the use of hiding? Was there anything here that was not under his eyes? Hiding was definitely not an option. He would definitely die. He definitely could not compete with him in terms of recovery. The other party had a deity, however, Yue Yang's unintentional suggestion still gave the demon dragon a flash of inspiration in his almost overgrown mind. Unfortunately, for a moment, he could not grasp what it was. He scratched the back of his head and reached out his hand to pat Yue Yang's shoulder. Talk some more nonsense. I almost remembered just now. There is still a little bit left. Yue Yang was speechless. FCK, you can't remember. Let others speak to enlighten you. Do you think I am the god of wisdom who guides the world? If you can't remember, then think hard. What does it mean to let others talk? Is this the prelude to blaming others? The demon dragon was also speechless. There is no need to speak. You brat, you talk non-stop. Now that you need to speak, you can just say a few words to get some inspiration. But you can't even come up with a fart. Yue Yang saw the depressed expression of the demon dragon. He quickly said, why don't we go to the gods' ruins? It should be safe there. I just don't know how to leave the heaven realm. Don't look at me. I am not familiar with the heaven realm at all. If we go back to Tong Tian Tower and go to the gods' ruins, I can give you some directions. Well, I know it's not reliable, but didn't you want me to speak to remind you? I shut up. Now it's your turn to speak. You are the boss, you have the final say. Although Yue Yang's suggestion was useless, the demon dragon's mind was still successfully grasped by him. The demon dragon first organized his words. Then he waved his hand. Going to the gods' ruins is a good idea, but we don't know the direction. Coupled with the long journey, it is difficult to guarantee that the guardian divinity will not catch up. The temple's supreme heavenly chariot is most likely waiting for us halfway. If we really go that way, it is probably more dangerous. But in the end, going to the gods' ruins is the right choice. Our final battlefield should be in the gods' ruins. This is the enemy's home ground. We will be at a disadvantage if we fight. Yue Yang nodded in agreement. Then let's leave this ancient passage first and pretend that we are escaping from the gods' ruins. Then, we will return to the grimoire to rest. The demon dragon shook his head. No, we definitely can't return to the grimoire. This time, we will fall into the enemy's trap. Yue Yang was puzzled. Quote. The demon dragon looked at Yue Yang solemnly. Why do you think the temple's supreme heavenly chariot didn't come to participate in the battle? If he makes a move, the two of us will definitely die. Why would he give up such a good opportunity? Yue Yang suddenly understood. You mean, the temple's supreme heavenly chariot is carrying out some conspiracy at this moment, so important that he doesn't even care about killing us? The demon dragon said suspiciously, yes. If that is the case, there is only one possibility. It is the legendary, Supreme Heavenly Chariot Duel. Supreme Heavenly Chariot Duel. Yue Yang had never heard of this term. Chapter 1350, The Destiny Duel of the Supremes. This is an opportunity that can only be encountered by chance. In other words, either the Heaven Realm or the Heaven Realm has produced two candidates to become the Holy Supremes, but the Heaven Realm only needs one place. Therefore, these two candidates will engage in an unparalleled destiny duel. The winner among them will become the Holy Supremes and enter eternity, while the loser will become the stepping stone of the Holy Supremes, and all his efforts will become a foil for the eternal glory of others. This kind of battle is crueler and more tragic than a cruel death, and there is never a way out, never a second choice. This is the destiny duel of the Supremes. In this kind of destiny duel, only victory is allowed, no defeat is allowed. You see, the guardian divinity attacked both of us, but the Supremes of the temple did not appear. The only explanation is that he is making his final preparations. For the final victory, he abandoned everything in the outside world, including the seemingly easy victory. The more the demonic dragon said, the more he understood. In the end, Yue Yang was still confused, but he had completely understood. Finally, he suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked eagerly at Yue Yang. Unfortunately, at this time, Yue Yang did not have any reaction. Without any awareness, Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and find the peerless emperor. When Yue Yang heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. He estimated that the good days of the Temple Supremes were coming to an end. For a big boss like him, the opponent must also be an unparalleled awesome person, such as the peerless emperor who had been locked in the Black Tower for tens of thousands of years waiting for an opportunity. Who said that the other candidate for the destiny duel is the peerless emperor? The demonic dragon was stunned. There is an existence more awesome than the peerless emperor. Yue Yang thought that the other candidate could not be Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li, right? Thinking about it, it made sense. Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li was determined to conquer the entire heaven realm and trample the Light Mountain. It's you, you fool. The demonic dragon slapped Yue Yang's forehead. He really wanted to slap this unconscious guy to death. If you are not the other candidate for the destiny duel, can your cultivation speed be so fast? Could there be so many fortuitous encounters and so many guides? Look at your beasts and treasures, then look at others. Have you ever thought that perhaps you were born into this world because you wanted to defeat deity Templars Supreme Tian Yu and become a divine supreme? I am also a genius, and a super genius at that. What right do you have to cultivate for such a short period of time to catch up to me? Isn't it because you are the future divine sovereign? Everything is arranged by fate. Me. Yue Yang was flabbergasted, completely dumbfounded. Your expression is asking for a beating. Don't force me to use violence out of envy, jealousy, and hatred, okay? The demon dragon gritted his teeth in hatred. He really didn't understand why the other candidate for the Divine Supreme Fate Showdown would choose this brat. In terms of talent, the unparalleled Emperor and the Conquest Queen Fei Wen Li were not inferior at all. Moreover, the other people's hard work could beat this brat by 9 streets. Then it's over. If it's really me, then I'll definitely lose this battle. Yue Yang didn't think he could kill Tianyu right now. Not to mention killing Tianyu. Even if he challenged him, he might not be qualified. Even Yue Yang himself wouldn't bet on himself to win if the two of them were placed on the stage at the same time for a fated battle. Damn, the gap was too big. How many years had Tianyu, the supreme elder of the deity palace, cultivated for? Moreover, it was said that this guy was a madman. He cultivated every day and never slacked off just because he was the #1 person in the central shrine. Against such a pervert in the Fate Showdown, could the chance of winning be 1 in 100 million? It's not up to you to say whether you win or lose. You're only responsible for fighting. The demon dragon's heart was now much more at ease. If this brat was really the other candidate for the Supreme Fate Showdown, then many of his previous doubts could be explained. Why was this brat so abnormal? Why did this brat have so many guardian warbeasts? Why did this brat have so many divine weapons? Why did this brat have so many fortuitous encounters? Why did this brat improve so quickly? Why could this brat defeat powerful enemies that he couldn't possibly defeat? Now, everything had an answer, because he was the future divine sovereign. Perhaps it was destined from birth. Of course, it was also possible that it would become someone else's wedding dress. The final result could only be known after the Fate Showdown. But no matter what, this brat didn't seem to be a tragic existence that would become someone else's wedding dress. Perhaps the one who would really become a stepping stone to set off his glory was the deity shrine's sovereign Tianyu, who had never been pushed down from his throne for tens of thousands of years. Brat, with me protecting you, you will win, you definitely will. The demon dragon patted his chest and guaranteed, even if I die, I will help. You reach the top. Ha, my little brother is actually the divine sovereign. Damn it, I'll wake up laughing even in my dreams. Calm down, don't panic, the deity shrine's sovereign Tianyu is nothing to be proud of. He just cultivated tens of thousands of years earlier than you. He's just a madman who cultivates every day. It's okay, with me protecting you, you will definitely win in the end. What kind of look is that? You dare to doubt me? Are you asking for a beating? Let's find a place to hide. Yue Yang suddenly thought of this serious problem. If the guardian angel of the light returned, forget about the Supreme Elder's Fate Showdown, he would be instantly killed. That's right, that's true. The demon dragon also felt that the giant god was very difficult to deal with. This guy's turtle shell was too hard, he really couldn't beat him now. Let's hurry up and run, it'll be too late if we don't run now. Yue Yang felt that it was too early to discuss the Fate Showdown. What are you panicking for? I know a place. The demon dragon suddenly thought of a place and grabbed Yue Yang's shoulder. I don't know if it's right to go there. Maybe it's harming you, maybe it's fate's arrangement. You make the final decision. Live or die, you've already made your choice. If you die, don't blame me for not making it clear. So serious. What is that place? The bright summit of the central shrine. You know the secret passage. Yue Yang remembered that when the 6 major sects besieged the Ming cult, there was a secret passage that led straight to the bright summit. Could it be that the demon dragon wanted to play a trick on him? The most dangerous place was the safest place, right? What nonsense, we're going to the gate of fate. Fortunately, the demon dragon didn't know what the bright summit that Yue Yang was talking about was. Otherwise, he would definitely be shocked to death. The gate of fate. Yue Yang had a bad feeling when he heard that. That's an ancient gate of God. Those who enter must break through their destiny to get out. Bringing you in now might be good, or it might be the biggest mistake. You decide for yourself. The demon dragon gave the choice to Yue Yang. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. Yue Yang threw caution to the wind, even though he had a guilty conscience. But the guy from another world still had the courage to do things. Clenching his teeth, he made a decision that he didn't know was good or bad. Everything would be decided by his own hard work and struggle. Whether he would succeed in defying the heavens, turn the world around and achieve glory, or some other ending, he didn't think about it for now. He would use his hands to fight to the end. In short, he would do his best. The guy from another world felt that it was fine as long as he didn't have any regrets. The demon dragon praised. Good, this is the courage of a future honorable saint. Just like that, the 2 brothers who weren't fated to die finally came to their senses and made the right choice at the most dangerous moment. When little Wen Li brought Yue Yang and the demon dragon along and turned into a ray of divine light, disappearing into the ancient passage, the 3 rankers under the honorable saint of the temple, Zizai Tian, Wei Tian and the strongest ranker who liked to hide high up in the sky, rushed to the battlefield. If they were a minute later, no, half a minute. The ending, maybe it would have turned into something else. The extremely mature Zizai Tian observed the surroundings of the battlefield and judged, a terrifying deity war once erupted here. The missing Titan Yu definitely escaped from here. Titan Yu has this kind of strength. The hidden ranker who liked to descend from the sky expressed his doubt. Someone is helping him. Wei Tian's senses were even more accurate. Although this place was destroyed everywhere, I can still sense the energy left behind by the 3 powerful deities. The guardian deity must have sensed the enemy's movements and appeared to stop them. An intense deity war erupted here. Although we don't know what the outcome was, we can be sure that an enemy close to the guardian deity came to help Titan Yu. Mo Long. Zizai Tian immediately reacted. The East once said that Titan Yu had an extremely powerful guardian behind him. The demon dragon who was once known as Heaven Realm's #1 murderer, has already been released by the higher-ups to protect Titan Yu to atone for his crimes. That makes sense. The one hidden in the sky also agreed with this deduction. The guardian deity still couldn't kill Titan Yu. There seems to be someone leaving over there. Wei Tian faintly sensed that there were some kind of tear marks in the depths of the ancient passage. If the guardian deity made a move, even if the enemy wasn't killed on the spot, the enemy would definitely be heavily injured. The will that descended from the sky was overjoyed. Hearing this, Zizai Tian immediately made a decision. Let's chase. Quickly chase. As long as Titan Yu was still alive, then the chase must not stop. 3 rays of divine light cut through the tranquility of the ancient passage. In an instant, they disappeared into the deep darkness. At this moment, on the Sky Snake Bridge of Libra World, Jizun was in a bitter battle. Her opponent was no longer that battle-hungry subtraction life, but had changed many times. Now, it was an extremely powerful old ghost called Venerable Floating Sky by her companions. This venerable floating sky was completely black, like a dazzling ink. No light in the world could stay on his body for even half a second. It wasn't devouring, it was a type of negation. Jizun had released a burst of light before, but it was completely ineffective against this venerable floating sky. This old ghost was an existence that couldn't be defeated by any light energy. Even Jizun's black pieces couldn't leave a mark on his body. If it wasn't for Jizun discovering that this venerable floating sky was somewhat afraid of the black pieces, she wouldn't know what to do to deal with this troublesome enemy. Use your ultimate move. Use your strongest secret technique and forbidden technique. Otherwise, this battle will be over. The black hole-like venerable floating sky was even stronger than subtraction life. However, Jizun was currently exhausted in the battle against several super experts. She almost didn't have the strength to stand. It's not bad that you were able to fight until now. What a surprising young lady. The seductive female voice giggled. Good fight, very exciting. It would be better if the fight lasted longer. Right now, it's not enough. Peerless world, are you going to watch your descendant be killed by venerable floating sky and do nothing? Another old voice provoked the peerless world. Don't you want to fight? This old man's hands are a little itchy. Come, this old man will give you a chance to take revenge. I'm not dead yet. Ji Zun suddenly stood up and stood proudly under the impact of the opponent's divine power. A trace of stubbornness flashed in the depths of her eyes. I haven't lost. Mother, are you watching from the sky? You know, I'm the strongest, and I've always been working hard. Today, I'll show you the greatest result of my cultivation. When Ji Zun's consciousness fell into thought, her divine power also underwent an incredible change around her body. A strange spectacle that no one had ever seen before appeared in front of everyone. Black and white interweaved to form a world. There was only black and white inside, and nothing else. It rotated outside Ji Zun's body at an extremely slow speed, but it was extremely mysterious. It was as if it had always existed since the beginning of the world. Danger! A seductive female voice screamed. Not only Master Xuankang, who was opposite Ji Zun, but even Master Chong Sheng and the other opponents who were resting and watching the battle from afar were all alarmed. When this extremely beautiful and mysterious small world appeared, everyone had a feeling that they were going to be sealed inside forever, never to come out. Whether it was stepping into the battlefield or hiding in the sky to watch the battle, the result was the same. Everyone rushed forward in a frenzy, hoping that at the last moment, they could stop this terrifying small world from rotating. As long as it continued, even if everyone died, at the very least, they would be sealed forever. Door of eternal life, seal. Ji Zun raised her hand and pointed. Master Xuankang, who had already erupted with his ultimate power, was absorbed by the small world like smoke. His divine body, which was not affected by any light energy and even the black pieces could not damage it, was directly annihilated. Under everyone's gaze, the soul inside the divine body let out a heaven-shaking wail. It desperately begged and struggled, but it was useless. Master Xuankang's soul was directly extracted by an irresistible will of Ji Zun and sealed into the small world. Master Chong Sheng and the others were sweating profusely as they watched. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that the will and laws of this little girl in front of them had reached such a terrifying realm. If they had known earlier, even if there were great benefits, they would not have made a move against this little girl. It was too terrifying. Someone as strong as Master Xuankang couldn't even struggle. His divine body was directly annihilated and his soul was sealed. How did she cultivate to such a level? Fortunately, the target was not them, but Master Xuankang, who was constantly shouting in the battlefield. Otherwise, no one here would be spared. I give up. I don't want to fight against such a terrifying opponent. Master Chong Sheng was scared out of his wits. He decided that he would never fight against Ji Zun again, forever. Not a single person in the crowd laughed at him, because this was not funny at all. Everyone's hearts became incomparably heavy as they watched the ascendant being insta-killed. It was as if a heavy boulder had been placed on the other side of the scale. That little girl seems to have fainted. The seductive female voice cried out again. She was the first to notice that something was wrong. Ji Zun fell to the ground with a thud. Her consciousness gradually became lighter. It was as if she could see her mother and little aunt smiling in the sky, while her little sister was like when she was young, lifting her skirt and running over happily, calling her big sister and so on. Further behind, there was a mischievous little fellow, surrounded by a large group of people, walking over noisily. Is it him, Mom? Is it him? Is he the little brother you were hoping for? Chapter 1351. It turns out that she had already reached her limit and couldn't hold on any longer. A few old fellows discussed among themselves. Doesn't that mean that Zhang Kong's sage died unjustly? Some people felt sorry for the powerful Zhang Kong sage. If he hadn't been killed in one move, he would have won even if he didn't attack. Who asked him to provoke his opponent? Someone sneered. He deserved it. I think that little girl is too strange. A normal god-level warrior can't kill an opponent of the same level in one move. More people agreed with this point of view. In my opinion, it doesn't matter if she's strange or normal. Now is the best time to kill her while she's unconscious and defenseless. The god-level expert, who was ranked second behind Jia Chongsheng and was fighting against a supreme being, spoke at this moment. If we miss this golden opportunity, and she wakes up, she might attack and instantly kill another old man. I just don't know which unlucky fellow among you will be Xuankang esteemed master. Kai Danzi, you're all talk and no action. Why don't you attack? How do you know that you won't be the next one? An old voice protested in a stern voice. I've already fought with her. Now, it's not my turn to attack, right? The god-level ranker called Kai Danzi laughed. If you're still trying to incite us to fight her to the death because that little girl killed dozens of your trash beasts, then there's no need for that. At the very least, I won't be used as a tool by others. It's better to play less tricks. The old voice snorted disdainfully. Whatever you think. Kai Danzi didn't say much. Don't be noisy. Isn't it just killing an unconscious brat? It's so easy. A gloomy and slightly hoarse male voice rang out, hissing like a venomous snake lurking in the darkness. You're all high and mighty deities, so you disdain to do such despicable and shameless things, don't you? Don't worry, I'll do it. Haha, what I like to do the most is to build my happiness on other people's pain. It doesn't matter when or where, as long as I can vent to my heart's content. Do you want me to rape her first and then kill her? I can swear in the name of the primordial snake god that I can twist off her head and play with it to my heart's content for an entire day. She won't die completely. If you don't like it, how about some delicious roasted meat? It's been a long time since I've tasted a little girl with such tender skin and flesh. Roasted human flesh, the seductive female voice shrieked. Yue Yang, you pervert. You have no taste at all. You can imagine, if there is a long and sharp root piercing through your anus, through your stomach, then through your throat, and finally out through your 2 rows of teeth and sexy lips, how wonderful that scene would be, if there was a fire roasting the food underneath, watching the food being cooked bit by bit, charred bit by bit, and then the aroma would spread. You have to eat it while it's hot. You have to cut off a big piece at the fastest speed and stuff it into your mouth, letting the taste of the meat fill your entire mouth. Oh, that would be the highest enjoyment in life. When the gloomy and hoarse Yue Yang said this, many old ghosts who knew him couldn't help but stay away from him. For tens of thousands of years, no one knew that he had such a perverted hobby. How well did he hide it? Of course, it might not be that Yue Yang hid it well, but that this Libra world didn't give him such a chance to display it. The Libra world was filled with divine-level monsters. To Yue Yang, whose abilities were average, it wasn't easy for him to eat any one of them. There was a shortage of ingredients, so this hobby had never been displayed. The seductive female voice cursed when she heard this. Her relationship with Yue Yang wasn't good. Now, when she thought that this fellow might have had designs on her, and when she thought about how she would look when she was placed on the roasting rack, she felt extremely disgusted. In the future, don't ever talk to me, and don't say that you know me. The seductive female voice distanced herself from him with extreme disgust. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death. Fine, I won't tell you even if you've slept with me. Before, Yue Yang laughed loudly. Do you want to die? The seductive female voice became even more furious. All right, don't coax each other. Let's talk when we get back. I don't care whether you sleep with me or kill each other, but you have to deal with this immediately. Otherwise, it'll be too late for you to regret it when the Peerless World releases the Libra world. The aged voice relied on his seniority and quickly stopped this battle that could explode at any moment. Damned snake, I'm not done with you. Just you wait. The seductive female voice suppressed her desire to kill, but continued to curse resentfully. Wait, where? On the bed. Yue Yang wasn't afraid at all when he heard this. Instead, he was proud of himself. Can you all calm down for a while? The aged voice hurriedly shouted. Yue Yang, you'll be responsible for this matter. You can steam it or boil it if you want, roast it or roast it if you want. We don't care, but you'll have to bear this sin yourself. If someone behind this young lady pursues this matter, you'll have to figure it out yourself. Don't think of dragging us down with you. I understand. Since I want to enjoy delicious food, I naturally have to pay the price. Yue Yang laughed loudly. So what if I'm guilty? Lock me up for another 10,000 years. Anyway, I'll never be able to get out of here. Lock me up for as long as I want. With a beautiful woman as my food, I don't care about any sins. Even if the heavens fall and the earth shatter in the future, I'll just enjoy it now. Ha ha ha. If you're interested, you can come and share it with me. I'm very happy to find a like-minded friend to enjoy delicious food in life. I'm interested, but this young lady might not be a simple character. I'll let it go this time. We can talk about enjoying delicious food next time. An old ghost expressed his interest, but he was equally cautious. After all, he still didn't know if there was someone behind Jizun. Hurry up and get her out of here. Peerless will be here soon. The aged voice hurriedly reminded Yue Yang. Alright, then I'll have to enjoy this sumptuous meal alone. Yue Yang, whose voice was gloomy and hoarse, appeared from the darkness. He had a human body and a snake's tail, and a pair of terrifying green, phosphorescent snake eyes flashed. Between his thin lips, a long forked tongue flashed and hissed from time to time. He twisted his body and slithered forward. Although he looked arrogant on the surface, he was actually secretly vigilant, deeply afraid that Jizun would wake up. Just now, Jizun had killed Floating Sage in one move, which shocked everyone present. If she hadn't fainted on the ground and completely lost consciousness, Yue Yang wouldn't have dared to eat her even if he was given 100 guts. Although Yue Yang's actions were disgusting, even the seductive female voice, who was the most disgusted with him, didn't object. Even she was afraid of Jizun's awakening, because no one knew if Jizun would kill another one in a second when she woke up. However, when Yue Yang swam to Jizun's side, an unexpected person suddenly stood up. He stood in front of Yue Yang. This person, it wasn't Peerless Emperor Wu Shuang, but Subduing Common Life, who had previously fought a bitter battle with Jizun. In the battle between Subduing Common Life and Jizun, neither side had the upper hand. The evenly matched two fell into a long and bitter battle. Subduing Common Life exhausted all his means, but still couldn't defeat Subduing Common Life. Jizun also attacked fiercely, but couldn't do anything to Subduing Common Life. If it wasn't for Scarlet Danzi, who was ranked second, being impatient and joining the battle might have continued until now. Subduing Common Life, what is the meaning of this? Yue Yang was confused. Nothing. Subduing Common Life's voice sounded lazily. I just can't stand it. None of your business. Get lost. Yue Yang was furious. Whose side are you on? Do you think you're on Peerless Emperor Wu Shuang's side? You're a fallen god, a criminal imprisoned in the Dead Sea. Why do you have a sense of justice? Besides, a hero saving a damsel in distress isn't something a villain like you, Subduing Common Life, would do. If you want to kill her, then I don't care. But if you want to eat her, then I won't allow it. Subduing Common Life was very principled. I want to use her as food, and I want to humiliate her. What are you going to do about it? Yue Yang felt that this guy was deliberately going against her. Everyone agreed, so why would Subduing Common Life object? If you want to humiliate her, then you want to humiliate me. She's a strong enemy that I, Subduing Common Life, can't defeat. She's definitely not food, Subduing Common Life sneered. If you can step over my dead body, then I have nothing to say. But before that, don't even think about touching a finger of hers. Come, if you insist, then let's have a showdown. If it was before, I might have some reservations. But now that you've been crippled, do you really think I'm giving it to you for free? Yue Yang suddenly felt that this was a good opportunity. If he could defeat Subduing Common Life, who was ranked above him, then he could advance further. Don't mention a small injury. Even if I, Subduing Common Life, am on my last breath, don't even think about challenging my position. Subduing Common Life was incomparably proud. Are you sure? Yue Yang laughed sinisterly. Her tone changed. Are you sure that your stupid actions won't anger everyone? It's not your turn to rule over Subduing Common Life yet, right? Yue Yang is right. Destroying the enemy is the most important thing right now. The old voice also hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Subduing Common Life, we can understand your respect for a strong enemy. But they're still enemies. Peerless Emperor Wu Shuang could drop the sky at any time and launch a sneak attack on us. Right now, we can't fight amongst ourselves. Subduing Common Life, we mean to get rid of this little girl first. Her willpower and laws are too dangerous. Yue Yang, you have to respect Subduing Common Life's wishes. After all, his position is above yours. You'd better make a move as soon as possible and kill the target. Don't do anything unnecessary. We only want the result. It's that simple. You guys control the speed. Understood. Yue Yang laughed. Did you hear that? Subduing Common Life, I've won. Move aside. I can promise you that I'll kill this little girl first and then turn her into a delicacy. Go and die. Subduing Common Life sent Yue Yang flying with a punch while he was laughing smugly. He opened his stance towards the darkness. His gaze was blazing. Standing in front of the unconscious Jizun, his willpower was boundless. This enemy is a respectable enemy. If any of you want to blaspheme her, then step over my dead body. If she's conscious, I, subduing common life, will fight her to the death without any regrets. But while she's unconscious, you old ghosts who've lived for tens of thousands of years, don't even think about killing her and blaspheming her corpse. I, subduing common life, am a bad guy. But I'm also a warrior. Chapter 1352. The old ghosts in the darkness discussed for a while. In the end, the old voice let out a long sigh. The seductive female voice suddenly spoke. Subtraction life, you still have a chance to change your mind. Subtraction life's usual lazy and sleepy voice had changed. It became like a furious lion, roaring thunderously. No, never. After a long time, the seductive female voice made a decision. Everyone knows that my relationship with this idiot is not bad. If he participates, you might even suspect that we are on the same side, so I have decided to withdraw. After a pause, she said to Subtraction Life, if you die, I might shed a few tears. After all, I have been using you as a shield all these years. You idiot, why do you have to be so foolish? That is an enemy. You did not know her before, and you did not fall in love with her at first sight. Why do you still want to protect her? Subtraction Life snorted. I am such an idiot, you don't understand. The seductive female voice sighed. All right, I don't understand, but I will still help you collect your corpse, if there is even a little bit of you left. Just as she was sighing bitterly, billions of light rays shot out from all directions in the darkness. Their target was Subtraction Life, who was blocking in front of Jizun. It was an attack that gathered almost all of their strength. Its power could simply shatter half of the Libra world. The Horizon Snake Bridge disappeared in an instant. The entire space turned into a sieve. If not for the ancient laws continuously recovering, the Libra world would have been in danger of collapsing. In the center of the divine power attack, a sapphire blue divine power circle protected the unconscious Jizun, not letting her receive any damage. And her original opponent, Subtraction Life, was directly bathed in the divine power storm that erupted from his comrades. After a long time, the destructive shockwave caused by the divine power slowly disappeared. The Horizon Snake Bridge also began to recover bit by bit. The broken space began to close up. Finally, it was as if nothing had happened, except for Subtraction Life, who had taken the full brunt of his comrades' attacks. Half of his body disappeared. Only one leg and one hand remained. But at this time, Subtraction Life was still tenaciously surviving, and persisted in protecting Jizun. Fool, how many waves of such attacks can you withstand? The seductive female voice had already foreseen this outcome, but when she saw Jia Kangsheng's miserable state, she still couldn't help but sigh. I won't regret it even in death, because I'm reduced life. No matter how depraved I am, I won't kill an unconscious woman. This is my principle as a warrior, and it's also the thing I'm most proud of in my life. Reduce the common life's cry shook the heavens and the earth. He knew that after the next wave of attacks, he would definitely not be able to escape. Even the principles that he adhered to and the enemies that he protected would be annihilated together. But even so, he would not regret it even if he died. You're such a fool. That seductive female voice sounded like she was about to cry. Go and die. If you want to be a hero, go and help Peerless raise the sky. Why are you trying to be a hero on our side? It's as if you've never done anything bad. Who are you trying to show this disgusting face of righteousness? Yue Yang appeared and rained down punches on subduing mortal being, causing blood to splatter all over his body. In the past, he would not have dared to challenge subduing mortal being, who was ranked far above him. But now, it was a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. Subduing mortal being was on the brink of death. Heavily injured, he could not fight back at all. Moreover, with so many people gathering their divine powers to attack him, subduing mortal being would definitely die. No matter how they humiliated him, there would be no repercussions. Da 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 da, the divine fists were as heavy as mountains and as dense as rain. In the sky, blood splattered everywhere. Subduing mortal being, who had always been ranked above Yue Yang in both ranking and status, could not even dodge now. He could only let Yue Yang attack with all his might. Yue Yang was having a great time fighting. Who would have thought that the powerful and proud subduing mortal being would one day become a human target? Just as Yue Yang was preparing his strongest move to blow up subduing mortal being's head, a strange divine power arced through the sky from behind and sent Yue Yang flying in an instant. Yue Yang tumbled around in the sky in a sorry state. It took him a lot of effort to stop the momentum of his charge. He looked at a dark corner and roared angrily, "Blood flower, you bitch, do you want to go against us too? Just because I attacked your lover, right? I knew you and subduing mortal being were a couple. Otherwise, how could a bitch like you not have a man for tens of thousands of years? I don't want to go against anyone. I just don't like you. The seductive female voice giggled. You can kill subduing mortal being. I don't mind. I said I would back out long ago, but some people are very annoying. I couldn't help but attack. Now, you can continue. I will watch and not participate in any of your quarrels or disagreements. Bitch, that's just an excuse. Everyone knows he's your lover. Yue Yang was about to go crazy with anger. But in terms of fighting, he really did not have the confidence to defeat the other party. The seductive blood flower. This legendary spider queen who did not like men every day was not someone to be trifled with. Especially since there was still subduing mortal being in front. If he fell into the enemy's trap in the middle of the battlefield and allowed the other party to attack him with all his might, the gains would not make up for the losses. The old voice pondered for a while and slowly said, since you are neutral, it doesn't matter. Moreover, your personal actions did not violate the rules of the Dead Sea. We will not care about the grudges between you. Subduing mortal being, if you give up, I guarantee that we will still be friends and comrades. Subduing mortal being's reply, there was only silence, a silence that was as firm as a mountain and as hard as steel. He did not say a word, but his attitude had already expressed his will. In that case, we will send our friend on his way. Over the years, there have been many friends who have grown tired of the balanced world and the Dead Sea and have chosen various ways to leave us. Although we are reluctant, we respect them very much. Subduing mortal being, you are not wrong. You can have your persistence in ideals, but we are not wrong either. We also have our persistence in ideals, friend, former comrades. Since we have different paths, let us not work together. Fate has come to an end. Please go on your way in peace. The old voice had already made its final decision. Divine power gathered again and turned into blazing divine light. It came from all directions. It shot towards the center, towards subduing mortal being, who was in the middle of the battlefield. The destructive power was 10 times stronger than the previous wave of attacks. Even if subduing mortal being tried to escape with his broken body, he might not be able to escape death in time. Is it over? But this is good too. Actually, I should have died back then. It's too late now. If I had died in battle back then, how good would that have been? I wouldn't have needed to be trapped in this damned balanced world for tens of thousands of years. My comrade, after tens of thousands of years, do you still remember me, sleeping for eternity? If I hadn't been so competitive back then and deliberately stood in front of you, determined to compete with you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. I'm tired. I've lived for too long and I'm too tired. What I need most now is freedom. My brother, please allow me to come to your sleeping world and apologize to you. I was really young and impetuous back then. I didn't know that you were so much stronger than me, and I didn't know that you were so forgiving. On the contrary, I swung my murderous fist at you and caused you fatal injuries. Can you still forgive me like before? My friend, my brother. Once again, the huge sky serpent bridge was in a state of destruction. Above it, subtract the common life was directly bathed in the divine light of the attacks of the gods. It was as if, at the moment when he disappeared, he revealed a comfortable smile that had never been seen for tens of thousands of years. That smile was so comforting, so liberating. His companion Scarlet Danzy, who was hiding in the darkness, saw this and sighed sadly. As a friend, he understood very well what subtract the common life wanted. This guy didn't want to live anymore. He was tired of living. In this Dead Sea, the endless years without passion were even scarier than the sharp edge of a knife. Bit by bit, it cut away the fighting spirit of a martial artist. Almost no one could escape the devastation of this blade of time. This was not like the aging of mortals. Their physical bodies died and then reincarnated, continuing a new exciting life with a brand new attitude. This was a kind of punishment for not dying. Scarlet Danzy understood very well that subtract the common life longed to die in battle. He even longed for it before. Unfortunately, he didn't have the courage that subtract the common life had. He didn't dare to stand against everyone and face death. Because this kind of death was not the death of a mortal's physical body. This kind of death was true death. Soul annihilation. In other words, it was a kind of death that had completely turned into nothingness. Have a good journey. Perhaps, one day, I will also go crazy and follow your choice, Scarlet Danzy murmured and sighed. Before subtract the common life, there had been many fallen deities who chose to die in battle as a means of liberation. Some even chose to self-destruct as a means of liberation. Although this ending was different for each deity. Some deities endured for a long time, and some deities only persisted for a short time before giving up. The choice was almost the same. They all chose death as a means of liberation. Pei, Zhu Wang spat coldly. He was actually another mode of existence among the fallen deities in the camp of the Dead Sea of Balance World. He was another direction of choice. No matter how bad the environment was or how boring life was, people like Zhu Wang would always have a way to entertain themselves and convince themselves that in their minds, controlling divine power was everything. Higher divine power was always their pursuit. As for the rest, it was meaningless. The heavenly snake bridge returned to normal. The space was the same as before. The power of the ancient laws here was unparalleled. No one could truly destroy the balanced world, even if it was the joint attack of a dozen powerful deities. It's already over. The old man's voice had just faded when he suddenly shouted angrily, "Damn it, bloody flower, you untrustworthy B***tch with a mouth full of lies." Not only him, but the rest of the old men were also cursing angrily. When the divine light disappeared, there was a spider demon on the heavenly snake bridge. Her entire body had been smashed to pieces, and only her head was left intact. She stood in front of Subtract the Common Life. It was she who had blocked the fatal blow for Subtract the Common Life. And this was not the real reason for the curse of the fallen gods in the camp of the Dead Sea. What made the fallen gods of the Dead Sea extremely angry was that there was an incomparably huge silver spider climbing on the peak of the divine mountain and weaving a rune net. It temporarily held up the sky in place of peerless Emperor Wu Shuang, who was struggling to hold up the sky. Chapter 1353 Using her own body to bear the god's power while her guardian beast held up the sky. This was a crazy move by Blood Bright Flower, who said she would withdraw from the battle and remain neutral. Not only Kai Danzi, Zhu Hai and the others, even Jia Kangsheng, who was lucky enough to survive, was very confused. Being afraid of death had always been Blood Bright Flower's true nature. "Why, I know you don't like me, and I know I am ugly. Who would like a poisonous spider? Originally, I thought I would never have any love in this life. I have always used hatred as my strength. The blood of my enemies and their painful moans are what I like. But all these years, I've seen that fool, the peerless emperor, come over and over again, doing all kinds of foolish things for his lover in vain. He never gets tired of it, which makes my heart suddenly have a trace of desire. If there's someone who can do something for me like the peerless emperor, even if it's the most boring, idiotic, and wrong move, I'll be satisfied." Blood Bright Flower's body was broken, leaving only her head. When Jia Kangsheng held her head with one hand and looked at her in shock, she smiled. "But I have never done anything for you." Jia Kangsheng really couldn't remember what he had done for her. "There is still time. Do something for me before my soul completely disappears, okay?" Before Blood Bright Flower finished speaking, Zhu Hai had already pounced on her. His fists were like lightning, attacking. "Get lost." Jia Kangsheng pushed Zhu Hai away, only to find that Blood Bright Flower's soul had already started to disappear. Instantly, tears of blood flowed. No. This was the result Zhu Hai wanted. He laughed sinisterly. Easily dodging Jia Kangsheng's sorrowful attack, he delightedly slipped back to the group of Dead Sea fallen gods. Subtraction Common Life held Blood Bright Flower's head in despair as he watched her soul dissipate bit by bit in the void sky. "It's okay. To be able to see you cry for me, I am already very honored. If the ancient gods are willing to give me another chance, I will courageously chase after you and make you fall deeply in love with me. I won't be like this anymore, watching you suffer in loneliness and self-blame for tens of thousands of years. I will definitely accompany you and never leave your side. Before the crimson flowers could fully blossom, it disappeared completely." The guardian beast that held up the sky also turned into a ray of light, following the direction where its master disappeared, disappearing into nothingness. "No, no!" Subtraction Common Life roared at the sky in grief and indignation. That kind of heartbreaking wail was enough to make the stone golem cry. He was already heavily injured, and he was good at destruction but not healing. He had no way of saving his comrade's life. He couldn't even stop it for a moment. Ever since he had accidentally killed a comrade who was as close as a brother to him, Reduce the common people had never felt as heartbroken as he did today. This was not a fate he wanted to choose. It was just like how he had shattered his brother's heart with a single punch in the past. Kai Danzi couldn't bear to watch anymore. He had never thought that the Crimson Flower, who cherished her life so much, would do such a thing. Only Yue Yang and the others were completely unmoved. They were bad people through and through. Was there a need to have a conscience and a sense of justice? Evil killing and merciless destruction were what life was all about. Only then could they build their happiness on the pain of others and watch their enemies struggle and wail in pain. That was true enjoyment. This wail is really pleasant to hear. Yue Yang laughed loudly. He had wanted to see reduce the common people, who were higher than him, suffer for a long time. Wasn't this the perfect time? All right, since you said so, I will do one thing for you. Many people felt that something was wrong when they heard reduce the common people's resolute words. What was this guy trying to do? Reduce the common people's broken body turned into a stream of light and appeared on the top of the divine mountain. He lifted up the sky that was constantly falling down with one arm. The majestic will of the divine mountain immediately shone brightly and continuously eroded his already heavily injured fallen god body. But he didn't care at all. He turned a blind eye to the endless pain and shouted at the sky, "Look, do you see it now? This is what I did for you. I, reduce the common people, have never done anything for you. Now, I am willing to lift the entire sky for you." The fallen gods of the Dead Sea camp were furious. This guy had betrayed them. Moreover, he was crazy enough to lift the sky for the enemy. He had officially freed Emperor Wuxia, who had been alone and helpless all this time. Thank you. Very well, my fate has finally begun. Emperor Wuxia gazed at his lover with peerless gentleness. The sun and moon in his eyes emitted an indescribable divine light. Once I leave, I may not return. So, this is an official farewell. If I am lucky enough to become a big tree and accompany you for the rest of your life, it will be the greatest gift of the ancient gods to my life. Goodbye. Whether you return or not, in my heart, you will always be a big tree that can lift the sky. The flower fairy was smiling, but 2 drops of tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Fallen gods of the Dead Sea, I am coming. You can now say your last words. Emperor Wuxia's anger, which had been accumulating for tens of thousands of years, erupted like a volcano. What made the Dead Sea gods tremble was that Emperor Wuxia, who was already incomparably strong, had a terrifying will to die. If this guy wanted to fight with his life, the consequences would be unimaginably serious. If you dare to take one more step, I will kill her. Yue Yang was extremely afraid, but his mind was quick. He realized that Jizun, who was protected by the sky-blue divine power shield, was still there. He was overjoyed and rushed forward. He gathered his divine power and prepared to use her as a hostage. Stupid guy. Emperor Wuxia couldn't stop laughing. You guys have been living like dogs all these years. This little girl didn't lose at all. She just used the cruel battle to realize and build her brand new divine throne. From life to death, from death to life. Her enlightenment far exceeds the seniors like you who have been living for tens of thousands of years. Don't you feel ashamed at all? What do I want to say to you Dead Sea gods? Stupid. No, that's not enough to describe you. Perhaps it's more appropriate to describe you as pitiful. Pitiful. When the fallen gods of the Dead Sea camp heard this, their faces twisted. They were so depressed that they almost went crazy. However, the person who said this was Emperor Wuxia. He was a guy with overwhelming strength. No matter how unhappy they were, they could only try their best to endure it. Yue Yang, who was on the battlefield, still didn't believe it. He felt that Emperor Wuxia was tricking him. This girl had clearly fainted. Why was she talking about the divine throne of enlightenment? The divine throne had to be formed from a higher level. Could it be realized by one person? What a joke. He gathered his divine power and rushed before Emperor Wuxia could stop him. He attacked the unconscious supreme martial artist in a frenzy. Heaven and earth exploded, space fragments flew everywhere, and the snake bridge collapsed. In the center of the attack, everything was in a state of destruction. Everything turned into powder. Ha 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 ha. This is the divine throne of enlightenment you mentioned. This is the wisdom that surpasses us. Ha 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 ha. Because Yue Yang had no way to vent the fear in his heart, he couldn't help but laugh wildly at the slightest provocation. The pressure that Emperor Wuxia brought him almost made him go crazy. Now that he could turn the tables on the opponent, how could he not be ecstatic? Ha ha ha. Standing on the divine peak with one foot, Subtraction Common Life, who was holding the sky with one arm, also laughed wildly. His face was covered with tears of blood. His maniacal laughter baffled Zhu Wei. What are you laughing at? That girl is already dead. Everything you have done is in vain. What are you laughing at? Could it be that he had gone mad after seeing me kill this chick? Yue Yang looked at Emperor Wu Shuang, who was tens of thousands of meters tall and could shake heaven and earth with a single step, getting closer and closer. Suddenly, he felt a chill all over his body. He quickly turned around and prepared to retreat to the group. As soon as he turned around, he discovered an inconceivable scene in front of him. There was a familiar woman standing coldly in the air. No matter how he looked at her, she looked like the young lady whom he had just killed with a single strike. It was her. It was her. Yue Yang was scared out of his wits. His divine will exploded, and he didn't care about the attack anymore. He ran away as fast as he could. Did I say that you can go back? Ji Zun raised her hand, and the entire balanced scale world seemed to turn into a black and white world. Yue Yan's body flew back to the group of Dead Sea gods like an arrow. But his soul, it had been pulled out at some point. It was held in Ji Zun's slender hand. Ji Zun casually raised her hand, ignoring the desperate wails of Yue Ying's soul, who was desperately begging for mercy. She gently squeezed it, and with a pop sound, she directly crushed the soul of a god-level expert who had lived for tens of thousands of years. When Yue Yan's soul completely disappeared, the balanced scale world returned to normal. The black and white colors returned to Ji Zun's left and right as if they were born to protect her. Hiss! The fallen gods on the Dead Sea camp all sucked in a breath of cold air. It turned out that this little girl had not lost at all. She had only used death to complete her godhood. She had not lost at all. Fortunately, that fellow reduced the lives count had been foolish and had desperately tried to protect her. Everyone's attacks had not been effective. Otherwise, everyone would have completed a godhood for her. In the confusion, only Yue Yang attacked in the end. This little girl's divine throne wasn't really complete. Otherwise, there was no need to fight this battle. It was no wonder that Emperor Wu Shuang didn't say anything and didn't help her. She was actually using their power to cultivate. What should they do now? Not only was there a crazy little girl who could understand life and death and could even use it to cultivate, but there was also an even more terrifying and angry Emperor Wu Shuang, who hadn't had a chance to fight for tens of thousands of years. Who wants to die first? Emperor Wu Shuang's attitude was absolutely contemptuous. He said indifferently, "Why? Don't you all come at me together?" Chapter 1354 Emperor Wu Shuang looked at Ji Zun. Ji Zun pondered for a moment. Her will would not change because of anyone. However, she had already seen some signs and felt that this was the path of destiny that Emperor Wu Shuang insisted on walking. Thus, she nodded and said, "You are the senior, so I will let you fight first." "Thank you very much." Emperor Wu Shuang revealed a peerless and carefree smile. In an instant, the entire gloomy sky snake bridge was like the rising sun, breaking the dawn. He stretched out a giant hand. Slowly, he gathered his divine power. Unknowingly, his will had already permeated the entire balanced world and every molecule in the air. No matter who the enemy was, no matter where they were, whether they were hiding or not, it was useless. The Dead Sea fallen gods had a feeling that they had been locked on by the enemy. As long as this Emperor Wu Shuang made a move and used his ultimate move, they would be doomed. Any attempt to dodge or escape would be a joke. Seeing Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless and domineering fighting posture and his contemptuous attitude, the Dead Sea gods felt a deep pain in their hearts. Shocked, they showed up together. Working together, with the advantage of being in a group, they released their divine power together to fight against Emperor Wu Shuang. Dazzling, varied, grotesquely shaped thrones appeared behind these Dead Sea gods. The common characteristic of these thrones was that they were gorgeous. Each and every one of them was exquisite and unimaginably beautiful. However, Ji Zun noticed one thing. Although these thrones greatly enhanced their masters, they were not tolerated by the ancient will of the balanced world. Just like Shen Chongsheng, who was holding up the sky with one arm, the will of the divine mountain was constantly eroding and cleansing his divine body, making him suffer endless pain every minute and second. Ji Zun did not know if the Dead Sea gods who were enhanced by the thrones would be tortured by the ancient will, but she was sure that the ancient laws were expelling them. The speed was very slow, but Ji Zun could see it clearly. The ancient laws were melting the thrones of these fallen gods bit by bit. If not for the Dead Sea will behind these fallen gods, resisting the expulsion of the ancient laws, these thrones would have disintegrated even faster. No wonder the enemy did not dare to show the thrones easily. It turned out that in this balanced world, they were not tolerated by the laws. The leader of the Dead Sea camp's fallen god clan was an old man. His hair and beard were all white, but he had a youthful complexion. There was no sign of aging on his face. One could only feel that this person was blessed and had a long life. The old man wore ancient clothes from tens of thousands of years ago. In his right hand was a life-like dragon erosion staff. It was not a god artifact, but it was even better than one. What surprised Jizun was that this divine staff was naturally formed from the legendary dragon corrosion divine wood. The corroding dragon divine wood was also recorded in the ancient secret history of Tong Tian Tower. It was a strange item that only existed in the upper realm. It may have been born from the poisonous saliva and blood that splashed out during the battle between the eastern evil dragons. It could repel poison and had an extremely beneficial effect. It was a very rare treasure in the heavenly realm. Of course, its greatest use was to slay dragons. Any dragon would be weakened by 10 times in front of it. Once it was injured, it would not be able to heal itself, and it might even produce a dragon plague that would make the dragon race pale at the mention of it. You know that my main beast is a dragon, so you deliberately used poisonous dragon saliva to breed it. Emperor Wu Shuang laughed out loud. Not only was he not affected, but his expression became even more contemptuous. Peerless, agree to start the battle between the god race. Otherwise, this battle will be meaningless. The old man with the corroding dragon divine staff was the temporary leader of this group of Dead Sea gods. After a secret discussion with his companions, he was the first to step forward. From the top of his fallen grimoire that was shining with unparalleled radiance, a special divine light that was as light as a rainbow but had no destructive power flew toward Emperor Wu Shuang. I have waited for too long. This god war is laid by tens of thousands of years. Emperor Wu Shuang summoned the unique dark gold grimoire and also shot out a ray of rainbow divine power to clash with the other party. The divine power was neutralized. However, the decision of both sides to request for a battle had already been approved by the ancient code. The ancient code that suppressed the entire place just now temporarily dissipated and hid again. The ancient will vaguely drew an invisible circle in a large area as the battlefield for this life and death battle. Once the ancient code dissipated, the god thrones were no longer expelled. The expressions on the faces of the Dead Sea god race finally relaxed. Some of them even started to show off. With the god thrones, one would have unlimited battle power. Although Emperor Wu Shuang was very strong, if he couldn't kill him in one move, this battle would be a long and bitter one. The Dead Sea god race, who had the advantage in numbers and could use flexible tactics such as taking turns to fight, besieging, and so on, undoubtedly had the advantage. At the end of the battle, they might be able to suppress Emperor Wu Shuang. After all, no matter how strong he was only one person. As for that strange little girl, she didn't have an official god throne to protect her. Even if she participated in the battle, she wouldn't be a threat. This is the god throne. Jizun frowned slightly. Previously, she thought that all the god thrones were the same. Who would have thought that there would be so many changes? It was almost impossible to find any similarities between them. Emperor Wu Shuang, who was about to start the battle, suddenly stopped when he heard this. He said in a gentle voice, "As a senior, I have never done anything for the younger generation. Haha, speaking of which, I am a little ashamed. Since fate has begun, I have no more regrets. I might as well make an exception and tell you the secret of this god throne." Jizun was silent, but she saluted with her hands. This god throne was a secret among secrets. If it wasn't for the master and disciple, outsiders really wouldn't talk about it. Now that Emperor Wu Shuang, who was the peerless, did this, it could be said that he had broken a big rule. First of all, why can't the god throne be condensed by oneself? It must be created by a stronger superior or a master. Because this god throne is actually a threshold for the recognition of the god rank from above. When the standard is reached, it can be recognized. If not, then it is nothing. At the same time, it is also a door. Through the god emblem is a recognition mark, the god rank can be allowed to enter a higher level world and a higher level space. For example, the world created by the divine supreme being self will or other wonderful and boundless space worlds. It is like the pass of the Tong Tian Tower, the bronze card, the silver card, the gold card and so on. No. It can't be like this. The certificate of the sky-reaching tower is just a tool that you low-level. Worlds used to scare people and make it convenient for management. It's completely different from the mysterious god throne. A tall and thin man from the Dead Sea god clan objected with a sharp voice. Let's listen to what he has to say first. There were also fallen gods like Kai Danzi who were very interested in Emperor Wu Shuang's words. These were secrets that they had never heard before, although they already had the God throne. But the secret behind it, they still didn't know. The God throne behind the tall and thin man was like a blade or a guillotine, rotating unceasingly. Although he didn't agree with Emperor Wu Shuang's words, he didn't receive any more support. On the contrary, many fallen gods were more willing to listen to the secret from Emperor Wu Shuang's mouth first. The God throne's function is indeed not only this. Just now, I said that it is a standard. If it is far beyond its standard, then the God throne is not called a God throne anymore. In other words, it is not just a God throne. It will be an eternal world created by the Divine Supreme Being's self-will and unique divine power. The world created by this God throne is not the grimoire world. The grimoire world is actually created by the ancient great gods for us. They made a template for us. Only an eternal world created by ourselves is the real world. This is not something that ordinary people can achieve. Only divine level rankers at the level of the Divine Supreme Being can achieve it. As for whether there is a higher standard above that, I think it is for sure. But that is not something that I can find out. It is just like how we have heard of the existence of ancient great gods or immemorial great gods, but we have never seen them. Emperor Wu Shuang was sure of one thing. The Divine Supreme Being was the highest level of life that all living beings knew. Is there anyone who has started to condense a world before condensing the God throne? Ji Zun thought for a while. A certain abnormal boy seemed to be like this. Impossible. The tall and thin divine level ranker screamed again. Shut up. Kai Danzi was listening with great interest. When he heard this guy objecting because of opposition, he couldn't help but scold him. I don't know either. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Even if there is, maybe such a person doesn't know that there is actually someone doing it for him. Otherwise, with the life of the Heaven Realm and Tong Tian Tower, it is impossible to complete it on their own. Constructing a world is definitely not a simple matter. Emperor Wu Shuang didn't mention it directly. Tisk, really, what's so difficult about constructing a world? Nonsense. The tall and thin divine level ranker sneered. It is very difficult to construct a world. Some divine level rankers are very arrogant and dare to say that they can form a world with a thought. Emperor Wu Shuang was amused. But that is just a piece of light from his divine power, a painting of void. Even if it looks like it is alive and gorgeous, it can't hide its fragility and inadequacy. That is not a world at all. It is just some beautiful bubbles. With a light touch, it will disappear instantly. The true world is eternal, even more eternal than this balanced world. No divine level expert can destroy or change it. As long as the master of that world, the Divine Supreme Being that created and constructed the entire world, and then used his will to manage it, only then can he do whatever he wants. Since it can only be achieved by the Divine Sovereign, let's not go into it for the time being. Can you talk about the Divine Throne? Ji Zun felt that there was no need to talk too much about the world. It was something that was beyond his power now. The Divine Throne is a pass and also a threshold. Emperor Wu Shuang nodded. It is almost the same as the connecting card of Tong Tian Tower. Just now you mentioned the bronze card and the silver card. Are there different standards for the Divine Throne? Ji Zun keenly noticed this. Yes. Emperor Wu Shuang's words shocked the Dead Sea God clan members who were eavesdropping. There were different standards for the Divine Throne. How was this possible? Wasn't the Divine Throne unique to an individual? How could there be different standards? Impossible. Before the tall and skinny divine level ranker could finish speaking, his companions glared at him. Everyone was having a good time listening to him. What are you doing here? If you don't say it now, who will know the truth? Emperor Wu Shuang paused. There are indeed different standards for the Divine Throne. However, it is not easy for people to know, including the divine level rankers who possess it. Generally speaking, the divine level rankers whose divine power light pillars are less than 10 meters and 100 meters are all within a rank called the primary divine throne. There are some secret techniques in the heavenly realm, also called the gorgeous divine throne, brilliant divine throne, holy divine throne, and so on. These are all words used to cover up the divine level. In fact, most of them are called the primary divine throne. Those that are more than 100 meters and less than 300 meters are called the high divine throne. Those that are more than 300 meters and less than 500 meters are called the high divine throne, and those that are less than 1,000 meters are called the primary divine throne. As for those that are more than 1,000 meters and more than 10,000 meters, they are called the high divine throne. Ji Zun was puzzled. Why is there only one standard for those that are more than 1,000 meters? Emperor Wu Shuang became solemn when he heard this, because the divine sovereign wants to create a world, not a divine throne. Even if he becomes an eternal divine throne, he is not willing to make the divine throne especially detached. Therefore, there is no difference between those that are more than 1,000 meters, at least in appearance, they are all high divine throne. For example, if the innate rankers of Tong Tian Tower burst out with their greatest power, they would not be able to live in the soaring dragon continent. In order to live a good life in the soaring dragon continent, even if they are innates, they will look like ordinary people. They will not make themselves so sacred and majestic that people will worship them at first sight. If the divine sovereign did that, he might not be able to live in his world, and the people living in his world would not be able to withstand that kind of deterrence. Therefore, the divine throne did not specifically surpass it. Anyway, it is just a door. It is enough to open a city gate to enter and exit. Which ordinary person would build a house as big as the radiant mountain and open a door that is tens of thousands of meters high to enter and exit? Understood. Ji Zun completely understood and nodded gratefully to this senior who had cleared her doubts. If necessary, then tell this to some little guy. Maybe he doesn't need my shallow understanding at all. Emperor Wu Shuang looked up to the sky and laughed. He definitely needs it. Ji Zun paused and suddenly asked, "This secret is a secret that cannot be revealed. What will be the consequences if you say it?" "I don't know, maybe it's a seal, maybe it's something else." The sun and moon in Emperor Wu Shuang's eyes shone brightly. "I have made up my mind to embark on my own path of destiny. Those things are not important anymore. Perhaps it's fate's arrangement for me, your senior, to give you this revelation. Otherwise, why would those old guys lock me up in the Black Tower for so long? Goodbye, little girl. To be able to get to know you is the honor of us martial artists. If possible, please stand at the top of the world and look down on everything. I, Emperor Wu Shuang, hope that you, the human Ji Zun who stands proudly in the world, can achieve the future that I, Emperor Wu Shuang, cannot achieve. Goodbye." Ji Zun paid her respects for the third time. She could already see that this senior had officially embarked on his journey of destiny. "Although I can't achieve eternity, I was once peerless, until today." Emperor Wu Shuang, the peerless, roared at the sky. His heroic roar shook the entire balanced world, and even the divine mountain and the Dead Sea trembled. Behind him, a flaming divine throne condensed from countless runes burned fiercely. Above his head, at the center of the intersection of the runes, an eternally burning primordial rune flickered in it. Behind the peerless emperor of the unparalleled world, the image of a heavenly dragon flashed. Its wings covered the sky and the sun. The majesty of the dragon's head caused many deity-level experts to feel fear. As if they were ants, the peerless emperor of the unparalleled world strode forward. He walked a path of fire, and his footprints were blazing. This path of destiny would be the final song of his life, and it was also his ultimate wish to move forward without any hesitation. Once this peerless man of the heaven-reaching tower exploded in anger, it would definitely bring about a lightning strike that even divine-level experts couldn't withstand. The future divine Ji Zun was still growing. At this moment, who in the world could stand shoulder to shoulder with him? There was only one man in the world who looked down on the world and was unparalleled. There was only one Emperor Wu Shuang, peerless. Chapter 1355, Attack. The white-haired old man with the eroding dragon staff squinted his eyes like needles as he shouted. He knew that if he allowed Emperor Wu Shuang to make the first move, he believed that no one present would be able to withstand it. Only with the strength of a group and the advantage of numbers could they suppress this super expert who dominated the world. Everyone in the Dead Sea camp had the same mentality as him. Seeing that Emperor Wu Shuang was approaching, they immediately attacked in unison. Billions of rays of divine light burst out from all directions, just like the attack on Subtraction Life and the Bloody Flower. They covered the sky and the earth like a vast ocean. Damn it, these guys are always so despicable. Only Subtraction Life, who had faced the attack head-on, could truly understand the power of this group attack. HMPH. Although Ji Zun was not moved, she was still sure of the strength of these fallen gods. They were indeed old ghosts who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Gathering the power of the group and supported by the god's throne, it was really, then how would Emperor Wu Shuang, who was striding towards the enemy, deal with it? Would he resist it head-on like Subtraction Life? Or would he avoid the attack head-on like Ji Zun and wait for an opportunity to attack? Not only Subtraction Life and Ji Zun were looking forward to it, even the fallen gods who were attacking the Dead Sea camp were curious. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Emperor Wu Shuang, who was peerless, casually stretched out an arm and raised one palm to block the attack. His actions and attitude were even lazier than an emperor meeting a rank 9 Sesame official. If not for the bad habits of Yu Clan's third young master, he might have yawned on the spot. Boom! All the divine power attack was concentrated on the palm. The divine light that filled the sky gathered at one point. Then, like a wisp of smoke, it disappeared. Nothing happened. There was no explosion, no storm, and no destruction. Emperor Wu Shuang's palm was as good as new. There was not even a scar on it. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Subtraction Life would have thought that he was dreaming. How was this possible? That kind of power that could destroy the heavens and the earth, that kind of terrifying attack that gathered the power of all the fallen gods, was blocked by Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless hand. Moreover, he didn't even use his full strength to resist it. He just casually stretched out his hand. Could this be Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless true strength? It was too terrifying. Although Subtraction Life was no longer an enemy of Emperor Peerless and was now standing at the peak of the divine mountain with one arm holding up the sky, he couldn't help but feel his legs turn to jelly when he saw this scene. Ji Zun's eyes lit up. She never would have thought that when this peerless being erupted, it would actually have such a tyrannical might that far exceeded her imagination. It wasn't that the enemy was too weak, it was that the peerless emperor was too strong. Besides, there was no other explanation. Impossible. The tall and skinny god shrieked in terror. At this moment, the faces of the Dead Sea God clan members beside him were filled with terror and disbelief. A concentrated attack, an ultimate move that takes form. The old man with the dragon erosion divine staff was the only god who still remained calm. He knew the peerless power of this Emperor Wu Shuang far better than others. If it wasn't for the fact that he was imprisoned in the Black Tower for tens of thousands of years, and his power wasn't at its peak, he really wouldn't dare to fight against the peerless. He also knew that the attack just now couldn't defeat the opponent at all. It was just a test, and the next killing move would be the real attack. Die. The Dead Sea God clan members, who were awakened, madly gathered a huge amount of divine power, no longer holding back to guard against their companions. They went all out. They attacked without holding back. Divine light once again rose up in the sky. However, this time, the divine light didn't disperse, and its power was far greater than before. What was even more terrifying was that every single divine level expert had unleashed their own ultimate moves. Divine spears, divine swords, or divine hammers appeared in the sky, and combined into one under their master's will. Finally, they formed a huge divine pillar that could tear apart everything in the world and devour any life, driven by the will of a dozen Dead Sea God clan members, and supported and guided by a dozen god thrones. It pierced through the sky with destructive power and monstrous killing intent. It directly hit the chest of the peerless emperor. The Ji Zun behind him didn't retreat, but he already released his divine power, condensing a shield of divine light that was like the gate of life and death to protect himself. It was merely an attack from a distance, and it wasn't even the target or the center of the attack, but it already forced the Ji Zun to be on guard. This was the collective power that the Dead Sea God clan gathered after giving up their guard and cooperating tacitly. The peerless Emperor Wu Shuang stood proudly, unmoving like a mountain. He didn't have the slightest intention of dodging, and there wasn't a trace of concentration or seriousness on his face. On the contrary, the sun and moon in his eyes were still full of contempt. When the huge, divine pillar that gathered millions of divine swords, divine spears, and divine hammers hit his chest, the peerless emperor reacted. He puffed out his chest and took the full attack of the enemy camp. At the same time, he wrapped his tiger arms around the huge divine pillar. Then, he faced the sky and let out a thunderous roar that shook the divine mountain, the Dead Sea, and the entire balanced world. At the same time, he violently and crazily twisted and crushed the huge divine pillar in his arms. The millions of divine swords, divine spears, and divine hammers were instantly turned into powder, vanishing into nothingness. Because of the irresistible divine power, the Dead Sea God clan's fallen God clan members all retreated. Those who couldn't withstand it fell to the ground repeatedly. Only 2 or 3 of them managed to stand firm. Among them, Scarlet Danzi, who stood behind the old man and didn't fall, felt his chest tighten, and he almost fainted. His strength wasn't as strong as his companions. For the sake of face, he forcefully held on and almost suffered a great loss. The other one who didn't fall was the tall and thin god-level expert. He was even weaker than Scarlet Danzy. After he stood firm, his expression changed greatly, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. What the FCK? Subjugation Commoner swallowed his saliva with difficulty. His lips trembled, and he couldn't say a complete sentence to express what he was feeling at the moment. It wasn't that he hadn't seen geniuses before. Moreover, they were geniuses themselves. However, he really hadn't seen a peerless genius like the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang, who challenged the entire Dead Sea God clan with his own strength. Moreover, he was even under the joint attack of more than 10 god-level experts. No wonder the peerless guy dared to call Emperor Wu Shuang by such an awesome name. This guy was really too abnormal. He was 100 times stronger than he had imagined. Subjugation Commoner suddenly felt a sense of helplessness. It was really sad to be born in the same era as such a person. What was even more sad was that he had to wait for tens of thousands of years to truly understand this person's strength. Could it be that a genius like him was just an ant in the heaven realm? God, how could you let such a person be born in this world? What should we do now? What else can we do? Scarlet Danzy looked at the old man with the cane. If he could surrender, he would immediately do so. However, the current peerless Emperor Wu Shuang was clearly going to start a massacre. It was already too late to surrender now. Scarlet Danzy suddenly envied Subjugation Commoner, the only person in the Dead Sea who could be called a friend. Although that guy was stubborn, at least before he died, he received a love that others could only dream of, and he did something that he wouldn't regret even if he died. He held on to the pride of a warrior and risked his life to protect the enemy. He also held up the sky with his hands and promised to stand at the peak of the divine mountain for his lover. If he died like this, it wouldn't be a waste of his life in this world. However, what about himself? He stood on the opposite side of the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang and was about to become a sacrifice in the enemy's massacre. Now, he was still shamefully thinking of surrendering. How could the difference between them be so great? Scarlet Danzy's mind flashed, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He suddenly took a big step forward and faced the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang alone. He tried his best to calm himself down. Come, I know what will happen next. However, I am also a warrior, and I also have a warrior's pride. Although I don't want to die, my pride doesn't allow me to stand in the line and become a shameful member to be slaughtered. Peerless Emperor Wu Shuang, I want to fight you one-on-one, even if it's just one move. Get lost, Scarlet Danzy, you idiot. Hurry up and go back to sleep in the Dead Sea. Do you think this kind of mantis trying to stop a chariot is something you can do? Subjugation Commoner couldn't help but curse. I also want to be a hero. Scarlet Danzy was speechless. It wouldn't do for you to be a hero all by yourself. Have you figured it out? Heroes are not supposed to be like this. Subjugation Commoner was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. It wasn't easy to make a friend. Who didn't want him to be a big idiot? Just now, you had the chance to be a hero, but you didn't step forward. Now, how could you be a hero? You're worse than a coward. Peerless Emperor Wu Shuang was about to start a massacre, but you didn't hide far away. Instead, you foolishly ran out and wanted to fight him one-on-one. One-on-one, mother f***cker. What kind of ability do you have? Be obedient like an ant and know your place. If the giant god wanted to start a war and slaughter, then don't come out to block the way. You could just quietly hide a little further away and everything would be fine. Now that you've come out to court death, you look like an ignorant clown if you get killed. Scarlet Danzy's mentality was different from Subjugation Commoner's. He felt that he was going to die anyway. If he hid in the line, he might die a little slower, but he would definitely die a sullen and insignificant death. Now that he stood out and challenged the Emperor to a duel, even if he couldn't win, he would still be able to live a good life. He was very regretful. If Subjugation Commoner had rebelled just now, if he had stood out together with him, then he would be standing on the peak of the divine mountain and supporting the sky together. That way, he would be able to die with his eyes closed. But now, he had missed the opportunity. If he didn't do something now, then he, a divine-level expert, would have lived his life in vain. In Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless eyes, there was no enemy, Scarlet Danzy. He was like a lion to a mouse's clamor for a duel. He didn't care. This kind of disregard stung Scarlet Danzy's heart. He rushed forward like an arrow, and his hands, which were supported by the divine throne, condensed a 10,000-meter-long divine sword, and pierced the peerless heart. I'm going all out, even if I can't win. I'm going to charge at the enemy like a hero. Although I'm lowly, I'm also a warrior, and I'm also a divine level expert who used to look down on the heaven realm. Seeing Scarlet Danzy going all out, the people of the Dead Sea God clan, who were supposed to work together against a common enemy, quietly retreated. Even that tall and thin divine level expert turned into a divine light and escaped without a trace. Subjugation Commoner closed his eyes. He knew the strength of this friend. Not to mention fighting against Emperor Wuxia, there was also a gap between him and Scarlet Danzy. Ji Zun didn't even look at Scarlet Danzy. On the contrary, she looked in the direction of the Dead Sea in the distance, as if she wanted to lock on to the escaping enemy, and also seemed to be searching for other traces. Emperor Wuxia, the Peerless, still strode forward, ignoring Scarlet Danzy. When Scarlet Danzy's divine sword approached him, he raised his foot high and stomped heavily, directly shattering the divine sword. Scarlet Danzy, along with his divine throne, was stomped into the heavenly snake bridge. Come out, guardian of the Dead Sea, come out. Also, all the turtles who are sleeping inside, come out. Today is the doomsday of the Dead Sea Fallen God clan, and also the end of the balanced world. Emperor Wuxia, the Peerless, strode forward. The people of the Dead Sea God clan, who were reckless in daring to start a divine war just now, couldn't help but retreat. Except for Scarlet Danzy, who was flattened by Emperor Wuxia's foot, no one else dared to face him head-on. Ridiculous! An extremely majestic and noble voice rang out from the distant end of the heavenly snake bridge. In the depths of the Dead Sea, a huge statue of a god, tens of thousands of meters tall, slowly stood up. He also strode forward, welcoming Emperor Wuxia, the Peerless. The end of the balanced world must be the day when the divine mountain is flattened and the Dead Sea evaporates. How dare you, the Peerless, defy the heavens and disturb the Dead Sea that I am guarding? You really overestimate yourself. Emperor Wuxia, the Peerless, you are defying the heavens, and your death is coming. Emperor Wuxia's peerless killing intent soared into the sky. He looked at his opponent from afar, the sun and moon in his eyes shining as if they were new. My destiny is your end. It is also the end of the entire balanced world. It is even the end of the destiny battle of the Divine Supremes. Although you and I were the candidates of the previous generation, we both failed. Today, let me put an end to everything and restore the original correct direction. What right do you have? The huge statue of a god, tens of thousands of meters tall, shouted with incomparable majesty. Because I am Emperor Wuxia, the Peerless. Chapter 1356. In the ancient passage, the endless space-time tunnel and the distorted space barrier made the Molong, who was determined to be a good boss, completely lost his way. The Molong's mood changed from being confident at the beginning, this is definitely the way, to being uncertain, this should be the way, I had just walked this path 100,000 years ago, to seemingly right but actually wrong, I didn't get the wrong direction, I clearly walked this path, to randomly choosing a direction, it doesn't matter which direction I go, it seems like there is only one destination, and finally to being extremely frustrated, who can tell me how to walk this damned path? I've already had enough of these damned ancient passages, why did they make it so complicated, aren't they making things difficult for me? I haven't walked this path for 100,000 years, how could I remember it so clearly? I feel like I've walked in a circle. Yue Yang, who had also taken the space teleportation course in the academy, finally realized that something was wrong. Really, the space in the ancient passage is almost the same, there should be something similar. A certain boss said guiltily. But how do you explain the gold coin on this stone? Don't tell me that there was someone as suspicious as me in ancient times who left his gold coin as a mark along the way. Furthermore, the gold coin he left behind was exactly the same as mine. When Yue Yang picked up the gold coin, he suddenly realized that there was a picture of Wei Tai Lang roaring towards the sky on the coin. It was obvious that this was a limited edition commemorative coin of the world-exterminating demon wolf that the Soaring Dragon continent had specially made to commend Wei Tai Lang's efforts in protecting the continent during the Heaven Realm's invasion. Alright, I admit that I'm lost. I haven't walked this damned path for 100,000 years, how could I remember it so clearly? A certain boss tried his best to shirk responsibility. But I remember that you didn't say that at the beginning. Yue Yang remembered that this boss's expression was very confident at that time. At that time, I would definitely find the way, it wasn't a difficult thing for me at all. The Molong was very depressed. He originally wanted to show off his might in front of this little brother that he hadn't completely subdued yet. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this? Yue Yang was also speechless. Big brother, we are in a critical situation right now. Can you be more serious? If you can't do it, you should have said so straight from the start. Everyone can think of another way. Now that you're halfway there, but you can't figure out the direction. Do you know how much of a blow it is to the young hearts of others? Back then, I mustered up my courage and used 10% of my trust to support you. Who would have thought that you would cruelly fail to live up to my expectations? Is there a boss like you? The mystic dragon slapped his forehead. Give me some time, let me think about it. I will definitely remember. Yue Yang suddenly felt that it was better to rely on himself than to rely on this fellow. This guy's brain might be made of muscles. Fighting was good, but other things would be fine. He remembered that the three little lawless, creation, destruction, and eternity, had said that the longest record of the divine grimoire trial was set by this fellow. Being trapped in the endless world for 1,000,000 years, his intelligence was really quite high. Why don't I lead the way? Yue Yang now remembered that his teacher was a great sage of space teleportation. The only problem was that the space in Tong Tian Tower, especially in the soaring dragon continent, was incomparable to the complexity of the heaven realm, especially the ancient passage. In the soaring dragon continent, where there were only 2 or 3 main roads and small paths, Shui Donglu, that old fox, might be a teacher who was proficient in spatial manipulation. However, bringing his theories to the heaven realm, where there were thousands and thousands of intertwining passageways, to put it into practice. Furthermore, it was a practice that couldn't fail and had to succeed, it seemed a little too much. You lead the way. If you don't bring us back to the Guardian of Light, I will call you Big Brother. The mystic dragon was enraged. Although I can't remember the direction, it's still 10,000 times better than you. Then why are we still going around in circles? Yue Yang waved his hand weakly. Just go. What about you? The mystic dragon widened his eyes. I will wait here. Yue Yang took out a chicken drumstick and started eating. You will come back here in a while anyway. I'm so angry. You are too arrogant. You dare to look down on me. I have no choice but to show you. Watch carefully. The mystic dragon flew into a rage. He summoned a special beast called Void's Light Dragon, which only had a head and a body that was glowing with light. First, he placed a special rune on the head of the Void's Light Dragon. Then, he let go of it confidently. He let it fly away. Finally, he looked at Yue Yang and proudly raised his eyebrows. Did you see that? I will be able to find the correct path immediately. This is the Void's Light Dragon, it can pass through any space. Yue Yang almost vomited blood on the spot. Why didn't you use your beast earlier? If you want to show off your memory, at least find another time. The mystic dragon patted Yue Yang's shoulder heavily and lectured him sincerely. You are still too young, you don't know how to train. Only like me, at any time, at any place, do not forget to train yourself. You can turn pressure into motivation, and motivation into ability. This way, you can continue to improve. Besides, I didn't go the wrong way just now. I just wanted to confuse the enemy. I purposely took a few detours to confuse the enemy and get rid of the pursuers. Look, that guardian elder of light was fooled by me, right? He couldn't predict my movements at all, so I easily got rid of him. The guy from another world felt that if he continued to boast, the heaven realm would burst. He hurriedly stopped him. All right, since we have already confused the enemy, let's hurry on our way. I feel a little uneasy staying here. Just as the boss, the mystic dragon, was about to make a big move. Just as he was about to give the order to set off, the Void's Light Dragon returned. It returned from the direction that its master and Yue Yang had gone. What's going on? The mystic dragon was stunned. Have we already entered the heaven realm corridor? Only in that place would people endlessly repeat the same path. But that's not right, we haven't deviated that far. Before I can still maintain my rationality and not strangle you to death, I think it's better for me to lead the way. What do you think? Yue Yang had already raised his hand. Idiot, I'm right, the mystic dragon suddenly shouted. You still have the cheek to say that? Yue Yang used his hand to strangle the mystic dragon's neck. An idiot like him should just die and reincarnate. Listen to me, I actually purposely took a detour to come here. The mystic dragon hurriedly explained. He was in the wrong now, so he had to swallow his anger. He patiently explained to Yue Yang. It's easy now that we're here. What is this place? The heaven realm corridor, a place that even gods wouldn't be willing to come to. Don't strangle me, let me finish. It's precisely because no one is willing to come here that we are very safe. Safe my ass. Yue Yang decided not to believe a single word. Wait, there's another benefit to coming here. The mystic dragon saw his little brother's expression and was a little scared. No one can leave this heaven realm corridor. That's why no one comes here normally. Stop straining me, I'm serious. Coming here is the right thing to do. Coming here is the right thing to do. Yue Yang felt as if he had heard someone say that the moon was a square. Do you think I'm an idiot? Yes. Before the mystic dragon could finish, he suddenly realized that he was tied up by Yue Yang. Yue Yang decided to bury this guy alive. Strangling him to death would be too easy on him. FCK, he actually said that coming here was the right thing to do. If he didn't bury him, then what was he waiting for? The mystic dragon was scared and shouted, I'm serious. Damn it, I've never told the truth many times in my life. Now that I'm telling the truth, you don't believe me. Yue Yang turned a deaf ear and continued to dig the hole. There's a god buried in the heaven realm corridor. Although he's not the legendary ancient god, he's almost there. Because when I was still playing with mud, this guy was already a mess of old age. Hearing the mystic dragon's words, Yue Yang immediately stopped and looked at him suspiciously. The mystic dragon realized that it was effective and quickly said, coming here, we've found the right place. Let's wake him up and let him send us out. See, it'll save us a lot of trouble. Are you sure that the god won't be angry when we wake him up and slap us into meat paste? Yue Yang suspected another possibility. Nonsense, of course not. The mystic dragon said proudly, I'm very familiar with him, very familiar. Although we're not brothers, we're still friends, and very good friends. Are you sure they're friends? Yue Yang was surprised. This idiot also had friends in the heaven realm. This didn't make sense. It's a friendship as strong as steel. The mystic dragon patted his chest as a guarantee. Then hurry up. Yue Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Since they were friends and not enemies. Even if he was angry, he wouldn't slap them. Okay, watch and see if I can wake him up with my divine power. Mo Long's actions didn't seem like he was trying to wake someone up. Instead, it seemed like he was trying to provoke someone and seek revenge. Yue Yang, who was watching from the side, felt a chill in his heart. Oh no, it seemed like he had been too careless and trusted the wrong guy. Now he could only hope that the god really had a friendship as strong as steel. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After an unknown period of time, it seemed to be sleep-talking, but also seemed to be yawning. In any case, a sleepy voice came from the endless void, faintly passing into Yue Yang's ears, it's you guys again, can't you guys stop? Yue Yang blinked his big eyes, it's us again. We've been here before. The sleepy voice became a little more awake, haven't you guys been walking in circles in my corridor for the past 3 days? It's fine if you guys are walking in circles in my house, but you're also making a ruckus and not letting others sleep. Isn't this too much? And Mystic Dragon, you fool, aren't you going to Tong Tian Tower? What are you doing here? We're going to Tong Tian Tower, but we're lost now. Why don't you do us a favor and give us a lift? The Mystic Dragon winked at Yue Yang, indicating that it was that simple. No, the god who had just woken up refused without hesitation. Why not? The Mystic Dragon was stunned. Because, I'm not very familiar with you. The god who had just woken up directly exposed the Mystic Dragon's lie. Didn't you say that you have a steel-like friendship with him? Yue Yang was furious. You're not familiar with him, yet you dare to wake him up and even ask him to give you a lift. How thick-skinned and courageous do you have to be? Ha ha ha, do you think that you'll have a steel-like friendship with a prisoner that you've only met twice 100,000 years ago and haven't seen for 100,000 years? Even if you do, 100,000 years is enough for the steel to be eroded. Seeing that we've known each other before, I won't blame you guys. Hurry up and leave. The god who had just woken up was preparing to go back to sleep. If you don't send us off, we'll keep arguing here until you can't sleep peacefully. The demon dragon was very angry. It's fine if we don't have a steel-like friendship, but do you have to laugh at me like this? I can't believe I still remember you after 100,000 years. Yue Yang was speechless. Do you look like a boss? You're like a scoundrel. Alright, for the sake of sleep peacefully, I'll send you off. The god who had woken up was very helpless. His helplessness made Yue Yang feel the same. If it was Yue Yang, he would also not be willing to admit such a scoundrel as a friend, let alone talk about some bullsh*t steel-like friendship. We won't go back to Tong Tian Tower. There may be Tian Yu waiting there, so it's not safe. Send us to the Gate of Destiny. The demon dragon seized the opportunity to raise conditions. So troublesome. The awakened god stretched out a huge palm of 10,000 meters from the void and slowly pressed towards the demon dragon and Yue Yang. However, I think that it's useless no matter where you go. Moreover, even if you enter the Gate of Destiny, you will only be in more danger, because the Libra world inside is still being maintained, and the fate of the previous generation inside is not over yet. Unless you break fate and achieve, flattening the divine mountain and evaporating the Dead Sea. Your destiny isn't completely in your hands. You can't solve everything with your own wisdom and courage, Senior, please dispel my doubts. Yue Yang only had time to shout this sentence before he felt the world spinning, and was instantly transported hundreds of millions of kilometers away. In his mind, indistinctly, came a trace of indistinct divine decree, sacrifice. When Yue Yang's consciousness was fully awakened, he suddenly found himself standing in front of a huge gate of God that was about 300,000 meters tall and 200,000 meters wide. The demon dragon, who was standing beside him, clapped his hands happily. Aya, it's here. The place we are looking for is here. How is it, brat? You must have been scared by this ancient Gate of Destiny. Don't worry, with me, your boss, protecting you, I guarantee that everything will go smoothly. Yue Yang quietly took out a big hammer and kept it behind him. He asked with a smile on his face, who is the god who sent us here just now? His name is the Ancient One, the guardian god of the heaven realm. I don't know how long he has lived, but he should be a few 100,000 years old. He's an extremely lazy fellow who doesn't do anything all day long. His biggest hobby is to sleep in. The demon dragon was extremely arrogant now. He was beaming with joy as he said, brat, let me tell you, I've known him for more than 100,000 years. We're old friends. Didn't you see that he obediently sent us here with just a word from me? However, this fellow is becoming more and more like a big kid. He loves to tease people and also loves to joke around. Don't doubt me, I really have a steel-like friendship with him. What's with that look? Aya, don't hit me, I really know him. Chapter 1357. Under the threat of Yue Yang's fist and oversized hammer, Mo Long, as the boss, finally recalled the secret to opening the ancient god's gate. It wasn't easy, especially under the supervision of a little brother who had zero patience and changed his attitude faster than flipping a book, digging out the memory of 100,000 years ago from his mind that had been barren for a long time. This difficulty was no less than digging out an unknown secret treasure under the eyes of the central shrine on the radiant mountain in the heaven realm. After the ancient god's gate was successfully opened, Mo Long became arrogant again and boasted to Yue Yang, look, it's open, it's really open. Do you think anyone can open the Gate of Destiny? No, it's impossible for ordinary people to open it. You must be a genius among geniuses. Someone like me. What's going on? Why is there a fight inside? Oh no, it's Emperor Wu Shuang, that guy is actually inside. The familiar divine aura scared the demon dragon. He didn't understand how Emperor Wu Shuang could be so smart that he could predict that he would bring Yue Yang here and deliberately set up an ambush here. Yue Yang was also shocked. Emperor Wu Shuang being here was not the most shocking thing. What surprised him the most was that there was someone who could fight against Emperor Wu Shuang behind this ancient god's gate. In his senses, there was a super expert whose divine power was even above that of Emperor Wu Shuang. He was madly urging his divine power to wreak havoc in the whole world. Are we really going in? Now it was Mo Long's turn to hesitate. He was worried that if he brought Yue Yang in, it would really create some kind of irreversible fate. After all, Emperor Wu Shuang was inside, and there was a powerful person who was at the same level as Emperor Wu Shuang. This was completely different from what he had expected. Yue Yang, on the other hand, calmed himself down and nodded resolutely. Since fate is here, then let's fight. Anyway, I have already decided that no matter what challenges and tests I encounter, I will do my best. My own fate must be in my own hands. No, there is also everyone's fate, the fate that everyone entrusted to me. I must control it in my own hands, becoming the holy sovereign, freeing myself, freeing the fate of all living beings that follow me. This is my future goal. After entering the ancient god gate, with the eyesight of the mystic dragon and Yue Yang, they were able to observe the intense battle from afar. It was a supergiant ultimate god that was at least 60,000 meters tall with 3 heads and 6 arms. It looked extremely majestic with the throne behind it rising like a heavenly fire. In addition, there was a ring of light under the feet of the supergiant ultimate god that looked like a raging sea of blood. Every time there was a wave, the entire world would feel like it was drowned in a sea of blood. Supergiant ultimate god held 4 divine weapons in his hands and condensed 2 balls of inextinguishable divine light in his empty hands. One was red and the other was gold. These 2 balls of divine light were extraordinary. They were both eternal and indestructible existences. When Yue Yang saw this, he almost cried out in surprise. This was because these 2 balls of divine light that had been refined to the limit of their power were the 5-colored divine light that Yue Yang had painstakingly collected all this time but to no avail. To be precise, they were the red and gold of the 5-colored divine light. At first, Yue Yang had the green of the 5-colored divine light in his hands. After defeating the prison emperor divine palace, he obtained the black light. Unfortunately, it was a fake. He searched hard until the mysterious man appeared in the trial world. Yue Yang fought to his limit and the mysterious man's strongest divine form was flattened by the giant fate. He had no choice but to hide his soul in the black of the 5-colored divine light before he could use it to escape. The others couldn't catch up to him and only the Phoenix sisters managed to snatch the black light with great difficulty. Although Yue Yang had the second 5-colored divine light in his hands, he had never been able to exert the true power of the 5-colored divine light. Today, he was surprised to see the other form of the 5-colored divine light. It was an eternal and indestructible form of divine light. Its power, it was almost stimulated to the limit. Although there were only 2 lights and not the 5-colored divine light, it was still far beyond Yue Yang's knowledge and imagination. It can't be. What stunned the demon dragon was not the supergiant ultimate god nor the 5-colored divine light, but Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless. If the Guardian of Light had a huge divine body of 40,000 meters, then the enemy fighting with Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless was 60,000 meters tall and had transformed into a terrifying divine body with 3 heads and 6 arms. It was such an enemy that Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless could fight to a draw and was not at a disadvantage at all. How could the demon dragon not be shocked? Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless didn't change much from before except for an additional divine throne behind him. However, he could fight against strong enemies with supreme divine power. Not only was he frantically fighting against the 60,000-meter-tall supergiant ultimate god, there were also dozens of divine-level experts with divine bodies of more than 6,000 meters or even more than 10,000 meters beside him. They were besieging him with all their might. "Get out of my way!" Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless shouted. After the heavy fists collided and repelled the supergiant ultimate god, he raised his tiger arm and swept it across the battlefield with one hand. Those who touched it rolled and fell back. There was a divine-level expert about 8,000 meters who was not much shorter than peerless. He retreated a little slower and was caught by peerless and had his divine arm torn off. No one dared to step forward to rescue him, even though they clearly knew that the fate of this captured deity-level expert would be the same as that of their fallen companions in the past, that his godhead would dissipate under the hands of the peerless expert and under his will. There was still no one who dared to take this risk and step forward to rescue him. Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless deliberately raised the divine-level expert above his head. In public, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he executed the enemy. He ignored the many strong enemies and wantonly tore off the enemy's arms, legs, and feet. Finally, he pressed the enemy's head and increased his divine power little by little. Everyone watched in horror. From afar, no one dared to approach. "If you think that besieging me is effective against peerless, then you can continue. He, as well as the divine-level experts who have fallen in my hands, will be your examples." Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless roared and his divine power erupted. Before the supergiant ultimate god's fist could reach him, he directly tore off the head of the divine-level expert in his hand. The supreme divine power directly annihilated the opponent's soul and destroyed the opponent's divine essence. The divine-level divine throne had not yet dissipated. The pure and vast divine power was suddenly restrained by a kind of will and law and frantically peeled off and extracted. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into black, in a small black and white world and became another kind of existence similar to the divine throne. Yue Yang's eyeballs almost fell out because he also saw the Supreme Master at the edge of the battlefield. She was using some special secret to attract the enemy's divine throne power that was about to dissipate. Every time Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless killed a divine throne, she absorbed a divine throne. Using this, she used black to create her own divine throne. "Peerless, don't be arrogant. Your fate has been decided. When you flourish, you will fall." This is the place where you die. Supergiant Ultimate God ignored the divine-level experts around him being killed. He only focused on Emperor Wu Shuang's Peerless. As long as he killed Emperor Wu Shuang's Peerless, he would win the entire world and even the entire future. My fated return is also your end. Emperor Wu Shuang's Peerless laughed and faced the enemy without giving in. You, why are you here? And in such a dangerous place? Yue Yang rushed over immediately and stared at the slightly stunned Supreme Master with anger he had never felt before. On the other side, the demon dragon also stared angrily at the Supreme Master. You bastard, how dare you hold back when fighting with me? How dare you look down on me? Emperor Wu Shuang, if that's the case, then don't blame me for falling out with you. The demon dragon was ready to join the battle. His target was, of course, Emperor Wu Shuang's Peerless, who was besieged by a group of enemies. Yue Yang was about to die from anger. Big brother, look at the situation now, can you stop making trouble? You can't even figure out who's the enemy and who's the friend. Do you know how to be the boss? Do you know that you'll tire everyone to death like this? Besides, even if Emperor Wu Shuang's Peerless is not a good person, the other side doesn't look like a good person. Who are you going to help now? Even if you want to fight Emperor Wu Shuang's Peerless, you should pick a good time. Is it really appropriate to make a move now? I'm coming, I'm coming. The demon dragon was like a gambler who saw that he was missing 1 out of 3. His heart was itching. He transformed into a 10,000-meter tall divine body. With a thunderous roar, he joined the battle. The unstoppable fist passed through the god's throne and landed on the Peerless Emperor's back. With the addition of the demon dragon, many of the god-ranked experts hurriedly retreated. Although they didn't understand what was going on, everyone understood one fact, and that was that the guy who had just rushed over was definitely a lunatic. Emperor Wu Shuang's Peerless took the heavy punch head-on. His tiger arm rotated and hit the demon dragon's chin. Without waiting for the demon dragon to fall, Emperor Wu Shuang's knee bent like a bow and kicked the demon dragon into the air. Supergiant Ultimate God saw the demon dragon's whole body smashing toward him. 6 arms flailed. 4 divine weapons and 2 balls of divine light all hit the demon dragon's body. Yue Yang covered his face and could not bear to watch anymore. He had seen fools before, but he had never seen one as stupid as him. Ouch! The demon dragon got up with a twisted face. Although he was seriously injured, it did not affect his movements at all. He angrily roared at Supergiant Ultimate God, "Don't think that you're so arrogant just because you're a little bigger and you can hit people at will. That's just fat. Do you think you can scare me? You can't even scare the kids over there and you still have the nerve to show off. Stupid creature." Supergiant Ultimate God sent the screaming demon dragon flying with a punch and continued to launch a new round of attacks at Emperor Wu Shuang's Peerless. Are you okay? Yue Yang found that the demon dragon seemed to be seriously injured. It's just a small injury. What can you do to me? When the demon dragon saw Yue Yang saw his embarrassment, he quickly jumped up and made a cool pose. What a joke. I saw that he's a junior, so I deliberately let him have 2 moves. I don't want him to cry and go back to complain that I bullied the junior. Sister-in-law over there, stay away from Yue Yang. Don't accidentally hurt yourself. The sister-in-law, in his last few sentences angered Ji Zun. Seeing Ji Zun's glare, the demon dragon suddenly remembered that this girl was different from others. He felt guilty and quickly laughed. Then hurry up and bully him. I think this guy hasn't been beaten to tears for a long time. You have to give him a memorable experience. Yue Yang pointed at Supergiant Ultimate God. His words were like putting his boss on a bonfire. That's what you said. If I really use my ultimate move and break this world, won't you blame me? When the demon dragon heard that, he didn't feel cheated and was excited. I won't blame you. If it's really broken, I'll be responsible for repairing it. Yue Yang felt that if his boss really had the ability to defeat the enemy, the result would definitely be 100 times better than the current situation no matter how bad it was. Well, you're the future great master. You have to keep your word. The demon dragon bowed his head, stretched out a finger, and pointed at Yue Yang. Hey, in the name of the great master, you said to unseal and use your strongest move. Yue Yang was stunned. It's easy to use your strongest move, but are you sure your brain hasn't been damaged by the enemy? Does it really make sense to do that? This young master doesn't even know what unsealing is, okay. Although he was complaining in his heart that his boss was unreliable. Seeing that he needed to do that, he also cooperated and released his strongest sword energy that pierced the demon dragon's forehead. Chapter 1358 The Sword Aura soared to the sky. The demonic dragon bathed in the sword aura. He let out a heart-wrenching scream and collapsed. Yue Yang suddenly felt dizzy. He was puzzled. Big brother, if you can't stand the sword aura, why do you have to suffer like this? You even said you're going to use your strongest move. What are you doing? However, on second thought, although the demonic dragon was not very reliable, it was not to the extent where he could not even withstand one of his own sword. Previously, he fought with the Peerless until he was covered in wounds and fought with the guardian divinity of light. His body was severely injured and he was exhausted from the fight, but he did not make a sound. Why was he behaving like this now? What the hell happened? The demonic dragon, who was rolling on the ground in pain, could not even hide his original form. He transformed into an angry dragon and crazily vomited blood. Dragon blood spurted out. Black ink splattered all over the sky and the ground. The fallen gods of the Dead Sea, who were besieging Emperor Wu Shuang from afar, saw this enraged dragon form. All of them cried out in fear, "It's the demonic dragon. That lunatic has actually escaped. No, wait, wasn't he imprisoned by the supreme dragon god forever? Stay away from him. This guy is an immortal dragon from the Eastern clan. There's no point in fighting him. Is the supreme dragon god going to return to the heavenly realm? Ah, it's too scary. Even this place is no longer safe. What should we do now? Continue to besiege the Peerless in vain. Continue. Ignore the demonic dragon and continue to besiege the Peerless. If the guardian divinity is defeated, all of us will die. We will all be slaughtered by the Peerless. Our fate is already closely linked to the Dead Sea. There is no other choice. Fight, continue to fight, for our fate, for our future." The battle over there was in full swing. Over here, Yue Yang saw the demonic dragon's long body twisting like a dead snake and spitting out black blood from his huge mouth from time to time. Just when Yue Yang thought that this fellow was going to vomit blood and die, the raging dragon's twisted body and shiny black scales gradually emitted a black light, slowly fading into a dark gold color. Especially the dragon horns on its forehead, as well as a pair of huge dragon eyes, were even more dazzling with golden light. Light returned to the mystic dragon's eyes. The aura that had been on the brink of death erupted and increased by billions of times. Reincarnation from death. In just a few minutes, it was so fast that Yue Yang couldn't believe it. Ah, I feel much better now. The mystic dragon, who was in the form of a raging dragon, gradually returned to his human form. He slumped in front of Yue Yang and said weakly, "Is there any tonic like God's blood? Give me some." Yue Yang shook his head. Of course there was God's blood, but to get it from Yue Yang would be more difficult than defeating Tian Yu. The mystic dragon had no choice but to lower his request. "If you don't have God's blood, give me a mouthful of God's dew." "Bastard, I have lost too much blood and am dying of thirst. How can I fight if I don't recover?" Fine, I owe you a cup now. I'll pay you back 1 cup after this. 2 cups, I'll pay you back 2 cups. You bastard, you're still talking about interest now. You miser, are you even human? Take note, you are a boss, don't be a rascal. Of course, Yue Yang had plenty of God's due. If he wanted to drink 1 cup and return 2 cups, then lending him a cup should not be a problem. However, he seriously doubted the character of a certain boss. Of course, do I look like someone who doesn't return debts? The mystic dragon took the cup and drank it in one gulp. You don't look like one, you are. Yue Yang was very worried that his God's due would never return. Now that I have been officially resurrected, your good days are over. The mystic dragon jumped up and burst out with his 10,000-meter-long divine body. He once again rushed towards Peerless Emperor with the same punch. One punch sent Peerless Emperor flying, and another punch sent Super Giant Ultimate God flying. Yue Yang's eyeballs almost popped out as he exclaimed, "This is not scientific." He was half dead just now, but after drinking a cup of God's dew, he activated his little universe and fought against a strong enemy. Was a cup of God's dew really that effective? This could not be explained with common sense at all. He should have unlocked the shackles of the laws. Although he has not recovered to his peak, he can already release his true power smoothly. Ji Zun understood, but I didn't do anything. Yue Yang looked at his hand. It was just a casual sword attack. Maybe he used your future to take advantage of a loophole. Ji Zun guessed so. That's not right either. Yue Yang still couldn't believe it. He didn't do anything, and there was no law produced just now. The sword energy didn't unseal anything. He didn't use the power of fate, he didn't bear any burden or receive any revelation. In short, he didn't do anything. How was this possible? Besides, it was impossible for an unsealed mystic dragon to recover just by drinking a cup of God's dew. Could it be that this boss faked his death and cheated him of the God's dew? The paranoid man from another world was letting his imagination run wild. What are you doing here? Ji-Zun didn't care about that at all. She just looked at Yue Yang strangely. I should be the one asking you this question. What are you doing here? Do you know how dangerous this is? How could you sneak into such a dangerous place without letting anyone know? This is outrageous. The more Yue Yang spoke, the angrier he became. It was as if he was blaming Ji-Zun, but under Ji-Zun's gaze, his voice became weaker and weaker. In the end, he said, everyone was very worried about you. Are you alright? Other than those three fellows, do you think there will be any problems? Ji-Zun looked down at everyone, as if there was no one else around. So many powerful people. Yue Yang saw that there were more than 10 God-ranked experts with divine thrones here, and the number was close to 100. Even in this kind of situation, Ji-Zun actually said that there was no problem. This was really something that he couldn't agree with. You stood so close to the front, did no one attack you? He really suspected that those fellows in front of him were blind. Yes, Ji-Zun said casually, but after killing a few, they stopped. Yue Yang was speechless. Sure enough, this world was a world where the strong were respected. Whoever had the bigger fist was the boss. After fighting for a long time, while the mystic dragon was fighting with the guardian deity of the Dead Sea, Emperor Wu Shuang caught another divine-level ranker who had unfortunately fallen behind during the siege. Emperor Wu Shuang was determined to carry out a massacre. Under his will, there was no forgiveness or tolerance, only killing and destruction. He mercilessly tore apart the opponent's divine body and used his divine power to annihilate the opponent's divine deity and soul. That feeling, it was like a lion tearing apart a chick. Yue Yang's jaw dropped to the ground. Damn, isn't this Emperor Wu Shuang a little too awesome? Fortunately, it wasn't the boss he wanted to fight. Otherwise, even if he cultivated for 1,000 years, it would be useless. Speaking of which, between Emperor Wu Shuang and Ji-Zun of the Divine Palace, who was stronger? Could the guy over there, who was 60,000 meters tall and had 3 heads and 6 arms, be Tian Yu? Ji-Zun took the opportunity to absorb the dissipating power of the opponent's divine throne and transformed it into the black and white divine throne that she was still condensing. Are you condensing a divine throne? Yue Yang asked weakly. Don't you need others to help you condense a divine throne? Someone left me a divine emblem at the Million Steps. I want to use it to make my own lesser divine throne. Of course, the real greater divine throne will still be completed by others. Previously, there was a divine message that told me part of the truth. Now, I just need to complete this lesser divine throne that belongs to me. When Ji-Zun said this, Yue Yang felt extremely inferior. Even if it was a lesser divine throne, if he could make it himself, he would still be extremely arrogant. Besides, if Ji-Zun had a divine message, why didn't he have any divine message? Could it be that the heavenly sword goddess had forgotten about him? No, she must be in closed-door training right now and doesn't know the situation outside. It must be like that. Yue Yang was very envious. After looking at it for a long time, he realized that he couldn't understand this divine throne at all. It was too complicated, so he asked, what divine throne is this? Sovereign divine throne. Ji-Zun told him very honestly, this is what I comprehended in the gate of life and death. Under Ji-Zun's will, I can control all life and death. For example, on this battlefield, no matter who changes between life and death, from life to death, from death to life, they will all be under my divine throne. Right now, I haven't completed it yet, so I can only absorb the divine power of those who died in battle. I want one too. Yue Yang almost drooled when he heard this. You don't have the foundation to achieve it, and you don't have the divine emblem to achieve this kind of divine throne. Ji-Zun bluntly attacked him. Who gave you the divine emblem? I don't have one. Yue Yang remembered that he had also reached the million step, although he was pulled up by Ji-Zun with the laws. You want to know? Ji-Zun stared at Yue Yang. Seeing this kid's anxious expression, a smile appeared in her bright eyes. This is a secret, I can't tell you. Also, if you want to become a divine throne, you must first think about how to move my heart. For example, someone did something with a shameless goddess that he thought was a secret, which made me very angry. Jizun was very angry, and the consequences were very serious. When Yue Yang heard this, he knew that it was over. He had already said that he shouldn't go too far and that he shouldn't fantasize about Jizun while doing something. However, the Phantom Moon Goddess said that it was fine and even took his hand and secretly touched it. Now, it was all over. Just as Yue Yang was thinking about what he should do to atone for his sins, he suddenly saw the demon dragon being punched away by Supergiant Ultimate God and smashed in front of him. The demon dragon's first little universe punch exploded. Emperor Peerless and Supergiant Ultimate God did not accurately estimate it, so he succeeded. Now it was not very useful. So, the boss immediately shouted at Yue Yang, "You're still looking. Hurry up and do it. Look at the situation now, and you're still talking about love here. Can't you guys talk slowly in bed when you go back? I don't have time for that now. Do it." Yue Yang looked at the 60,000-meter tall Supergiant Ultimate God and couldn't help but shrink his neck. "I'm not stupid. You can't fight the big monsters, but you can fight the small monsters." The demon dragon was angry. The ground was full of small monsters, you can just fight any one of them. Standing on the side of the battlefield and watching others fight to death while you chat with a beauty so leisurely, you will be punished by heaven. So many. Yue Yang found that there were at least 90 feet small monsters, here, if not 100. Each of them had a divine throne, and the shortest one was more than 6,000 meters. FCK, are these still small monsters? Jizun originally wanted to fight the small monsters, but she was angered by the demon dragon's words just now. She decided to stand by and watch for a while, waiting for this guy to be tortured. She did not move, so Yue Yang followed closely behind. As for brothers, boss, loyalty, and steely friendship, they were all fleeting clouds in front of a beauty. Moreover, this was an angry Jizun, so he had to pretend to be a good boy. Yue Yang looked around and flashed to the top of the divine mountain. He said to the seriously injured subjugating Chongsheng who was struggling to hold the sky with one arm, "This small monster looks like it's easy to bully, why don't I beat him up?" The demon dragon was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "Beat him to death, why don't you carry the sky? If no one carries the sky, the gate of destiny will close, and it might even alarm the sleeping great god of ancient times. At that time, everyone will be finished, and it doesn't matter who is right or wrong. I don't want to stay in prison anymore, especially the kind of prison where I have to stay for 100,000 years." Yue Yang was curious and asked subjugating Chongsheng, "One look and I can tell that you don't look like a good person, why are you so kind as to come here and carry the sky for everyone?" Subjugating Chongsheng laughed bitterly, "This sentence is as long as a piece of cloth." The guy shook his head and waved his hands, "Then don't say it." He belonged to the type of person who doesn't see for too long, doesn't listen to too much. He didn't have the patience to go straight to the point. If he beat around the bush, who knew if he would let people go around in circles? Just like that, the guy from another world put aside the depressed subjugating Chongsheng and looked at Kai Danzi, who was lying on the ground not far from subjugating Chongsheng's feet. His body looked as if it had been run over by 100,000 mammoths. "What about you? One look and I can tell that you are not a good person, so why did you come to this divine mountain to enjoy the sauna bath?" Kai Danzi didn't know what the sauna bath was, but he understood the meaning. He laughed, "I was stepped on by a peerless expert. I can't live anymore, and I don't want to live anymore, so I came here." Yue Yang made a fuss out of nothing. "Stepped on by a peerless expert? Then you are walking too carelessly. How can you just run around randomly? This is very dangerous. Are you saying that I was wrong?" Kai Danzi had never thought that he would be stepped on by a person. So it turned out that he was wrong. "Do you think you are right?" Yue Yang criticized him as if it was a matter of course. "That's right, I thought that as a bad person, I could do some wrong things. I didn't expect." Kai Danzi felt a little depressed. As a bad person, you didn't reflect on yourself properly, but still ran around randomly and did wrong things. This is even more wrong. Yue Yang reminded him, "Since you are going to die soon, do you have anything left? If you don't even have a single divine equipment, then you are a failure as a person. Wouldn't that be a waste of your life? I even think that the divine equipment choosing its master, choosing you as its master, is not right at all. You mean to choose someone like you?" Kai Danzi now understood Yue Yang's meaning a little. "I think that even without comparison, it should be very clear. Look at you, you're lying here waiting for your death, while I'm standing here alive and kicking. You're an old man who can't do anything right, but is good at spoiling things. I'm still young and smart, and everything goes according to plan. If you had even the slightest sense of inferiority and self-awareness, I think you would immediately take out the divine weapon and force it into my hands. Even if I sternly refuse, you would still insist on giving it to me. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to die in peace. When Yue Yang said this, Kai Danzi almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fuck, after talking for so long, it turns out that you want my divine equipment. It's not that I haven't seen shameless people before, but I have never seen such a shameless person. This brat, why didn't the heavens strike him with lightning? Chapter 1359, Go back and comprehend it well. Ji Zun appeared behind Yue Yang in a flash. When he turned around in surprise, she tapped his forehead lightly with her finger. That was a ball of boundlessly mysterious spiritual light. Like a meteor breaking through the sky, it flashed in Yue Yang's mind. It contained all of Ji Zun's insights, as well as the unique revelations given to her by the mysterious inheritance. Everything, like fireworks blooming, instantly overflowed the entire lake of Yue Yang's mind. Yue Yang's previous puzzles and speculations about the divine throne were completely understood at this moment. However, Ji Zun did not limit Yue Yang's understanding to her own realm. On the contrary, she used her own wisdom to guide Yue Yang to continue to move forward to a higher realm. Yue Yang was so excited that he almost wanted to hold her in his arms, but before he could open his arms, he immediately realized that it was too abrupt and quickly took a step back. The outcome of this battle won't be decided even if we fight for a few more days and nights. You are only here to add to the chaos. Go back and work hard. What you need to do is to surpass yourself and completely transcend before the enemy wins. Ji Zun hoped that Yue Yang would return to the grimoire world and take this opportunity to comprehend the divine throne and the new realm. What should I do? Yue Yang didn't know what to do to improve himself. Look at your heart and get rid of distracting thoughts. Maybe you will get the answer. Ji Zun never thought that this kid's comprehension would be a problem. Indeed, there were many shortcomings in this guy from another world. But being stupid was definitely not one of them. As long as this kid was serious, no matter what he did, no matter how difficult or challenging it was not a problem. The only thing that limited this kid's progress was his laziness. It was too difficult to make this kid nervous until the most tense moment. Of course, this also depended on the person. For example, Ji Zun was his nemesis. As soon as she opened her mouth, he would immediately become honest. Yue Yang returned to the grimoire world. Xiao Nu, who stayed inside and did not participate in the battle outside, widened her beautiful big eyes. Why did he come back? And what was with that bitter expression? As soon as she asked, Yue Yang poured out a lot of grievances. In the end, he hoped that Pandora, who was coexisting in Xiao Nu's body, could give him an opinion. Weren't you a super strong god tier in the past? There should also be a divine throne. Tell me, what should I do to become the best divine throne? No, I'm not asking for too much now. It's fine as long as I can become a divine throne. Yue Yang still wanted to use his divine throne to deal with Ji Zun, but this was not something else. Even if he wanted to make do with it, he wouldn't be able to. Xiao Nu did not know anything about the divine throne, and Pandora was also confused. What is the divine throne? Is it delicious? This answer almost made Yue Yang fall to the ground. Sigh, he asked the wrong person. Instead of asking this muddle-headed Pandora, who had even forgotten about her past, he might as well think of a way himself. Seeing Yue Yang's depressed look, Pandora covered her mouth and laughed. She liked to see Yue Yang's depressed look the most. She felt that it was very amusing. On the other hand, the kind-hearted Xiao Nu was a little soft-hearted and hoped that Pandora could help her master. Under Xiao Nu's pleading, Pandora also decided to try and see if she could remember anything. The result was obvious. After Yue Yang finished a sumptuous meal, he found that Pandora, who had taken over Xiao Nu's body, had already fallen asleep. Furthermore, her sleeping posture was very alluring. It was rare for him to work hard, but his hard work was actually ignored by others. How could this be? The guy from another world howled and turned into a wolf under the moon. He pressed down on a certain goddess and spanked her butt 30 times. At first, a certain third young master's willpower was very firm, and the execution of the family rules was very strict. However, a certain goddess knew how to act coquettishly. Furthermore, there was an extremely cute Xiao Nu in her body that he could not bear to hit. Thus, towards the end, the family rules were still enforced. The spanking was still the same, but it had already become a different form of family rules. After a hearty battle, the guy from another world discovered that a certain goddess not only had a divine throne, but also a realm that was exceptionally high. At the very least, it was a level higher than what he could currently detect and understand. However, this divine throne of calamity was deeply sealed. Even Pandora's consciousness seemed to have forgotten about it on purpose, and did not resonate with it at all. If not for the slight ripple that occurred when Yue Yang's body and mind fused with hers, Yue Yang would not have been able to detect its existence. I also have a divine throne. Then where is my divine throne? Can I sit on it? Pandora's words made Yue Yang feel helpless. It seemed like there was no hope for this girl to help him become a divine throne. On the other hand, when he had the ability in the future, it was not impossible for him to help her remove her divine throne. Furthermore, it seemed that this divine throne of calamity was not sealed by someone else, but by Pandora herself. She probably did not like him, who would be cursed by divine power the moment he touched her divine throne, so she sealed herself. Jizun's enlightenment, the revelation from the mysterious inheritance above the million steps, Wu Shuanghuang's unique interpretation of the divine throne, and Pandora's divine throne realm that was deeply sealed, all of these were fused in Yue Yang's heart. He had learned a lot from his exploration. However, he still could not use divine power to condense it himself. The most important prerequisite was that there was no divine emblem. If there was no such thing, even if he condensed it, it would not be recognized by the higher-ups. At the same time, without this, which direction should he condense it in? Jizun condensed the divine throne that she comprehended from the gate of life and death to control life and death. Pandora condensed the divine throne of calamity that she was born with and could curse everything in the world. Then what about himself? Could it be that he had to create a perverted divine throne? Traversing the divine throne, after agonizing over it for a long time, Yue Yang decided to ask the omnipotent sword goddess for help. She definitely knew about it. A certain third young master fell asleep very comfortably under the gentle care of Xiaonu. Unfortunately, the sword goddess was not at home. Not only was she not there, even that Koki no Koki was not there. The entire dream realm was empty, causing a certain third young master who was full of expectations to be disappointed. When he woke up, Yue Yang discovered that Xiaonu was as curious as a cat. She was tossing and turning a sparkling thing in her hands. When Yue Yang looked over, her small hands that were like white orchids immediately took out that sparkling star, and happily handed it over. When you were asleep, a rainbow light flew out from the trial grimoire. Pandora said that it might be for you. The trial grimoire flew out. Yue Yang was stunned when he heard this. Something that flew out from the grimoire. It didn't fly out earlier or later, but it flew out now. Could it be that it was intentional? Thinking about it again, it must be the doing of the three little lawless, creation, destruction and eternity. They seemed to have also disappeared and could not be found anywhere. It was really strange. Why did all of them disappear at such an important juncture? Taking the sparkling star-like object, Yue Yang discovered that there was indeed their pure divine power on it. The degree of purity of this divine power simply shocked Yue Yang. How did they refine it? Could divine power be as eternal and pure as nirvana flame? It was too inconceivable, but it was also the truth. Yue Yang carefully held the sparkling star-like object in his hand. He felt that this thing should be the legendary foundation of the divine throne, the core of achievement, and the divine emblem that was specially approved by it. Without it, it wouldn't work. Now that he had it, Yue Yang was still confused. Such a pure divine emblem, what kind of divine power would be added to it? If all the divine power was as pure as it was to become a divine throne, then it would be over. Even if all the divine power of his attributes were added together, he wouldn't be able to achieve much in the end. How much divine power was needed to become a divine throne? Yue Yang thought about Jizun. He remembered that she seemed to have absorbed the power of two 10,000-year-old ghosts' divine thrones, but she only added a little bit of black in the black and white world of the divine thrones. After the evolution, there seemed to be only a little bit of the vast divine power left. FCK, he didn't have Jizun's ability to control the power of other people's divine thrones. If he were to rely on himself, he would explode and then die. Do you also have a lot of troubles? The Freedom Queen passed by and noticed that this brat seemed to be very bitter. She couldn't help but ask, who doesn't have troubles? Do I look like that kind of heartless guy who laughs foolishly all day long? Yue Yang disagreed. You are. The Freedom Queen's pure and holy face was smiling and shining. Don't provoke me now. Yue Yang was very depressed. You know that I'm in a bad mood, but you didn't kiss me to comfort me. You even deliberately made fun of me. It was really too outrageous. Although he was depressed, he couldn't hit the Freedom Queen's little butt because this girl only had half of her body. Last time, he wanted to help her grow her lower body, but he didn't make a move until now. Goodbye. The Freedom Queen waved her hand lightly, a smile on her face. It was really rare. Why was she in such a good mood today? Wait a minute. Yue Yang chased after her. You want me to help solve your doubts? Sorry, I'm not even at the divine level. The Freedom Queen knew about Yue Yang's troubles, but she couldn't do anything about it. The divine throne was far beyond her understanding. Who said that? I'm talking about helping you recover your body. Yue Yang was like a big bad wolf approaching a little lamb. Ah, I'm not ready yet. The Freedom Queen realized the danger. I'm already ready. Don't refuse, because it's useless to refuse. Don't talk nonsense. This young master has wanted to teach you a lesson for a long time. Yue Yang picked up the Freedom Queen and ran to the bedroom, ignoring her objections. Xiaonu, who had just finished cleaning up, came out with a basin of water. She was very tactful, but Pandora laughed and said, "Ayaya, I didn't see anything." The guy from another world was thick-skinned and pretended not to hear it. However, the Freedom Queen couldn't do it. She was so embarrassed that her face was burning, and she wanted to faint immediately. She covered her face shyly and used the ostrich method to escape. Although she knew what was going to happen next, she still didn't dare to face it directly. The Queen of Freedom, who had lost half of her body, was still breathtakingly beautiful even though she had lost half of her body. She was as fragrant as snow and as soft as jade, and as red as ruby. Her perfect body formed a shocking contrast with her incomplete body. Only now did the Queen of Freedom realize that she was a woman. Only then did a kind of shyness unique to women awaken in her soul. The guy from another world was usually a big pervert, but he was still good when it came to serious matters. He focused his mind, especially when he gently placed half of the divine body under the Freedom Queen. He was so nervous that a layer of fine sweat seeped out. This was definitely not a simple connection or splicing. This was a kind of regeneration that surpassed life, the fusion of a divine level and a mortal. The most difficult thing was that the Freedom Queen had a kind of pure divine power, which was inherited from the previous Water Temple Master. Two kinds of divine power with different attributes would coexist in a mortal's body, perfectly fuse, and transform into her life functions and wisdom. This level of difficulty was even higher than a mountain. If Yue Yang didn't have the Nirvana flame in his own blood, he wouldn't dare to dream of such an unprecedented miracle. Divine and mortal is one, heaven and man is one. This would also be a unique existence in the entire world. It's about to begin. Yue Yang was sweating profusely, but he couldn't be bothered to wipe it off. His entire mind was focused on the connection. If there was even a millionth of a mistake, the conflict between the two kinds of divine power would produce a world-destroying explosion, and this Freedom Queen would definitely perish. The Freedom Queen also knew that she needed to cooperate with her thoughts. No matter how embarrassed she was, she couldn't let his hard work go down the drain, let alone sit and watch him be in danger. Her fingers that were covering her face opened slightly. This was the first time in her life. She was so brave, and she looked at him with open heart. Chapter 1360. So, this is the secret of the Divine Throne. When Yue Yang was remodeling the Liberty Queen's body, he discovered that there was a sleeping divine throne that had lost its consciousness but still had its power. At first, it was very weak, and Yue Yang thought it was an illusion. When the Liberty Queen's consciousness and divine power law were gradually integrated into the divine throne under Yue Yang's guidance, the divine throne immediately began to awaken and continuously fed back various information to Yue Yang's mind, such as the secret and prerequisites to become a divine throne. This made the dazzled Yu clan's third young master pleasantly surprised and flustered. The power of the sleeping divine throne had dissipated a lot, and more than half of it was incomplete. However, the good news was that the foundation was still there, and the form was complete. This made Yue Yang, who did not know how to evolve it, heave a sigh of relief. Other than the divine emblem, condensing a divine throne was an essential foundation. It also needed a type of divine might to fill it. This kind of divine might, it could be refined and transformed by the master's divine power. It could also be transformed by the master's followers, piety or faith power. It could even be transformed by the master's many great deeds, such as the phenomenon, influence, power, and so on. For example, the Liberty Queen. She did not have any divine power, and what she had was either the inheritance or the remnant of half of her divine body. After Yue Yang refined the divine power in her body as well as the remaining divine power in half of her divine body, he was pleasantly surprised to find that her divine power light pillar had already exceeded 215 meters. Although she was unable to reach the superior divine seat requirement of 300 meters and above, it seemed to be very easy to reach the true divine seat between 100 and 300 meters. However, when Yue Yang took action and prepared to awaken the Liberty Queen's sleeping divine throne and integrate the new divine power, he realized that his understanding was just a mistake. It was just a terrifying beginning. Yue Yang had already learned from the old fisherman that the sleeping great divine priest's feedback was the same. If one wanted to become a great divine priest, if one wanted to become a god that was recognized by the entire upper world, they must first use their divine power to free themselves. Then, the rest would be used to become a divine throne. Once the great divine throne was completed, the height it showed and the rank it was at represented the height of the realm of the divine throne. This was a harsh condition that made Yue Yang speechless. However, he had to do this. There was no other way. Only by doing this could he truly transcend his mortal body and ascend to godhood. Is it very troublesome? The Queen of Freedom looked at Yue Yang apologetically. It's fine, but it turns out that it's so difficult to truly become a god. It was only now that Yue Yang realized that advancing to the divine level wasn't something that could be achieved just by cultivating for a long time, accumulating a lot of divine power, or using some kind of divine equipment, divine beast or grimoire. Although any external object had a supportive effect, it was also an object of self-liberation. To become a god, one had to pay the price first. First, he would use pure divine power to pay for everything in the world. After completing this, he would no longer have any restrictions or obstacles. Only then would he be liberated and become a god. The Queen of Freedom was very kind. She had never killed anyone, and she rarely killed anything. She didn't even step on many ants, so the repayment requirement was very small. However, she had many experiences in her life, and all of them had to be cleared with pure divine power. Moreover, the fate she carried was a dead knot that had been entangled for generations. She also had to pay divine power to resolve this wave of hatred. As for those hungry followers and believers, she also had to pay divine power to respond to their prayers. Unless the Queen of Freedom was willing to take over those people in the Tianhua region, she had to convert her divine power into divine grace in one go in order to truly free herself and the fate that she had been carrying. All of this was fine, she could pay it all in one go. About 30 meters of divine power would be enough. Among them, the Queen of Freedom didn't need 5 meters to free herself. The main thing was the fate that she carried. What Yue Yang didn't expect was that half of the divine body also needed to be repaid. Moreover, the amount of divine power needed to be repaid was unimaginable. FCK, the divine power light pillar that is more than 200 meters tall is gone in one go. Yue Yang realized that the divine power light pillar disappeared in an instant. If it wasn't for the trace of light pillar that was a few centimeters tall, Yue Yang would have thought that the Queen of Freedom would destroy her godhead because she didn't repay enough. Fortunately, because she had freed herself from fate and ascended to become a god, the various good deeds that the Queen of Freedom's ancestors had carried out in the Tianhua region, including the prayers and piety of her followers, etc., returned like a spring. There were countless of them. These were all transformed into blessings and divine power, and the divine power light pillar rose again. Moreover, it was very pure. Yue Yang used the nirvana flame to purify it. Out of 10 or 20%, only 80 or 90% remained, and it returned to a height of 60 meters. There was no need to think about becoming a proper deity. Even becoming a beginner deity would be passable. Yue Yang's greatest hope was to be able to fuse with the remaining divine power of the sleeping divine throne and reach the beginner deity throne that was infinitely close to a height of 100 meters. Please don't repel each other. Yue Yang slowly fused the 60 meters of pure divine power into the sleeping divine throne. He was extremely nervous, worried that the two would repel each other and explode, causing great destruction. He was drenched in sweat, and drop by drop, it dripped onto the Queen of Freedom's newly reconstructed snow-white body. At the most tense moment, Yue Yang felt his vision blur, and his mind seemed to relax. He was so scared that his hair stood on end, thinking that something bad was going to happen. Fortunately, he realized that it was just a false alarm. He focused again, and his mind guided the pure divine power to fuse with the divine power of the sleeping divine throne. When it had completely absorbed the divine power, Yue Yang realized that the sleeping divine throne was still far from enough. It seemed that it still had enough potential to absorb more divine power, but the external divine power had already been completely exhausted. Just when he was in a dilemma, Yue Yang, who had a bright mind, boldly took out a portion of the giant's divine power of fate that he once carried but could not use from the holy grimoire and placed it inside. Strange light, it exploded from the sleeping divine throne and lit up the entire grimoire world. At this moment, the fates of the two people were closely linked, inseparable. The Queen of Freedom's divine throne instantly reached a perfect state, and she immediately became a god. Her body was reborn into an immortal god's body, and according to her own will in the original memories of her body, she formed a brand new Statue of Liberty. Behind her divine body, which was as pure as jade and immortal, a dazzling and beautiful, divine throne of liberty, slowly rose up, looking at the mighty and holy Statue of Liberty. Even the evolved Yue Yang himself couldn't help but feel a kind of reverence that he didn't dare to blaspheme. The birth of any god was always so extraordinary. It was so dignified. The Statue of Liberty, which represented free will and would never be fettered and bound, was officially born. This, the Queen of Freedom, no, the Statue of Liberty, Yingluo gently touched the emblem between her eyebrows. It was a special emblem that represented a god's wife. When Yue Yang used his divine power of fate to place it into her body and the divine throne, this little dot appeared between her eyebrows at the same time and marked it forever. I also didn't know it would be like this. Yue Yang was a little speechless. If he had this after having sex with the illusionary moon goddess, then it would be fine. After all, he had done it before. However, this Statue of Liberty hadn't even started yet. Actually, he didn't know that this emblem already existed, including Yu, Lu Yi and the others. It was just that it wasn't as obvious and divine as it was now. After the emblem first appeared under the world tree, it disappeared according to its master's will. Since our fates are linked, then our lives will also be blended into one. The Statue of Liberty bowed to Yue Yang, and her bright eyes emitted an incomparably gentle divine light. Although I'm a little lacking in confidence, Yingluo will definitely work hard. In the endless years to come, Yingluo will fulfill the greatest responsibility of a wife and let my husband's life be filled with freedom and joy. Really? I mean, it's really good. The Statue of Liberty is really beautiful. When Yue Yang saw the naked god's body in front of him, it would be a lie to say that he didn't have any crooked thoughts. When he heard what Yingluo said, he was even more ecstatic. However, he was a lot more careful after hitting a wall with Jizun. He was still able to control his mind and didn't want to pounce on her and eat her like a big tiger. Please don't say such words that go against your will. You should know that Yingluo's heart is now completely connected with yours. The Statue of Liberty couldn't help but laugh. Let's take a look at the god's throne first. Yue Yang was greatly embarrassed. Not saying what he meant was the characteristic of a guy from another world. Usually, very few people would expose him, including Shui Niu, Tigress, and even Yu and the others. Everyone knew what kind of person he was, but everyone secretly left some face for him. However, it couldn't be done in front of the Statue of Liberty, Yingluo. She was used to sincere and frank words. In the past, she would rather keep her mouth shut than lie to her enemies. Seeing that Yue Yang didn't say what he meant, even if she had a wolf's heart, she couldn't help but correct him. Yue Yang didn't dare to look straight into Yingluo's eyes. He was afraid that he would see a wolf's reflection in those beautiful eyes, so he quickly changed the topic. Just a primary god. The Statue of Liberty smiled. She now understood the actions of Princess Sissy and the others a little. As a wife, especially a good wife, she really had to learn to be tolerant. She displayed her divine throne. Instantly, the entire grimoire world shone brightly, holy and flawless. The Statue of Liberty's divine throne was the lowest rank, primary god. However, Yue Yang noticed one thing. This divine throne of liberty was very different from the previous divine throne that was in deep slumber. The feeling that the divine throne of liberty gave Yue Yang was perfect. So perfect that it was indescribable. This divine throne of liberty seemed to have a lot of room for improvement. It seemed like it still had half of its potential to be improved. The previous divine throne that was in deep slumber did not have this feeling. Could it be that he really did it? Did he do it all? For a moment, Yue Yang started to doubt his own hands. Even though he knew that it was his own doing, he still couldn't believe it. He felt that when he integrated the fate divine power into it, there was a mysterious and undetectable force that quietly helped him achieve it. It wasn't all of his doing. What he did might just be a superficial catalyst, Heavenly Sword Goddess. It must be her. It must be her who secretly helped him evolve this divine throne of liberty. Otherwise, this divine throne of liberty wouldn't be so perfect. It was even more impossible for it to have half of its potential to be improved. The old fisherman had said that after becoming a divine throne, there shouldn't be any more big improvements. It was almost the end. Even if there was improvement, it would be very slow. However, the divine throne of liberty had exceeded his warning. Why, maybe, it's like this. Yingluo can make a bold guess. The Statue of Liberty and Yue Yang were connected. She was unable to detect the existence of the Heavenly Sword Goddess. She only vaguely knew that there was a mysterious guardian. It was an existence that even her divinity and divinity feared. However, she could clearly sense Yue Yang's current state of mind. Seeing that Yue Yang was confused, she hurriedly comforted him. It's possible. During the process of becoming a divine throne, the Heavenly Sword Goddess borrowed your hands to evolve it. It can be considered as you evolving it for Yingluo. Because you have not become a divine throne and have not officially entered the peak, Yingluo arranged it to be below half of the realm. In the future, when you have completely reached the peak, you will advance at the same time. If that's the case, it does make some sense. Yue Yang thought of Ji Zun. She was still preparing to become a lesser divine throne. That would be even more awesome. The divine throne of liberty was like child's play compared to her own sovereign throne. Maybe Ji Zun also received some kind of revelation or secret. She seemed to have said the same thing before. Ji Zun let you become a divine throne. There should be more than one divine throne. Maybe there can be two or more. The Statue of Liberty made a bold guess. Could it be that becoming a divine throne is related to the grimoire? Yue Yang thought further and thought of a possibility. Is it possible that one grimoire can become a divine throne? The Statue of Liberty looked at Yue Yang. If that was the case, then Yue Yang could condense at least 3 divine thrones. Ji Zun tried to condense the sovereign throne to control life and death. If I want to condense my own divine throne, what kind of divine throne would it be? If I can condense a few divine thrones, what kind of divine throne would the first one be? Yue Yang fell into deep thought. He had the holy grimoire that had accompanied him since he transmigrated. He also had the trial grimoire that he had obtained from the 10 trials. He even had a divine grimoire that he had not successfully summoned. The characteristics of his divine throne should be closely related to them. The direction of his evolution should also be based on them. So the holy grimoire first. Or the trial grimoire. No matter who it is, please give me a little hint. Yue Yang was especially anxious in his heart. He felt that he was about to break through the barrier, but he was just a little bit away. The inspiration was at his fingertips, but he couldn't really grasp it in his palm. This feeling was too maddening. Was there no one who could clearly tell him what to do? It was all riddles. Could it be that his fate had to be solved in the process of a riddle in order to achieve something? To achieve the effect of the trial. The Heavenly Sword Goddess did not say it, his mother did not say it, Queen Vivian Li and even Fourth Mother, who were often with him in the later stages, did not say anything. Alright, there must be a reason behind this. Maybe after solving this riddle, this situation, the entire fate and the battle situation would be solved. I will not disappoint you. Just wait, comprehending the divine throne is just the beginning. In the future, there will be even more. I will solve them one by one, and I will definitely become a divine sovereign, just like you all hoped for. The Statue of Liberty hugged him from behind and gently hugged him in her arms, trying to give him some comfort and support. She also did not know what she should do. Only then could she help him. But she hoped that by doing so, she could share his troubles with him, and bring him some comfort in his heart. Yue Yang woke up from his thoughts. He realized that she had been accompanying him for a long time, but she was patient and gentle. When she saw him turn his face, she even smiled sweetly, a complete change from the cold and indifferent attitude she had when she was the Queen of Liberty. With a body, although she had become a goddess, she actually had a feminine gentleness. Seeing this, the guy from another world could not help but be moved. His wolfish claws secretly reached out and climbed up the snow jade fragrant peak. It's better to understand the secrets of the divine throne from you. Of course, it was necessary to understand, but was his goal the divine throne? This was very questionable. The Statue of Liberty could not protest, because her cherry lips had already been savagely blocked by a certain guy from another world. Chapter 1361 In the Space-Time Labyrinth, Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others were still fighting. All the way forward, they didn't know that they were in the game, nor did they know that their opponents were just illusions in the labyrinth world. The real enemies had already escaped from Dongfang's chess skills and rules and were scattered at the most important points. They didn't need to fight until the most crucial moment. Just like that, the rankers from the Radiant Mountain camp quietly watched their own illusions fight against the warriors from Tong Tian Tower. Damn it! The captain's face turned ugly when he saw his own illusions being killed several times by the enemy. Although it was a space-time projection, its strength was not far from the original. In other words, if the real captain appeared on the battlefield and fought against the warriors from Tong Tian Tower who were trying to break through, he would probably die with hatred. The captain's expression was ugly, and so were Tu Shi and the others. This was because they discovered that without the conqueror Queen Fei Wen Li or Titan Yu, without the human Ji Zun and his majesty who resided deep within the Tian Luo Palace, the space-time labyrinth still couldn't stop the attacks of the Tong Tian Tower warriors. These fellows were simply undying cockroaches. They treated this as a battle experience. Many of them had already seen through the illusion, but they still charged forward with great interest. They did not have any plans to avoid or break out of this situation. After fighting for so long, Tu Shi and the other god rankers also understood that they would not be able to stop the Yu clan third young master by themselves. His battle would be at a higher level. Their true targets were the warriors of Tong Tian Tower who did not seem to be eye-catching before, but were in fact immortal. Alright, that guy from Dong Fang's plan was flawless. They would continue according to his plan. As long as they won in the end. The process wasn't important at all. This was what the captain, Tu Shi and the others were thinking. What was different from them was that the third party, who was watching the battle from another world, was extremely dissatisfied with their passive behavior. This was especially so for the battle-hungry arrogant man. He clearly knew that everything in front of him was a space-time labyrinth, but when he saw Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others fighting happily, he really wanted to join in and challenge the trial together. Massacring and killing, the steaming hot blood, and the sorrowful howls of the enemies, that was what he wanted. But unfortunately, no one gave him such a chance. Other than the Night Empress being a little interesting, the others are not worth mentioning. The Monster Emperor, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, yawned in boredom. Has anyone seen where Ji Zun's guardian beast has run off to? On the other side, Supreme Jin furrowed his brows. Isn't she protecting Yu Taitan's younger sister? The two-headed dragon Yue Yang was shocked when he heard that. That should be an illusion. The arrogant man's eyesight was far better than his. What? The beautiful queen was about to faint. The current illusionary moon goddess didn't look like a phantom at all. She could fly, laugh, and jump around. She would even chat with Titan Yu's sister from time to time. Although she didn't make a move during the battle, whenever Titan Yu's sister was in a disadvantageous position, she would use her divine power to help. How could she be a phantom? It's not just that goddess. Even Yu Taitan's sister, they are actually illusions. The Goblin Emperor wasn't too sure. I haven't completely seen through it, but I can be sure of one thing. All the girls, beasts and treasures related to Titan Yu have all disappeared. Maybe it was the little girl who inherited the power of the goddess of wisdom, or maybe there were other people working together. In any case, 3 days ago, these people had all been replaced by phantoms. The last real body was that Supreme Elder's guardian beast. She has been using the eternal moon to deceive our eyes. Under her disguise, all the girls, beasts and treasures related to Titan Yu have all disappeared. Only his teammates, the little fatty and the others were left to continue their breakthrough. All fake. The two-headed dragon Yue Yang and the other Heaven Realm powerhouses almost couldn't believe it. Everything in front of them was clearly real. Where did they go? The arrogant man raised this question. Perhaps it's a stratagem. Perhaps Titan Yu has met with a strong enemy. They aren't willing to stay in this time-space labyrinth to train, so they all left to his side to help him. The latter possibility is very high because now is not the best time to break out of this predicament. They left a little too early. This doesn't make sense. The Goblin Emperor made a bold conjecture. Makes sense, but there are other possibilities. I feel that the battle of wits between Dong Fang and Titan Yu isn't that simple. The suspicion in Goblin Emperor's eyes deepened. Right now, Night Empress is fighting with the undefeatable Ji Zun. Is she also fake? The beautiful queen couldn't accept this reality. She's real. The Goblin Emperor smiled. The only one that still existed was Night Empress. However, the fate divine weapon in her hands had already disappeared 3 days ago. Initially, he still suspected that Night Empress had purposely kept the treasure. However, from the looks of it now, the fate divine weapon in her hands had been taken away by the original owner, Titan Yue. It was also because of this that he dared to speculate that Titan Yue had met with one or a few powerful god-level powerhouses that he couldn't fight against. Moreover, it was to the point that he couldn't fight against them without using the fate divine weapon. Night Empress really existed. Her battle with the undefeatable Ji Zun was also coming to an end. The undefeatable Ji Zun had the perception inherent skill. As long as he felt that he would definitely win and never lose, he would only participate in the battle. Under such circumstances, it was theoretically impossible for the undefeatable Ji Zun to lose. Unless, the Goblin Emperor and Supreme Jin looked at each other and received the answer and acknowledgement from each other's eyes. To defeat the undefeatable Ji Zun, that was the only possibility. I've won. I've finally won. The undefeatable Ji Zun was currently bathed in blood. His body was riddled with wounds. His originally handsome face that was comparable to a trap was now covered with crisscrossing scars. He was extremely tired, but he was even more excited. Because, at the end of this battle, the winner was still him, who possessed the innate talent of perception and never made a mistake. The name of the undefeatable Ji Zun would continue to be maintained, forever. Night Empress' body was completely unharmed. Her starlight was still there, but it was slightly dimmer. Her star power had actually reached its limit after 3 days of exhaustion. She could no longer sustain a high-intensity battle. The undefeatable Ji Zun, with his strongest and most tenacious willpower, began to recover bit by bit from being tortured by the enemy. Although he almost died to the fate divine weapon in Night Empress' hands, the fate divine weapon quickly disappeared without a trace. Night Empress' original advantage was no longer there. This battle was very bitter, but in the end, he still managed to recover. He had the last laugh. Night Empress had no more strength to fight and turned into a ray of starlight. Disappeared. If Dongfang hadn't arranged for the two of them to fight in a clear sky world with the most negative star power, if Ji Zun hadn't used the Radiance Mountain's divine power to continuously support him at the most difficult moment, this battle would have been impossible to turn around. I knew it. My innate talent would never be wrong. My undefeatable record will never end. Haha. The undefeatable Ji Zun was in an extremely good mood. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no energy left, he would have wanted to keep Night Empress as a strong enemy. It was a little regretful. However, it was enough to be able to win. The rest would be left to Dongfang and Ji Zun. Do you want to see me make a fool of myself? Demon Emperor and Jin Di, you are too naive. My undefeatable record will forever be maintained because I am the one and only undefeatable Ji Zun in the history of the Heaven Realm. The undefeatable Ji Zun sneered at the image in the sky. I have a question. Demon Emperor paused. How long has it been since you last summoned your grimoire? What do you mean? The undefeatable Ji Zun was stunned. What he means is, when you were fighting against Titan Yue, did you open your grimoire again to check on your innate talent? Is there a possibility that your previous innate talent might be correct or wrong? If you did not correct it in time, you might be misled by your previous innate talent. Alright, that's all I have to say. When Supreme Jin finished, he did not look at the undefeatable Ji Zun anymore. He already knew the answer. You're already a dead man. Demon Emperor became even bolder. Before the battle with Titan Yue, I already had my suspicions. Now, I have every reason to believe that you've already died because of your innate talent. Impossible. I am undefeatable. My innate talent will always be correct. The undefeatable Ji Zun's face turned pale as if he had thought of a terrifying possibility. He reached out and tried to summon his grimoire. The grimoire did not react. The undefeatable Ji Zun screamed in despair. No, I am the undefeatable Ji Zun. My innate talent must be correct. It can't be wrong. The grimoire can't disappear. This is an illusion. This is an illusion that the enemy has given me. No, I must still be in the middle of the battle. I must still be tormented by the enemy's illusion. Victory will always belong to me. I am the only undefeatable Ji Zun in the upper heaven realm. When his willpower collapsed, his divine body began to dissipate. Strand by strand, slowly but unstoppably, it dissipated between heaven and earth. The more nervous and frenzied the undefeatable Ji Zun was, the faster his divine power dissipated. I haven't lost. I haven't lost yet. The Radiance Mountain's divine power spring is still here. I can still hold on. The final victory will belong to me. This will never be wrong. Amidst his fear, the undefeatable Ji Zun realized that there was an endless supply of divine power coming from behind him. This was the undefeatable Ji Zun's support. At this slow rate, the undefeatable Ji Zun was terrified. With his vast divine power and endless support, the undefeatable Ji Zun estimated that he could hold on for at least a year. And the final victory did not even need a year. It only needed 10 days, no, 7 days. Then, the entire battle would be decided. The Radiant Mountains camp would be victorious, and the Tong Tian Tower's camp, Titan Yu, would be defeated. Although he did not understand why the grimoire could not be summoned, the undefeatable Ji Zun still believed that he would be the final victor. I will not lose. Because I am the undefeatable Ji Zun who has never failed and will never be defeated, the undefeatable Ji Zun held on to this belief. For the past 3 days, he had endured the torment of the Night Empress like this. He completely believed that as long as he continued to hold on, the final victory would belong to him. Too scary. The two-headed dragon Yue Yang and the other upper heaven realm warriors almost wet their pants in fear. They were not fools. Even a fool would understand what it meant when a divine grimoire could not be summoned. The undefeatable Ji Zun must have understood this as well. It was just that he could not accept this terrifying reality. To turn a great leader of the central shrine, one of the 3 great honorable Ji Zun, into a lunatic who did not dare to admit defeat. He even turned him into a dead man in front of everyone. Was this the true power of the Yu clan's 3rd young master Titan Yu? How did he do it? Moreover, why did he do it? If he could easily kill the undefeatable Ji Zun, why would he allow the Night Empress to torture him for 3 days? Titan Yu's target is not the undefeatable Ji Zun, but someone else, someone even stronger. Supreme Jin already had an answer in his heart. He is locking onto the undefeatable Ji Zun. The monster emperor's gaze seemed to be able to see through time. Under the ancient pine tree, the stone chessboard was still there, but the people playing were different. The person who had been standing quietly in the east had disappeared, leaving only an old man who was extremely old and had 1 foot in the grave. The skinny old man saw the Night Empress who had appeared out of nowhere. He did not show any expression, as if he had already known that she would appear. That year, the main cause of Princess Starlight's death was your despicable sneak attack. The undefeatable Ji Zun. Today, Yi Yu, the descendant of the Heaven Stairway, will repay this grudge to you. Consider it as a final end for the ancestors. Night Empress picked up a chess piece and gently threw it on the chessboard. You are not qualified to play chess. The old man frowned, indifferently and disdainfully denied. It's not me, it's Titan Yu. I am only playing this chess piece on his behalf. Night Empress agreed. 1 more or 1 less chess piece is useless to the overall situation. The old man shook his head. Yes, but once this chess piece is played, you, as a senior, will fall from the peak of the Radiant Mountain. After Night Empress finished, the entire ancient pine world changed. The stone table disappeared, the chess pieces disappeared, and the world instantly changed into the inner courtyard of the Tian Luo Palace. The guards on duty were still standing outside the door conscientiously and meticulously. A palace maid walked out lightly with quick steps. She saw the old man sitting cross-legged on the ground and seemed to be startled. However, her good upbringing and etiquette quickly calmed her down. She slightly squatted in front of the uninvited guest, bowed with both hands, and then left with light footsteps to deliver the meal to the most respected king. This is a dream. The old man slightly twitched the corner of his mouth. This is a dream that has existed since the day Princess Starlight was killed. For thousands of years, this dream and the person in the dream have never woken up. The king's voice sounded softly. Welcome, undefeatable Ji Zun. Welcome to the end of the dream. Ha! Do you think that with the strength of the 2 of you, you can kill me, who has the supreme will and the supreme divine throne? The old man laughed. Are you sure that you have everything that you said? Night Empress also laughed. No matter what you say or do, you can't shake my supreme will, not even a little bit. The old man shook his head, his face full of disdain. Please wait a moment. After a certain naughty boy falls asleep, we can discuss this topic again. Because I want to tell him what is the real eternity. His Majesty's voice rang out softly, like a clear spring in the forest, gurgling and flowing. Chapter 1362. Yue Yang fell asleep. He happily hugged the Statue of Liberty. Before he fell asleep, his wolf claws were still pressed on the pile of snow made of fragrant jade. His greed was simply endless. In the dream, he seemed to be attracted by some kind of spiritual call. It was also like a kind of summoning force. Before Yue Yang could figure out what was going on, he found himself falling into Her Majesty's mirage. It was different from the first time he fell into the lake. This time he fell onto the hard ground. In a thousandth of a second, Yue Yang turned his body and perfectly adjusted his position of head down and feet up. His body did a beautiful somersault and landed lightly on his feet. If he had to give marks, this reaction and posture could be given full marks. Yue Yang was very satisfied with his performance. He couldn't lose his composure in front of Her Majesty. Although he didn't know why she was looking for him, if he performed well, he would definitely get points, right? You pervert, what have you been doing all day? The Night Empress' voice screamed in Yue Yang's ears, giving him a big scare. Only then did Yu Hu realize that he was completely naked. He was standing in front of Yu Hu without a stitch on. Not only was the Night Empress here, there was also a skinny old man sitting on the ground. He looked like he was about to take his last breath. He suddenly felt embarrassed and quickly took out some clothes to put on. He hurriedly put on his pants while asking the Night Empress, "Who is this old man? He doesn't seem very friendly." The Night Empress really wanted to kick this brat into the clouds, but in front of the enemy, she endured it and snorted, "Nonsense, he is the immovable sovereign." Yue Yang was shocked again. Before he could pull up his pants properly, he hurriedly hid behind the Night Empress. Why would such a dangerous big boss come to Tian Luo Palace? Where's Her Majesty? Her Majesty looked at this brat's useless appearance and really wanted to throw out her shoes and smash it on this brat's head. Too embarrassing. If she had known this earlier, she would not have pulled him into this mirage dream world. Yue Yang didn't have any self-awareness. He immediately pulled up his pants and rubbed his palms. This young master is very experienced in fighting bosses. Get out of the way, I'll burst his chrysanthemum. The Night Empress almost covered her face and pretended not to know this idiot. If he could burst it, she would have let him go long ago. Why would she need so much effort now? Did he think the immovable sovereign was made of tofu? Boring. The immovable sovereign pointed his finger. The divine power erupted with billions of rays of light, covering the sky and covering the earth. The sea of light instantly drowned out the entire world. It was unknown whether it was the dream realm or the real Tian Luo Imperial Palace. Everything had been annihilated. Titan Yu, Night Empress who was surrounded by starlight, and His Majesty who was resting quietly in the palace had all disappeared without a trace. Aside from the old man sitting cross-legged in the middle of the battlefield, nothing else existed. After a long time, an ancient will appeared in the shattered void. The old man could clearly sense it. The corners of the old man's mouth twitched slightly, and it could be considered as a sneer. Why don't we wait for the heavenly chariot to move? This old man can destroy the entire Tong Tian Tower by himself. His figure turned into a beam of divine light, into the broken void, flying all the way in the direction of the ancient will. Here, there was an entrance to the god's ruins, which was known to everyone in the upper echelons of the central shrine. In addition to the guardian, what really troubled the giants of the central shrine was the ancient prohibition inside. If there was no guide, no one could set a goal in the Times Square of the god's ruins and send out a guide message. It was impossible to enter. Otherwise, the result of waiting was very likely to be the ancient prohibition of tens of thousands of years or even longer. The immovable sovereign waited for so long. His purpose was not the plot of the East. In his eyes, there was only one person. That was Tian Yu, the number one person of the central shrine, the temple supreme, Tian Yu. Before the war, Tian Yu had made a god's contract, agreeing to cooperate to explore and share the gains of the god's ruins. If it wasn't for deity temple supreme Tian Yu, Ji Motionless had never doubted that he alone would be able to destroy the entire Tong Tian Tower. Of course, if he did that, he would have to bear a huge sin, angering the ancient rankers who came from Tong Tian Tower and provoking an unpredictable disaster. Therefore, he quietly cooperated with the fool of the East who was willing to be the bad guy, and let the guy of the East who gave up his life to bear the disaster of this war. Did he really think that the immovable sovereign, who was at the top of the mountain of light, could be challenged by some of the ants of the Tower of Tong Tian in the lower world? What a joke! The immovable supreme martial artist's heart moved, and he immediately cast aside these trivial matters. In his life, he did not know how many such challenges and how many such endings. As long as it was a failure, as long as it was not an eternal existence, then there was no need for him to remember. In the whole Tower of Tong Tian, he didn't need to remember the prison Emperor Zanfeng, nor did he need to remember the Starlight Princess, or even the abnormal genius Titan Yu that only appeared once in 10,000 years. These were all past tense. The only thing worth paying attention to was the arrogant conquest queen Fei Wenli. She was the only variable. Of course, this conquest queen Fei Wenli, who might be a variable, would be personally dealt with by the Temple Supreme. This was his task and obligation. After passing through countless time and space, following the extremely dangerous ancient passage, bypassing the time corridor that took 100 years to take a step, and also bypassing the area of the Tower of Tong Tian's ancient will restriction, aiming at the target guided by the Temple Supreme, Tianyu. According to the most correct direction, he officially entered the time square that he had been longing for tens of thousands of years but had never had the chance to see. The immovable sovereign saw the two people confronting each other in the field at a glance. At the entrance of the time square, it was not yet the official center, just at the passage, one on the left and one on the right, there were two super strong god-level, cautiously confronting each other. The Temple Supreme and Conquest Queen Fei Wenli had not officially started the war yet. It was no wonder that Tianyu was worried. This Conquest Queen, compared to 10,000 years ago, was much stronger, making people have to look at her in a different light. I'm here, proud Conquest Queen, long time no see. I didn't expect that after escaping from the Nirvana deification, your strength did not retreat, but went to a higher level. When the immovable sovereign saw Queen Vivian Li, the attitude on his face was no longer as contemptuous as before. His expression was a little serious, and he no longer sat cross-legged on the ground. Instead, he stood up and summoned the divine throne. He let the holy mountain divine throne that he had comprehended stand on his back, allowing the light divine power that was one with the radiance mountain to flow continuously, surrounding the perfect divine body that instantly glowed with youth. At the same time, it was doubled with the divine throne. Get lost, immovable old ghost, have you forgotten the pain after the knife wound on your body healed? Queen Vivian Li's temper was very bad, and she scolded people the moment she opened her mouth. Was I the only one who was injured that year? The fist wound on my back, has it already healed? The immovable sovereign heard this and laughed, while paying his respects to Tianyu, the supreme master of the temple, who was standing with his hands behind his back. Despicable old dog, sneak attacking from behind, what kind of expert are you? Queen Vivian Li sneered, it's easy for you to enter the time square, as long as you ask if my sword and saber agree. It's us, the immovable sovereign corrected. It's not just me, there's also Tianyu, and many others, I'll kill whoever comes. Queen Vivian Li's attitude was very clear. The number of people was not a problem at all. From the beginning when she intended to conquer the entire heaven realm, the number of enemies was not in her consideration. The immovable sovereign shook his head and disagreed. Sometimes, the strength of two people is far stronger than one person. In your Tong Tian Tower, the phrase, outnumbered, comes from this, isn't it? Conquest Queen, no one doubts your strength and determination, but, you don't know, long before you, we have already tested it. Tested for what? Queen Vivian Li was very puzzled. When the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang ran amok in the heaven realm, the old man Shenji of the heaven realm made a prophecy to the previous generation's supreme candidate, that the holy sovereign of the next realm would not be a man of the soaring dragon continent. So, no matter how hard the peerless emperor worked, his fate could not be achieved in the future. In the end, he could only close the Black Tower. Depressed, and unable to have a good end, the immovable sovereign pointed at Queen Vivian Li, his eyes glowing, and you, when you said that you would conquer the entire heaven realm, we tested you again. The result came from the prophecy of the ancient gods. Yan Fei was the daughter of the demon abyss. The result was obvious, you were sealed by a black hole. If you were not lucky enough to escape, I'm afraid you would have died a violent death. If I'm not the holy sovereign's choice, are others not? Queen Vivian Li listened, unmoved. If you want to talk about the so-called genius Titan Yu, then, I'm very sorry, if you did not support him from behind, he would simply be a trash. His temperament, even the failed prison emperor Zanfeng could not compare. A lecherous little hooligan, an ant from the lower realm, a delusional man who relied on his divine power to run amok as a playboy, dared to touch the position of the holy sovereign. What a joke! The immovable sovereign laughed loudly. His laughter was like thunder, then his voice paused, as cold as a knife cutting. The old man Shenji used his last effort to make a prophecy for the third time. The holy sovereign's position is not a person of Tong Tian Tower. Even if he is not a person of Tong Tian Tower, he may not be a person of your Radiance Mountain Central Shrine. Hearing this, Queen Vivian Li's body trembled slightly. Although she immediately recovered, she was still noticed by the sky chariot and the immovable sovereign. Ha ha ha, the immovable sovereign looked up to the sky and laughed. Who is the holy sovereign? That is no longer important. The important thing is, your Tong Tian Tower can give up. You want us to give up? The divine light in Empress Fei Wenli's eyes gradually condensed into frost. Even an expert like the unmoving Ji Zun felt a chill run down his spine. There is only one condition. It's very simple. When I flatten the entire Radiance Mountain and send everyone back to the God Prison, while the Heaven Realm and Heaven Realm have no objections, only then will our wish be fulfilled. Can the old man Shen Ji's prophecy represent the ancient will? What a joke, he is old and muddle-headed. You treat his words as the truth, and are doomed to a tragic end. Get lost immediately, and never set foot in Tong Tian Tower again, or choose to die here. Can you teach me how to get lost? The immovable sovereign expressed that he had never learned such a smooth way of leaving. Of course, he was only arrogant verbally. Truly inwardly, especially cautious. The conqueror queen from 10,000 years ago was already fierce enough. Now that she had broken the seal and her strength had increased by leaps and bounds, the snake demon empress was even more difficult to deal with. If it was not for the divine temple's supreme heavenly chariot by his side, the immovable sovereign would really not be willing to directly face this terrible woman with a strong killing heart. Queen Vivian Li did not make a move, but there was a voice that sounded like a little hooligan, which sounded like a little punchline, behind the immovable sovereign. Being a teacher, this young master is most willing to do this kind of thing. Am I supposed to say that I was born to teach you how to FCK off? No, I am very low-key. Then, the immovable sovereign felt that his buttocks were kicked hard by someone. Although it was not to the extent of falling and rolling on the ground, it was still very embarrassing. Such a big embarrassment, and in front of an old enemy like Queen Vivian Li, the immovable sovereign could not help but feel angry. Who is it? As soon as he turned around, he saw a man with a bright smile and a particularly annoying smile, who was proudly gnawing on a chicken leg. Isn't it your teacher? Teaching you to get lost? Rest assured, I will definitely teach you. I guarantee that you will not have to walk for the rest of your life, it will be all scram. Besides, an old turtle's talent is to get lost. If you don't learn it, it will be a waste. You are not dead. The immovable sovereign suddenly thought of a flash. This is still a dream. This is the Times Square. The Night Empress appeared beside Yue Yang. She first gave a certain third young master a smack on the head to tell him not to be too cocky, while explaining to the immovable sovereign indifferently, unfortunately, we are separated by a dream. In front of the immovable sovereign, Fei Wenli and the Divine Temple's supreme heavenly chariot were still confronting each other. They were very close, but suddenly, the immovable sovereign had a feeling that no matter what power he used, he could not move to the side of the Divine Temple's supreme heavenly chariot, because there was a dream in between. Unless he killed the owner of the dream, found the source of the dream, and broke out of the dream, otherwise, he would never be able to move from this dream world to another world. The Divine Temple's supreme heavenly chariot was still standing with his hands behind his back in a cold and arrogant manner. He did not express any opinion towards the immovable sovereign's change. In his eyes, what kind of companion, what kind of ending, was not important at all. The important thing was, what kind of opponent. Queen Vivian Li looked at Yue Yang, then looked at the Night Empress, as if she had found some ambiguous information between the two of them. You guys dream a little further away, I seem to smell something. What? That's not mine, it's all this brat's own nonsense. What does it have to do with me? The Night Empress was embarrassed, and quickly cleared herself. It's just a dream, it's normal to have any kind of dream. Yue Yang said that dreams were strange, and spring dreams were just one of them. Besides, it was not a dream with the Statue of Liberty, it was also uncontrollable. You still say. The Night Empress grabbed a certain third young master's ear and dragged him away. She and Yue Yang left. The scene on the side of Fei Wenli and the Divine Temple's supreme heavenly chariot became fainter, and finally gradually disappeared. The whole world returned to the inner courtyard of the Tian Luo Palace. The guards were still on duty in front of the door, and the little palace maid who came out of the door still came out quickly. When she saw the immovable sovereign, she politely greeted him, but when she saw Yue Yang, she snorted, pervert, from her little nose, because she had been molested by a certain third young master more than once or twice, and she was still angry in her heart. Yue Yang did not care at all, and even looked left and right, as if looking for another pervert. This funny look almost made the Night Empress laugh out loud. The immovable sovereign's face was now solemn. He began to realize that His Majesty, who was guarding the gods' wasteland, was not an enemy that could be easily defeated with strength. Eternity is the foundation of everything. His Majesty's voice sounded softly, giving Yue Yang a new revelation. Anything in the world, if it does not have the characteristic of eternity, then it is like the sand castle by the sea, the waves, nothing exists. Therefore, strength, treasures, war beasts, divine thrones, and the like are not the most important. The important thing is how you make them eternal in your life, how you give them such a characteristic. Do you understand? Well, now I finally understand what my first divine throne will be. It was only at this time that Yue Yang really came to a realization. The previous confusion, it was swept away. Chapter 1363. Yue Yang had no idea what the final outcome of the battle between His Majesty and the immovable sovereign was. Because, as soon as the immovable sovereign made a move, His Majesty immediately kicked him out of the eternal dream of the mirage. His mind was disconnected. Yue Yang immediately woke up. In his arms, the Statue of Liberty was still dreaming, her little face overflowing with an indescribable sweet happiness. She lay in the arms of the man from another world, her slender white and tender arms half hugging his neck, as if in a dream. She wanted to hug him tightly, unwilling to let go for a moment. Yue Yang opened his eyes and retracted his wolfish claws from the pile of snow. For a moment, he was still in a dream. Did I really enter His Majesty's dream, really see the confrontation between the Night Empress and the immovable sovereign, really see Queen Vivian Li and the mysterious supreme sky chariot in front of the Times Square? Was that a dream, or did it really exist? What about the revelation he got in the dream? What's wrong? Yue Yang's movement awakened the Statue of Liberty. Half awake, she sat up with him. Nothing. Go back to sleep. The man from another world hurriedly comforted her, bowed his head, and kissed her lightly. When she continued to sleep, he quickly got up. Give all things in me an eternal quality, put everything in me into eternity. This is His Majesty's revelation, but how should I do it? First, use the divine power of fate to complete an eternal throne. Yue Yang gently held up the trial grimoire. He stretched out his hand and felt inside. He hoped to get more enlightenment and spiritual enlightenment. Then, he stared at the pure star for a long time. Eternity. Eternity is the foundation of everything. Without it, then everything will become small, everything will become the past. Even if the powerful immovable sovereign, even if he has the holy mountain throne and his whole spirit is connected to the light god mountain, in the face of eternity, he is just a tragedy that can't even surpass other people's dreams. In the face of eternity, no matter how strong the divine power is, it is also empty and powerless. Yue Yang said to himself. The feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger, and the inspiration accumulated more and more. But he needed an outbreak. A certain ignition point. Sparks of inspiration erupted in an instant. Who can tell me the foundation of eternity? No, who can tell me the foundation of the eternal God throne? Where do I start? Yue Yang understood, and made up his mind to try to achieve his own eternal God throne. However, he still did not know what his first eternal goal should be. Divine Grimoire. Unknowingly, the divine fog had enveloped the entire grimoire world. Three little lawless slowly walked over from afar. When they arrived in front of him, Yue Yang rubbed his eyes and looked at them again. He realized that they had unknowingly turned into the three god messengers of creation, destruction and eternity. From cute little lawless, they had turned into the three white sisters of different sizes and heights. The Eternal in the lead pointed at the trial scripture and smiled. If eternity is the foundation of your life, then you need to first create a world that completely belongs to you. Only then can you settle everything in your life before destruction arrives. Why the grimoire? Yue Yang understood the conditions of eternity, but he was still puzzled. Because the grimoire is the foundation of creating a world. The pink round face was creation. She smiled at Yue Yang's question. You have passed the trial. You will create the future you need in a world that originally did not belong to you. At the same time, you can also destroy the past that you do not need. The heroic destruction added, when everything becomes your eternity, then you can add or create anything you want on this foundation. The leading Eternal held the star-like divine light in her palm and gently handed it to Yue Yang. When you truly achieve eternity, you will understand that eternity is just a beginning. On the foundation of eternity, you can still expand. You can expand your life, your will, your possessions, your needs, your home, your destiny and so on. You can continue to achieve a higher and higher future. As for the God Throne, it is just a representation of your realm. It is a standard set for all living things in your life. Or, it is a door that you can freely enter or a rule that you set according to your will. This is not all of you. On the contrary, this is actually your beginning. Your future is that of the Divine Sovereign. You do not need to be like others and regard the God Throne as the highest standard and realm. What you need to do is to achieve a God Throne and set the next rule so that all living things that follow you can live happily and worry-free in your world according to this standard. Think back to your enlightenment in the endless world. That was your most wonderful and perfect masterpiece. At that moment, the origin of your God Throne was actually born. Yue Yang heard this. His heart shook. He remembered all kinds of things in the endless world. In the last enlightenment, he exhausted all his efforts and finally created an object that did not belong to the special constant space. Moreover, it was an unexpected life form. That was the origin of his God Throne. That was the origin of eternity. Was this the real purpose of the trial set by the ancient great God? Perhaps it was the depths of the soul, or perhaps it was the source of devouring in the body. Anyway, even Yue Yang himself was confused. A ray of spiritual light shot out. An extremely small loli, as small as a girl's finger, suddenly flew out. She was riding on a sky dragon that looked like a small golden beast. A red ribbon made of nirvana's flame was coiling around her delicate body. A small silver ring hung on her left arm. No matter how you looked at it, it looked like the wheel of eternity. On the right, it looked like the wheel of world exterminating. There was an extremely small divine ornament rune between her eyebrows. Even Yue Yang did not know what it was. He could only guess that it was an extremely special and extremely rare immemorial rune. What shocked Yue Yang the most was that behind Tiny Tot, there was a mysterious God Throne that looked like a black hole. The starlight inside was faintly discernible. Its realm and power were beyond Yue Yang's imagination. At the outermost part of the God Throne, there was a wisp of divine light of wisdom that lingered like a rainbow. This was created by me. Yue Yang stretched out his hand. Tiny Tot rode on the sky dragon and spun around his palm happily. She really liked to be close to him. Yes, this is the first eternity that you created. Even the will of the ancient gods cannot deny her birth. In other words, in this world, there is no existence that can affect her, and no person or power can deny her eternity. The small round face's eyes were as happy as a little mother's. He looked at the loli and could not bear to blink. Think back to your enlightenment at that time. Heroic Destruction also laughed. If you look back, you will find that everything is so simple. What God Throne? That was just your will. You could easily create it. Creating a perfect and eternal world is what you should do. The leading eternal God also expressed that the Holy Supreme who made the God Throne difficult was amusing, although this Holy Supreme was still in the future. I didn't know I was so awesome. The guy from another world was sweating. Hey, you've always been a big idiot, okay. Pandora, who was eavesdropping at the side, immediately retorted, who was the one who was frowning just now? You're so smart, but you didn't tell me. A certain third young master had always been thick-skinned and did not take a small blow seriously. Yue Yang did not even need to do anything to condense the God Throne. The little loli had an unimaginably huge power. Moreover, without Yue Yang's command, as long as Yue Yang willed it, she would immediately hold the star above her head. A kind of power that was at the level of an ancient god to Yue Yang instantly condensed the perfect image of the God Throne in Yue Yang's heart and filled it with endless runes and laws. Yue Yang thought that it was formed, but she pointed with her little finger. The world exterminating wheel was formed inside the God Throne, and with another point, the eternal wheel was formed. At the center of the God Throne, it was as if a lotus had bloomed. A ball of nirvana flame surged out and formed a wonderful and beautiful nirvana lotus throne. The little loli jumped up and waved the nirvana red silk in the center. The nirvana flower that looked like a thorny flower and a thorny vine surrounded the inner edge of the God Throne. Immediately after, a black dog like Tuan Tuan squeezed in with all its might, trying to fight for a position. Maybe it saw that the outside world was looking at it, it even waved its paw and made a victory sign. Countless specks of light descended from the sky. Each of them had a different image. There were Yi Kongs, Fatty Highs, the Li brothers, countless peoples and countless beasts. More and more of them appeared. In the end, they formed a waterfall of light that was absorbed into the black hole of the divine throne. This is really awesome. Yue Yang's mouth was so wide that 2 big steamed buns could be stuffed inside. Yes, yes. Xiaonu was also very excited. Do your best. Continue to work hard, you must create the best. Xiaonu's little round face was like a little mother, raising her little fist and cheering for the little lowly. After an unknown period of time, the first god throne that represented eternity in Yue Yang's life was finally condensed successfully. The little lowly did not give Yue Yang a chance to praise him. Maybe it was because he was tired, he yawned and made a closing gesture with his little hand. The whole magnificent god throne instantly turned into a black hole. Other than the faintly discernible stars, there was nothing else. If one did not know, they would definitely think that this god throne was the lowest level, elementary god throne. However, who would have guessed that this was the highest level that only a divine lord could have, the highest god throne? Of course, only Yue Yang realized that during the process of creation, especially when the waterfall of light was falling from the sky, there was a mysterious force that was quietly helping him. It integrated an invisible will into it, accelerating and multiplying the evolution of this eternal god throne. If not for this mysterious force, this eternal god throne would not have been born so quickly. It must be the heavenly sword goddess, she was always silently protecting him from behind. Yue Yang's heart was moved, but he did not show it on his face. If she was really the granddaughter of the old Taoist, then he would forget about the kick in the butt. Anyway, he would just have to make her his wife. Respecting teachers and respecting the old and loving the young, he also had that. The shameless guy from another world hugged Xiaonu and spun a few rounds. Suddenly, he thought of something. Since you guys are done with the god throne, then what am I responsible for? Divine Grimoire. The Eternal in the lead handed over the trial god grimoire. Every blade of grass, every tree, every stone, every grain of sand, every heaven and earth, everything needs to be transformed by your will. Once you completely transform everything inside into an eternal existence, then you will be the true master. Otherwise, you will just be a god grimoire keeper, no different from us. Heavens, how long do I have to do this? Yue Yang was stunned when he heard this. Damn, how big was this damn divine trials grimoire? He hadn't even finished exploring it yet. If he were to convert it all, how long would that take? Take it slowly, we are not in a hurry. The heroic annihilation seriously patted Yue Yang's shoulder. What about you guys? Yue Yang decided to drag someone down with him. We are responsible for watching over you and supervising you. Yes, we are responsible for this job. The heroic annihilation showed that he had a lot of authority. Do your best, do your best. The only person who had complete confidence in Yue Yang was the round-faced creation. If it wasn't for her going back on her word, her kind heart might even sympathize with him and help him. Aiya, what the FCK? Yue Yang suddenly remembered that he had 3 grimoires. Furthermore, this trial grimoire seemed to be the worst out of the 3 grimoires. If he had to change all 3 grimoires, he wouldn't be able to finish them all in his lifetime. Damn, who said that it was a good thing to have many grimoires? If he had too many grimoires, he would be exhausted to death. Knowing that he couldn't shirk his job, Yue Yang had a bitter face as he held the divine grimoire. His excitement from evolving the eternal divine throne had disappeared. However, the thick-skinned Yue Yang thought of another way to slack off. He expressed that he would accept the task of converting the grimoire himself, but the Holy Grimoire and Divine Grimoire's divine throne hoped that the 3 sisters would help. The 3 sisters heard this and left. They didn't even look back. Suddenly, a sweet voice sounded beside his ear. In the end, the wildflowers are more fragrant. The whole house is full of flowers, but there are people who can't see them. Instead, their eyes are fixed on the little butts of the wildflower sisters. Damn, the vinegar jar at home was about to collapse. In a split second, Yue Yang jumped up and warmly shook hands with the person behind him. Welcome home. I, the guard captain, will take care of the city mistress, bed warming mission. I guarantee a free trial and 3 guarantees of quality. Hey, isn't this tigress? Welcome, although you have a straight face, you look especially energetic. You are indeed energetic. In the blink of an eye, you have already pushed down 1. If you had returned a little slower, you would have probably taken down the other 3. A certain tigress glared at the guilty Yue Yang with her tigress eyes. Shui Niu, help me say some good words. You also know that I have always been the most obedient. I have never done anything like stealing food. A certain third young master asked for help everywhere. It's okay to steal food once in a while, we are already mentally prepared. A certain Shui Niu comforted him kindly. Go and die. A certain tigress took out her divine sword. Sister Yue, save me. The only one who could save him and was also the only one who was willing to help him was his good sister who loved him dearly. The eternal divine throne is so beautiful. I wonder what the other two divine thrones are like. In her sister's heart, her brother was always so perfect. Such a small matter wouldn't affect her at all. Furthermore, it wasn't the first time that her sister-in-law had chased after her brother with a sword. She was already used to it. On the contrary, she was more interested in the other two divine thrones. The first was the eternal divine throne. What would the second and third divine throne be like? Chapter 1364, Alright, let's get down to business. After fooling around for a while, Shui Wuxia clapped her hands and signaled everyone to come closer to discuss the fated duel. Should we not go out for now? The Radiant Guardian Sovereign is 40,000 meters tall, the Dead Sea Guardian is 60,000 meters tall, and the Deity Temple Sovereign Tian Yu is probably even more powerful. These old ghosts are too strong, we can't fight them now. Southern Demon King felt that these bosses' levels were too high. If they were not careful, they would be wiped out. It was impossible to farm them now. There's also the Ancient One, who is more than 10,000 meters tall with just one hand. That's the scariest one, alright. Lady Catastrophe loved to talk back to her. Although it was quite good in private, the two of them were born to go against each other. They quarreled every day, and their mouths were unforgiving. That's the Heaven Realm Guardian, not the bosses we are fighting. Yue Yang sweated profusely. That was impossible to fight. The Ancient One, who loved to sleep, had probably become a divine sovereign long ago. It was just that for some unknown reason, he had been staying in the Heaven Realm to watch over them. An existence like the Ancient One would not be able to participate in the matters of the lower realms. The mystic dragon bringing him to him was a test, as well as a form of verification. The Ancient One did not care and did not dissuade him. This proved that the fated duel was possible. Otherwise, the demon dragon would not bring him to him no matter how muddle-headed he was. Princess Sissy agreed with him. Yes, we don't have to worry about that. However, I am most worried about the senior who sealed Queen Vivian Li back then. Sky La, however, waved his hand. The matter at that time was very complicated. Empress Fei Wen Li did not mention it to us. There should be a reason for her to do so. After all, her killing had reached an extremely dangerous level. The Guardian of Radiance Mountain and many old ghosts would not sit idly by. Perhaps the black hole seal itself was a form of protection, or perhaps it was a purposeful and strict test. No one knows the exact truth. Let's assume that things are positive and not be too pessimistic. Let's not worry about Queen Vivian Li for now. She does not need us to interfere. Let's focus on our fated duel with Brat Yu first. Most people agreed with what she said. Even Yue Yang quickly reached out to give Sky La a thumbs up. There was no need to worry about Queen Vivian Li. His Majesty, who could not restrain the supreme martial artist in the Mirage, could also temporarily let go. Right now, including Yue Yang, no one had the ability to enter her dream and help her. Her Majesty will win. She never does anything she's not sure of. Yu, the considerate sister, was afraid that her brother would be distracted, so she comforted him. The Night Empress is helping her. Only Bao this heartless little girl, would think that the Night Empress was an important help in defeating the immovable Jizun. If she didn't say it, everyone didn't think much of it. But now that she said it, everyone laughed. I will go with you to serve the fruit platters for everyone. Xiaonu will not be able to handle it alone. Sha Yi hurriedly pulled her away. Anyway, I think so. The Night Empress is also very powerful. Last time, she even gave me a very beautiful and powerful star elf warbeast. She will definitely have no problem defeating that old man. Bao felt that her persuasion was not enough. She wanted to give an example, but was pulled away by Sha Yi. The Night Empress was very powerful. Everyone naturally knew that, but it would be a bit difficult to defeat the immovable Jizun. After all, he was an old ghost who had the Holy Mountain's divine throne and his spirit was connected to the Radiant Mountain. As long as he was not killed instantly, then the Radiant Mountain's endless divine power, under the guidance of the Holy Mountain's divine throne, would continue to support the immovable Jizun. The immovable Jizun was able to keep pace with Tian Yu and other super strong people in the Heaven Realm, so there was a reason for him to look down on the world. It was a pity that he met the most terrifying opponent, a nemesis of His Majesty. His Majesty's dream was unbreakable. Even someone as strong as Tian Yu did not dare to underestimate it. The immovable Jizun definitely hit an iron plate this time. And this did not rule out that Tian Yu had the intention to kill him with a borrowed knife. Especially his performance in front of the Times Square. This made Yue Yang even more suspicious. Well, let's not think about His Majesty's matter. Maybe, the immovable Ji Zun really died in the hands of the Night Empress. Don't forget the ability of Bao that little girl. Her mouth is usually not reliable, but sometimes it is quite accurate. Otherwise, how could she be called a lucky baby? Shui Wuxia smiled and defended. If that's the case, then the immovable old ghost is too unlucky. City Lord Fallen Flowers was overjoyed when she heard this. She laughed until her shoulders shook. In the end, the more she thought about it, the funnier it was. She couldn't help but fall into Yue Yang's arms. That's impossible. Princess Sissy shook her head and said, how can Bao little mouth have that ability? She usually accidentally hit the jackpot once or twice because she dared to think about anything. Well, let's not talk about other things first. The most important thing is to improve a certain third young master's combat power. Don't look around and play dumb, I'm talking about you. The Guardian of the Dead Sea has the peerless Emperor, who has traded away a piece. But the Guardian of Light is someone we must face. Even if the Demon Dragon joins us, it will still be useless. Have you ever thought of a terrifying possibility? The Demon Dragon might be forced to stay out of this because he is not a member of Skysplit Tower. If Tian Yu starts the fated duel, the Demon Dragon may have to stand outside and not be able to help. Doesn't that mean that Master has to fight the Light Guardian Ji Zun and the Temple Supreme Tian Yu alone? Lu Yi was anxious when she heard this. There's still us. Sickly Beauty quickly comforted her. Well, I will also work hard. Yu Bing knew that she couldn't beat the god level, but she wouldn't give up. She was determined to help her brother fight to the end of his life. Bing don't be anxious. Let's think of a way first. Maybe we can play a bigger role in other aspects. Yu hugged her sister. Her words represented everyone's thoughts. You have the Book of Truth and received the inheritance of the Goddess of Wisdom. There must be a way. You say it. Princess Sissy handed this heavy responsibility to Shui Wuxia. What are we going to do? In an instant, everyone came closer. Even Yue Yang was no exception. Shui Wuxia didn't say anything. But pointed at the Statue of Liberty. Everyone knew what happened to Yingluo, who was promoted from the Queen of Liberty to the Statue of Liberty. Could it be that they had to use that method? Yingluo saw that everyone was looking at her strangely. She couldn't help but feel ashamed. She covered her face with her hands and buried her head in her chest. She didn't dare to look at everyone again. If it wasn't because she hoped that she could help Yue Yang, she would have run away in embarrassment. Yu's face was also red. She was the elder sister. How could she? But her brother and Sky Chariot were about to have a fated battle. If he lost her help and lost, wouldn't she be the greatest sinner of all time? But even if that was the case, he couldn't do this. It was too reckless. If outsiders found out, it would be over. No, he couldn't affect Little San's reputation either. He was the future divine sovereign who would rule over the world. He definitely couldn't. She hoped to help her brother but was tortured by the restrictions of the world. She really didn't know what to do. However, if it was the most dangerous time, even if she had to sacrifice herself, she must. You want that so soon? I'm not mentally prepared yet. Sky Disaster felt that it would be easier to call him brother-in-law. She would feel more at ease when extorting treasures. But doing it seemed comfortable. Sister Sky Law loved doing it with him. It didn't seem bad to try it. If it felt so good, it wouldn't be a problem to help him. As for the title, she would still call him brother-in-law. She was too lazy to change it. Idiot, what are you thinking all day long? Sky Law slapped her little butt angrily. She is referring to the god, silly girl. Is she talking about the god? Sky Disaster bit her little finger in surprise. Not pa 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 pa. Pa 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 pa. Sky Law slapped her little butt more than 10 times. The little girl was so scared that she hurriedly got up and ran away. When she ran far away, she turned back and made a face. She eavesdropped on this term. When the guy from another world and her elder sister did the shameful things, there were often some unbearable conversations. After listening to it a few times, she learned a lot and learned a lot of positions. Sky Law spread her hands helplessly. It's all because I spoiled her too much. After Sky Disaster's misunderstanding, everyone's awkwardness disappeared. Yue Yang, who was muted, didn't have to pretend anymore. He quickly jumped up and said, the question about the god is actually very simple. Before he finished speaking, Princess Sissy immediately punched him. You don't need to say anything about the god. You just need to get rid of the perverted things in your heart. Everyone laughed. Because of the telepathic connection, the guy from another world had some strong psychological fluctuations. Fortunately, everyone could ignore it. Otherwise, it would be unbearable to continuously sense it all day long. Yu Bing looked at everyone, not really understanding. Because a certain wolf was a good brother, he hid it well in front of his sister. Therefore, she almost couldn't sense her brother's special psychological fluctuations. Even if they lived together, she rarely got some bad information. In comparison, her sister Yu was in more pain. So it's the god. Lu Yi was bashful and relieved. At the same time, there was a trace of disappointment in her heart. However, she was shocked and quickly suppressed it. Yue Yang helped the Statue of Liberty to continue its body and became the god of liberty. Everyone could sense the process and understood it without much explanation. But why did Shui Wuxia specify that the key to promotion was the god? Could it be that Yue Yang had to help everyone become a god? If that was the case, wouldn't it take a lot of time? 4 of the 10 days in the east had passed. Was there still time? Shui Wuxia shook her hand lightly, indicating that it wasn't the case. When Yue Yang also sat down to listen seriously, Shui Wuxia smiled and said, if there are 2 more gods' throne, then the eternal god's throne is the foundation that Yue Yang has mastered now. Let's not think about the 2 gods' throne first. It can be said that it's not something that he can have and achieve now. Why do you say that? Yue Yang's future is not some god's throne, but a divine supreme or even higher. We have always been limited to the god's throne. If we change our thinking a little, we don't need to help him achieve a god's throne, but at the starting point of this god's throne, at the current eternal god's throne, we can help him achieve this realm and this level of the indestructible god's body. Yue Yang was stunned. What did this mean? Did Shui Niu mean that the eternal god's throne was just a temporary god's throne and there would be better ones in the future? Seeing Yue Yang's inquiring gaze and everyone's confusion, Shui Wuxia smiled. Actually, when the 3 oracle sisters appeared, I understood a little. Sure enough, they were the first to enlighten Yue Yang and the first to help him achieve the god's throne. They taught Yue Yang the meaning of eternity. Only eternity is the foundation, the starting point of all his achievements in the future. This is why Yue Yang's god's throne is the eternal god's throne. He didn't just create this realm and this little thing, he still wants to continue upwards and create a new world at a higher level. For example, the current grimoire world is growing together with him. Now that Yue Yang is still growing, he naturally can't fix the god's throne. As for the other divine grimoire, I can't say too much about it at the moment. I can only say that Yue Yang will definitely have his own destiny and will naturally walk towards a higher level. Before he completely controls his own destiny, I don't think Yue Yang will be able to evolve the 3rd god's throne. The requirements for that are much higher, much higher. One day, with the support of the eternal god's throne, Yue Yang creates his own new world and completely controls his own destiny. It won't be too late for him to attack the 3rd god's throne with our support. Hearing this, Princess Sissy took a deep breath and her eyes flashed. I understand. Then, what can we do for him with the foundation of the eternal god's throne? I mean, how can we help him complete an indestructible divine body that can defeat Tian Yu and win the fate battle? It's very difficult, but also very easy. Shui Wuxia passed the trial grimoire to Yue Yang and said with a smile, control the grimoire, and the indestructible divine body will be completed naturally. God, how long will that take? Yue Yang was completely shocked. Maybe it won't take a day, maybe it will take 10,000 years. If you can recall the wisdom you created in the endless world in the constant space, the trial grimoire will be easily converted and completely under your control. If you can't reach that state, forget about 10,000 years, even 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years might not be enough. Shui Wuxia held Yue Yang's face with both of her hands and stared into his eyes seriously. Listen, the most outstanding man in my heart, I believe in you, because you really are a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. I believe in you, because you are truly a peerless genius that only appears once every 10,000 years. You are even more outstanding than Prison Emperor Zan Feng, Empress Fei Wenli, and even Emperor Wu Shuang. No one can deny that you are the true peerless genius. You are also the choice of fate. This task is impossible for anyone else in this world, only you can do it. We will support you and help you with all our strength. If you don't want us to become despairing widows, then you have to take action now. If you hesitate a little more, Deity Templar's supreme heavenly chariot will be ahead of you and surpass you. We started slow, but as long as we work hard, we still have a chance. For us, please work harder. I know it's hard, but we believe that you will create a miracle. We will also accompany you and create this miracle with you. Shui Wuxia kissed Yue Yang softly. Through this method, she passed on the most sincere and primitive feelings in her heart to him. Xiao San, we support you. Yu hugged him from behind with tears streaming down her face. She hugged her most beloved brother tightly. Let's create a miracle together. Princess Sissy stretched out her hand and pressed it on Yue Yang's shoulder. Everyone stood up and stretched out their hands. Although they didn't know what to do, their hearts were all on him. No matter what price they had to pay, no matter what sacrifice they had to make, they all hoped that they could help him on his journey in life. Success, they must help him succeed, control the divine grimoire, and achieve the eternal immortal divine body. Tears of excitement dripped down. Some dripped onto Yue Yang's shoulder. Some, like broken jade, splashed onto the treasured book of trials in Yue Yang's arms. As Yue Yang felt these thoughts that were like a warm current, his heart surged like a tsunami, and he was so excited that he couldn't restrain himself. Just when he was about to shout towards the sky and vent the emotions that he could no longer suppress, suddenly, a clear sound that was like the sound of nature resounded from the depths of his soul. Along with this sound that overlapped with each other and was indescribably beautiful, the sound of nature resounded in Yue Yang's mind, as if he had broken through some kind of barrier. Boundless enlightenment erupted with a loud bang. A pillar of nirvana flame rose up from under Yue Yang's feet, bathing everyone within it. Chapter 1365 Divine Grimoire World, First Stage, Rain Valley. Yue Yang focused all of his attention on this page of the Divine Grimoire. The ancient forbidden space law, duplication law, labyrinth law, fog and rain law were all in his mind, including the structure of the space, the energy of heaven and earth, the combination of runes and so on. At the same time, there were also the information imprints of the warriors who had entered the Divine Grimoire before, as well as the souls of the beasts and warriors who had died in the Rain Valley after failing the challenge. Even the reason why the Rain Valley was created, how to guide the trial, how to imprison and protect it, how to set up the rules of punishment. Everything was there. Just the Rain Valley alone has already formed an incomparably complex world. If the entire Divine Grimoire was connected, how spectacular would it be? Yue Yang suddenly had this kind of feeling. If it was before, he would definitely give up on continuing, because the Rain Valley was only the beginning of the Divine Grimoire. With his current strength, it was impossible to completely transform it. But with Shui Wuxia's encouragement and everyone's support, Yue Yang threw away all distracting thoughts. It was the first time in his life that he was so confident, and also the first time in his life that he was so calm and rational. The giant of fate did not appear, nor did he lose his rationality. It was Yue Yang himself, for the first time, who felt that he had a boundless divine power, that he could create any impossible feat. Not to mention changing the Divine Grimoire, even if it was creating a new world, I can still succeed. Yue Yang's heart was already filled with gratitude for everyone's support. Shui Wuxia and the others also quietly accompanied him with their thoughts. There was not a single ripple. They didn't want any of their own distracting thoughts to interfere with or affect the process of Yue Yang controlling the Divine Grimoire. The virtue that he controlled and achieved could not tolerate any impurities, but they also didn't want him to feel lonely during this process. Thus, they decided to quietly accompany him like this, even if it was for thousands of years, until he succeeded. Destroy. Yue Yang remembered that the three gods' envoys had said that destruction was the best creation, and creation was also the best destruction. What he needed to do now was to destroy. Destroy all the laws that existed in the ancient era. These were the wills of the ancient gods. As long as they existed, as long as even a tiny bit of them remained, the trial scripture would not completely belong to him. The forbidden space law, duplication law, and other laws disappeared like smoke. Yue Yang's current destruction was using his wisdom and understanding of the endless world's constant space to destroy the will of others and create his own eternity. In the instant that they disappeared, they were born again. However, the new laws that were born belonged to Yue Yang's will, and were created by Yue Yang. Even if they were exactly the same as before, their creator was no longer an ancient god, but their new master, Yue Yang. Destroy them all. Yue Yang destroyed the spatial structure of the Rain Valley, the energy of heaven and earth, and the combination of runes in an instant. Under Yue Yang's will, the souls of the warriors who failed the challenge, the souls of the beasts, and the information imprints left behind by the strong challengers were either thrown out of the divine grimoire and reincarnated into the heaven realm, or changed according to their original will, becoming the living beings of the new world. Yue Yang felt that his divine power was being used up like a flood bursting through a dam when he was paying back or clearing away these dead souls. If not for the continuous support from the eternal God Shrine, he would have long become a dried corpse. Since the ancient era, who knows how many millions of Heaven Realm warriors, Tong Tian Tower and other lower realm warriors had come to challenge Yue Yang. Who knows how many beasts had been sacrificed. The amount of divine power that had to be cleared was even greater. However, Yue Yang did not have a second choice. He felt that he was like a river. His divine power was like water, flowing endlessly into it, and instantly evaporating into nothingness. Most of the warriors' souls were obsessed with their hometown. Yue Yang would send their souls back. Those who had committed grave sins would be directly annihilated or punished by the laws. The punishment would be turned into the rocks and gravel of the new world, until their sins were cleared. A small number of beasts. For meat, to drive them away. There were also some beast souls that were abandoned by their masters who were willing to become beasts and become the living beings of the new world, serving the new master loyally. They no longer had intelligence, but their primitive nature knew that this was the best chance for a new life, so most of them were unwilling to leave. Create, the Rain Valley, no, the Human Valley. Yue Yang's idea of creation produced a wonderful inspiration. He decided not to copy the Rain Valley, but to create something completely new. The space of the Rain Valley was shattered and annihilated. Even the laws of the Resting Rain Pavilion and the Imprisonment Law were completely destroyed. Only Uncle Yu was thrown into the endless void, waiting for Yue Yang's final judgment. The new world expanded infinitely in Yue Yang's eternal creation. Maybe the process of creation inside took thousands of years, but the outside world did not even need a second. Just like in the endless world, Yue Yang used his unlimited divine power to create a new world that was 10,000 times bigger than the soaring dragon continent. Originally, he could have created even bigger, but out of consideration for the future, he stopped expanding the law at the limit of 10,000 times the soaring dragon continent. Everything was born. First, it was at the lowest level. The magma was boiling and roaring, and the heat was unbearable. The souls of countless sinful warriors would be firmly imprisoned inside, and the painful punishment would be cleansed immediately. Among them, those with lighter sins would be turned into rocks and gravel. Until they were liberated by the wind, very few good people would get the chance to be reincarnated into a new world. With a little bit of their original soul's spirituality or will, they could be turned into flowers, grass, trees, birds or beasts. If they contributed to the new world and helped the ruler, then they could even be reincarnated into humans. At the same time when the world was created, Yue Yang refined the various laws. For example, the forbidden space law still existed, but it was not limited to birds. It allowed the existence of similarities and differences. Everything was specially made for the future creatures of the new world to improve their cultivation. Just like the various strange landforms, harsh environments, and unique sceneries that he had seen during his travels in the Heaven Realm, including the 10 great death lands of the soaring dragon continent and the various scenic spots in Tong Tian Tower, in an instant, the new world that Yue Yang named, Human Valley, rose and was born. Text. With my divinity, create a new text, named Traceless Divine Text, to replace heaven runes and ancient runes. Yue Yang's mind moved. Previously, he and Sickly Beauty had imagined that the original text that was used to secretly pass on and replace heaven runes should be added to the new world. Thus, he specially bestowed divinity and turned it into eternal divine runes. One by one, line by line, they formed a rune formation and entered the new world, evolving into a brand new guidance and enlightenment. Sickly Beauty saw it and tried her best to hold back the excitement in her heart. She was afraid that her emotions and thoughts would destroy and affect the bestowal of divinity. She was not the ruler of the new world, and the new world could not have 2 or more rulers. Therefore, not only her, but everyone else's will could not be involved in it. In the process of Yue Yang's control, they could only watch quietly. Silently supporting. Yue Yang did not create his own. Although he could easily achieve it with his current intelligence, he did not. Instead, he chose to bestow divinity on the new text that everyone had researched together. Then, with his eternal divine power and supreme will, he turned these texts into the light of guidance and wisdom for the new world. If Nangong Xian, The old fox and the others who were lucky enough to participate in the research and development knew about this. Who knows how happy they would be. Especially the white-robed brother Xianxia, who had been beaten up by Yue Yang because he was talkative and shameless. He, who had become one of the famous people in Tong Tian Tower, had also contributed a lot to the research and development of divine text. The reason was that Nangong Xian saw that he was very knowledgeable, especially his talent in languages. With the intention of not wasting talent, he let him, Qin Yang, Wen Yu Mo, He Ziyun and the others, who were sent by Yue Yang to learn the Demon Abyss language, organize the information and focus on research and development. They cooperated with Yue Yang and Sickly Beauty to create the new divine text that replaced the heaven runes today. The new world was no longer as free to enter as before. One had to be a recognized Heaven Realm warrior, a recognized Tong Tian Tower warrior, or a follower of Yue Yang and his descendants to be qualified to enter to train and improve. Everything belonged to Yue Yang's will, including life and death. The new, Human Valley, would be similar to the seventh gate, Human Valley. It could not be easily killed, and battles had to be carried out under the rules of challenge. As the beginning of the new world of the Divine Grimoire, the first gate, the change from the original, Rain Valley, to the Human Valley, was completely earth-shaking and ubiquitous. When the resting rain pavilion was reborn, when Uncle Yu, who had been thrown into the void, returned, he could no longer recognize the Rain Valley that had been imprisoned for tens of thousands of years. How did you do it? The statue of Yue Yang was right in front of him. Because he had created the new world, he had consumed a lot of divine power and accumulated a large amount of weight. His majestic divine body had already exceeded 3,000 meters. Yue Yang bent down and grabbed lightly with his divine hand. The law of imprisonment and the law of punishment on Uncle Yu's body disappeared like smoke. However, in order to be free, Yue Yang's weight body was shattered. At least 1/10 of it was absorbed by the ancient law, which allowed Uncle Yu to gain true freedom. I'm free. Thank you for your hard work. Yue Yang slightly saluted this senior. I don't dare. Uncle Yu's attitude now was not the same as when he saw Yue Yang pass the trial. He hurriedly saluted back to Yue Yang. It was not only a great gift of freedom, but also a great respect for the future Divine Lord from the bottom of his heart. If you are willing, you can continue to stay here and be a teacher. Yue Yang felt that Uncle Yu was very qualified to be a teacher of the new world. If she is also willing, Uncle Yu was overjoyed, but he also hoped that Granny Sha and Uncle Feng could regain their freedom like him. Granny Sha and Uncle Feng will both come. Coming here is the beginning of the training in the new world. It will be very lively. The future cultivation of the younger generation will all depend on the guidance of the seniors. Yue Yang got the answer and disappeared instantly. At this time, Uncle Yu's face was already covered in tears. Freedom, he thought that he would never be able to regain his freedom in this life. He never thought that he would be able to regain his freedom one day. Moreover, Granny Sha and the others would be his companions. New world, I will definitely cherish every day here. Uncle Yu was moved and saluted the direction where Yue Yang disappeared. You old bastard, you are still alive. Behind him, there was an annoying voice that he hadn't heard for tens of thousands of years. Uncle Yu suddenly turned around and found that it was Uncle Feng's enemy. He rushed over and hugged Uncle Feng tightly. I will definitely live longer than you. I will make you jealous of my happiness for the rest of your life. I will make you unable to close your eyes even when you die. The two old men burst into tears. Although they were enemies, they hadn't seen each other for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, they hugged each other. They only had one feeling. Freedom was the most precious thing in the world. The feeling of being free was so good. How old are you? Are you still a kid? And you are crying so badly. Granny Sha's eyes were red. No one knew when she came to them. Wah, wah, the two old men were shaking. It was the people from their dreams who had returned. Her heart was instantly filled with sorrow, and she was both happy and sad. She couldn't restrain herself any longer, and she burst into tears. It was a building similar to the Tong Tian Tower that pierced through the sky. That place was the passage to the second stage of the New World's first stage, Human Valley. It was also another New World's, Earth Valley, and even higher up was the Heaven Valley, with the knowledge from before he transmigrated, the inheritance from after he transmigrated, the knowledge he gained from his travels in the Heaven Realm and his personal enlightenment, the wisdom of everyone and the secret inheritance of the Dongfang clan. Yue Yang unleashed his infinite divine power. With the infinite wisdom of the Milky Way, he perfected every stage in the new world. The first stage, Human Valley, was just the beginning. A higher starting point and higher guidance would allow his followers and descendants to grow better. In the end, Yue Yang even created a world tree from the endless world, the realm of the gods, for all living beings to live in. The new world would be a new beginning for all living beings. It was also the beginning of Yue Yang's establishment of the indestructible divine body. From the first stage, Human Valley, Earth Valley and Heaven Valley were the training for those below the God realm. The Love Valley, which was transformed from the original Desire Valley, would become a new God realm training test. Those who did not transcend would never be able to step into the God realm. In Yue Yang's new world, there was no so-called true God or false God in the Heaven realm. There was only one kind, and that was the true God, who could reach the standard of a God throne in the future. The original Beast Valley and Devil Valley were also transformed into more difficult and higher standards. They had to break through the illusory reality and the illusory reality, the Death Valley, and Life Valley. You can leave, or you can start anew. I will not acknowledge your original standards, nor will I care about your original failures. If you are willing to open your minds and immediately get rid of your past, and if you are willing to stay, then you must start anew from the first trial. Yue Yang destroyed all the bad things. The good ones stayed. He made a choice for the countless warriors trapped in the Desire, Beast, and Devil Valleys, to leave or to stay. As for the original 7th stage, Human Valley, the changes were even more indescribable. All kinds of laws and modifications made the whole world look new. A brand new order and new laws were suitable for the life and training of the God realm. Because Yue Yang comprehended the most in this valley, Yue Yang purposely connected the tower beyond tower, the mountain beyond mountain, and the sky beyond sky together. He used the passage of gods to run through it, and named it the Valley of Creation. Above that was the Valley of Destruction, that comprehended and trained in destruction. The 9th stage was the Valley of Eternity, that one had to comprehend the eternal God realm before they could set foot into it. Only by cultivating to the end would one reach the end. After Yue Yang reached the divine supreme standard, he created the world tree world of the gods in the endless world. Those who reached the limit of cultivation could enter it and share the eternal, wonderful, and blissful world of the gods with Yue Yang's followers. We are willing to start again, whether it was the people in the original Human Valley, the residents of the God Kingdom in the mountain beyond mountain, or even the so-called true gods who were sleeping in the sky beyond sky, they were all willing to accept Yue Yang's creation laws and start afresh. Only the heaven-splitting demon Venerable, after Yue Yang broke free from his imprisonment, showed his power and left on his own. As for those living beings that had been destroyed by Yue Yang, they were all returned. This included the ancient laws and ancient shackles that Yue Yang replaced, the endless world and the constant space, and many laws and world structures that far surpassed Yue Yang's current realm. All of these required Yue Yang's divine power to replace or repay them. The entire process might take 100 million years. The entire process of replacing the ancient laws seemed to take an indescribably long time. However, in the outside world, time was often very short. It could be a second, or it could be the time Yue Yang took a breath. When everything in the divine grimoire, including the billions of laws and the endless ancient will, was replaced by Yue Yang, he controlled and ruled. Yue Yang finally achieved the first, eternal God body. It was completely formed from the purest divine power. It was formed from the divine grimoire's power. It was 10,000 meters tall. The 3 divinities of creation, destruction, and eternity formed the most dazzling and majestic undying God body in Yue Yang's current realm. When Yue Yang opened his eyes, he discovered that the giant of fate that he still could not fully control was gradually disappearing from the eternal God body. Its existence gave Yue Yang a clear standard. There was a higher realm. The current eternal God body was just the beginning. It was just his current comprehension. To fully control the giant of fate and become a divine sovereign, he still needed to continue. Thank you. I will work hard, I will continue to work hard. Yue Yang clasped his hands towards the sky. He knew that even if he did not know the truth, the heavenly sword goddess was definitely helping him from behind. Without her, the giant of fate would not have appeared. The eternal God throne would not have been able to easily provide divine power for him to replace the ancient laws and ancient will. She had always been there, but she did not want him to become arrogant. She did not want him to stagnate because of this. Why did you set the eternal God body at 10,000 meters? Princess Sissy did not understand. Yue Yang could have said it even higher. 10,000 meters is a standard. Yue Yang smiled. It does not need to be too high. For now, 10,000 meters is enough. I have already understood the secret of the God body. I cannot tell you now, because you cannot fully control divine power. In the future, you can all evolve according to this standard. I guess I have no hope. Bow. Still had some self-awareness. A 10,000 meter God body was not something she could think about. There is no need to do that. As long as you understand the realm to the standard, the height of the God body does not matter. You can become 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters, or even higher. But that is useless. If your realm is 1,000 meters, no matter how high you become, it is still the standard of 1,000 meters. So, it is enough to reach the standard of that realm. Height is not everything. Don't think about the God body for now, because once you evolve it, it will be easy to fix it. We have to keep going. It is best if you don't evolve it. For now, everyone should first understand the basics of the God level: creation, destruction, and eternity. When everyone comes up, we can think about the God body. As for the God throne, it is even easier. There is no rush. It was rare for Yue Yang to be so patient. He stroked Bao's little head and comforted her. I understand. Let's keep working hard. Shui Wuxia felt like this was the beginning of challenging fate. She did not doubt that Yue Yang would fail. How long has it been? When Yue Yang was creating the new world and controlling the God's book, it felt like 100 million years had passed. Of course, he knew it was just an illusion. The outside world had not been that long. Guess. Fallen Beauty winked mischievously. It can't be 3 hours, can it? Yue Yang felt like he was a genius, so it should not take too long. In your dreams, it's already been 3 days. It's impossible to surpass Mom. Princess Sissy was referring to the unbreakable record. Since entering the endless world, she was the first to succeed in passing in 3 hours. She only stayed for 3 days to pay respect to her seniors. That's not bad. You're almost catching up to Mom. Yue Yang was very satisfied. I wonder how far away he is from Sky Chariot, the deity of the temple. Sky La deliberately attacked him. In fact, everyone felt that even if he could not defeat Sky Chariot now, he would not suffer a crushing defeat. Was Sky Chariot really that powerful? Could he defeat Yue Yang, who had the God's book and created a new world by replacing the ancient laws and achieving the eternal divine body alone? In a battle of fate, the scales would definitely be balanced. Otherwise, there would be no fight at all. From the fact that Yue Yang's astonishing growth speed had gradually caught up to Sky Chariot's 10,000 years of cultivation, one could know a thing or two. Although the starting time of the two sides was different, the running speed was also different. On the surface, it seemed that Yue Yang had suffered a small loss, but he definitely did not suffer a big loss. According to Shui Wuxia's thoughts, she still felt that it was not necessarily the case. Would Sky Chariot, the deity of the temple, be a match for Yue Yang? Could he possibly be a match for Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li? If not for the Peerless Emperor's absolute certainty that it was Yue Yang and the demonic dragon who brought him to the Heaven Realm Guardian God to test him, she would have been even more suspicious. The God's book is finally under the control of the ruler. Next, what should we work on? Yue most hoped that she could help her brother more. It's very important. Shui Wuxia's expression was very serious. Yes, Yu Bing was very excited. She felt that as long as she could help her brother, it would be good. Previously, when controlling the God's book to create a new world, she did not even dare to breathe, for fear that she would disturb her brother. Now that she could help him with her own hands, there was no need to mention how happy she was. We have to be his sparring partner, accompany him to adapt to the battle of the divine body, and also let him rush to a higher realm in this last bit of time. Now, every bit of increase is a bit more chance of winning. Listen, no matter what kind of ideas you have, no matter how difficult or impossible it is, you must take them all out and make things difficult for Yue Yang. That's right, you didn't hear wrongly, because this is the only way to truly treat him well. What he needs the most now is everyone's special training. Any slack may cause him to fail in the destined battle, so everyone must seize the last bit of time and force him to unleash more and greater potential. Shui Wuxia's voice was very soft, but the meaning in her words was very heavy. First, I will go first. Princess Sissy did not have any hesitation. She also knew that time was 1,000 times more precious than usual, and not a single second could be wasted. Outsiders could not participate in the destined battle between Yue Yang and the heavenly chariot. However, she would not give up. Not being able to participate in the battle did not mean that she could not help him. Not only this tigress, but everyone here also had the same thought. Everyone hoped to use their own hands to support the scales of victory for him. Chapter 1366 Space-Time Labyrinth. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others, after a bitter battle and using the human wave tactic, defeated the first guard of the central shrine, the captain, who appeared in front of them. Hoo-hoo, we finally took him down. How many doppelgangers does this guy have? Why can't we finish fighting him after fighting him? Fatty Hai felt that if it wasn't for the human wave tactic and the help of Dao Tai, Star Scorpion and Heaven-Swallowing Beast, they really wouldn't be able to take down this persistent captain. Could it be that God-tier rankers could resurrect themselves? If that was the case, then what was the point of fighting this battle? It would be exhausting. You can stay. Yi Kong decided to continue forward. He knew that the only thing he could do to help Yue Yang was to charge forward. The enemy must have laid thousands of traps. Now, maybe it was just the beginning. If Yue Yang had to charge forward and fight the enemy alone, then what was the point of having so many teammates? Compared to the Eastern Palace Master who was number one in scheming, compared to the immovable sovereign who was calm and unperturbed, compared to the deity sovereign Tianyu who looked down on all the heroes in the heaven realm, people like Captain were simply small characters who guarded the door. If he couldn't even beat the captain, then who else could he beat? Moreover, this was a doppelganger. The real body was still behind, it was even harder to beat. The wind-breath seabird despised Fatty Hai to no end. Seeing that he came closer again after the fight, it couldn't help but roll its eyes helplessly. Stay away from me, and put away your lecherous smile, it doesn't work on me. Fatty Hai was not discouraged, on the contrary, he was full of confidence. I don't blame you, baby, one day you will remember. The wind-breath seabird got goosebumps from the word, baby, it screamed crazily, Monkey Yi, and Ice Cube, hurry up and take care of your pig head, he's out of the pen again. I'm really going crazy, don't explain, don't say anything, just disappear in front of me immediately, disappear without a trace, it's best if you disappear forever. I said it's impossible, I will never like such a pig head, please, can you let me maintain some confidence in my own intelligence and vision? I'm a person now, no longer the little bird that was locked in a cage by him. Alright, I also feel that they're not a good match. That's right, just kick him like this, kick him hard. Don't worry about our feelings. Yi Kong nodded his head in schadenfreude. Looks like we still have to save up our moral character. Prince of Tian Luo felt that Fatty Hai had done too many bad things and this was his retribution. My character is also not bad, okay. Sometimes, I want to do good things, but I don't have the chance to do so. Fatty Hai felt that everyone had wronged him. Who didn't want to do good deeds? Who wouldn't like to be praised for doing good deeds? It was just that as the eldest of the Yu clan's third young master, his reputation was too great. His name had already shaken the entire Tong Tian Tower. Others would be scared off by his reputation and avoid him. Even if they wanted to do good deeds, they wouldn't have a chance. He had forgotten how he got his two deafening titles, Extremely Cheap Fat Demon, and Meat Mountain. Demon King. Did he get this from doing good deeds? Shui Tan Lang affirmed, Fatty's character is still there. Fatty Hai was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Ice Cube, you really understand me. You're a true confidant. Regarding Fatty Hai's gay feelings, Shui Tan Lang hurriedly took a big step away. Don't come close. I mean, you do have a good character, but when you first contracted the wind-breath seabird, you had already used up all of it. Yi Kong held back his laughter and seriously helped him recall, it seems like it's really like that. Ever since then, Fatty has never saved up his character. Instead, he has done a lot of evil deeds, such as harming flowers and plants. The Li brothers also agreed with Yi Kong that Fatty Hai had a bad character. They simply clapped their hands in agreement. They nodded their heads. Fatty Hai wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he had 300 mouths. When he saw the wind-breath seabird's expression, he couldn't help but feel sad. I want to commit suicide, no one can stop me. Are you sure? The girls will belong to someone else. Yi Kong tried his best to beat him down. No, I won't do that kind of cowardly act. I must defeat the rumors, I must persevere to the end. For the treasures, I will never give up. When Fatty Hai heard this, his fighting spirit was immediately boosted. He didn't even bother to wipe off his fake tears as he immediately rushed towards the wind-breath seabird. Those fellows are all jealous of me. You know, a lucky genius like me, they are jealous of me from the bottom of their hearts. That year when I had a bronze ranked level 2 iron rhinoceros, at that time, that brat Yue Yang only had a bronze ranked level 3 Wei Tai Lang. Tell me, how could they not be jealous of me? Don't come close, go and die. The wind-breathed seabird was so mad that it couldn't help but kick this fellow to the skies. When Fatty Hai fell from the sky, he found a pair of feet in front of him. It seemed like it was quite familiar, as if he had seen it before. Looking up, he found that there was an impossible person standing in front of him. Instantly, his mouth opened so wide that 2 toads could be stuffed inside. Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang and the others were also stunned, because the person who came was Yue Yang. According to the information that the illusory moon goddess had secretly sent, Yu clan's third young master should have gone to the Radiant Mountain in the Heaven Realm to look for trouble, and should have started a war with the Supreme Elder Tian Yu. How could he appear here? Could it be, this young master hates imposters like you the most? You could have turned into anyone, but you had to turn into the appearance of my little brother. Don't you know that this young master will be very angry? Fatty Hai didn't care about the consequences. In any case, there was no one who was more handsome than him in this world. Usually, Yue Yang didn't dare to hit him, but now that he had turned into a fake, it was just right. Hence, he raised his fist and used the hippo meteor punch. Hey, wait, Yi Kong felt dizzy. Ask clearly before you fight, why are you in such a hurry? The wind-breathed seabird shot forward like lightning. Flying kick, it heavily kicked Fatty Hai's big butt. Fatty Hai threw himself at Yue Yang's feet again, almost falling flat on his face. Yue Yang's attitude was very friendly. He didn't mind Fatty Hai's punches at all. He personally helped Fatty Hai up and helped him tidy up his messy collar. He smiled and said, "Isn't this boss? Why are you so polite today? Even if you are happy to see me, you don't have to be so polite." I don't dare. You are the boss, without you protecting us little brothers, we would be in trouble." Yi Kong heard this. He had to stay away from Fatty Hai. As long as Yue Yang called Fatty Hai boss, it would definitely not be a good thing. If he was not careful, he would be the scapegoat, and even he would die. It was safer to stay away from Fatty Hai. Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo also felt the same. They were happy that Yue Yang had returned, but this was different from standing beside the unlucky Fatty Hai. Not to mention them, even the wind-breathed seabird who had lost its memory felt an indescribable danger. Of course, as your boss, I will always protect you. Don't be afraid if there's anything, just look for me, Master Hai. No matter how big the problem is, it's not enough for me to deal with it. The legendary person who can go against the heavens refers to me. Tell me, I can tell with one look that you must have met with some kind of difficulty. With your strength, you can't solve it yourself, so you came to me, the great and mighty boss, for help. When Fatty Hai heard Yue Yang call him boss, he didn't care whether it was true or not. This was a good chance to show off. Did you think that anyone could be a boss? Yes, that's right, as expected of a boss, you guessed correctly. Yue Yang gave a thumbs up. Haha, do you think that I am a boss for nothing? I am the smartest boss in the world. Fatty Hai grinned from ear to ear. Did I really know this kind of idiot before? The wind-breathed seabird looked at Yi Kong and the others in confusion. That's not right. Even if it was a blind bird, it wouldn't follow this kind of master right. Yi Kong hurriedly comforted her. It's okay, idiocy is not contagious. The Li brothers nodded their heads desperately to prove it. Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo looked at each other. Was there anything that Yue Yang couldn't solve that required their help? Strange. Could it be that this Yu clan's third young master was fake? Looking at Fatty Hai who was about to be cheated to death, it didn't seem like it. This was obviously the Yu clan's third young master who was the scapegoat. Could it be that there was really a mission that required their help? When the two of them thought about it, curiosity could even kill a cat. As a righteous and loyal boss, there's no reason for me not to stand up for you. Fatty Hai was just short of saying that he would go up a mountain of swords and go down a walk of oil. Actually, it's very simple. Yue Yang smiled brightly, his lips red and teeth white. This matter seems to be difficult. Yi Kong looked at Fatty Hai's expression and knew that this was not a small matter. The more relaxed his smile was, the more difficult the mission would be. If it was the other way around, with a serious face, scolding people until they were so ashamed that they wanted to find a hole to hide in, then it would probably be better. Smiling brightly like the sun, he was definitely going to cheat them to death. Speak. Fatty Hai patted his chest, causing his fat to ripple. Forget about asking for his help, he wouldn't even hesitate to commit suicide. Could his boss say no? What a joke, in front of his little brother, the boss must set an example. It's like this, as your little brother, I've always been very busy and needed to worry about a lot of things. But as the boss, you're more leisurely. I'm usually the one doing all the manual labor. I don't have any objections if a boss enjoys life. But at this time, I'm really too busy and can't be distracted. There was a reason why Yue Yang wanted his boss to help, he couldn't be unreasonable. Fatty Hai was very touched when he heard this. As a boss enjoying life, he shouldn't be doing that. If he couldn't solve his little brother's problems, could he still be a good boss? Fatty Hai was about to open his mouth, but Yue Yang quickly stopped him. I know what you mean, and I also know that you're a good boss. I've done all the manual labor, that's my duty. Boss should enjoy life and flirt with girls at the same time, I don't have any objections. It's just that this matter still needs the boss to do it. As a little brother, even if I wanted to do it, I'm not qualified. Yi Kong's eyes darkened when he heard this. Fatty Hai might really die this time. It was rare for him to call him boss, but now that third young master had called him boss so many times, would Fatty Hai really be able to survive? Shui Tan Lang also felt that it was time to make a tombstone for Fatty Hai. As for the epitaph, he didn't even need to think about it. He could just write something like, idiocy is not contagious. What matter needs me to do? Fatty Hai was so excited that his face turned red. It was time for the protagonist to become a winner in life. Solving the space-time maze. The guy from another world explained very patiently. He put one hand on Fatty Hai's shoulder and acted very intimately. It's not difficult to solve this space-time maze, but if I, as a little brother, take action, because my status is not high enough, that damned sky chariot will know. So I can't do it, I have to rely on you, the boss. Haha, now you know how powerful I, the boss, am. Fatty Hai winked at Yi Kong and the others who were hiding far away. However, these guys were not willing to cooperate, and he was really unhappy. Looking back at the guy from another world, the more he looked at him, the more he liked him. As expected of his little brother, he gave all the important tasks to him, the boss. The heroic spirit in his heart was like a volcano erupting, and the spirit of loyalty in his chest was not extinguished. In the end, he blurted out, all right, leave everything to me, the boss. Good. Yue Yang was not stingy with his thumbs up. How much time do we have left? Fatty Hai, in his excitement, vaguely remembered that Dong Fang had set up a damned countdown timer in the space-time maze. There's still a lot, a whole day's time. Yue Yang expressed that time was not a problem at all. How many things could be done in a day? If it was a super god, destroying a piece of heaven and earth would be very easy. Alright then, Fatty Hai also felt that he could do a lot of things in a day. I'll leave the space-time maze to you. I have to rush to another battlefield, there's a fierce battle going on there. Yue Yang waved goodbye to Fatty Hai. Go, leave this place to me. With me, the boss, here, don't worry. Fatty Hai had already almost forgotten what his ancestor's surname was. How could he still be rational? In his excitement, he waved goodbye to the guy from another world and made a big guarantee. Wait a minute, Yi Kong hurriedly stopped him. What do we need to do to solve the space-time maze? It's very simple, I've already marked the path of the maze. This place will no longer be confused, and there won't be any illusions. As long as you guys continue to rush through the stages and defeat the guarding boss, the task will be completed easily. Yue Yang explained as if it was easier than eating beans. Then can I ask, how many stages are there in the entire maze? Prince of Tian Luo asked carefully. Not many, only 100 stages. The guy from another world's 100 stages was a small number. 100 stages. Shui Tan Lang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The guarding boss wouldn't be those gods from the heaven realm or the central shrine, right? Yi Kong already had a bad premonition. Not all of them are gods, there are also some weak chickens. Moreover, I've already helped you guys get rid of a few gods. The fiercest one, Ji Zun, is already trapped in His Majesty's Dream Realm. You guys just need to fight some small monsters, it's very easy. Yue Yang said casually, as if it was even easier than catching a few small shrimps on the riverbank. Damn, how can we win? Yi Kong couldn't help but curse when he heard that the opponents were at the level of Jizun. Although he didn't know the real strength of Jizun, it didn't stop him from being afraid. That kind of super existence could kill everyone in an instant with just a finger. This was not a task at all, it was a suicide mission. It's fine, it's fine. Go and do what you need to do, we'll settle it. Fatty Hi's mind was only filled with the word, boss, nothing else. Settle your sister. Fatty, if you have the ability, go and do it yourself. We can't do it. Yi Kong was about to faint. Shui Tanlang was also speechless. It was already painful enough to fight a captain's clone, and he had to do it over and over again. How was he supposed to fight the three supreme martial artists of the Central Divine Palace? If this task wasn't given by his brother-in-law, he would definitely think that the other party was crazy. How could the three great Jizun of the Central Shrine be someone that they, the younger generation, could defeat? Even if the strongest Jizun was trapped in the dream realm, it still wouldn't work. There were still Jizun and Jizun. Even if they weren't here, there were still others. Other than Fatty Hi, Yu Tanlang sympathized with the situation where the others were about to riot. If it was someone else who asked him to fight, he would also spit on that person's face. However, he really didn't have the time to do that. Moreover, wasn't Fatty Hi the boss? Of course, the boss would have a heavy responsibility. In order to calm everyone down a little, Yue Yang, who was considerate and kind-hearted, made a magnanimous suggestion. Without the god's throne, it would indeed be a little difficult for you guys to defeat so many bosses. How about this? I will personally lend you guys some divine power, according to the height of your destiny that you guys have previously shouldered. Is that possible? Yi Kong and the others were dumbfounded. I will give each of you a god's emblem. It will be the foundation of your god's throne in the future. Of course, since you don't have a god's throne yet, I will lend this to you. You can use the god's emblem to use the god's power of fate that you have carried before to fight. Yue Yang pointed his finger forward. Countless rays of divine light. They flew towards everyone's eyebrows. In an instant, a god's body that looked like its owner rose above Fatty Hi, Yi Kong, Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tian Luo. Yue Yang didn't wait for everyone to cheer. He hurriedly turned around and left. Before he left, he didn't forget to remind everyone, this is my personal loan to you. Remember to return it, plus the interest, you only need to return it to me. If not for this sentence, the image of the guy from another world would be very tall and powerful. However, this sentence, even Shui Tanlang, who was as cold as ice, couldn't help but question him. If this guy goes into business, those who do business with him might not even have their bones left. Is it really okay for Big Sister to marry this kind of person? Chapter 1367 Grimoire World. When Yue Yang opened his eyes, he found Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy looking at him nervously. Don't worry, I didn't make a move directly, Sky Chariot shouldn't find out. Yue Yang quickly comforted them. Besides, I imitated His Majesty's real dream. Even if Sky Chariot found out, he wouldn't be able to catch me. Actually, Sky Chariot isn't the one I'm most worried about. Shui Wuxia muttered, I feel that Dong Fang's trump card isn't that simple. Dong Fang is indeed the key. Princess Sissy agreed. It's a pity that we know too little about him, and time is too tight. Otherwise, we might be able to think of a good way to deal with him. Sky La shook her head and sighed. She felt that Dong Fang's strength wasn't the most terrifying, but his threat was extremely high, only below Sky Chariot. It was impossible for him to just hide in the Dead Sea camp of the Ancient God's Gate and do nothing in the end. The problem was, under the current conditions, how could they dig Dong Fang out from the Dead Sea and give him a fatal blow? Only the kind sickly beauty was more optimistic. She smiled and comforted everyone. Maybe Dong Fang is a good person, and he's just using Sky Chariot. Yue Yang was stunned when he heard this. Luo Hua's city mistress waved her hands repeatedly. No, that's impossible. That traitor from the east is definitely a bad person. Furthermore, he's a very bad person. Everything he did was to sink Tong Tian Tower. There's no other possibility. With his character, he can't be a good person. He must be a very evil person. The reason why Dong Fang hasn't made a move yet is because the time is not right. Once he makes a move, I'm afraid it'll be the end. He's using Sky Chariot, but on the other hand, isn't Sky Chariot also using him? Among the girls, only Yu Yu and Lu Yi were willing to support Sickly Beauty. However, they only felt that it was a possibility. They didn't completely believe it. Even sickly beauty herself was optimistic about this. She did not confirm that Dong Fang was a spy from Tong Tian Tower. I don't care who Dong Fang is. It doesn't matter if there's one sheep or two. It doesn't matter if there's an extra Dong Fang. At most, I'll just fight it out with him. Yue Yang now felt that he should be able to protect himself. He no longer had the same concerns as before. Whether they won the fate battle or not, the divine sovereign definitely wouldn't run. It was just that losing the fate battle and letting that fellow Tianyu get his way made him unhappy. We still have to wait for a while. It's not the best time yet. You go out and take a look first. Think of a way to replace Jizun. Shui Wuxia had also thought of a plan in the past few days. Whether or not they could turn the situation around depended on how the plan was implemented. Be careful, remember not to let your emotions affect your actions, and don't act rashly. Yu hurriedly warned her brother. She was most afraid that he would go crazy once he started fighting and forget the proper business. Don't worry, I'll definitely face it calmly. I definitely won't let Dong Fang and Tianyu scheme against me. Yue Yang patted his chest and guaranteed. However, not long after he finished speaking, he came out of the grimoire world and almost went crazy when he saw the scene. His anger exploded 1,000 times, and his rationality was suppressed by his boiling blood. He almost lost control, and his divine power was about to break out of his body. In front of him, an extremely cruel scene appeared on the battlefield. The entire divine mountain was carried by Emperor Wu Shuang, and he was walking towards the Dead Sea step by step. The heavenly serpent bridge trembled and collapsed under his feet. In front of Emperor Wu Shuang, an even taller and larger guardian of the Dead Sea was supporting the divine mountain, preventing Emperor Wu Shuang from moving forward. Every step Emperor Wu Shuang took, he had to put in hundreds and thousands of times more effort. On the top of the divine mountain, subduing Chong Sheng, who was supporting the sky, had already collapsed on the ground. He no longer had the strength to support himself, and the original guardian flower fairy took his place. Her divine body had long been destroyed, and her fossilized body was shattered. Only a wisp of her fragrant soul in the sovereign's divine sense, which was as firm as a mountain, was supporting the sky by force. Dozens of Dead Sea's fallen gods attacked in a frenzy. Some attacked Emperor Wu Shuang, some attacked the guardian flower fairy, but most of them attacked Jizun, who was bathed in blood and blocking the divine mountain. Without Jizun, the flower fairy's soul would have been destroyed long ago. However, Jizun, who was facing the attacks of so many old ghosts, was no lighter than the flower fairy who was supporting the sky and Emperor Wu Shuang who was supporting the divine mountain. Jizun, who was unable to retreat and had to face the attacks head-on, was covered in wounds and blood. Yue Yang had never seen her so heavily injured before. In an instant, his heart almost broke from the pain. Those damned old ghosts were actually so shameless, ganging up on a young junior who had yet to condense his throne, Mo Long. Yue Yang's roar was like thunder. He really wanted to know what his boss, the Mo Long, was doing. How could he watch this scene unfold? Brat, you finally came out. Luckily, you made it in time to collect my corpse. In the abyss under the heavenly snake bridge, a monster, with a broken divine body that looked even worse than a scarecrow moaned weakly. Yue Yang was extremely shocked. How could someone as strong as the Mo Long be beaten to such a state? Could it be that there were two guardian honorables in the Dead Sea? Impossible. The Mo Long, who was on his last breath, shook his head and signaled to Yue Yang that there was no need to go forward to save him. Don't waste your energy, I can't be saved anymore. Don't cry, I'm most afraid of horse piss. If you dare to cry, I won't be able to die in peace. Yue Yang couldn't believe it. He had only been in there for a few days, and the situation had already become like this. What exactly happened? The Mo Long struggled to catch his breath. It's a long story, I'm too lazy to say it. The heavily injured honorable humphed. It's the good deed of that traitor from the east. I don't know where he reported that the Mo Long was released before his sentence was completed. Now, he has returned to the heaven realm to commit evil and requested for punishment. 3 days ago, the ancient celestial gate opened, but the ancient great god didn't appear. Instead, a giant hammer was thrown in and broke that fool's spine. Just like that, he was sent out of the battlefield. Shameful, it's too shameful for me to be the boss. The Mo Long was very ashamed. He thought that he could protect his little brother, but he didn't expect that he would become his little brother's burden instead. Why is it that no one cares about their evil deeds, but you are punished for doing good deeds like Lei Feng? Is there still justice in this world? Yue Yang was furious when he heard this. You also said that doing good deeds will definitely cause you to be wronged. If you don't feel wronged, how can it be called a good deed? The Mo Long was quite open-minded. With his past sins, smashing a hammer in was already considered to be protecting him. If it was really strictly enforced, he might even be dragged to the god execution stage and beheaded 100 times. His only regret was that he couldn't participate in this fated battle. He really wanted to help his little brother, but he didn't have the mental strength to do so. I have never done good deeds in my entire life. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't give me this chance. FCK, this is 2FC King Evil. I want to complain. Yue Yang almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Do you have acquaintances above you? The Mo Long was shocked when he heard this. No, Yue Yang was very helpless. That's a waste of effort. The Mo Long snorted. If there's no one above you, why the hell are you complaining? They are bullying people like you who don't have any backing. Stop talking nonsense. Come over and replace Peerless. It wasn't easy for Ji Zun to catch a breather. If Yue Yang didn't appear and temporarily scare off the surrounding gods, she didn't know if she could hold on any longer. What? Yue Yang looked at the million-meter-tall sacred mountain. How could he possibly carry it? Why don't you go and defeat the guardian of the Dead Sea? Ji Zun democratically gave Yue Yang two choices. I might as well carry the mountain. Yue Yang didn't understand. Why did he have to carry the entire sacred mountain? Even if he wanted to move the mountain, couldn't he slowly move it after defeating the enemy? Now that the guardian of the Dead Sea was right in front of him, how could he move it? Even if the guardian of the Dead Sea was an idiot, he wouldn't just watch as such a thing happened. There's no time. The Mo Long strained his throat and shouted with all his might. There's still one more day before the ancient balance scale world descends. This place will become the stage for the fated battle. At that time, it will be impossible for you to win. Can you fight against a large group of people alone? If you want to win, you have to fulfill the legendary prophecy of flattening the sacred mountain, evaporating the Dead Sea. Haha, flattening the sacred mountain, evaporating the Dead Sea, ha ha ha. The guardian of the Dead Sea laughed. Do you really think that's possible? The reason why I conserved my strength is to let Peerless carry the mountain. Right now, your side is already riding a tiger and can't back down. You're on the verge of death. What prophecy is there to talk about? I can continue. No one in this world can stop my Peerless will. Emperor Peerless Wuxia took a step forward with great effort. Although the sacred mountain was on his shoulders and a strong enemy was in front of him, his face was still resolute. Titan Yu, you just have to remember one thing. Your opponent is deity Templars Tian Yu. This balanced scale world, this Dead Sea, and everything in it should be ended by me. This is my fate, not yours. You just have to be yourself. Don't even think about it. As long as I exist, Peerless Wuxia, you'll always be a failure. The guardian of the Dead Sea didn't even look at Yue Yang. He spread his 6 arms and firmly supported a corner of the sacred mountain, blocking Emperor Peerless Wuxia's path. Emperor Peerless Wuxia shouted in a low voice. Divine power erupted. He paid the price of overdrawing his life in exchange for a short step. Emperor Peerless Wuxia and the Guardian of the Dead Sea had engaged in this kind of struggle countless times in the past 3 days. On the surface, Emperor Peerless Wuxia was unstoppable. However, the Guardian of the Dead Sea believed that the final victory would belong to him. Because under his obstruction, Emperor Peerless Wuxia would never be able to reach the edge of the Dead Sea. Halfway through, this fated opponent would completely overdraw his life and death, finally falling to the ground and dying. Titan Yu, your opponent is me. Yue Yang turned around and found that the Guardian of Light was standing tall behind him. When did you come in? Yue Yang was puzzled. This guy could also leave the Radiance Mountain in the Heaven Realm and enter the ancient sacred gate. The Gate of Destiny has officially opened. The Guardian of Light glanced at the demon dragon, then his gaze returned to Yue Yang. In the ancient passage, I could have killed you, the Destiny candidate. However, without the Destiny showdown, the heavenly chariot's prestige as a divine sovereign would be damaged. That's why I secretly let you go. You and that stupid dragon, don't tell me you really think you can escape from me. The ancient passage in the Radiance Mountain is my territory. Even if you have the ability to transcend the heavens, you can only play tricks under my eyes. Do you really think you can hide from me? Everything is within my calculations. Dong Fang appeared. He first respectfully greeted the peerless Emperor Wuxia, and then smiled at Yue Yang. The truly troublesome one is not others, but the peerless senior. Only when he dies can the next generation's destined showdown be established, and only when he dies, Tong Tian Tower will truly sink forever. Titan Yu, you are also not bad. However, compared to Emperor Peerless Wushuang, you are still slightly lacking. So smart, as expected of Dong Fang. Yue Yang clapped his hands and praised, but his voice was like ice exploding. Next, it should be my turn, right? No, Dong Fang shook his head. There is no more chess. Even if you want to play now, you can't. For the final victory, I have decided to sacrifice myself. Without an opponent, who are you going to play with? You missed a step, now you want to take back your move and make up for it. However, it is already too late. I will not give you this chance. Titan Yu, you are a genius, no doubt about it. However, when it comes to chess, I, Dong Fang, am still better. Dong Fang fluttered in the air. He slowly drifted towards the direction of the Dead Sea. His robes fluttered in the wind. His entire person was like the legendary Ascension. There was an indescribable elegance and transcendence about him. However, the expression on his face was solemn and serene. It was as if he was the most dedicated and fanatical martyr in the world. For the sake of his ideals, he did not hesitate to pay and sacrifice himself. Goodbye, the hometown that gave birth to me and raised me. Goodbye, the Tong Tian Tower that gave birth to me and raised me. Farewell forever. Dong Fang is an insignificant speck of dust in the world. However, I have been here before. Even if a meteor appears and its splendor is hard to last forever, I will still emit my radiance, my light. There is no era that belongs to my Dong Fang. However, at the very least, I can prove that my Dong Fang has been here before, just like a comet streaking across the sky. Dong Fang fell from the sky at the limit of the vault of heaven. His entire person blazed with flames and light. On the terrifying and dark Dead Sea, he drew an incomparably dazzling light mark and plunged deep into it. Chapter 1368. The Dead Sea, which was dark and terrifying, did not produce any ripples. Not even a bubble appeared. The burning Dong Fang was directly annihilated. Then, it was as if nothing had happened. Phew, after seeing that the Dead Sea was still there, nearly 100 old ghosts felt relieved. They could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Although Dong Fang was a heinous villain and a traitor that everyone wanted to kill, there was one thing that could not be changed. Dong Fang was a member of the Tong Tian Tower. No one knew if this crafty Dong Fang would turn to the Tong Tian Tower, which gave birth to him and raised him, at the last moment. No one could guarantee that Dong Fang would not turn against them at the last moment. Especially when he died, he charged towards the Dead Sea with his whole body burning. It was more like the legend of the Dead Sea evaporating. Now, they saw that everything was the same. There was no abnormality. Only then did they believe that this Dong Fang was a thoroughly rotten scoundrel from head to toe, a truly hopeless traitor who would do all sorts of evil for the sake of revenge. What a pity. Some people sighed in their hearts. A wise man like Dong Fang should not have committed suicide at such an important moment. This was simply a foolish act of cutting off one's own arms and legs. Dong Fang's wisdom could be of great help. This was something that no amount of divine power could replace. However, the huge Dead Sea could not contain Dong Fang. As long as he was alive, all the gods in the Dead Sea could not be at ease and could not go all out. Perhaps, because of this, Dong Fang had decisively committed suicide and pushed the situation to an irreversible battle. Perhaps, a smart person like him, who had calculated everything, had already predicted such an ending before he entered the Libra world. It was no wonder that the expression on his face always seemed to have a kind of inexplicable self-mockery. It's better for him to be dead. Some people thought so in their hearts. If Dong Fang did not die, there might be some more trouble. Now that he was dead, everything had stabilized. Although it was a pity, a dangerous person's death was more reassuring than being alive. On the other side, Ji Zun's face was expressionless. So was Yue Yang. On the other hand, the demonic dragon let out a long sigh. This is too disappointing. I thought that this guy would find his conscience and turn around to strike back. His words resonated with the common people who were also paralyzed on the Divine Mountain, waiting for their deaths. He also thought that the East would change its mind and try to evaporate the Dead Sea in order to pave the way for the future divine supremacy. Who would have thought that this death wouldn't even cause a bubble? It was truly a death for a chess piece. He was bad to the very end and never looked back. It was truly disappointing. What a joke. Only the Death Sea Guardian Paragon had an arrogant expression on his face. In his heart, regardless of whether Dong Fang was a traitor or a spy, there was nothing to fear. Do you think you can evaporate the Dead Sea just by turning yourself into fire and throwing yourself into it? This was a huge joke. Okay. Even if all the god-level experts in the balance world were to be thrown into the Dead Sea, or even 10 times the number of them, it would still be impossible for the Dead Sea to evaporate. Only the Divine Mountain was possible. This was because there were too many divine-ranked seniors of Tong Tian Tower or Tong Tian Tower's camp who were sleeping eternally in the Divine Mountain. Once the divine power and the rules of order were broken, unpredictable changes would occur. Only by throwing this divine mountain into the Dead Sea would it be possible to realize the prophecy of the Dead Sea evaporating. Anything else was impossible. Even if the Radiance Mountain in the Heaven Realm was thrown into the Dead Sea, it would not achieve the same effect as the Divine Mountain. The Dead Sea could devour everything in the world. How could it be ended by just one Dong Fang? However, Dong Fang's suicide was complete and did not show any signs of being a spy. Thus, the Death Sea Guardian Paragon reluctantly acknowledged Dong Fang's existence. Otherwise, he could easily kill this traitor of the Tong Tian Tower who only relied on conspiracies and stratagems to succeed. Dong Fang did not have enough strength. This was the reason why he and Tian Yu truly acknowledged and accepted Dong Fang. The second reason was his wisdom. Forward, forward. Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless eyes were filled with determination. Dong Fang's death had no effect on him at all. Don't even think about it. The Death Sea Guardian Paragon resisted with all his might. His 6 giant arms supported the Divine Mountain. Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless life burned and advanced at the cost of his own life. Under the Death Sea Guardian Paragon's obstruction, Emperor Wu Shuang could not even take a small step forward. It was a contest of strength between 2 giants. It was still going on. It was just like a predestined battle between them. It was believed that this contest would not truly stop until one side fell. At this moment, no matter who tried to stop it, it was impossible to stop this predestined battle that transcended life and death. The Light Guardian Paragon's expression was very indifferent. He did not look at the demon dragon, nor did he look at the Supreme Being bathed in blood on the Divine Mountain. He only looked at Yue Yang quietly. Your opponent is me. As long as you are ready, the battle can begin at any time. If you think it is necessary, you can prepare first. It won't be too late for us to start after you are done. He was not anxious at all. To him, the longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it would be. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed enough virtue to become a holy elder, he would have killed this ignorant young man in an instant in the ancient passage. Until now, he was still a little suspicious. Why wasn't the other candidate for the predestined battle Queen Vivian Li, but her disciple? This young man, even if he was born a god, he would not be Tian Yu's opponent after cultivating for so long. Not to mention, he was born as the lowest human in the soaring dragon continent of Tong Tian Tower, a pitiful creature that was even weaker than ants in the Heaven Realm. There was no need to kill him. Perhaps cutting off his head would be a good idea. When the real predestined battle starts in the Tian Ping world, it would be enough to let this brat become Tian Yu's sacrifice to become a holy elder. Alright, it's decided then. In the eyes of the Light Guardian Paragon, Yue Yang was just a fish on his chopping board to be slaughtered at will. Just look at you, and you still want to be a boss. Yue Yang didn't look at the Light Guardian Paragon. Instead, he fished out the battered Mo Long from the abyss and threw him on top of the Divine Mountain. The Mo Long was so angry that his lungs almost exploded, but he couldn't refute Yue Yang's words. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood and die. You're not dead yet, right? If you're not dead, then get up and hold up the sky for me. Why are you still lying on the ground? Is this how you should be a senior? Get up. Yue Yang kicked Subtraction Chong Sheng's waist. I don't know how to be a senior. Moreover, I really can't get up. Subtraction Chong Sheng really had no choice. His waist was broken. Otherwise, how painful would it be for a man to say that he couldn't get up? Kai Danzi was even more miserable. No one hit him. However, he only had one breath left. Because at the beginning, he wanted to overestimate himself and block the path. In the end, he was stepped on by Emperor Wu Shuang. Yue Yang looked at the flower fairy whose body had disappeared and only a wisp of her soul was left. She forcefully held up the sky with her willpower. He kicked Subtraction Chong Sheng's waist again. If you can't get up, then why are you still alive? Trash, get further away from this young master. The heartless Yue Yang kicked Subtraction Chong Sheng into the air. He flipped a dozen times and fell heavily on the ground. Subtraction Chong Sheng was furious. He jumped up and roared, no matter what, I'm still a senior. Don't go too far. Kicking me once is enough, but you're still kicking me. Do you think I'm your watchdog? Is my waist healed? On the other side, Kai Danzi also jumped up. He realized that the bones all over his body, which were almost destroyed by Yue Yang's peerless god power and law, had recovered. I have to find a good watchdog. Look at you, no one will give you food even if you beg. Yue Yang turned around and left. Subtraction Chong Sheng was furious. He wanted to fight to the death with this kid. But in the end, he still swallowed his anger like a tortoise. His face turned red. He thought to himself, I'm a magnanimous senior who doesn't hold grudges against lowly people. I'll forgive you for now. If you show any disrespect in the future, I'll immediately fall out with you. He repeated these words 100 times. When he felt that his anger had calmed down, he would hurry over and take down the sky. The flower fairy couldn't hold on anymore. She only had a wisp of her soul left. Kai Danzi looked at Subtraction Chong Sheng, then at the 100 old ghosts in front of him. He hesitated, not knowing what to do. FCK, do you think you can go back to them? Subtraction Chong Sheng really wanted to slap him. Even if you can't be a hero, don't be a fence sitter. That's the worst way to die. Come back, it's fine. We're still partners, repent and be saved, Kai Danzi. You haven't done anything to resist. How can we see you as an enemy? That idiot Subtraction Chong Sheng is our enemy. You've seen the current situation as well. Staying with them will only lead to death. Why bother? If you recover, hurry back, or go back to the Dead Sea to sleep. Staying away from the battle is the wisest move. The gods on the Dead Sea's side started to make a ruckus. They were trying their best to drive a wedge between Kai Danzi and Subtraction Chong Sheng. Kai Danzi joining the enemy's formation didn't help much. It was almost negligible, but everyone was very unhappy. Why did you have to stand out and be a hero? Unlike Subtraction Chong Sheng, who had already fallen out with him and couldn't turn back, there was still hope for Kai Danzi to lure him back. Even if Kai Danzi left, it would still be a blow to Subtraction Chong Sheng. You can be a hero, but you won't be able to do as you wish. Kai Danzi lowered his head and said to Subtraction Chong Sheng in a voice as small as an ant, I'm sorry, scram. Subtraction Chong Sheng roared angrily, scram now. Die far away from me. I don't know you. Who's a fence sitter? I also want to be a hero, but I'm not as fast as you. You've taken the lead. Do you really think you're the only one in the world who can be a hero? Kai Danzi was also angry. He glared at Subtraction Chong Sheng. I don't know you either. Damn, do you think it's honorable for me to know an idiot like you? Bah, it's not honorable, it's not honorable. I've wronged you. Subtraction Chong Sheng immediately beamed with joy. Come closer. Even if we die, we're still brothers. Brothers. Kai Danzi's hair stood on end when he heard these gay words. He had goosebumps all over his body. On the other side of the Divine Mountain, Yue Yang arrived in front of Ji Zun. Ji Zun couldn't see through this kid. It can't be that this kid also wants to say something like, brothers, to her, right? Yue Yang didn't speak, but his eyes were full of heartache. That kind of heartache slowly overflowed from the bottom of his heart. When Ji Zun, who originally wanted to scold him, saw this, she couldn't open her mouth for a while. He opened his arms and hugged Ji Zun tightly. For the first time in his life, he took the initiative. There were no distracting thoughts. He just wanted to hug her tightly. Ji Zun's body trembled slightly, and her ice-cold eyes slightly thawed. Her bloody hand slowly reached up, wanting to touch his face and soothe the heartache that overflowed for him. However, her strong and resolute will didn't allow her to have a trace of weakness in her heart. Her hand changed, and finally patted Yue Yang's back heavily, almost making him lose his breath. Are you still a child? I'm not dead yet, don't worry. Yue Yang also patted Ji Zun's back gently. I won't let you down. What? Ji Zun was slightly stunned. She couldn't understand what this kid meant at all. What I want to say is, please watch carefully, because I alone am enough here. At the same time when Ji Zun pushed him away, Yue Yang bent down and kissed her. Ji Zun avoided it, but he still touched the corner of her lips. This kind of bold action shocked Ji Zun, and she was stunned on the spot. However, Yue Yang didn't have the usual fear. On the contrary, a kind of supreme courage and will broke out from him. Please watch my anger and judgment. All those who dare to offend your majesty, whether they are ants or gods, will receive the most severe punishment. Based on what? Guardian of Light smiled coldly. Based on the fact that I am her disciple, based on the fact that I am the most important man in her life. Yue Yang's eyes were spewing fire, and he shouted. In front of Guardian of Light, in front of the Dead Sea Fallen Gods Council, his will shook and shook the whole balanced world. His anger ignited his divine power, which was millions of times more majestic than the eruption of a volcano. It covered the sky and the earth, and suddenly poured out. Under the inconceivable gazes of the Dead Sea Gods Council, Yue Yang's divine body rose sharply until it reached a height of 10,000 meters. The demon dragon's eyes were wide open. Even Guardian of Light couldn't accept this fact for a moment. As soon as the eternal divine throne and the supreme law appeared, the Dead Sea Gods Council scattered like a group of rats. No one dared to stay under the angry gaze of Yue Yang. Ji Zun found that the man in front of her had unknowingly grown up. He seemed to be taller than a divine mountain, and his broad shoulders could carry everything. In fact, his own injuries would also damage his pride, making him agitated and angry. The young eagle spread its wings and flew. It grew and changed rapidly in the vast sky. It became a proud king. Yes, he was no longer the child she saw on the first floor of the sky-reaching tower. He had grown up, truly grown up. A kind of tears that she had never shed since she was a child suddenly appeared, and her eyes became moist. From the bottom of her heart, a kind of care that she had never felt before suddenly gushed into her heart like a warm current. It was forcefully imposed on her life and will, making her feel uncomfortable, but she had no choice but to accept it. Ah, Mother, is this the indomitable man who can support the whole heaven stairway that you and the others spoke of? Is this the desire that you and little Ant have been praying for and persevering to the end? Is it true that only your younger brother can support the sky of life? I will make those ants who offended you, as well as the whole balanced world, tremble under my anger. Yue Yang raised his fist and smashed it down resolutely. Even someone as powerful as Guardian of Light didn't dare to ignore this extreme anger, and quickly dodged. A divine-level expert who was hiding deep underground, thinking that he was safe and that no one knew about him, was forcefully dug out by Yue Yang. Yue Yang ignored his painful wails and powerless struggles. He clenched his 5 fingers. His divine power directly destroyed him. Eternal destruction. Both his divine body and soul were annihilated into a primordial chaotic state. His divine eyes stared angrily at the frightened old ghosts of the Dead Sea Gods Council. His cold will suffocated everyone present. This is only the first one. The trial has just begun. All of you, tremble under my anger. Chapter 1369. So, this is the true meaning of the fated showdown. Master Scarlet Danzi and Master Subduing Chongsheng stared intently at the majestic 10,000-meter-tall divine body behind Yue Yang, as well as the unique eternal divine throne. They could not bear to look away for a long time, their hearts brimming with envy. After a long time, Master Subduing Chongsheng finally came back to his senses and sighed. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not have believed that there is such a possibility in this world. This is truly a fated good fortune that transcends the heavens and the gods. It is indeed amazing. The demon dragon was shocked but also agreed. However, no matter how amazing he is, I will still be his boss, haha. The demon dragon was not as useless as Master Scarlet Danzi and Master Subduing Chongsheng. He still had the leisure to look at everyone's reactions. The Dead Sea Gods did not need to look much. Other than the child-faced old man with the dragon erosion staff and a few other leaders who were slightly better off, the rest were so scared that they wanted to flee in all directions. If not for the Light Guardian Autarch, these timid old men would have long fled back to the Dead Sea and would not show their faces even if the outside world was turned upside down. There was no hope for them to improve. They could not compete with those who were stronger than them, but they could still compete with those who were weaker. They did not want to participate in any fate war. Before this, Ji Zun was a weak-looking woman. She only used her 6,000-meter-tall divine body to fight, and it was already enough to make them suffer. Now that Yue Yang had a huge explosion, his 10,000-meter-tall divine body and eternal divine throne appeared at the same time, he could defeat the enemy in seconds with unparalleled might. How could these old ghosts still have the guts to stand in front of the formation? The Light Guardian Autarch's expression was different. He was still quite calm. Even when Yue Yang erupted, he was not too surprised. The demon dragon even observed that this guy seemed to have some kind of plan in hand and seemed to have a card up his sleeve. On the other side, the Dead Sea Guardian Autarch only took a glance before turning around and using all his strength to stop the peerless emperor. Yue Yang was not his fated enemy. The Dead Sea Guardian Autarch did not care about any changes on Yue Yang's body. He only cared about one person, and that was the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang, who was carrying a divine mountain on his back and preparing to fill up the Dead Sea. Be careful, that guy might be playing tricks. The mystic dragon hurriedly reminded the enraged Yue Yang that now was not the time to be hot-headed. He must not fall into the enemy's trap at such an important moment. So smart, as expected of the mystic dragon. The guardian sovereign of light laughed heartily upon hearing this. You achieved a 10,000-meter tall divine body and a divine throne in just a few days. Although this is a little unexpected, it's not too much. Everything is still within my control. You Titan, I don't know how much support those old fogies of Tong Tian Tower and your master have given you to instantly raise you to such a realm. However, what I want to say is that what others have given me will never be as solid as what I have cultivated myself, understand? Moreover, from the looks of it, this is already your greatest limit. Don't listen to his nonsense, there are spatial energy fluctuations, beware of sneak attacks. The demon dragon couldn't help them now, so he was very anxious. Once he sensed the energy fluctuations outside the ancient divine gate, he immediately sent out a warning. The ancient divine gate opened a small gap. It didn't close immediately like before. This abnormality should be related to the fate showdown. Outside the gate, the guardian sovereign of light and other old fogies who were familiar with intelligence might have used this change of law to make some kind of arrangement or deployment in advance. The guardian sovereign of light was very disdainful of the demon dragon's warning. He looked disdainfully at the audience and pointed at the guardian sovereign of the Dead Sea, who was struggling with the peerless emperor. The warning is useless. Demon dragon, do you know my true strength? Do you really think that the 40,000-meter tall divine body is all I have? In fact, I am as famous as him. However, as early as a year ago, I integrated the power of the 20,000-meter tall divine body into the ancient passage, from the Radiance Mountain in the heavenly realm to the Times Square in the God's Ruins. The demon dragon shook his head. No, impossible. The God's Ruins is an absolute forbidden area that no divine power can break through. If you can open the ancient passage to the Times Square, why not directly penetrate through this ancient divine gate and rescue the guardian sovereign of the Dead Sea? This might be even easier. Yue Yang quickly changed from a state of anger to contemplation. He felt that the enemy wouldn't shoot without a target. There must be something strange. The guardian sovereign of light turned his head and took a slightly serious look at Yue Yang, then turned his head back and smiled at the demon dragon. With your reckless heart, how can you pry into my true intentions? It is indeed impossible to forcibly open an ancient passage from the forbidden area of the God's Ruins, but why would I do such a stupid thing? I only need to leave a strand of divine thread in the Times Square, and that will be enough. Hearing this, Yue Yang suddenly realized, so you want to move the battlefield of the fate duel to the Times Square. Titan Yu is still smarter, understanding immediately. The guardian sovereign of light laughed. However, you still didn't guess my intentions correctly. I gave up my 20,000-meter tall divine body and integrated it into the passage, paving the way for today's fate duel. Now that the Sky Tower and the Times Square are about to be connected, no matter who wins or loses, heaven-reaching tower cannot escape the disaster of destruction. And you, Titan Yu, on the list of candidates for the fate duel, will be the stepping stone of the Temple Supreme Heavenly Chariot who has been training hard every day for thousands of years. Your master, Snake Demon Queen Vivian Li, your senior, Emperor Wu Shuangxi, and your friend, Demon Dragon, who dug his own grave and jumped into the pit he dug himself, etc. None of them can escape the reincarnation of fate. All of them will be trapped in the Sky Tower forever, unable to transcend. If the Times Square and the Sky Tower were connected, the consequences would be, it was indeed unimaginable. If they lost this battle, being trapped in the Sky Tower forever was the most basic. What was even more frightening was that the two old fellows, the Guardian of the Light and the Guardian of the Dead Sea, were preparing to replace them with the peerless Emperor and Empress Fei Wenli, and then take the opportunity to free themselves and escape from the Gate of Destiny. Don't think about anything now, it's useless to think about anything, it's most practical to act quickly. As long as you can kill him, there is still a chance. Demon Dragon was afraid that Yue Yang would continue to think. In the end, he couldn't think of a way, but the time was delayed, so he hurriedly called for him to start the battle. Don't, let's think of a way to deal with it first. Reduce the common people rolled his eyes. Kill the guardian sovereign of light. It's easy to say, try it if you have the ability. If we can't do anything, then what should we do? Kai Danzi felt that his head was about to explode. Shut up. Ji Zun was angry. She was usually scary enough when she didn't get angry. Now that she was angry, even Demon Dragon was so scared that his heart was pounding. He quickly shut up. He dared to provoke anyone but Ji Zun. Ji Zun looked at Yue Yang with a particularly serious expression. I have nothing to say, just one thing, you fight well, we don't need you to worry about us. The we, she said, not only included herself, but also Queen Vivian Li. Although she didn't know how fierce the battle on Queen Vivian Li's side was and how bad the situation was, she felt that the only thing Yue Yang had to do was fight well. There was no need to think about anything else. Compared to the Temple Supreme Tian Yu, the Guardian Sovereign of Light in front of him was not an ordinary person. If he wanted to fight Tian Yu, he had to get through him first. You have about 3 hours. The Guardian of Light raised 3 fingers and said with a proud expression, if you can kill me within 3 hours, you will still have time to fight the Heavenly Chariot, who is rushing over. Within 3 hours, kill the Guardian Sovereign of Light. This was a very difficult task. However, if he couldn't kill the Guardian Sovereign of Light within 3 hours, when Tian Yu arrived, the two of them would join forces, and the situation would be even more impossible to reverse. Damn, I'd rather carry a mountain. Demon Dragon suddenly felt that Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless mountain carrying was actually a relatively easy task. Although there was still the Guardian Sovereign of the Dead Sea in front of him, he could still move forward like an ant by burning his life and desperately overdrawing his strength. Killing the Guardian Sovereign of Light within 3 hours was like a widow who lost her only son. There was no hope at all. 3 hours, Yue Yang hugged Ji Zun. His voice was surprisingly gentle as he comforted her. Go back and have a good rest first. After I have defeated this Guardian of Light Ji Zun, you can come out and help me. I only need 1 hour. Ji Zun nodded. She didn't pursue Yue Yang's offense, but hugged him back with unusual strength. Then, she turned into a ray of divine light. Under the guidance of Yue Yang's will, she entered his grimoire world. She urgently needed time to recover, comprehend, and make a breakthrough. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to lend him a hand at the most critical moment of the battle. Demon Dragon secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Are you serious? Can you really kill the Guardian Sovereign of Light in 3 hours? Subduing Chongsheng and Kai Danzi felt that other than praying, there was no other way to suppress their frantic heartbeats. The Guardian Sovereign of Light waited there quietly. He was very calm. He completely didn't believe that Yue Yang could reverse the situation. Not to mention him, everyone present didn't have the slightest bit of confidence in Yue Yang. FCK, do you think you can beat me up for sure? 3 hours, do you believe that I won't beat you up until you cry for your parents within an hour? Yue Yang was furious. If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm Hello Kitty? You think you can boast just because you are 40,000 meters tall? Now I will let you see what is called fat, and what is called real cultivation. This young master wasn't given by others at all. Every bit of it was cultivated by myself. Do you think only Tian Yu can do it? This is simply child's play. Of course, on the surface, Yue Yang's attitude was contemptuous. His heart was still solemn. After all, he was an old guy with at least 40,000 meters tall. It was impossible to beat him easily. Yue Yang had long guessed that the other party would play tricks, so he was mentally prepared. Now that the other party had shown his trump card, although the situation was extremely serious, he could actually relax a little. He didn't dare to say it in the past, but now that he had the divine grimoire in his hands, he could dominate the new world and control the eternal divine throne. The only thing he felt was that the 5-colored divine light and the 6 divine weapons were not completely gathered. Otherwise, even if Tian Yu came together, he would still be able to beat him up. FCK, if I don't beat you up now, will I wait for the meal? It would be strange if I was afraid of you. 6 dragons returning head, Yue Yang roared. Demon Dragon was shocked. He thought to himself that his ultimate move couldn't have been secretly learned by this kid, right? However, Yue Yang's attack pulled a dog out of the eternal divine throne, threw it into the air, and then kicked it towards the enemy. Fortunately, this is the eclipse of the heavenly dog. Demon Dragon patted his chest. If he let Yue Yang secretly learn his ultimate move with just a glance, then he wouldn't want to live anymore. Because he had learned this move for 5 years, comprehended it for 50 years, and honed it for 500 years before he could barely achieve a satisfactory result. On the other side, the Guardian of Light was also shocked. Because of the 6 dragons returning head, he almost had a psychological shadow. Seeing that it wasn't the case, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although Yue Yang's move didn't have the power of the 6 dragons returning head. But between heaven and earth, suddenly, there was only a mouth left. From the top to the bottom, everything in the world was in its huge mouth. Chapter 1370. The dead ocean gods were shocked when they saw this, and their expressions changed. Without waiting for the wolf's mouth to close, a pair of giant hands came from beyond the sky and pressed down on the upper jaw, tightly clamping down on that greedy mouth. Only when the thunderous and furious roar resounded throughout the entire balanced world did the dead sea gods realize that the illusion had disappeared. An extremely ferocious and hungry wolf had been smashed onto the horizon snake bridge by the guardian sovereign of light with all his might. Following the shock of the collapsing bridge, that tenacious giant wolf wanted to flip over and counterattack. However, in the end, the guardian sovereign of light, who had an overwhelming advantage, gave it a kick. Instantly, the giant wolf's entire body fell into the abyss like a meteor. The shock wave from the smash caused the entire abyss to tremble. The horizon snake bridge exploded and turned into millions of pieces that scattered. Rumble. The sound lingered on for a long time. What a good watchdog, Mo Long praised. Although the attack from the giant mouth was ineffective, Wei Tai Lang's ability to do this already made him feel surprised. I almost peed in my pants. Jia Kang Sheng secretly swallowed his saliva. Just now, he really thought that the entire balanced sky world was going to be swallowed by that wolf's mouth. What the hell is this wolf? Even a world-destroying demon wolf wouldn't be this powerful, right? Wanting to swallow the world at every turn and ignoring all resistance, this was too scary. Idiot. As the owner, Yue Yang was very dissatisfied. When Wei Tai Lang struggled back from the abyss with great difficulty, Yue Yang immediately kicked its butt. I told you to bite his leg and restrain the enemy like how Xiao Tianquan pestered Sun Wukong. Why did you open your mouth so wide? If you don't have the ability, don't do such an idiotic thing. If you could swallow that guy in one bite, would you even need to do anything? Even if you could bite him, would you be able to swallow him? You idiot, scram to the side. Seeing that Yue Yang was really angry, Wei Tai Lang hurriedly shook its head and wagged its tail, putting on an, I was wrong, I will definitely cooperate better next time, look. It then gave a look to Duo, who had just flown out of the eternal divine throne. It hoped that she would say a few good words for it. But Duo didn't even look at it, pretending that she didn't know such a stupid friend. Yue Yang got into a fighting stance, pointed at the radiant guardian sovereign and shouted, watch carefully, I'll show you how to fix it. Wei Tai Lang felt that if he didn't flatter Yue Yang now, then when would he do it? This was a rare opportunity, so he immediately clapped his hands and tried his best to retract his claws. He stuck out his thumb and raised it up. His big, quick-witted eyes also revealed an expression of worship and admiration, hoping that Yue Yang would be able to forget about the unhappiness he felt just now because of his good performance. Its actions made the mystic dragon, subdue Kangsheng, and the others feel like, this beast is going to defy the heavens. On the surface, the radiant guardian's supremacy seemed to be looking down on everyone. However, he still paid sufficient attention to Yue Yang, who possessed the eternal divine throne and a 10,000-meter divine body. As soon as Yue Yang made his move, he immediately prepared for battle, not giving Yue Yang the slightest chance to fly into a rage. A 40,000-meter tall god body against a 10,000-meter tall god body. What would be the outcome? The Dead Sea Gods Council didn't even need to make any guesses to know that the outcome would definitely be the Radiant Guardian Supremacy's victory. It was impossible for everyone to be an abnormal peerless emperor, and it was also impossible for everyone to use a 10,000-meter tall god body against a 60,000-meter tall god body without being at a disadvantage. Closer. The two gigantic god bodies approached. Forearms crossed each other, legs and knees connected. Both sides exerted all their strength to press against the enemy's body. They also used the destruction god force in an attempt to throw the enemy in front of them. The horizon snake bridge couldn't support the battle between them at all. Every step they took shattered the surface of the bridge, trampling through the void. Fortunately, the Libra world had the ancient law. Otherwise, the battle between the two would destroy the entire Libra world. At times, the 40,000-meter tall god body would press down on Yue Yang's god body. At other times, Yue Yang's god body would push the enemy away. Most of the time, the two gigantic god bodies were equally matched. In this kind of close combat, all techniques were useless. Only strength was the only way to determine who was stronger. With the powerful support of the god thrones from both sides, the difference in strength was almost negligible. At the very least, the Dead Sea Gods' Council didn't see an overwhelming situation. Now, they suddenly realized a problem. Not everyone was as peerless as Emperor Wuxia. However, this youngster called Titan Yue in front of them was also an abnormal genius. His performance wasn't inferior to his seniors at all. They couldn't understand why Light Guardian Sovereign's 40,000-meter tall god body couldn't suppress Titan Yue. Could it be that all the fellows from heaven-reaching tower were abnormal? Emperor Wuxia could resist a 60,000-meter tall god body, and Titan Yue could resist a 40,000-meter tall god body. Why was this? Why were they able to do such an impossible thing? Could it be that Light Guardian Sovereign and Death Sea Guardian Sovereign were really fat? When the Dead Sea Gods' Council thought of this, they looked at each other in dismay. Soon after, they shook their heads in unison. Impossible. Light Guardian Sovereign and Death Sea Guardian Sovereign were top-notch existences. If they were fat, would there still be a god-level expert in this world? Emperor Wuxia and Titan Yue must have used a secret skill and overdrafted their life force to create such an effect. When the Dead Sea Gods' Council thought of this possibility, they were overjoyed. It was impossible to overdraft one's life force for long. It seemed that Emperor Wuxia and Titan Yue were going to lose. The predestined battle was about to decide who was stronger. Too weak, Titan Yue. Is this all you've got? Light Guardian Sovereign had tested Yue Yang again and again and discovered that his divine power still had the upper hand. He was secretly shocked by Yue Yang's rapid growth, but he was also overjoyed. He couldn't help but mock, with your current strength, you still want to defeat me in 3 hours. Ha, you're undoubtedly an ant shaking a mountain. Come, Titan Yue, what other moves do you have? Use them all. This is already your final resistance. The predestined battle has already begun. Since you're destined to lose, I'll be merciful and give you a chance to struggle. The 40,000-meter tall god body exerted force to suppress Titan Yue. Although he couldn't do anything to Titan Yue's 10,000-meter tall god body and couldn't make him fall to the ground, but he already had the upper hand. As Light Guardian Sovereign advanced step by step, Yue Yang's 10,000-meter tall god body could only exert force to defend. It was almost impossible for him to counterattack. If it wasn't for the Eternal Divine Throne's continuous support, it would indeed be very difficult for Yue Yang to fight against Light Guardian Sovereign. After all, Light Guardian Sovereign was an extremely powerful old ghost that had lived for God knows how many tens of thousands of years. Shut up. Yue Yang's face showed no fear. His 10,000-meter tall god body retreated to the end of the Horizon Snake Bridge that had just recovered. His back was against the cliff of the abyss. He did his best to resist the enemy's advance. In this terrain, with the support of the Eternal Divine Throne, even if Light Guardian Sovereign was 10 times stronger, he wouldn't be able to continue pushing his god body. Of course, Light Guardian Sovereign knew that it was impossible to kill Yue Yang in a short time. With a 10,000-meter tall god body and the Eternal Divine Throne, he couldn't kill Yue Yang by himself. But what did it matter? The stalemate was beneficial to him. As long as Emperor Peerless died from overexertion, Death Sea Guardian Sovereign would be able to free up his hands. In the worst-case scenario, Deity's Templar's Supreme Heavenly Chariot would arrive in 3 hours. At that time, everything would be settled. But now, he just had to firmly press the enemy to death at the edge of this cliff. All of you, go and attack that despicable dog and that flower goddess. Light Guardian Sovereign was very dissatisfied with the Dead Sea Gods' Council's inaction. Yes, the Dead Sea Gods' Council all had bitter expressions, but they didn't dare to disobey his orders. They could only lower their heads and agree. They were actually quite unwilling to gang up on Grey Wolf and Duo. That was because both the despicable dog and the flower goddess didn't seem to be easy to deal with. The former could swallow heaven and earth with a single mouth. Although it was unlikely to succeed with Light Guardian Sovereign around, he reckoned that swallowing a god-level expert would be very easy. It was just that they didn't know who would be the unlucky one. As for that flower goddess, she was even more troublesome. This flower goddess, who looked like a harmless little girl, had a kind of terrifying killing intent that no one present could match. The first impression that this flower goddess gave the outside world was that her deterrence was comparable to peak existences like Mo Long and Light Guardian Sovereign. If not for the fact that she hadn't fully matured, who would dare to be her enemy? Even Light Guardian Sovereign wasn't optimistic that the Dead Sea Gods' Council would be able to kill Grey Wolf and Duo. His order was to surround and restrain them, and not to completely eliminate the helpers around Yue Yang. Let's go, everyone, let's go. The child-faced old man with the eroding dragon divine staff quickly took the lead. He knew that there was no other choice. Regardless of which side won, the Dead Sea God's Council would be completely annihilated. The deity temple's supreme heavenly chariot hadn't arrived yet, and the fate war was still ongoing. The Dead Sea God's Council had to pay a price. Otherwise, the new supreme divine wouldn't mind establishing his might and completely cleansing the balanced scale world. You go. Duo pointed with her slender finger and sent Grey Wolf to fight. Hearing this, Grey Wolf immediately charged forward with his buttocks trembling. He himself was a warmonger. Different from the Dead Sea God's Council who were forced to fight, not only did he not complain, he was even eager to start his meal. Duo herself flew towards her master, Yue Yang's battlefield. The Dead Sea God's Council pretended not to see her leaving and acted as if they were blind. Dealing with this despicable dog that deserved a beating was enough of a headache. Why did they have to provoke that flower goddess? Once Duo left, the Dead Sea God's Council's confidence increased greatly. It wasn't a problem for dozens of gods to surround and attack a despicable dog. They just had to be careful of that glutton's big mouth. As for who would be the despicable dog's last supper, it would depend on who was the most unlucky. HMPH, come at me. Seeing Duo coming, Light Guardian Sovereign hurriedly sent out his 8-meter-tall true body to stop her. At the end of the Horizon Snake Bridge, two gods were wrestling. With the support of the gods from both sides, they probably wouldn't be able to determine the winner even if they fought until the end of the world. Light Guardian Sovereign didn't hope that this kind of battle was the only way to end his fate. His true body, grimoire, beasts and laws were the best weapons. From the beginning, he had planned to suppress Titan Yu's 10,000-meter-tall god body, then use his true body to fight. He could even guess the battle plan of his enemy, Yue Yang. Hence, when Duo came, he had already prepared to summon his grimoire. The Holy Grimoire, which was comparable to a god's grimoire, appeared and shone brightly. It gushed out. Countless mirrors appeared in the space between heaven and earth. Some were big, some were small, some were round and some were square. Some were beautiful, some were strange. Even in the balanced world, this kind of mirror world created an inconceivable illusion. It was as if Emperor Wu Shuang, Peerless World and the others had gone to another world. They were clearly only a few kilometers away, but they felt so far away that they were even further away than the stars in the sky. The battle was also isolated. When the shockwave reached the edge of the mirror world, it would be annihilated and disappear without a trace. A god level wearing flowery clothes and a smiley crying mask on its face mysteriously appeared from one of the mirrors. Only half of its body was genderless, and there was a word, mystery, written on its forehead. It stared at Duo and suddenly pulled out an extremely long black scythe that flashed with terrifying brilliance from the mirror in its hand. Whether it was the black scythe god level or the strange god level, their bodies were not fixed and distorted. Especially when it floated above some mirrors, it would elongate its body or enlarge certain parts of its body. It was extremely strange. Be careful. Yue Yang had used the divine orb of fate's wisdom to guide him to break through the lost world once. However, he now understood that the enemy did not go all out the last time. It was only testing him on purpose to find out his trump card. This time, it might not be as easy as last time. Duo took the divine orb of fate and looked at the god of confusion that was slowly floating over the mirror with a serious expression. This is just the beginning, Titan Yu. The guardian of light smiled proudly. More pain and setbacks are waiting for you. Why don't you try and see if you can use your divine weapon Warbeast to neutralize the sword of misfortune hanging over your head? Do you really think that I'll let a child like you defeat me? That's ridiculous. There's a saying in the upper realm that goes, there are no honorables who have been knocked down in the sky. Do you understand what that means? There were no honorables who had been knocked down in the sky. In His Majesty's Mirage, the immovable supremacy had said the same thing. Although his tone was not as arrogant as the honorable guardian of light, the honorable immovable was still confident. Even if he was still imprisoned in His Majesty's dream world and could not break free. Chapter 1371. The warriors of Tong Tian Tower were crazily trying to break through. They hoped that through their own efforts, they would be able to help Yue Yang, even if it was just a little. Be careful, be on your guard. The team that was madly charging suddenly stopped. Among them, Shui Tan Lang's reaction was the most intense. His expression was exceptionally solemn and his brows were tightly knitted. Suddenly, a strange change occurred in the surrounding environment. The air fluctuated like ripples on the surface of water. There was light coming out from the fluctuation. It was extremely bright. It was simply blinding. The number one guard of the central shrine, who had been abused countless times, the giant god Nagato, the captain, once again appeared in front of everyone with an arrogant face. This time, even the good-tempered prince of Tien Luo couldn't help but complain. How many times do you want to kill before you really die? Captain, if you are really that awesome, then use your full strength and fight with us. Let us torture you over and over again. Are you addicted? Fatty Hai had tortured the captain many times and felt that he could kill him alone. Hence, he was the first to rush up. Let me do it. This guy likes to explode chrysanthemums, I can satisfy him. Before he could even shout out chrysanthemums, the captain's arms emitted thousands of rays of divine light. Each ray shot out like an arrow. The divine light pierced through the space at an extremely fast speed. Yi Kong and the others who were slightly further away also dodged in a sorry state. However, it was impossible for Fatty Hai, who was charging towards the enemy, to react in time. In less than a second, Fatty Hai had already been beaten black and blue by the captain's divine light. His huge body fell from the sky with a loud bang, blood splattering all over the ground. The illusions that you encountered before were all illusions created by the immovable Ji-Zun. He deliberately cooperated with the East to stall for time. Do you really think that you can win against a god? What a joke. It's already the 9th day and you haven't even completed 1,000th of the breakthrough. Of course, with your intelligence, you will never be able to break the East's chess game. Pitiful pawns, on the last day of your lives, in the last few hours, I will make an exception and grant you death, lest you die in vain. The captain looked at Yi Kong and Shui Tan Lang condescendingly and hooked his finger. Come at me together. I can finish off all of you dregs in a second. Other than Titan Yu, who has the support of the Conqueror Queen, you little bugs don't even have the qualifications to be my opponent. Mother F***cker. Yi Kong's expression changed greatly. This captain in front of him. The image was the same. But compared to his previous performance, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. It seemed that the more one climbed the mountain, the more they would meet the tiger. They had defeated a few illusions, and this original body felt humiliated, so it really came to settle the score. Shui Tan Lang made a hand signal to Prince of Tien Luo, and the two of them dodged, one on the left and one on the right. They had great teamwork and attacked the arrogant divine level ranker, captain, at the same time. The moment he succeeded, Yi Kong's pupils dilated to twice their original size, because he realized that the captain's godly body had disappeared like smoke. The captain's reaction and speed were 1,000 times faster than before. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that the captain's real body had actually appeared behind him without a sound. Heaven Realm Hell Gate, the captain instantly disappeared, and Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tien Luo's attacks both missed. When they turned around, they realized that there was a strange black gate in the sky that was opening. Tens of thousands of shadows that looked like the captain shot out, and dived towards Yi Kong and the others like a meteor shower. Unfortunately, they did not realize that the captain's real body was already standing behind Yi Kong. Be careful above your head. The Li brothers panicked. No, it should be underground. A ray of light flashed in Yi Kong's eyes. He could feel that on the ground, there were countless transparent shadows of the captain rushing out from the transparent gate, resonating with the shadows in the sky. On the surface, this attack was aimed at the sky, but 90% of its true power was hidden underground. His shout could not change the situation of the battlefield at all. Even Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tien Luo were instantly hit. On the entire battlefield, other than Yi Kong, who defended against the attack from underground and used his inherent skill to forcibly stand, the rest of the people had all fallen to the ground. The captain looked at Yi Kong with slight surprise. This person was the only exception on the battlefield. He was also the only variable. In terms of potential, this brat should not be comparable to that ice-cold brat. At most, he would be the second or third brother. However, his tenacious survival ability was actually the best in the whole team. Even though he was heavily injured by the captain's hell gate and was bathed in blood, he was still able to stand. Just this point alone had far exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, the youngsters in Titan Yu's team did not have enough divine power to support them. Their strength had long been exhausted in the past few days of bitter battles. Just by relying on their hot-bloodedness and unyielding fighting spirit, they wanted to defeat a divine-level ranker. Ha ha ha, thinking about it, it was really laughable. However, this was also the naive thinking of the lower realm mortals. They thought that with their own hard work, they could defy the heavens and change the situation of the battle. You can say your last words. The captain was extremely arrogant now. He was full of confidence. Although he could not defeat Titan Yue, that was not his problem. Everyone knew that Titan Yue had the terrifying Conquest Queen behind him. However, other than Titan Yue, would the other warriors from the lower realm of Tong Tian Tower be a problem? No matter how many came, they would all be destroyed. After all, ants were originally weak existences. I didn't want to borrow it at first. Yi Kong sighed lightly. What? The captain completely did not understand what Yi Kong meant. Death was at hand. What nonsense was he spouting? Could it be that he had gone crazy from fear? I wonder how many years it will take to repay it. Shui Tan Lang also coolly crawled up from the ground. His body was covered in blood and wounds, but this brat's expression was the same as before. It was as if his injuries were on someone else's body. Is this the eternal divine power? It's too strong. Prince of Tian Luo stood up and mumbled to himself with his eyes closed. What are you guys talking about? The captain was confused by everything that was happening in front of him. There was no fear. There was no fear of death or whining about how weak they were. On the contrary, there was only a strange sigh. Where did all these messy emotions come from? This was not the expression of a loser or a dying person. Don't you guys have any awareness of being a weakling? Yi Kong's face was expressionless, but his eyes revealed a kind of unshakable steadfastness. I understand now. He has his reasons for doing this. We are indeed not a match for a god tier, even the weakest of them. However, we will not give up. We will continue to work hard and catch up. We will definitely not let him fight alone. The Li brothers nodded at the same time. That's right, we are teammates. Fatty Hai, who was the last to crawl up from the ground with difficulty, ran towards the wind-breath seabird. His bloodied face showed a smile. Are you alright? Stay further away from me. Don't get too close, I feel suffocated just by looking at you. The wind-breath seabird was scared half to death by him. It hurriedly retreated 10 meters away and waved its hands. Please, don't smile anymore. Your bloody smile almost made me vomit. Wah, it's really disgusting. Don't come any closer, otherwise I will kill myself. Don't force me, please don't force me, I'm really in pain. Don't be afraid, baby. I understand you very well. I will give you time to adapt. Fatty Hai expressed that he was a very considerate person. The wind-breath seabird suddenly wanted to die. How could it be related to this kind of person? This kind of life was too sad. The captain's arms flashed with divine light again. Thousands of divine light rays shot out like arrows. Once again, they shot out. Standing in the rain of arrows, Fatty Hai, who had been instantly knocked down previously, stood tall like a mountain of flesh. Even though there were wounds all over his body and blood spurted out like a fountain, he stood firmly on the ground this time. His blood-red eyes were like those of a wild beast as he stared fixedly at the captain. That kind of ferocious vigor made even the divine-level captain feel an indescribable chill in his heart. Not only Fatty Hai, but everyone, including Shui Tan Lang, Prince of Tian Luo and the others, had this kind of terrifying killing intent in their eyes. Is this the struggle of an ant? The captain was furious. As a god-ranked ranker, how could he be intimidated by a mortal from the lower realm? What was going on? I, Yi Kong, am willing to accept the blessing of the power of destiny. I am even more willing to fight for the destiny of the Holy Supreme Warrior in the future. Yi Kong pressed his right hand lightly and solemnly on his chest. Yes, we are equally willing. Just like Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang, Prince of Tian Luo, Li brothers, Fatty Hai and the wind-breath seabird all did the same. The captain didn't even have time to speak. He was shocked to discover that there was a kind of boundless divine power surging out from the bodies of these ant-like mortals. It was unstoppable and immeasurable. In the blink of an eye, the divine power flowed through their bodies and spiraled upwards at a high speed. It intertwined with the grimoire's light pillar and erupted upwards at the same time. Could it be that these mortals wanted to condense the legendary divine throne? No, it was impossible. They didn't have these conditions at all. Moreover, they were obviously mortals. Mortals who weren't even god-ranked, how could they have such a supreme thing? Door. The captain was extremely shocked. He stretched out his hand and condensed a divine door in front of him. No matter what happened in front of him, he wasn't willing to stay behind and investigate. Whether these mortals had condensed the divine throne or whether they had the qualifications to condense it, he didn't care. This was because the enemy's strength had completely surpassed and suppressed him. If he stayed here, there would only be one result, and that was death. In order to ensure his survival, in order to ensure his god-ranked strength, he only had one goal now. And that was to leave. Titan Yu, this is what you did for them, right? Very well, go and fight with Dong Fang, Ji Zun Bu Dong and Deity Palace's Ji Zun Tian Yu. Your battle has nothing to do with me. Don't expect me to do anything for you. Do you want to use my life and divine power as a stepping stone for you? No, that's impossible. My life and divine power only belong to me. I want to be a free and unfettered god, not a chess piece. Leave, I want to leave this place and return to my wonderful heaven realm. I want to enjoy everything that belongs to me. The captain roared furiously. While Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang and the others were still receiving and condensing divine power, he impatiently entered the divine door. He didn't want to care about chess pieces or chess games at all. Only his life was the most important thing. Let Titan Yu and Tian Yu fight to the death. That had nothing to do with him. As for whether Tong Tian Tower would rise or fall in the lower realm, it had nothing to do with him. Just as the captain entered the divine door and thought that he was safe, a hand appeared in front of him and grabbed him by the throat. Just like grabbing a little chick, he, a divine level ranker, was lifted up. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. They stared dumbfoundedly as an incomparably handsome man walked out of the divine door with his head held high, carrying the captain in one hand and the divine sword that was still dripping with blood in the other. Perhaps he swept his gaze across the entire place, or perhaps he didn't care about everyone's reaction. This man stabbed the divine sword into the ground and then, using an extremely barbaric yet extremely simple method, he directly twisted the captain's head off his neck. The captain let out an incomparably tragic wail. But it was to no avail. He was a divine level ranker who thought that he was very strong, but in front of this handsome swordsman, he didn't even have the chance to struggle. He could only let out a painful wail before his head was separated from his body and he died. His divine spark dissipated and his divine power was completely absorbed by the other party in a few breaths' time. You, who are you? Even Yi Kong, who had iron courage, was scared to the point that his hair stood on end. This unfamiliar man who had never appeared in his memories, who was he? Why did he kill the captain? And why did he come here? Tell Titan Yu that the debt I owe him is now settled. The handsome swordsman casually threw the captain's corpse on the ground and took out a few human heads, casually throwing them at the feet of Yi Kong and the others. Just like that, after throwing out these words without any rhyme or reason, he slowly pulled out the divine sword and casually slashed through the void. He strode into the void and instantly disappeared without a trace. Who was this person? What exactly did he mean by those words? How could he enter the eastern world of Go and enter this ever-changing space-time labyrinth? Yi Kong turned to look at Fatty Hai, but Fatty Hai was even more confused than a muddle-headed person. He shook his head like a rattle drum, expressing that he didn't understand at all. This face. Prince Tian Luo carefully looked at the severed head that had rolled to his feet and suddenly cried out involuntarily, look at this face, don't tell me this is Ji Wuri's head. Heavens, this is too inconceivable. Ji Wuri is actually dead, and his head is right under my feet. I'm not dreaming, am I? From the looks of it, it really looks like that Ji Wuri without his penis. Fatty Hai was extremely excited when he heard this, and hurriedly squeezed in to watch. If this is Ji Wuri, then the person who killed Ji Wuri, Yi Kong's heart trembled. Kai Tian Demon Venerable. Shui Tan Lang immediately reacted, that person just now was Kai Tian Demon Venerable. He killed Ji Wuri to return the favor. Only he had the possibility to kill Ji Wuri. However, didn't Kai Tian Demon Venerable just break free from the trial grimoire? His movements are too fast. It can't be, is Kai Tian Demon Venerable really that powerful? This time, even the usually calm Li brothers cried out in surprise. Kai Tian Demon Venerable being powerful is a good thing. Only Fatty Hai, this heartless fellow, would think this way. Shut up. The wind-breathed seabird felt that even now, its heartbeat was still very fast. It was almost scared to death by Kai Tian Demon Venerable's appearance just now. In the future, it would never mention such a terrifying fellow again. The heaven realm is going to be in chaos. Yi Kong didn't dare to say anything else, but he was absolutely sure of this. Tian demon venerables return. Even if one used their toes to think, they would know that he would not have a good ending. If the deity temples Supreme Tian Yu and Yue Yang were defeated in the fated battle, how could the central shrine defend against Tian demon venerables' counterattack? Even a god rank like the captain was instantly killed on the spot. In the heaven realm, how many people could defend against Tian demon venerables' divine sword? Tong Tian Tower's suffering was about to end, but in the heaven realm, the suffering and chaos of war was probably just starting right. Chapter 1372 Times Square. Entrance. Tian Yu, the supreme master of the temple, stood quietly with his hands behind his back and his head up to the sky. Standing opposite him, Her Majesty Empress Fei Wenli was the same. Both of them had enough confidence that no matter how the current battle progressed or how it developed, it would not affect their willpower in the slightest. The long confrontation was to find the enemy's flaws, launch a fatal blow, and achieve the ultimate goal of victory. Both of them had extraordinary patience. If necessary, this confrontation could last for 1,000 years. I made a big mistake. Heavenly Chariot, the supreme master of the deities Templar, suddenly sighed. If I had personally taken action back then, there wouldn't be such a troublesome enemy standing in front of me and blocking my way now. I also made a mistake. Queen Vivian Li sneered. 10,000 years ago, if I hadn't been competitive and fought for the first place in everything, if I had reached out to help Emperor Wu Shuang, you wouldn't even be qualified to stand here and boast today. Tian Yu, I won't let you enter the Times Square. Even if I let you in, do you really think you can stay inside? You don't even dare to challenge Night Dream's Fata Morgana, and you still want to be recognized by the Times Square. I don't need the recognition of the Times Square, nor the inheritance inside. Tian Yu's tone was very light, not angry at all. I only want to be the Holy Supreme of the Light Realm. In that case, why did you come? Queen Vivian Li sneered. Just to fulfill my wish of the past, to climb to the Holy Supreme, to be perfect and have no regrets in the world. Tian Yu replied with a smile. Even a 3-year-old child wouldn't believe this excuse. Even if you go in, it's a waste of effort, but to let a despicable intruder break into the Tower of Babel, the place of honor of the ancestors, is an unforgivable blasphemy. Queen Vivian Li's words were extremely decisive. Tian Yu, unless I die here today, you can't step into the Times Square. I know that you are used to playing tricks, so you must have arranged a lot of backups. So, there is no need to hide it anymore, just use it all at once. I never expected you to have a fair and square duel. You are indeed a good opponent. The deities Templar Supreme Exalt sighed softly. How miraculous. The person who understands me the most in the world is actually my enemy. The contradictions of the world are often like this. This sentence. It was not Queen Vivian Li who said it, but someone else. A kind-looking old man with snow-white hair and beard that reached the ground slowly walked in while holding an ancient book that looked like a scripture. When Queen Vivian Li saw it, she glared at him and couldn't help but shout angrily, "Old man, go back to your starry hall and don't meddle in other people's business. This fated battle is not something you can meddle in." The kind-looking old man shook his head slowly. "Girl, I really don't want to meddle in it, but I have no choice. Trouble comes from the mouth. Who asked me to say such a heinous crime? Now I can't turn back even if I want to. Girl, I have always wanted to do something for you to make up for the guilt of that year, but fate is not in my hands. Now I can only go with the flow. What can I do? What can I do?" Queen Vivian Li was so angry that she laughed. "Isn't it good to go with the flow? It's also in line with your cowardly character." The kind-looking old man didn't get angry, but just sighed softly. The deities Templar Supreme Exalt and Queen Vivian Li were still confronting each other. The old man slowly walked to the side. Sitting cross-legged, holding the ancient book, he read quietly, as if he didn't know that an earth-shattering battle would break out at any time. Maybe he knew everything, but he didn't care about his own life and death. Is there only one old man divine armament? Queen Vivian Li sneered disdainfully. Templar, do you expect his prophecy to bring you victory? Of course not. The deities Templar Supreme Exalt, who had his hands behind his back, shook his head lightly. Senior divine armament came here voluntarily, he was not invited by Templar. At the forefront of the entrance to the Times Square, 3 shadows suddenly appeared. The appearance of these 3 shadows caused the arrogant and confident serpent demon empress to change her expression. She tried her best to suppress her anger and shouted, "Good, this is really good. Congratulations to the great gods of the heaven realm. You've actually spent your entire life in prison, and now you've condescended to our Tong Tian Tower, a rural place, to regain your confidence. You're truly welcome." As the three shadows heard this, they slightly stopped. Immediately, the shadow in the middle took a big step, his footsteps as heavy as a mountain. "We just want to be free." The shadow on the right also followed. "We have already sincerely repented, but there is no pardon or time limit. That kind of endless prison and punishment is really too unfair to us." The shadow on the left seemed to hesitate for a moment, and finally turned into a sigh. "After this matter, I will imprison myself here for 10,000 years to express my apology. Fei Wenli, if you give up, I am willing to be the arbiter and let you take away the 3 Tongtian clans. I will not pursue this matter and settle the dispute between the upper and lower realms. You have supreme wisdom, you should know that the current situation is not good. Why be stubborn? Take away the 3 clans, find another place, and pull yourself together. Isn't this also a brand new path to heaven?" Queen Vivian Li laughed loudly. Unparalleled in the world, she raised the divine weapon in her hand and pointed it directly at the enemy, declaring extremely coldly, "My path to heaven will be spread over your corpses." The battle in the balance world was in full swing, especially the battle between the Guardian of Light and Titan Yue. In this strange mirror world, at first, Duo, who held the divine pearl of fate, could still follow closely by Yue Yang's side, but soon disappeared. Along with her, the god of confusion who held the strange sickle also disappeared. The mirror world was the home ground of the god of confusion, and also the trump card of the Guardian of Light. Yue Yang, under the pursuit of his 8-meter real body, could not even be distracted by Duo. He could only rely on his intuition and keep moving forward. There were thousands of space passageways here. Even Yue Yang, who had the Heaven Eye's divine vision, could not tell which one was the real exit. Or perhaps, there was no exit at all. There was only one way. To defeat the Guardian of Light. Come, let's fight. Titan Yue, look at what you look like. What a pitiful coward. The Guardian of Light's 8-meter real body kept chasing after Yue Yang, trying to force him to fight. However, Yue Yang kept running, unwilling to fight in this mirror world where the enemy had the absolute advantage and he was at a disadvantage. This was the enemy's home ground, not a place where he had the advantage. Was he going to fight the enemy here? Even if he wanted to be abused, this was not the way. Yue Yang did not say a word. The mirror world in front of him was ever changing. There were thousands of changes every second. Countless space passageways appeared and disappeared. Most of them closed or split. No one could figure out what was going on. The scariest thing was that the space-time tunnel inside was filled with mirrors. Some were big, some were small, some were round, some were square, some were still, some were moving. When Yue Yang stepped into it, there were thousands and thousands of Yue Yangs reflected inside. Some of them were as still as a rock, some of them were as fast as horses, and some of them were not alone. They were in pairs, or even in groups, waving their hands at Yue Yang or making funny faces at him. There were all kinds of strange and unfathomable things. Yue Yang could not tell if some of the mirror images were real or not. However, even if they were real, he could be sure that they were the enemy's clones or beasts. If he was not careful, it would be dangerous. "Welcome. Come, let's shake hands." Many of the Yue Yangs in the mirror would directly reach out their hands to the real Yue Yang. They seemed to be very friendly. However, most of them were Yue Yangs, with all kinds of divine weapons. They attacked ferociously, surrounding and stopping Yue Yang's advance. Break. Yue Yang, who had passed the Hand's Palace, Virgo Palace, and the Door of Life and Death, would definitely not be confused by the illusions. He did not care about the Guardian of Light behind him. He used his divine power to open the way. He attacked as soon as he saw something. He broke through everything. The 8-meter-tall Guardian of Light chased closely behind Yue Yang. Every time it found an opportunity, it would rain down heavy punches. It was still provoking Yue Yang. "Titan Yue, you pitiful little worm, do you think you can escape?" In the mirror world, under this deity's divine power and willpower, there are billions of changes. Can you break through them one by one? Don't you understand? You have already been trapped in this deity's world. You are now in this deity's stomach. Even if you escape for another 10,000 years, it will be futile. Come back and fight, this is your only chance. In the eyes of Mo Long and the others, Yue Yang had become infinitely small. Small as a bean, thin as a millet. He was trapped in a huge space with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters, and he kept moving forward. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not move forward in a straight line. Because of the influence of the tunnel and the mirror, he kept going in circles. The only thing that comforted Mo Long and the others was that the circle was getting closer and closer to the periphery. Even though he was still in the core area of the space, he had escaped a big circle compared to the beginning. The mirror in the space kept spinning, the tunnel appeared and disappeared, the reflection was ever changing. Forget about subjugating Chong Sheng and the others, even Mo Long was confused. It will take at least 2 hours to get out. Mo Long made the boldest and most optimistic estimate. If Yue Yang persevered and didn't make any mistakes, then 2 hours later, he would be able to escape. The problem was, in less than 2 hours, the deity's Templar's heavenly chariot would arrive here. Even if Yue Yang escaped, how could he fight 1 against 2? Quickly think of a way. Mo Long looked at subjugating Chong Sheng and Master Kai Dan. Ah, you want us to think of a way? Subjugating Chong Sheng was shocked. You want us to think of a way? Do you think our brains are as good as the East's? Besides, in this kind of predicament, even if the East came, they might not be able to turn the situation around. Mo Long looked at the two's expressions and scolded, "What are big brains for? You guys are really useless." Subjugating Chong Sheng was speechless. Even you, as the Heaven Realm's fiercest man, are helpless. Don't ask for too much, please, we are just small characters, you can't count on us. Although he was nagging in his heart, he didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, Mo Long's title as the Heaven Realm's fiercest man was not given for nothing. On the other side, the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang, who was carrying the divine mountain on his back, was still moving forward steadily. But every step he took was overdrawing his life force and divine power. The road to heaven seemed to be right in front of him, but everyone knew that he could not reach the end. Chapter 1373. An hour later. Yue Yang had yet to escape from the mirror world, but Emperor Peerless, life had come to an end. Carrying the sacred mountain on his back, he was still some distance away from the Dead Sea. However, this short distance had become an insurmountable chasm in his life. He, who had risked his life to carry the sacred mountain, collapsed at the last 10,000 meters. It was not that he did not want to persevere, but it was simply an impossible task. With a heavily injured body, he had to carry the sacred mountain, which was constantly using the power of the laws to melt his divine power. In front of him, there was also the guardian of the Dead Sea trying his best to stop him. Every step he took was an overdraft of his life. To be able to make it this far, it was already the greatest miracle of his life. The mandate of heaven is not on me, Peerless. With regret, Emperor Peerless lowered his head. His shoulders and spine, which were strong enough to carry the sacred mountain, could no longer support this unbearable weight of life. The sacred mountain fell to the ground. Its edge was only 10,000 meters away from the Dead Sea. The guardian of the Dead Sea, who was resisting with all his might, even retreated into the Dead Sea, his knees submerged. However, all of this had come to an end. The man who had created the greatest miracle had come to an end. He could no longer continue. Stone, if there is a next life, the tree and I will live together and never separate. Emperor Peerless stretched out a giant hand from the bottom of the sacred mountain, as if he wanted to touch the stone statue that had fallen from the top of the sacred mountain. He wanted to touch the flower fairy who had turned into a stone statue after her heart and soul had been exhausted. The stone statue fell to the foot of the sacred mountain, completely broken. The broken stones no longer had their original beautiful form. They were as clean as before. Even at the edge of the Dead Sea, they were as clean as jade and as bright as diamonds. They scattered on the filthy ground without being stained. There seemed to be a wisp of a fragrant soul wrapped around Emperor Peerless, fingers and palm. The corners of Emperor Peerless, lips curled into a faint smile. Slowly, he closed his eyes. He no longer looked at the outside world. At this moment, what enemies, what fate, what victory or defeat, none of them mattered to him. He had returned to the most primitive starting point. There were no worries, no thoughts, everything was empty, there was nothing, there was only the innate innocence, the existence of the first heaven. Seeking benevolence and obtaining benevolence, this is what you desire, right? You knew that you would fail, but you persisted. Emperor Wu Shuang was peerless. You could defeat everyone, but unfortunately, you couldn't defeat your own destiny. Even so, you still want to issue a final challenge, don't you? Yes, you have always been such a proud person. A person like you, even if you are an enemy, is worthy of being remembered and admired by this deity. Since that's the case, let me send you on your final journey. The guardian of the Dead Sea Paragon stretched out his hand. Boundless divine power was about to pour down in torrents when he suddenly stopped. He looked up to the sky and sighed. With a sigh, the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang's entire divine body turned into nothingness, like smoke or dust, disappearing with the wind. Even his soul had returned to the primal chaos. Emperor Peerless would have been long dead without the need to make a move. Everything. The moment the divine mountain on his shoulder fell to the ground, it was already destined to end. Goodbye, my mortal enemy. Goodbye, Skysplit Tower's proudest and most powerful man. With his greatest mortal enemy falling in front of him, the guardian of the Dead Sea Paragon didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he felt an indescribable sadness. Without the greatest opponent in his life, without the enemy that was constantly pressuring his heart and making it hard for him to breathe, this victory didn't bring him relief or excitement. Instead, it brought him a bone-deep loneliness and desolation. After mourning for his powerful enemy, he turned his face away. The guardian of the Dead Sea Paragon instantly regained his composure. He had already completely recovered his might and ruthlessness. He shouted at the Dead Sea gods that were attacking Grey Wolf from afar, "What are you all doing? You can't even take care of a dog, and you still have the face to call yourselves the god race." His anger scared the Dead Sea gods to the point that they were trembling and bowing their heads. No one dared to look directly at his divine might. Reduce Commoner's Life and Scarlet Danzy nervously looked at the demon dragon. The strongest guardian of the Dead Sea Paragon had already defeated Peerless Emperor Wu Shuang and completely escaped from the fate board. What should they do now? The demon dragon closed his eyes and lightly shook his head. He knew that everything was coming to an end. The glimmer of hope that he was looking forward to did not appear in the end. In fact, he already knew that this would be the outcome. However, he still chose to support his brother and chose the side that could not be resisted or won. Perhaps this kind of defeat would become the greatest motivation in Yue Yang's life. It would be another successful start for him in the future. However, he was definitely unable to reverse this battle. He was still too young. He was so young that he thought that he could reverse the entire world with his fists and hard work. After paying a heavy price this time, he would understand and become rational. Then, he would walk towards success step by step. At that time, his future would be unstoppable. But now, he could only be a pitiful little thing that was bullied miserably and powerlessly. Is there no other way? Reduce Commoner's Life looked at the demon dragon unwillingly. Just a little bit more and Titan Yu would be able to escape from the mirror world. Was there really no other way? Perhaps there is, but it is not something that we can achieve. The demon dragon was naturally unwilling. If he still had the slightest bit of strength left, if he could still stand up, he would never give up. He would never sit and watch as his brother was bullied and suppressed by others. However, he could no longer stand up. He was only hanging on by a single breath. He didn't even have the strength to move his fingers. Other than watching helplessly, what else could he do? The guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign didn't even look at the demon dragon. In his eyes, the demon dragon was never an enemy that needed his attention. Although the demon dragon was fierce, he had too many weaknesses. An expert with weaknesses would never be able to reach the honorable realm. Similarly, it was impossible for him to be the opponent of an honorable realm expert. The guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign only looked at one person. It was Titan Yu who was trapped in the mirror world. Only this young man could make an honorable like him feel threatened. I have to admit that at the same age and under the same conditions, I wouldn't be able to do even a tenth of what you are doing now. Unfortunately, you are too young. You don't have any foundation and you don't have any support. Your defeat was already destined from the start. Please forgive me. It's enough for the Tong Tian Tower to have one peerless Emperor Wu Shuang. I don't want to see another one. I have already bet everything on the battle between the Heavenly Light Realm and the Tong Tian Tower. I have already used up all of the Light God clan. I don't want to go through it a second time. The guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign stepped forward. He walked towards the mirror world steadily. As long as he made a move, the entire battle would end. Titan Yu would be defeated. He would be defeated by Dongfang's perfect plan and Tianyu's patient calculation. He would be defeated by the guardian of the Light God Sovereign's selfless sacrifice and the guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign's crazy persistence. He would be defeated by fate. He would be defeated by fate that was already irreversible. After the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang, another super genius that could make the Tong Tian Tower rise was about to fall. If the Conquest Queen on another battlefield died in battle, then the Tong Tian Tower would fall forever. The Soaring Dragon clan, the Demon Abyss clan, and the Heaven Stairway clan would be annihilated in the long river of history. Woof woof. Grey Wolf, who was covered in blood, rushed out from the thousands of attacks. He blocked in front of the mirror world. He opened his huge mouth and roared crazily. This was not the first time he protected his master, but it might be the last time. No matter what, it would never allow the enemy to threaten its master before it fell. The master who gave it everything and shared every minute and second of his life with it amidst their quarrels, laughter, anger, and curses. World-exterminating demon wolf, you are the greatest misfortune and the greatest omen. The guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign stretched out his hand and easily captured the heavily injured Grey Wolf. He raised him up high. You might have never thought that your birth is the revelation of the Tong Tian Tower's destruction. Grey Wolf's pupils constricted. His battle intent disappeared like a tide. His birth, it was the omen of the Tong Tian Tower's destruction. Was it because of him that his master was in such a predicament today? If that was the case, then was there any meaning for him to live? Without him, his master might still have a chance to live. Grey Wolf lowered his head in frustration. Despair that he had never felt before filled his heart. The entire world lost its color in decadence. His entire life was dim in regret. Fighting was meaningless. Everything was a mistake. Not only fighting, but his birth, growth, and existence, everything was a mistake. How good would it be if he had never existed, if he had never been a scourge like him? Perhaps, Master would live a very happy life. Everyone would gather around him, laughing and chatting, enjoying the snacks that Fourth Mother had personally made, while Shuang, and the others would run and play around him without a care in the world, their joyful laughter filling the entire garden. Let it end now, as if he had never come to this world. Grey Wolf closed his eyes. Facing the guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign's giant hand, he no longer chose to struggle. Instead, he chose to end. Go to hell. You should never have been born into this world. Your existence is destined to be a disaster. You are destined to be the beginning of misfortune for others. Return to the primal chaos and sleep forever. That is your only, best, and final destination. The guardian of the Dead Sea Sovereign pressed Grey Wolf heavily onto the ground. The five-colored divine light in his hand gradually enveloped Grey Wolf's body under the support of the supreme martial artist's law and supreme will. Bit by bit, it devoured him. Phew, the fallen gods of the Dead Sea all heaved a sigh of relief. This despicable dog that could not be killed no matter how they beat him was finally going to die. Without him, without this despicable dog causing trouble, then the entire battle situation would no longer have any unstable factors. This soul-stirring fated battle could also be officially declared a victory. As Grey Wolf's soul was about to be annihilated, his eyes were filled with reluctance. For the last time, he looked at his master, who was still trapped in the mirror world and struggling. If he could still have that legendary next life, then he would just be an ordinary watchdog. Under his feet, lazily gnawing on a bone, he let the little Shuang, pull his tail, as long as he could still return to that happy beautiful garden. No matter what he became, no matter how strong or weak, no matter how stupid he was, no matter what, if there was a next time, then he would just be a watchdog. A foolish watchdog. Otherwise, it would be better to never see him again. Goodbye. Goodbye. Chapter 1374, Aya, whose family's puppy is this? So pitiful. Just as the last bit of Grey Wolf's soul flame was about to be extinguished, an incomparably clear voice suddenly rang out. Anyone who heard this voice, even the wildest and dirtiest person in the world, would feel comfortable and pleasing to the ears. An indescribable coolness and purity came from the soul, instantly washing away the filth and impurities in one's mind. The Dead Sea gods were stunned. They looked at the newcomer, not knowing what to do. In front of them, there was a woman in a pink and white robe with large floral embroidered sleeves floating over at some point in time. Her face was covered with a light veil, making it extremely transparent. However, no one could clearly see the face behind it. In a trance, it was like an illusion. At first glance, this woman looked very young. However, upon closer inspection, she seemed to have the maturity and kindness of a parent. The more one looked at her, the more mysterious and bewildered she became. This woman's eyes were so clear and lively that even the Dead Sea gods had never seen them before. They were especially distinct, and especially mischievous and moving. It was as if they could speak at any time. If she took a glance at them, even the most vicious person would feel an uncontrollable joy in their heart. It was as if their life was worth it, and they could die without regrets. No one could refuse her arrival. The crowd of gods was intimidated by the Dead Sea Guardian's angry gaze. They tried their best to harden their hearts and barely managed to restrain themselves from taking the initiative to greet her. "You, who are you?" When the Dead Sea Guardian saw this woman, his entire body trembled. He became alert as if he was facing a great enemy. His expression was even more nervous, solemn, and doubtful than when he was fighting Emperor Wu Shuang. He was the only person whose mind was not affected. Even the demon dragon, who was paralyzed on the ground, couldn't help but shout, "No, no, I want to talk to her. This little sister is too likable." The mysterious woman jumped down from a splendid and graceful lotus platform. With a light tap of her jade-like finger, the huge lotus platform turned into a lotus flower that revolved around her body. Together with the other two beautiful flowers that no one could recognize, they revolved around her in a mysterious and wonderful manner while emitting bursts of refreshing fragrance. "Where is this?" The mysterious woman seemed to be in deep thought. "Am I lost again?" The Dead Sea gods were speechless. No matter how lost he was, he wouldn't have come to this Libra world. Moreover, there was a divine gate sealed here, isolating the inside from the outside. Even if one was lost, it was impossible to enter. This excuse was too casual. For some reason, a figure flashed, and the mysterious woman suddenly ran into the light barrier of the five-colored divine light. She stretched out her white jade-like hand and gently stroked Grey Wolf's head. "Too pitiful, who is your master? You're being bullied to such an extent, why aren't you coming out to do something about it? Puppy, be good, don't be so disheartened. Every life that is born into the world has its own meaning of existence, be it to enjoy sweet happiness or to experience hardships. If you can understand this, then you will truly be in control of your own life. Only then will you know what true happiness is." Grey Wolf's soul that had almost been extinguished. It lit up instantly, shining, blazing, shaped like the sun. It had never heard of such enlightenment, and it never knew that the birth of every life had its own meaning of existence, even if it was a world-exterminating demon wolf that brought misfortune to all lives. Thinking back, ever since it met that energetic and eccentric youth for the first time, it had always depended on him for survival. From then on, it had accompanied him to the ends of the world, to the corners of the sea. No matter if it was joy or sorrow, it had shared everything with no exception. In life, in battle, they had comprehended life together, and they had advanced together. It was he who had bestowed upon it and made it this world-exterminating demon wolf. Without him, it might still be an ordinary beast. Where would the watchdog come from? Where would the world-exterminating demon wolf come from? Wasn't the encounter between it and its master, as well as the countless lifeforms arranged by fate? It understood, it completely understood. Awu. Grey Wolf stood up from the five-colored divine light, raised its head, and let out a long howl. In the howl, its divine beast will and life energy had completely recovered, and even surpassed it. Its soul that had been cleansed grew by millions of times, and its comprehension of wisdom had caused it to undergo a complete evolution. It erupted, and the light of life illuminated the entire balanced world. Under its pressure, all living beings trembled in fear. From this moment on, it had grown into a true world-exterminating demon wolf. World-exterminating law. It was also a true declaration of its birth and establishment. However, Grey Wolf had already understood how to control and dominate this law. It could destroy the target it needed according to its own will, and not be intimidated and misled by others. Once upon a time, Yue Yang had said, "No matter what, do not believe the words of the enemy." Thinking back, Grey Wolf felt an indescribable shame in its heart. In the midst of the bloody battle, when its master was trapped, it had actually been bewitched by the enemy's words and almost resigned itself to death. Really, looking back, its master was still working hard in the mirror world, and had never given up. Even if the situation was hopeless, he still persevered to the end. Awu. Grey Wolf discovered that its eyes had never been so moist before. There was a warm liquid overflowing from its cheeks like a fountain. Had it learned to cry? Had it learned to cry like a human? Was this cowardice? No, this was not cowardice, but strength. This was a wonderful form of life venting. Only humans could truly understand and comprehend this power of life. Grey Wolf jumped out of the five-colored divine light and transformed into an incomparably huge world-exterminating demon wolf. It glared at the guardian of the Dead Sea in front of it, its eyes blazing with fighting spirit, like a raging fire. Although it did not speak anymore, it was full of fighting spirit. Come, there would be no more confusion, no more discouragement. As long as it still had a breath left in it, there would be no need to think about passing. Protecting its master, protecting that warm courtyard, protecting that beautiful home that made everyone feel happy, and happy was what it, the world-exterminating demon wolf, wanted to do. What it wanted to destroy was not its own home, but the enemy's country, the enemy's world. The destruction that the world-exterminating demon wolf wanted to do was not to destroy misfortune, but to create happiness, and to protect the true meaning of life for eternity. Damn it! The guardian of the Dead Sea realized that not only did this despicable dog not die, but it had also increased by 1,000 times. However, what angered him the most was not Grey Wolf's provocation, but the mysterious woman's disregard for him. She could freely enter and exit the 5-colored divine light. The powerful light barrier could have annihilated everything in the world, but it could not shake her at all. If this mysterious woman had attacked the moment she came in, or assumed a defensive stance to fight, that would have been fine. However, she ignored everything around her, as if she had come to the ruins of an uninhabited civilization. She clicked her tongue and happily admired the balanced world. This kind of disregard was even more unbearable than killing the guardian of the Dead Sea. The seal of the ancient will. Yes, it's very strict and accurate. It's admirable. Is this the divine mountain formed by the legendary seniors? Please accept my worship. I already understand the wishes of the seniors. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. Your inheritance will also be passed down from generation to generation. We, the younger generation, will never forget it. Ah, did a big guy sacrifice himself here? Just now. Yes, I understand your wish. What a gentle big guy. Someone will definitely fulfill your wish. Perhaps the tree and the stone will be the most perfect combination in the world. Is this the Dead Sea? Yes, it's very evil. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, it's impossible to imagine that there's such a dirty place in the world. Malice and resentment have turned into an ocean. It's really terrifying. Strange, someone left a hint on it, but it's not clear. Was it left behind by accident? Or is there a deeper meaning? Okay, I'll go down and take a look. Maybe I can figure it out. The mysterious woman muttered to herself as she looked. The guardian of the Dead Sea's face darkened. As for the fallen gods, they were looking at her inexplicably, listening to her words as if they understood but not really understood. Even the most eccentric of them didn't dare to refute her. All the members of the god clan had the same expression on their faces, which was to watch her fly around in this world of balance and talk to herself. The demonic dragon, Master Scarlet Danzy, and the others were also completely dumbfounded. After a long time, the demonic dragon looked up at the sky and laughed. Interesting, really interesting. The guardian of the Dead Sea roared angrily, "Who are you?" If it weren't for his scruples, he would have already made his move. The mysterious woman in front of him had a realm higher than the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang. Perhaps her divine power was slightly inferior because of the accumulation of time, but she was still not an opponent to be trifled with. The guardian of the Dead Sea was confident that he could defeat the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang. When two tigers fought, he was the tiger with a larger body and stronger strength, so of course, he had the upper hand. However, the mysterious woman wasn't a tiger but a bird. How could they be compared? Ah, are you talking to me? The mysterious woman came back to her senses and floated down in front of the guardian of the Dead Sea. Her bright eyes were full of smiles. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm really sorry. Actually, I'm not an outsider. I'm the child you're bullying and beating up miserably. I'm his mother. Her jade-like finger pointed at Yue Yang, who was desperately trying to break free in the mirror world. Everyone was dumbfounded when she pointed at him. Mother. This kid Titan Yu also had a mother. Titan Yu also has a mother. Didn't he jump out from the cracks of a rock? Subtraction Chong Sheng felt that a perverted person like Titan Yu should have jumped out from the cracks of a rock. Now that he suddenly had a mother, this was simply illogical. You idiot, you're the one who jumped out from the rocks. The demon dragon also felt that it was inconceivable, but he was very dissatisfied with Subtraction Chong Sheng's stupid words. He had never heard of Yue Yang's mother. At most, he had only heard of the gentle fourth mother who had always taken care of Yue Yang. However, he now had a mother. The demon dragon didn't object. Having a mother was always a good thing. Furthermore, this mother seemed quite nice. Didn't you see the guardian of the Dead Sea breaking out in cold sweat? The only thing that troubled the demon dragon was that he was Yue Yang's big brother while she was his mother. Wasn't he a generation lower than her now? How old was she? It was such a loss for him to be a generation lower than her. No, he had to think of a way to turn things around. Chapter 1375. The Dead Sea Gods were extremely vigilant. The one being beaten up was someone else's son. As a mother, how could she not be angry after seeing her son being bullied like this? Mo Long and subjugate Chong Sheng put their hands on their foreheads. Finally, a strong reinforcement had arrived. Even though she looked like a weak woman, she was able to enter the divine gate without a sound and make the guardian of the Dead Sea so nervous. Naturally, she was not a simple person. At the very least, she was a peerless expert at the level of Emperor Wu Shuang. The dawn of a reversal is right in front of us. Mo Long was so happy that he almost sang. He had been suppressed for far too long. HMPH. The Dead Sea Guardian snorted arrogantly. He would not let such a thing happen. No matter what changes or hopes there were, he would personally kill them all. He would not allow any seeds of reversal to be born. The mysterious woman, who called herself Yue Yang's mother, was very calm. She waved her hand. Everyone, don't be nervous. I won't fight with you. Fighting is not the best way to resolve disputes. Hatred and resentment will only hurt each other and deepen each other's pain. Blood and fire will only bring more sorrow and regret. Also, it might be rude to say this. Everyone here is a senior expert. As juniors, we should be respectful. But if I must be frank, none of you are my match, including this fierce uncle in front of us. Even if I am not a battle-type expert, I am not good at fighting. Hearing this, the Dead Sea Guardian's face darkened even more. What did she mean by including this fierce uncle in front of them? He was a dignified sovereign, a super expert that even Emperor Wu Shuang was defeated by, yet he was being ignored like this. What a shame. The Dead Sea Gods looked at each other. They actually did not doubt Yue Yang's mother's words. In fact, they felt that it was very reasonable. With her realm and strength, if she did not surpass everyone present, how could she be so daring? But they could not lower their heads and admit defeat. First, everyone's fate was already linked with the Dead Sea. If they lost, they would all be annihilated. Second, there was an extremely fierce leader in front of them, even fiercer than Mo Long. If they provoked him, they would all be annihilated before they were defeated. The gods secretly looked at the Dead Sea Guardian, hoping that he would give an opinion. Fight or retreat, he could just say it. It was useless to involve them in a high-level battle. Why not we just gang up on that despicable dog? Although it was dangerous, it was the best choice for now. The guardian of the Dead Sea Supremacy's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Yue Yang's mother. His will was as firm as steel, and he completely ignored what she said. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to find an opening and tear this opponent into pieces. Even if we don't make a move, we should at least rescue Yue Yang, right? The mystic dragon was anxious to death. You didn't make a move because you were afraid that the higher-ups would say that you were bullying others. But now, your son was still in someone else's hands. You should save him first and let that brat beat him up. You could just watch from the side. It's okay. It's good for children to go through some hardships. I think he's quite hardworking, so there shouldn't be any problems. I have confidence in him. Yue Yang's mother was very calm. She glanced at her son, who was struggling in the mirror world, and the smile in her bright eyes did not diminish. The little mother's figure flashed, and in an instant, she broke away from the Dead Sea Guardian's divine sense lock. He appeared in front of the demonic dragon. She bent down and asked curiously, "What's wrong with you?" The demonic dragon was sweating profusely. "I was hit by someone from above with a hammer, and my spine was broken, so I can only lie on the ground." "Ah, actually, I'm your son's eldest brother, and also his elder." "That's right, that's how it is. Since we're both that brat's elders, then we're of the same generation, right? Furthermore, we're so close, so we're relatives. It shouldn't be a problem for you to help me with a small matter, right? Can you let me stand up? As long as I break free from the godly punishment, I can make a move and rescue your son. I don't mind other people's opinions. If the higher-ups scold me for bullying others, I don't care at all. Besides, if I make a move and beat that guy up, it wouldn't be considered bullying. Your son is being beaten up by that old geezer, and that's called bullying. Get rid of the godly punishment." Yue Yang's mother smiled. "That's easy, just say the word. Then hurry up, I've been holding it in for a long time. My fists are itching, and I can't wait to beat someone up." The demonic dragon was extremely excited. The guardian honorable of the Dead Sea and the fallen gods of the Dead Sea were secretly nervous. Not to mention the addition of Yue Yang's mother, there was also the demonic dragon. The situation was getting more and more troublesome. Everyone's gaze was fixed on them, and they were waiting for Yue Yang's mother to get rid of the godly punishment so that they could launch a sneak attack. The demonic dragon must not be allowed to stand up. He was not as kind as Yue Yang's mother. The title of Heaven's #1 Slayer was not for nothing. Anyone could stand up, but not the demonic dragon. Yue Yang's mother waved her hand. It's easy to get rid of the godly punishment, but I won't do it. The demonic dragon was dumbfounded. Why? Yue Yang's mother smiled. It's a good thing that you're enduring the godly punishment. The senior who punished you is even more thoughtful. You can't let his good intentions down. You don't know this, but because you've killed too many people, you have too many sins on you. If you continue like this, you will be irredeemable. But for some reason, you've done a lot of good deeds recently, so that senior gave you another chance. He let you suffer the punishment of God in front of everyone in despair and pain, and let you erase the sins on your body. Maybe you don't understand, but this is indeed the best chance for you to turn over a new leaf. You have to cherish it. The demonic dragon even wanted to die now. Even if he was given a chance, even if he wanted to punish him, he should at least find a suitable time. Now that he was in such a desperate situation, he was still doing this. This was going to kill him. Good deeds. He can do good deeds. That's not possible, right? After Jia Kangsheng, who was lying on the side, heard this, he felt that Yue Yang's mother's words made sense. However, he couldn't help but doubt the demonic dragon's character. No matter how he looked at it, the demonic dragon didn't seem like a person who would do good deeds. Recently, I really haven't done any good deeds, but I've done a lot of stupid things. Even the demonic dragon himself was a little doubtful about whether his superiors had made a mistake. Little Yue Yang still needs some time to come out. You guys wait here, I'll go into the Dead Sea first. There seem to be many mysteries inside. There's also someone who left some inexplicable revelations. What exactly does he mean? Yue Yang's mother looked like she was pondering. A shadow flashed. Once again, she easily escaped from the guardian of the Dead Sea and arrived at the edge of the Dead Sea. In the terrifying Dead Sea, resentment filled the sky. Blood waves surged. Billions of evil cursed spirits quietly approached. They wanted to devour Yue Yang's mother and turn her into one of their companions. Yue Yang's mother was nowhere to be seen. Step by step, she walked toward the Dead Sea. The smile in her eyes was still there. You guys must be in pain, right? You must be yearning for release, right? Perhaps, I can help all of you with something. Her footsteps were light, and with every step she took, a purified footprint would be left behind on the ground. On this stretch of beach that was pitch black like ink, it gradually formed a row of extremely clear and distinct black and white footprints. The Dead Sea split open in front of everyone's eyes. Under the disbelieving gazes of the fallen gods, the blood waves retreated and opened up a path for her to move forward. And the cursed spirits of the Dead Sea, who were filled with resentment and murderous intent, suddenly burst into tears for no reason. Tears of blood flowed from their eyes. They circled around her and wailed. It was as if they were children who had been separated from their homeland for many years and had finally seen their relatives. Their cries of pain and sorrow resounded throughout the world. Those tears of blood turned into a rain of blood from the sky. They fell. They actually burned on the surface of the Dead Sea like kerosene, damn it. The guardian supremacy of the Dead Sea roared. The divine prophecy of flattening the sacred mountain and evaporating the Dead Sea flashed through his mind. Emperor Peerless had carried the sacred mountain and failed to fill the sea. He had thought that the prophecy could no longer be realized. But now, as soon as Yue Yang's mother came, she did not do anything. She merely walked toward the Dead Sea, and the wraiths of the Dead Sea wailed. Their tears of blood turned into fire and evaporated the Dead Sea. Could it be that the divine prophecy fell on this Yue Yang's mother and not on Emperor Peerless? Or, could it be that the divine prophecy was completed by the two of them, with each completing half of it? Go to hell. The guardian supremacy of the Dead Sea charged toward Yue Yang's mother furiously. He would not allow his enemy to realize the divine prophecy of reversing the laws of the world and breaking the sacred destiny in front of him. No matter who his enemy was, male or female, strong or weak, he must die. Because of the guardian supremacy of the Dead Sea's anger, the Dead Sea instantly erupted with a huge wave that was tens of thousands of meters tall. The wraiths were terrified. They screamed in all directions. Under the will of the guardian supremacy of the Dead Sea, the blood wave crazily closed in and completely swallowed Yue Yang's mother, who was walking forward step by step. This kind of change was beyond anyone's imagination, and no one knew what to do next. The demonic dragon and the others were dumbfounded. The fallen gods on the opposite side were also speechless. It turned out that the Dead Sea really did have a time of evaporation. However, that kind of battle was not something that people of their level could pay attention to. Let's do something. The temporary leader of the fallen gods, the old man with the dragon erosion staff, glanced at Grey Wolf with some uneasiness. If we don't do anything, then regardless of whether we win or lose, we'll still die. What's your choice? Let's go together and kill that lowly dog. We'll serve the new divine supremacy. The fallen gods secretly complained in their hearts. Since they could not afford to provoke either side, then they would fight with that lowly dog. This was probably the safest move at the moment. This idea was quickly echoed by everyone. Yes, as long as we can kill that lowly dog, it'll be a great contribution. So what if it's a world-annihilating demon wolf? The one we're going to kill is a world-annihilating demon wolf. Grey Wolf opened his mouth. The entire balanced world was in his mouth. He closed it. He nimbly swallowed one of the fallen gods, who was shouting the most fiercely, into his stomach. At this moment, the threat of death stimulated all the fallen gods. Each of them was forced to erupt with 10 or even 100 times their combat power. From the sky, they shot down like meteors piercing through the sun, crazily attacking Grey Wolf. However, the demonic dragon and the others could not be bothered to look at Grey Wolf, because there was a new change in the mirror world. They were so nervous that they were suffocating. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Chapter 1376 Mirror World. Yue Yang was already on the verge of breaking free. He didn't know if it was the Guardian Elder of the Dead Sea's warning or the Guardian Elder of the Light's own intuition, but he gave up on the chase that lasted for more than 2 hours and summoned a sun. The power of this sun was already very terrifying. In the mirror world, after being refracted by the billions of mirrors, its power skyrocketed 1,000,000 times. Light and heat, under the law of light, almost swallowed Yue Yang's body. There was nowhere to run now. There was no way out. Yue Yang's whole body was burning, turning into a man of fire, and he was in extreme pain. However, this kind of failure was not completely seen by the demon dragon and the others who were watching the battle from the outside. Yue Yang was indeed burning, his body was indeed melting, but this was only an illusion created by the Gemini mask. There was still the real Yue Yang, who was boldly using the sun to illuminate the entire mirror world, secretly turning into a comet, concealing himself under the overwhelming sunlight, intending to escape the Guardian of Light's divine sense lock. The demon dragon and the others didn't even dare to breathe loudly, deeply afraid that any abnormal movements would alarm the Guardian of Light who was using the full power of the sun. The comet cut through the sky, and when Yue Yang's head came out of the mirror world, the 40,000-meter tall godly body that was firmly suppressing the opponent immediately discovered this sly deception. It angrily widened its huge eyes, and flames erupted from its eyes. Yue Yang's 10,000-meter tall godly body and the eternal divine throne immediately counterattacked, using divine power and law to suppress the enemy, not allowing it to come closer. However, the Guardian of Light, whose mind was connected, discovered Yue Yang's escape at the same time. He was furious. He felt a sense of shame, like an old cat burning its whiskers. Under his pursuit, under his full power bombardment, this brat actually dared to deceive him with a doppelganger in an attempt to escape from his encirclement. He raised his head and shouted. All the space in the mirror world trembled and swayed, and billions of mirror spaces shattered. In less than half a second, the Guardian of Light's 8-meter-tall body had already appeared behind Yue Yang, and its huge fist smashed towards Yue Yang. Boom! Get lost! Yue Yang took a heavy punch head-on. Even though he grimaced in pain from the punch, he still managed to push his shoulder out. Don't even think about succeeding. At this moment, the Guardian of Light was both anxious and enraged. He grabbed onto Yue Yang's legs and pulled him down with all his might. The mystic dragon and the others didn't dare to watch any longer. They were so close, but they still failed. Damn, is fate playing tricks on us like this? Yue Yang extended his right hand. It frantically tried to grab at the space outside, like a drowning person trying to grab at a life-saving straw, but to no avail. The Guardian of Light, on the other hand, was like a water ghost as he pulled with all his might. In the blink of an eye, Yue Yang was pulled down by a large section. Yue Yang's shoulders had been exposed, but now, all that was left was a bit of hair on the top of his head. If there is no one else, then Yue Yang's escape would be doomed to fail, and this battle would definitely be delayed until the arrival of the temple's supreme heavenly chariot. But fate is so strange. The failure of Yue Yang's escape didn't mean the end of his life, but the beginning of another battle. A hand grabbed Yue Yang's hair and pulled him out of the mirror world together with the Guardian of Light, who was holding onto his legs, like a fisherman holding onto a fishing pole and reeling in his fishing line. This person, it was the Supreme who had returned to the battlefield at some point. Her appearance shocked all the enemies in the balance world. Even the Guardian of Light looked at the brilliant divine throne behind her in disbelief. The sovereign divine throne has been truly mastered. On the battlefield, all enemies, whether dead or alive, will be under my control. The Supreme's current divine throne was 100 times better than before. The light wheel behind her had an extra layer of divine light compared to others. There were thousands of changes in the divine throne, interchanging and mutually destroying each other, endlessly mysterious and endless. How did you achieve this? Yue Yang suddenly understood. This was definitely not achieved by the Supreme alone. It must be the heavenly sword goddess who secretly helped her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to come out so quickly, and it would be even more impossible for her to achieve the sovereign divine throne that even he was in awe of. This sovereign divine throne was different from before, which could only absorb the divine power of the enemies who died in battle. It truly possessed unparalleled divine power and laws of nature. It controlled the lives of the entire battlefield. As long as it was the will of the Supreme, all lives that were powerless to resist would be judged by the Supreme, and be under her control. Aiya, my hair. Yue Yang was stunned for a long time before he reacted to the pain. He felt that his scalp was almost torn off. He didn't dare to vent his anger on the Supreme, so the Guardian of Light was in big trouble. Damn, how big are you? How heavy are you? You're still holding onto my legs, my head, my hair. The guy from another world was filled with resentment. Although he came out, he didn't know how many strands of hair he would lose after being pulled by the Supreme. The Guardian of Light couldn't care less about these messy things. The first thing he did was to unleash his divine power. He rushed towards Jizun. He was prepared to kill Jizun before dealing with Yue Yang. Yue Yang, who possessed the eternal divine throne and was on the other side of the fated battle, was not easy to kill. His little life had to be taken care of by the deity palace's Supreme Tian Yu. What he needed to do now was to get rid of the greatest help around him, such as this formidable opponent who had comprehended and possessed the sovereign divine throne. Ridiculous. Jizun caught the Guardian of Light's giant fist with one hand. With a casual flick of her hand, she pulled the enemy's body and skillfully kicked from the side. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Guardian of Light flew out in front of the Dead Sea God clan's incredulous eyes. He plowed a deep and huge pit on the ground of the Tianping world, and only stopped after flying for 100,000 meters. Yue Yang and Mo Long's jaws dropped to the ground. Wasn't the change in his combat power too great? Wasn't his improvement too fast? Are you sure you're the previous Jizun? Jizun stood proudly in front of the Dead Sea God clan's fearful eyes. Do you think I'm still the same person who needs a child to protect me? Ah, could it be that the child she was talking about was me? Yue Yang was very sad. However, he didn't dare to refute. Jizun was very scary, especially someone who had secretly done bad things to her and had a guilty conscience. What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and destroy his mirror world. Jizun turned around and glared at Yue Yang with her bright eyes. Yue Yang, who was originally like a fierce tiger, suddenly shrank into the shape of a kitten. Mirror world, let's break it. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy also came out. The Dead Sea God clan looked at this group of women strangely. They didn't even have a divine throne, but the combat power they possessed was not to be underestimated. Especially the few leaders, their murderous intent even made a group of old ghosts tremble. The most incredible thing was that all of them had a kind of divine seal that was similar to a divine throne. This kind of divine seal. It was also different from the divine emblem that was like a seed. It was a divine power temporarily lent to them in the form of this divine seal by a super strong divine sovereign according to their potential and comprehension. If there was really such a strong divine sovereign who did this, the old ghosts of the Dead Sea Fallen God clan would not doubt this possibility. However, where did the divine sovereign come from in Tong Tian Tower? Where did the help come from? Most importantly, these women all had divine seals that were exactly the same as their own potential. How could it be possible to do this? This was simply impossible to achieve. The old ghosts of the Dead Sea Fallen God clan did not know that they had once shouldered the fate together. Fate had long tied them, together with Yue Yang, completely matched, seamlessly integrated. That was a very normal thing. As for the divine seal, this kind of mysterious and wonderful divine seal was not the divine emblem that Yue Yang had lent them before. Yue Yang also did not recognize it. He did not even know that such a form of existence existed. Yue Yang could only suspect that the creator of these divine seals was similar to the divine throne of sovereigns achieved by the divine sovereigns. It was the work of a super-domineering lady who silently supported him from behind. Yue Yang knew that he did not have the ability to achieve this kind of divine seal. It was even more mysterious and powerful than many divine thrones. The only difference was that it was a temporary creation. It would not affect the master's future growth at all. Brother, let me help you. Yu Bing, the little sweetheart, was the most eager to fight. She clenched her fists. Being able to help her brother really made her feel excited. I'm not awake yet, I'm so sleepy. It was the big lazy cat Pandora who was yawning. Let's go quickly. Duo can't hold on much longer. Idiot, go this way. Princess Sissy punched confused Bao Er's head. She did not know what this cute thing that could only hold them back was doing. Yue Yang opened his mouth again and again, but in the end, he did not dissuade them. The mirror world was very dangerous. Even Duo was trapped in it. Would it really be okay for Bao Er and the others to join the battle inside? But forget it, there was no need to consider Bao Er's battle power. But her luck was very high. It was probably so high that the enemies could not even look up to her. Instead of worrying about her, it was more appropriate not to worry about whether her enemies would cry themselves to death. The guardian dignitary of light did not even look over. He felt that the main enemies were still the dignitary and Titan Yu. As for other helpers, he was not worried at all. As long as Sky Chariot arrived in time, victory would definitely belong to his side. No matter what tricks Titan Yu played, it would not change this outcome. In the mirror world, because the guardian dignitary of light did not care about it, after Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy led the team in, there were new changes. First, the sun could not hold on any longer. Because the moon above the illusion moon goddess head was rising, its radiance was not as violent as the sun, but it was as bright as a heart and as clear as a diamond. The eternal moon of destiny could devour all light to strengthen itself. It could also emit a myriad of lights to assist its companions. This was not something that a mere sun could stop. The sun and moon occupied the two ends of the mirror world, forming a miraculous combination of the sun and moon. Slowly, the violent radiance of the sun was absorbed by the moon. Conversion. The originally terrifying sun tilted irreversibly towards the west. Gradually, it seemed to be in danger of falling. This change surprised the guardian dignitary of light, but at this moment, he had no time to care about summoning the divine beasts. This was because the dignitary and Yue Yang had already closed in on him from the left and right. They cooperated and attacked together, punches raining down. How long do we have to wait? This is too troublesome. Pandora was very impatient. She was dissatisfied with the slow suppression of the illusion moon goddess. She rushed forward. She screamed towards the sky. Her eyes flashed with an extremely terrifying radiance. A type of incantation that had never appeared in the world was born under her will. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws to devour that sun. Chapter 1377. The entire mirror world instantly dimmed by half. The sun seemed to have been swallowed by some prehistoric beast. It turned as black as ink, leaving only the halo of the outer shell. There was still a ring of light remaining, which meant that its life had not completely ended. The pitch-black sun fell irreversibly. The guardian of light shouted angrily and frantically supported it with his divine power. But it was to no avail. It fell. The only thing left in the sky was the eternal moon of destiny. The sun had disappeared without a trace. I'm so tired. I'm going back to sleep. Pandora yawned again, and the terrifying light in her eyes disappeared. What replaced it was pure and lively. Pandora fell into a deep slumber, and Xiaonu took over her body again. Let the Nirvana sunflower devour that sun. Sickly Beauty looked at City Mistress Fallen Flowers. I don't want to. That sun has already been cursed. What if something goes wrong after devouring it? City Lord Fallen Flowers treasured her Nirvana sunflower very much. She would rather not level up than take the risk. However, Yu gave her an idea. Why don't you let Lu Yi purify you? It should be successful, but it may take a little longer. Forward, we're going to completely shatter this mirror world. Princess Sissy pointed with her divine sword, and countless mirror spaces exploded under her will. In your dreams, the Guardian of Light was flustered by Yue Yang and Ji Zun's attacks, and his anger erupted like a volcano. However, after suffering dozens of heavy punches from Yue Yang, he had already found the time to summon a tide of summoned beasts in the mirror world. The mirror world could not be broken by anyone. This was the foundation of his battle. It was also the only entrance to the passage of time through which the deity Hall's supreme heavenly chariot had come. No matter what, it could not be lost. As long as they could endure through this, as long as the sky chariot came to the balanced scale world and officially started the sacred fated battle with the Yu Titan, victory would definitely be theirs. Hit me, 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 hit me. All right, now I'll return everything to you with interest. Yue Yang was very happy now. The feeling of having Ji Zun by his side was extremely good. Guardian Ji Zun didn't dare to take Ji Zun's attack head-on and focused on dealing with her. Instead, she didn't guard against him much, which made him feel good. He had beaten up a sovereign, and an old ghost of this level at that. Where else could he find such a day? The mystic dragon, however, had no choice but to discourage him. He raised his voice and reminded, hey, don't be too cocky. Hurry up and think of a way to kill him, because Tian Yu is almost here. Yue Yang, who was enjoying himself, had forgotten about this. Suddenly, he felt a chilly wind blow by, his back turning cold. The sword of fate, shield, whip, hammer, halberd, staff, and other life-distance divine weapons appeared and smashed towards the Radiance Guardian Sovereign. The Radiance Protection Supreme Being had extremely thick skin and flesh. Even though he was in so much pain that his face was distorted and he was gnashing his teeth in hatred, he still endured it all without any fear. He dodged as much as he could. If he really couldn't, he allowed Yue Yang to attack, but he refused to let Ji Zun hit him again. He knew how powerful Ji Zun was. If she got the chance, she would definitely use all her trump cards. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Under the Dominator Divine Throne, any life that she couldn't defeat would fall into her control. A flaw, perhaps it would make a big mistake. The Radiance Protection Supreme Being fought with all his might, not letting Ji Zun find any chance. Idiot, give the Fate Divine weapon to wuxia and xianxia and let them break the mirror world as soon as possible. Ji Zun chased after the Radiance Protection Supreme Being's real body closely while letting Yue Yang assist Shui Wuxia and the others. Her original 6,000-meter tall body soared to a height of 10,000 meters after enlightenment and becoming a divine throne. Together with Yue Yang's 10,000-meter tall body, she attacked the enemy from the left and right. The 40,000-meter tall giant body retreated step by step under this kind of attack. Now, it was almost at the edge of the Dead Sea. Grey Wolf, you stupid dog, why are you still chasing people? Hurry up and come over. Yue Yang was worried about Ji Zun facing the enemy alone, so he ordered Grey Wolf to come over and bring the Fate Divine weapon to Shui Wuxia and the others. As for the Dead Sea Fallen Gods, they couldn't be bothered with them now. The Dead Sea Fallen Gods, who were being beaten by Grey Wolf until fallen flowers were in a mess, breathed a sigh of relief. Although it would still take some time for them to be completely annihilated, everyone knew that if they continued, they would inevitably be eaten by this bitch one by one. Now that this bitch wanted to leave, they naturally didn't dare to stop her. One by one, they pretended not to see the Radiance Protection Supreme Being's angry eyes and all escaped into the Dead Sea. They even said that they were assisting the Dead Sea Guardian to intercept Yue Yang's mother and prevent her from evaporating the Dead Sea to protect their home. Between life and death, they would certainly make the most beneficial choice for themselves. Especially when the enemy was at his most powerful. If they could endure until the more powerful heavenly chariot from the temple arrived, then it would be different. They would definitely make a more reasonable choice again, send the divine weapons to them. If this matter fails, make your own dog meat stew. Yue Yang sent a flying kick at Grey Wolf, who was nodding and bowing. You better be serious. Woof woof. Grey Wolf hurriedly raised his paw and made a military salute to Yue Yang with his most serious posture. The divine beasts were wrapped around the 8 Fate Divine weapons. Like a meteor piercing through the sky, they entered the mirror world. The Radiance Protection Supreme Being was anxious. Without the Fate Divine weapons, the combat power of those women was enough to give him a headache. Now, with the addition of the 8 Fate Divine weapons and the Fate Divine Pearl in Little Flower God's hands, the 9 weapons combined might be able to unleash extraordinary power. In order to prevent this possibility from happening, the Radiance Protection Supreme Being endured a kick from Yue Yang. While rolling in the sky, he summoned another capable assistant that he relied on a lot. Light Emissary, time is almost up. Give Heavenly Chariot a target, and stop that bitch. The Light Emissary he summoned was an old man with white hair and beard. He wore a gorgeous brocade robe. The light of wisdom in his eyes shone like stars. He looked more like a great sage of the human race. After this Light Emissary came out, he nodded slightly to the Radiance Protection Supreme Being and bowed elegantly. Master, if even I leave, your safety will not be guaranteed. Please take care. I will not be in any danger. Carry out the order. How could the Radiance Protection Supreme Being not know the importance of the Light Emissary to him? But the situation was critical, and it was not the time to cherish his life. In order to win, he was willing to take the risk. He also believed that the temple's heavenly chariot would be able to arrive here before he was defeated and carry out the true fate battle. Yes, the Light Emissary sprinkled out a brilliance that turned the entire Libra world into daylight. His body entered the mirror world. Precisely, he appeared in front of Grey Wolf. To him, there were no secrets in the mirror world. The confusion and obstacles here would never affect him. Instead, they would benefit him. The Light Emissary did not immediately attack the vigilant Grey Wolf. Instead, he smiled politely at him. I like and admire those who are loyal or carry out the meaning of loyalty the most, even if they are enemies. Please wait a moment, we should have a battle that will be engraved in our hearts and passed down through the ages. He opened his palm. In his palm, a ball of light slowly appeared. It was incomparably gentle. This ball of light suddenly expanded infinitely, illuminating the entire mirror world. Such a strange scene gave Grey Wolf a fright. He hurriedly took a few steps back and stared at the enemy with full vigilance. Faintly, an ancient passage that no one had noticed appeared in this kind of light. Moreover, it kept shining inwards. Nonsense, nonsense. Grey Wolf was furious. You are too cunning. I thought you were going to attack. I was waiting for you to come. Who didn't want you to use the light to set up a mark and inform your companions? Even if you want to bully a dog, you can't do this, right? Are you looking down on this dog's intelligence? 2FC King Despicable. Grey Wolf pounced on the Light Emissary. He opened his bloody mouth and bit him. If he didn't eat this despicable guy, he would be letting down his intelligence. The Emissary of Light smiled indifferently. With a wave of his hands, there was a burst of light, and he disappeared into the mirror world. 2 light dogs that looked exactly like Grey Wolf were strangely born. They were transparent like air, and Grey Wolf's big mouth was completely useless. Their counterattacks, however, caused Grey Wolf to be hit again and again, and was injured. The mirror in the mirror world took the opportunity to flip. Countless light dogs jumped out from it and rushed toward Grey Wolf like a tide, instantly drowning him. Stupid beast. The Light Emissary's eyes were full of contempt. No matter how useless it is still stronger than you. A divine sword pierced out from the void and stopped in front of the Light Emissary's nose. It was Princess Sissy. She had arrived. It might be hard to say outside, but here, even 100 of you are not my opponent. The Light Emissary was very confident. His face was pierced by the divine sword, but his expression was still calm. He opened and closed his mouth and said, "In the mirror world, you can never hurt me. You will never even know where my real body is." HMPH. Princess Sissy quickly turned the Hell Tiger divine sword and stabbed behind her. There was another Light Emissary. No one could escape the senses of the 6 records' inherent skill. Even Yue Yang, who had the disguise inherent skill, was no exception. In this mirror world, the Light Emissary could move freely and transform at will. However, it didn't mean that he could hide from her senses and sneak attack Princess Sissy. When the Light Emissary saw the sword piercing his chest, he couldn't help but be stunned. He clapped his hands and praised, "Good sword." Princess Sissy waved her arm to the side again. With a flash of sword light, she stabbed the other side of the void. Then, another Light Emissary with a sword in his forehead appeared. "If it wasn't me, it would be hard to say. Your sword and murderous aura are too strong. However, it's a pity that in the mirror world, no one can hurt me, the Light Emissary. Not even a god." Quote, "Then let me try." A voice suddenly appeared in the transparent space. Then, there were ripples, like the surface of a calm lake being blown by a breeze, appearing in the space passage of the mirror world. Just like the stroll of the void, Shui Wuxia suddenly appeared in front of Princess Sissy. She indifferently ignored the doppelgangers around her who were seriously injured by the sword. Instead, she nodded gently to Princess Sissy, "Let me try. I'll let you go. I'll go take a look at Duoduo." Princess Sissy sheathed her sword and kicked the light emissary doppelganger in front of her. Her small face was cool. She didn't even turn her head. "Leave." As soon as Grey Wolf emerged from the encirclement of a group of light dogs, he saw Princess Sissy. Princess Sissy stretched out her hand and took the sword of fate that it had spat out. Ignoring the current predicament of this poor watchdog, she split open the void with her sword and left. Those light dogs surged forward again, drowning Grey Wolf. This continued until Grey Wolf was angered. He opened his world-destroying mouth and swallowed not only the sea of dogs, but even the mirror space. Of course, there was a price to be paid for being so gluttonous. Grey Wolf almost choked to death. His face turned blue, and his claws desperately dug at his throat. After a long time, he managed to swallow it. In the end, he coughed non-stop, almost coughing out his lungs. On the other side, Shui Wuxia, who was also full of smiles, completely ignored the light emissary in front of her. When she smiled the most intimate and amiable smile, she moved her fist like thunder and lightning, bombarding a mirror beside her. The face of the light emissary, who kept making funny faces at Shui Wuxia in the mirror, suddenly let out a scream. The mirror did not break. It was safe and sound. But the face inside was broken and exploded. Covering his face in pain, the light emissary escaped 10,000 meters away. Then he suppressed his anger and asked, "How did you know? It's just a child's play. Please don't think that other people's intelligence is so low, okay?" Shui Wuxia smiled, "Please don't think that I can't guess that you are another god of confusion. It is rare to see a guardian beast like a twin brother, but it is not impossible. Moreover, you don't know that the truth of the world is in my hands. Please don't play such a stupid trick in front of me, okay? Can you be more normal and fight like the god of confusion and duo? Okay, I can't ask too much of you. After all, you are both guardian beasts and twin brothers. It can become the god of confusion, but you can only be a light emissary. I picked the wrong opponent, that's all I can say. I am not him, but you are dead, definitely dead." The light emissary was completely angered by Shui Wuxia. "The anger of an enemy is the best compliment to me." Shui Wuxia shrugged her shoulders gracefully. "Ah, wait a minute, can you guys wait for me?" A shadow of a hornless dragon flashed across the mirror, but Zhang Ying flew all the way from the mirror's space-time tunnel. She shouted as she flew, "Sister Wuxia, can you let me have this guy? I haven't been able to help him much. I didn't even make it to the big battles. I feel so guilty. Can you?" Shui Wuxia was a little speechless. This was not an enemy that could be defeated with strength. For example, Princess Sissy could not do anything to him. I should be able to. I can't beat the god of confusion that Duo fought, but I want to try this light emissary. Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying thought for a while and expressed her confidence. The light emissary was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. "Even if I am not the god of confusion, I am still the master of this mirror world. Any random Tom, Dick, and Harry can challenge me, the invincible light emissary in the mirror world. Based on what? This is too much." Shui Wuxia nodded in agreement. She reached out and patted Zhang Ying's shoulder, "Then do your best." Yes. Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying clenched her fist, full of fighting spirit, "I can definitely do it." Chapter 1378 Mirror World. Gradually, it started to explode. Although some of it was restored, the speed was greatly reduced. Many of the destroyed mirror spaces turned into energy turbulence or space whirlpools. There was no way for them to recover. The beast horde became even more frenzied. They ran and chased everywhere, trying to drown all the enemies. They almost filled up every space tunnel. Some of them with special attributes directly passed through the mirror. Some of them lost their rationality and directly rushed into the space whirlpools. They didn't understand the path of life and death at all. There was only the desire to destroy everything in their hearts. Boom boom boom. What surprised the demon dragon and the others was that a type of wall appeared in the mirror world. They weren't formed by mirrors, but by transparent crystals. They were formed by simulating the original structure of the mirror world, silently transforming the mirror world. Those frenzied beast tides couldn't recognize them, so they directly crashed into them and ended up with bloody heads. Because of the beast horde's encirclement, the shape of the crystal wall in the mirror became clearer. In a short period of time, it had occupied 1% of the mirror world. It wasn't just one spot. Instead, it was cleverly distributed all over the mirror world. Who made a crystal wall labyrinth here? The demon dragon looked for a long time and still couldn't find who did it. However, he noticed that there was a statue of Liberty with a veil on her face walking carefully as if she wasn't used to walking. Everyone she blessed had the ability to freely pass through the crystal wall. Even the naughty female elf who was so weak that she probably couldn't even defeat a Temple of God soldier was no exception. Titan Yu's sister is so powerful. Subtraction Common Life was a little speechless. He saw Yu Bing showing off her power and commanding the Titan Ancient Tree to slaughter the beasts that were rushing towards her. That's right, slaughter. No matter what element, no matter what type, no matter if the opponent was made of life energy or not, as long as they got in front of her, there would only be one result. They would be killed instantly. The most terrifying thing was that any summoned beast that got in front of her would be blocked by the protection of the ancient forest, and would be squeezed into a ball. The sky full of thorns entangled all the enemies. Those that were alive were the first to be poisoned to death. Those that were not alive were also sucked dry of their energy and turned into a pile of debris. The few that were not afraid of the poison were killed by a rune half-moon before they could get in front of her. Immortal life, eternal protection. This was the domain concept that Yu Bing had developed. Group attacks were useless against her. The beast horde couldn't do anything to her. That half-moon-shaped runic wheel is a little similar to Yue Yang's world exterminating wheel, just that there are no immemorial runes at the core. Using it to kill summoned beasts is really overkill. The mystic dragon frowned. He felt that Yue Yang's sister had another characteristic that even she did not know about. She was especially good at killing. None of those who were killed by her could survive. There was no exception. Fortunately, the one who controlled this terrifying killing power was a pure and innocent little girl. If it was someone else, it would definitely not be a blessing in this world. The one who was quietly guarding Yu Bing's back and assisting her was Yi Nan, who was sitting on top of the spirit mirror. The mirror world had the least effect on her. Almost. It was negligible. With the spiritual mirror and the spiritual impact, the unintelligent beast horde's soul would be annihilated unknowingly while they were running. There was no pain. Every mirror in the mirror world, as long as Inan reached out and touched it, it would shatter and even turn into a mirror that was under her control. In the mirror world, Inan was like a fish in water. Her battle was even easier than Yu Bing's. Aurora, another person who wasn't affected by the mirror world, was Fallen Flowers. No matter if it was Nirvana Sunflower or 9-spin Spiral Aurora, once they were used, they could be reflected by the mirror world. Their power increased by 1,000 times. Sometimes, even she felt that it was unbelievable. She didn't care about the beast horde at all. What she wanted to do now was to find a way to destroy this mirror world. Lost in my dreams, suddenly sitting up in shock, the mirror sees white, the beauty Kai Mu, surrounded by sickness, her face colorless, the yellow flowers withered. The night wind does not knock on the bead curtain. Does Hong Zhuang remember? The children are too lazy to lift me up. The butterflies are dancing happily. A pipa is playing. The phoenix cries. Looking back, the tower is still there. The laughter is still in my ears, but the years have been wasted. The southern demon king played the jade pipa gracefully. As she sang, she walked forward slowly. Everywhere she walked, whether it was the mirror or the spatial tunnel, everything shattered, like the merciless sword of time. Ice and snow paved a long path, thin as tears. In an extremely special and secretive mirror space, the god of chaos and Duo stood opposite each other. They didn't care about anything that happened in the outside world. Between the two of them, only one could survive, and that would be the winner. They had used all means and methods. At this point, the weather, geography, or divine power were no longer important. Only willpower was the key to persevere to the end. Blooming in the wind, colorful, that's the true meaning of life. Duo looked at the pearl of destiny in her hand and sighed. The god of chaos suddenly realized that this flower goddess wanted to perish together with him. Guardian beasts wouldn't die. Doing everything at the same time wouldn't have any meaning. However, if the flower goddess really did it, then the mirror world might not exist anymore. The ancient passage that needed the mirror world to open would be in vain. This flower goddess was probably planning on doing this. Unfortunately, she would never know that there were two guardian beasts in the mirror world. The silent god of confusion unleashed the greatest power and the strongest rule he had ever used in his life. Perish together with the enemy. This was also what he wanted to do the most. As long as the flower goddess fell, then Titan Yu would lose an arm. How could he not do this exchange? Goodbye, goodbye. A satisfied smile appeared on Duo's face. For him, in order to protect him, she could give up everything, even if it was her life that was hard to come by. Perhaps the fall of the thorny flower is the beginning of the birth of another stupid thorny flower. Maybe one day, he will still be stupid and stuff everything into his mouth. Things are unpredictable, the strong will fall, even if he doesn't remember the past, that stupid flower will still be happy. She held the pearl of destiny above her head. Millions of divine lights exploded, turned into petals and danced in the sky. In the rain of petals, a huge flower goddess descended. She stood tall and rushed towards the equally huge god of chaos. The two destructive powers collided with each other, and it was like thousands of suns exploding at the same time. The mirror space instantly turned into dust, and not even a single fragment was left. Everything returned to the primal chaos. In the center of the explosion, the flower goddess and the god of confusion's shadows gradually faded. Finally, they disappeared in the sea of light, turned into nothingness. The shockwave produced by this explosion was as terrifying as the Big Bang of the universe. It swept through the entire mirror world. The billions of mirrors and passages in the mirror world evaporated like snow meeting light. Everything disappeared as the shockwave passed. The nearly eternally solid crystal walls were also on the verge of collapse from the shockwaves of the explosion. The women who were hiding inside were all crying. They already knew the result of this battle, and they also understood the true meaning behind Duo's sacrifice. She was much earlier than little Wen Li, who had the diamond grimoire. Under Yue Yang's command, no one could comprehend divine sense faster than her. She was the first to be born a god, the first to be born a flower goddess. She even turned around and enlightened her master to advance towards a higher god. Before entering the mirror world, the girls already knew her wishes from the petals flying in the sky. Guardian warbeasts would not really die. But, sacrificing everything to destroy a god, it would make her memory disappear. The one who would regenerate divine sense might not be the original her. Even so, she had no regrets. Duo, I won't let you fight alone. Hornless dragon Zhang Ying's cheeks were streaming with tears. In front of her stood an arrogant enemy, the Light Envoy. In the mirror world, he could transform into thousands of clones at will. Any attack would be transferred to the void and all attacks would be ineffective. The Light Envoy was an invincible opponent as long as he had light and mirrors. Is the mirror world really destroyed? That's ridiculous. Don't forget that I also have the mirror world. Light Envoy was embarrassed for a while because of the shockwave from the fight between the two gods, but he quickly regained his confidence. He waved his hand and the space outside the mirror world, far away from the center of the explosion, was restored to the mirror world. Although it was broken and not as good as before, it was enough for him to display his power. Hornless dragon Zhang Ying was covered in blood. She did not have the upper hand in the battle. She was not xianxia or shui wuxia. Without the 6 records' inherent skill in the truth, it was very difficult for her to fight Light Envoy. Failure. No matter what tricks you have, you are doomed to fail. In the mirror world, I am invincible. If you did not cry cowardly during the explosion and took the opportunity to attack me, you might have had some effect. But now, it's too late. The emissary of light had been very worried just now. Because the mirror world had been blown up, his strength had been greatly reduced. Fortunately, this dragon lady could not help but feel sad because she had sensed the sacrifice of her companion. She had turned the precious opportunity into meaningless and useless tears. Tears are not all cowardly, some are strong. My tears make my heart stronger. Zhang Ying gritted her teeth, wiped away her tears and clenched her fists. Ha ha ha, if that's the case, then I will make your tears flow like a river. Light Envoy mocked. The one who will cry like a river will only be you. Zhang Ying reached out and pierced her chest, straight into her heart. Then, with a wave of her hand, blood gushed out like a waterfall. With my blood as my oath, I pray to the dragon god to punish me with the laws. Light Envoy was stunned. Self-harm, he could not help but laugh out loud. Do you think you can attack me like this? Blood is useless to me because this is the light and mirror world. Zhang Ying clasped her hands together and solemnly prayed. The blood gushing out of her heart gradually turned into a blood-red execution platform. The emissary of light's laughter was as sharp as a knife, and his face was as stiff as the lava of a volcano. His eyes were cold, and he was about to run away when he suddenly felt a tightness on his arm. He did not know when, but from the blood in the void, 2 golden divine tigers appeared. They were holding divine axes for execution, and their dazzling golden armors almost blinded the emissary of light. The divine light forced him to open his eyes. They stood on the left and right of Light Envoy and grabbed his arms. They forcefully dragged him towards the blood-red execution platform. The Radiance emissary struggled madly, but to no avail. Under this law of execution, the light and mirror could not exert even the slightest bit of their power. Even a trace of the supreme dragon god's will was heavier than a mountain, pressuring the Radiance emissary so much that he could not even breathe. No, impossible, I am much stronger than you. You cannot kill me. Light Envoy roared crazily. He looked at Zhang Ying and found that the hornless dragon was also on the verge of death. The blood in her heart was almost out and her face was whiter than paper. But she was still determined and firmly clasped her hands together as she prayed. Life and death were completely thrown to the back of her mind. You can't hold on any longer. Your blood has already been drained. In the next second, you will fall. Do you want to kill me? Impossible. I can hold on until the last moment. You have lost, you are destined to fail. Light Envoy was like a dog. He was dragged onto the blood-red execution platform by the two powerful divine tiger halberds and pressed down on the beheading position. The divine axe was raised high. He was still unwilling and continued to shout. In the sky, outside the mirror world, the supreme guardian of light angrily sent out a divine finger. An all-out attack. The light pierced through space. It pierced through Yue Yang's chest and Man's waist and accurately hit hornless dragon Zhang Ying's body. The two divine tiger halberds that were about to chop down stopped. The blood-red execution platform trembled. It collapsed. Light Envoy had narrowly escaped death. He could not help but cry tears of joy. I said before, I am the winner, I am the true victor. Failure, you are destined to fail. I survived your law of execution. So what if you have inherited the supreme dragon god's will? After all, you are not his daughter. What can you do to me? I won. Really, I said that I will make your tears flow like a river. This is just the beginning. After the light dissipated, Zhang Ying, who was drenched in blood, was still there. She smiled weakly. Even though she was attacked by the supreme guardian of light and was severely injured, her hands were still firm. She maintained her clasped hands and continued to pray. No, Light Envoy's eyes were filled with fear and tears of panic. Chop. The divine axe chopped down heavily. Not only his body, even his soul was chopped off. Light Envoy's head rolled down, blood and tears splattered all over the ground. The fear before his death remained in his eyes, making him look extremely disgusting. His soul turned into a mass of chaotic energy that was reduced to consciousness. It floated around, and even the instinct to return to its owner's grimoire seemed to have disappeared. The mirror world completely collapsed. At first, it was a little, then, like dominoes that were toppled over. It became bigger and bigger. Once it started, it could not be stopped. Duo, are you in front? Don't run so fast, wait for me. Zhang Ying muttered to herself as if she was in a dream. Her head drooped lower and lower. Even her clasped hands weakly loosened. Chapter 1379. The mirror world shattered, and the ancient passage that was hidden deep inside was discovered. Princess Sissy held the tiger prison divine sword in her left hand, and the sword of fate in her right hand. She slashed down, and the beast tide that was surging out turned into ashes. Yu, sickly beauty, and city lord fallen flowers arrived. They couldn't be bothered to grieve for their comrades, and they cut their palms open, dripping their blood onto the seal of fate in Shui Wuxia's hand. The women gathered all their wisdom and divine power to strengthen the seal of fate, preparing to seal this ancient passage that took the Guardian of Light's 20,000-meter-long body to build. As long as they sealed this ancient passage that could lead directly to Heaven Realm's Radiant Mountain, Tong Tian Tower's Time Corridor, and the Ancient God Gate, the dream of the deity temple's heavenly chariot to come here for the Destiny Showdown would be dashed. The mirror world is only the beginning. Shui Wuxia, who was holding the seal of fate, had a solemn expression. Sisters, as long as we persevere a little longer and seal it, the final victory of this battle will definitely belong to us. Yes, everyone, including Princess Sissy, agreed in unison. Yu summoned the tsunami goddess envoy and set off waves after waves of raging waves that swept through the entire ancient passage. Aquamarine also used the deep-sea meteor pearl's power to send the waves back. As for the southern demon king and the others, they quickly turned the seawater into ice. The illusion moon goddess used her limitless divine power to coordinate with sickly beauty's runes and divine language to slowly turn the water into an indestructible eternal crystal that was comparable to the world stone. The goddess of liberty blessed it with the law of freedom. As long as it wasn't their side, they would definitely lose their supreme divine right to pass. The final step was handed over to Shui Wuxia, who possessed the power of extreme cold. She slowly raised the seal of fate that was covered in blood and worshipped it. As long as the eternal crystal was deeply imprinted, a crystal wall that even the gods would sigh over would be born. Other than the child of fate or those bound to his fate, no one would be able to pass through. Blood, life, freedom, and eternal reverence for divine authority. No matter what sacrifice we have to make, we will have no regrets. The seal of destiny in Shui Wuxia's hand resonated with the rest of the destiny divine weapons and emitted billions of divine lights. The divine light connected with the runes on the crystal wall and complemented each other, constructing a brand new law of destiny. The crystal wall slowly faded away. Gradually, it turned into a wall of sighs that even the gods could not pass through and could only sigh helplessly at. The wall of sighs was madly absorbing the godly energy of Shui Wuxia and the others, absorbing their wisdom and elemental laws, and was quickly being formed. Seeing that the wall of sighs was about to be formed, the guardian of light who was fighting Yue Yang and Ji Zun went berserk. He swooped down recklessly. The instant the sighing wall was completely formed, he directly rushed into the ancient passage that was filled to the brim. He didn't care if he would be sealed inside. The guardian of light who had rushed into the sighing wall let out a tragic howl. The backlash of destroying the operation of the laws was all inflicted on his body. It was millions of times more painful than being burned by the godly fire. The guardian of light's true body was melting, but he persevered and was determined to pass through the ancient passage. He was using his life to pave the way for Tian Yu. What benefits did Tian Yu give you? Why are you risking your life for him? Yue Yang chased closely behind the guardian of light. Get out of the way. The guardian of light wielded the sword of life. The sword was 1,000 feet long. The sword of life brushed past Yue Yang's left rib, almost piercing through his heart. Just like that, carrying the blood of both Ji Zun and Yue Yang, carrying their murderous intent and divine power laws, the sword pierced through the guardian of light's true body. The guardian of light was also a little stunned by the sword of life that pierced through his chest. Even the defense of the divine throne was ineffective. The tip of the sword was retracted. The blood it carried turned into nirvana flame and burned fiercely. Only now did the guardian of light understand that there was a problem with Yu Taitan's blood. It couldn't be touched easily, and his divine power couldn't disperse it at all. He could only watch as it burned in his chest. This damned nirvana flame, normally, it would be enough to choke him, but now that it was mixed inside and outside, it was really, he didn't know that the power would soar by 100 times with Yue Yang's blood and Ji Zun's blood. Ji Zun's sword actually came from her heart, and it was premeditated. Previously, there was no good opportunity to use it. Now that the guardian of light was determined to destroy the formation of the sighing wall and was restrained by the laws, it was a heaven-sent opportunity. Cord of life, rainbow trio. Ji Zun exploded. The slippery enemy that she couldn't hit before had now delivered himself to her. With such a favorable position, how could she not fight? She stretched her hands outwards, and the light on her body turned into hundreds of millions of light weapons. Be it swords, spears, halberds, or arrows, every divine light weapon was stained with her blood. Using her blood as a guide, they chased after the guardian of light in front of her like a tidal wave. Under such a terrifying big move, even the unkillable Yue Yang was so scared that he hurriedly dodged, afraid that he would be hit even the slightest bit. The guardian of light groaned inwardly. He, who was using all his strength to break the barrier, had nowhere to hide. If he left, he would be safe. But the destruction of the sighing wall would be in vain. Protect. The guardian of light clenched his teeth and persevered with all his might. The 40,000-meter tall divine body that was originally fighting at the edge of the Dead Sea disappeared in an instant, and drilled out from the divine throne behind the guardian of light. He opened his giant palm and turned it into a shield to block. Break for me. Ji Zun's bright eyes were like lightning. Her originally opened hands quickly clasped together. In an instant, the hundreds of millions of light weapons merged into one, directly penetrating the 40,000-meter tall divine body that had turned into a shield. Even the divine skull behind the giant palm was penetrated. The guardian of light was also a super ruthless person. When he turned back and realized that the divine body was useless in blocking, he simply transformed his real body into the form of the golden ancient slaughterer. He crazily opened his arms, preparing to take the attack head-on. At the same time, the 40,000-meter tall divine body also prepared to counterattack. He unleashed the greatest power of the light god race, the ultimate light of judgment, which had been regarded as a forbidden secret move since its creation, at Yue Yang and Ji Zun, intending to fight to the death with the enemy. If it was in a wide space, this move might be useless. However, in this flat ancient passage, the only narrow passage that the sighing wall penetrated, this finger would have nowhere to hide. It would definitely unleash its ultimate power. Damn it! Yue Yang, who had dodged to the side because of Ji Zun's big move, was furious. He rushed forward and wanted to block it for Ji Zun. However, Ji Zun did not hesitate and sent Yue Yang flying with a palm strike. Facing the enemy's ultimate light of judgment, she did not dodge at all. Instead, she took the initiative to face the enemy's fatal attack head-on. She did not let its power leak to Yue Yang in the slightest. Her tightly clenched jade-like fingers suddenly popped up one by one. They curved like the moon and rotated as if playing a musical instrument. A kind of radiance of life, shaped like a rainbow, rose above her head. It was not inferior to the blazing ultimate light of judgment. The hundreds of millions of light weapons were like spears that nailed the guardian of light, who had turned into the golden ancient slaughterer, to the sighing wall. The moment the ultimate light of judgment hit Ji Zun, the rainbow of life passed through the enemy's divine light and moved forward without any hindrance. It pushed forward layer by layer and spread towards the guardian of light with increasing intensity. Just one wave of the rainbow of life had already melted the skin and flesh of the guardian of light, who had turned into the golden ancient slaughterer, and broken its bones. However, there were 3 waves of this rainbow. Each wave was stronger than the last. After withstanding the second wave, the guardian of light screamed in unbearable pain. His original form as the golden ancient slaughterer had already collapsed. His brain juice flowed out, his skin and flesh turned into water and steam. Even the soul within it suffered the impact of God's punishment, causing the guardian of light to be in so much pain that he wanted to die. When the third wave arrived, even the divine throne was distorted. The guardian of light did not melt in the performance of the rainbow of life. On the other side, Ji Zun, who had been hit by the ultimate light of judgment. She was also sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Yue Yang rushed forward and hugged her while withstanding the impact of the ultimate light of judgment with his back. Blood kept spurting out from his mouth and stained her body. No, no, why did you do this? I don't need you to sacrifice yourself for me. I am a man. Do you know that I am already a divine sovereign? I have comprehended life, I have comprehended eternity. Why don't you let me protect you? I can protect you, I can protect you. No, no, you are the strongest, I know that you are the strongest in the world. Don't be like this, don't let the enemy defeat you. You are the one and only sovereign in the world, you are stronger than anyone else. You won't let anyone defeat you, you won't fall, right? Answer me, if I have to sacrifice you in exchange for the victory of the fated battle, then I might as well not want this victory. You know me the best, I also need your encouragement, don't abandon me. Listen, I can't live without you, come back quickly. The current sovereign's face showed an unprecedented weakness. At this moment, she looked like a weak girl. However, Yue Yang would rather not see her gentleness for the rest of his life. Tears flowed out from her eyes uncontrollably. The pain of losing one's lover was more painful than an awl piercing the heart. That kind of feeling could make one go crazy. If he could get her back, he was willing to shed a river of blood or even tears. He didn't care. As long as she could come back and open her eyes again, even if she stared at him angrily, he would be satisfied. He was willing to give up everything for her. In front of him, the honorable guardian of light reformed from the blood and filth. His real body had recovered. However, he was covered in cuts and bruises, from head to toe. There was not a single part of his body that wasn't crippled. There were only a few fingers left, the muscles and bones of his arms were broken, there was a bloody hole in his chest, his heart and lungs were clearly visible, his ribs were broken, and even the divine throne behind him was distorted badly. There was still nirvana flame burning on his body, and his body was constantly collapsing. The honorable guardian of light panted in pain and gritted his teeth. Although the divine throne had a source of divine power, this supply was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It was impossible to recover from this kind of injury that was close to the origin of life in a short period of time. He took advantage of the fact that Yue Yang was hugging Sovereign and wailing at the top of his lungs, and immediately reacted. He let the half-broken divine body continue to support the passage that was penetrated by the self-sighing wall, and continued to move forward. His expression was as determined as the peerless Emperor Peerless who carried the divine mountain to fill the sea. The fated battle will definitely happen. The honorable guardian of light used everything he had to penetrate the last inch of the self-sighing wall. Finally, he exhausted his mental strength and fell to the ground powerlessly. He smiled at Yue Yang, who had caught up. Peerless can carry the mountain for you, and Tianyu also has me to open the way for him. Isn't this fair? Just kill me, I'm too tired now. You want to die? Don't even think about it. Yue Yang's face was covered with blood and tears, and his murderous aura was ferocious. I want to seal you in the sighing wall, and let you be imprisoned there forever, unable to come out, and suffer the punishment of the gods. You can neither live nor die. If you are the final winner of this fated battle, then I won't object. From afar, a voice as clear as a spring suddenly sounded. Chapter 1380, Tian Yu. Yue Yang was filled with rage. If this damned fate had come earlier, then Jizun wouldn't have. The rage and killing intent that was about to go out of control caused Yue Yang's fighting spirit to burn to its peak. He forgot about everything else. Now, he only had one thought, and that was to kill the enemy. A shadow walked out from the depths of the ancient passage step by step until it was in front of Yue Yang. This was a middle-aged man filled with charm. His appearance and temperament were impeccable. Even the pickiest person in the world wouldn't be able to find anything wrong with him. Everything about this middle-aged man was in perfect condition. Without comparison, Yue Yang wouldn't be able to expose many of his flaws. But standing in front of him, many flaws immediately surfaced. For example, he was too handsome and didn't have the temperament of a king. For example, his personality was too passionate and not mature enough. For example, his emotions weren't calm and rational enough. There were many flaws. In front of this man that even the gods would sigh for, Yue Yang was still an impulsive and hot-blooded young man. The middle-aged man, who was incomparably perfect and without any flaws, raised his bright eyes that were filled with wisdom. He looked at Yue Yang and a friendly smile appeared on his lips. You are Titan Yu. Not bad, young man. You remind me of my past self. In that youthful and energetic age, I was like you now. I believed that I could create the future with my own hands, obtain everything with unremitting efforts, and protect the entire heaven realm with an unwavering will. Actually, this is how life goes, from youth to maturity. Matured my ass. Yue Yang was so angry that his hair stood up. He gritted his teeth and stared at his enemy. I only know that I want to beat you into a pile of *T. Your reaction was within my expectations. The flawless middle-aged man smiled. Tian Yu, just defeat him. Don't kill him. There must be a higher-level protector behind him. Guardian Jizun raised his hand and revealed the burning nirvana flame. The perfect middle-aged man who arrived in time was the most mysterious ranker in the entire heaven realm. Deity Hall's supreme heavenly chariot. He possessed all the qualities of a strong and wise person. Not only was he the most outstanding genius in the heaven realm for tens of thousands of years, he was also a madman who had been training crazily for tens of thousands of years. He could endure all the impetuosity in the secular world and was not moved by fame and fortune. He was emotionless and only focused on cultivation in his life. He was never distracted and was not shackled by emotions. He could see through countless temptations and give up countless pleasures. He could comprehend and improve himself in the most unbearable loneliness. He reflected on his shortcomings in the position of the strongest and pushed himself day and night. His will was as firm as the Radiance Mountain. As long as he completed the final step of the Fate Duel, he could advance to his goal of becoming the Holy Supreme Being. From then on, he would transcend the mortal world and enter a whole new realm of life. Such an enemy was standing in front of Yue Yang, an opponent who was about to fight with his life on the line. If Yue Yang was still rational, he would definitely be terrified. But now, he was furious. He was almost out of control. Yue Yang did not think about his own shortcomings, nor did he think about how terrifying the enemy was. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to beat the enemy to a pulp, beat the shit out of the enemy. I am very envious of you. Deity's Temple Supreme Being Tian Yu looked at Yue Yang with a friendly gaze. You don't have to do anything, and you can enjoy everything. Fame, fortune, emotions, and so on, they are all endlessly provided in your life. The heavens have gifted you with the world's most outstanding comprehension and ability. You don't need to cultivate diligently, you don't need to put in any hard work, and you don't even need to sacrifice a bit. You can have things that countless people dream of but can't. Maybe you don't care about these things at all. For example, you have no intention of saving heaven-reaching tower, and you don't have the intention of becoming its savior, but the heavens still gave you this heavy responsibility. That's right, you are the darling of the heavens. Your luck is something that even the gods of the heaven realm are jealous of. So, I am very envious of you. If possible, I really want to exchange with you. Yue Yang did not speak. His eyes were bloodshot, and his divine power and killing intent were increasing by 1,000,000 times, waiting for the final moment to explode. He did not listen to what the enemy was saying at all. Wholeheartedly, he gathered his strength and prepared to launch the most destructive attack. The deities, Templars Supreme Tian Yu smiled. It is because you have not experienced any setbacks that you have lost yourself. Titan Yu, who is blessed by the heavens, perhaps you don't know, but if you don't work hard to get what you want, it will always be an illusion. I am very happy that the other half of the destined battle is you, and not the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang, and definitely not the conquest Queen Fei Wenli. Yue Yang lowered his head and clenched his fists in front of him. Because of his anger, countless nirvana flames started burning on his body. In the end, they spurted towards the sky, forming a magnificent nirvana flame pillar. Has he completely lost his mind? This mentality is too weak. The deities Templars Supreme Tian Yu shook his head. Young people are like this. Master, Zizai Tian had also arrived. He and the other two golden gods knelt respectfully behind Tian Yu. The deities Templars Supreme Tian Yu did not turn back to look at them. He only waved his hand, kill all of Titan Yu's women. I want to give this young man the most sincere advice. Being trapped by love is the biggest obstacle to cultivation. In the future, when he grows up, I believe he will be grateful for today's setback. Zizai Tian and his two companions hurriedly obeyed. Yes. Behind Yue Yang, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy had already arrived. They looked at each other and nodded tacitly. Shui Wuxia stepped out from the crowd and stood beside Yue Yang. She looked at the enemies in front of her calmly. Do I need to say welcome? Uncles who are like pretentious criminals. Young lady, you are very outstanding. The deities Templars Supreme Tian Yu stopped Zizai Tian and the others from getting angry. He did not feel that his dignity had been damaged. Instead, he looked at Shui Wuxia humorously and nodded lightly. I understand the emotions of humans. Happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. Humans live for this. If they lose even a little bit of it, they will feel so much pain that they would rather die. But, to be honest, this is actually a very laughable and very fragile thing. Take human love for example. When they make vows of undying love, they are willing to exchange the whole world for it. Love is above life and death, above freedom, and above everything else. But in the blink of an eye, this strong emotion of being willing to sacrifice or even die for the other party without any hesitation will deteriorate to the point where they will turn hostile and hate the other party to the bone. It is still fine when there is no manipulation. Some people can persist for a long time, a few years, a dozen years, or even longer. But if an expert uses coercion or ability to manipulate, what will happen? Love will turn into hatred in a second. Shui Wuxia smiled. If there is a need, it can become faster. The deities Templars Supreme Tian Yu nodded. This is the emotions of humans. Even the slightest interference will turn it into a joke. Of course, not interfering with it is also a joke. From a certain point of view, emotions are indeed a very boring thing. Shui Wuxia agreed, but then she shook her head. Humans are a very boring life. If they don't do some boring things, they can't be considered as humans. I can understand the reason why you, as a high and mighty god-level expert, despise and ridicule the weak emotions of humans, and I can also feel your sense of superiority. But what does this mean? I can only say that you don't understand these things. Children have their own childish fun when they play house, and humans also have their own fun when they love life and hate death. You don't understand, and you don't have the right to criticize and make thoughtless remarks here. This is what I want to say to you self-righteous god-level experts. Clap clap clap. Princess Sissy and the others applauded excitedly. It was really not easy to make this pompous Supreme Tian Yu admit defeat. Now that they had vented their anger, they were extremely happy. The deities Templars Supreme Tian Yu was slightly startled, but he quickly reacted. The expression on his face didn't change, and he still nodded with self-restraint. Maybe you are right, clever little girl. Next, how will you use your emotions to resist the upcoming attack? Sisters of one heart, rather die than submit. Shui Wuxia made a gesture as if she was deep in thought. Maybe I need to daydream like an idiot. As soon as she said this, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others, who were listening quietly behind, burst into laughter again. This atmosphere didn't seem like a duel. It was more like a debate. Dream. The deity's Templar's Supreme Tian Yu frowned when he heard this. The word he hated to hear the most was dream. There are many kinds of dreams. Shui Wuxia stretched out her slender jade-like hand and gently pressed it on the back of Yue Yang's heart. With her purest divine power and will, she slowly calmed Yue Yang's irrepressible violence and anger. There is a kind of dream where you go the wrong way. When the dreamer thinks that he has gone the right way and reached his destination, who would have thought that he would wake up and find that he was still in the same place? Tell me, isn't this kind of dream very ridiculous? What? The face of the deity's Templar's Supreme Tian Yu finally changed. His anger shot out from his eyes like lightning, and the divine power that his body inadvertently emitted was enough to flatten thousands of mountains. Before you wake up from your dream, I will tell you another truth. Shui Wuxia's smile was also full of friendliness, but in the eyes of the enemy, it became an unbearable mockery. Maybe you look down on him, and think that he is a lucky person, a fool favored by the heavens, who did not put in the slightest effort and got everything easily. But the truth is that what he has put in is actually no less than what you have. Moreover, he does not have the persistence that you have in pursuing at all costs. Haven't you heard of the phrase, to be content with nothing to ask for? So, do you think that the heavens are blind to favor him like this? The deity's Templar's Supreme Tian Yu may or may not have heard the last words of Shui Wuxia, but he had already woken up from his dream. He was still at the entrance of the Times Square. Just as he took a step out, looking back, he saw Queen Vivian Li's cold and contemptuous gaze. Night dream. The deity's Templar's Supreme Tian Yu could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a vicious curse, "You bitch." Chapter 1381, Eternal Light, Protect Me for Life. The Honorable Light Guardian no longer wished to die. The Honorable Sky Chariot of the temple was tricked by His Majesty. He tried his best, but only dreamed of rushing to the Libra world. This made the Honorable Light Guardian speechless. However, it was reasonable for the Tong Tian Tower's powerhouses to resist. After all, this was a battle of fate that involved all races and even the entire world. The loser would lose everything, so they couldn't blame others for trying their best to stop it. The Guardian of Light, who was severely injured, was willing to give up due to the excruciating pain he had suffered just now. He hoped to be like the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang and have a spectacular battle before going to sleep peacefully. But now, he had no choice but to give up on this idea and pull himself together. If he fell, and the Guardian of the Dead Sea wasn't here, then Titan Yu might really have a chance to turn things around, to stop him from moving the mountains and filling the seas, to stop the prophecy from happening. Before Sky Chariot officially arrived, he had to stay alive. He had to hold on. Freedom Sky, your opponents are those little girls. I hope you don't underestimate them, they are very troublesome enemies. The Honorable Light Guardian now knew that these girls were actually Titan Yu's most important helpers. Their combined strength was no less than his. Yes, Freedom Sky and the others really came, unlike Lord Sky Chariot who was trapped in an endless dream. Retreat into the crystal wall. Shui Wuxia calmly made a decision. Although Sky Chariot hadn't arrived yet, his three subordinates from Freedom Sky weren't easy to deal with either. If they weren't careful, they might be in danger of being annihilated. The three of them gave Shui Wuxia a feeling that they were far more dangerous than the Dead Sea fallen gods. Regardless of divine power or realm, Freedom Sky and the others far surpassed them. As Shui Wuxia retreated, Yue Yang lost his energy. He could no longer suppress the anger that had accumulated in his heart. Howl, 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 he roared uncontrollably. A giant formed from nirvana flames erupted behind him, rising to a height of 1,000 meters. At its peak, the nirvana giant quickly condensed and formed a brand new nirvana battle armor, firmly wrapping around Yue Yang's body. The original nirvana flame pillar had turned into a nirvana long halberd and was stabbed in front of him. Yue Yang's eyes didn't have a trace of rationality. He was like a berserk heavenly demon, endlessly destroying his divine power. Under his side, two blood-red nirvana wings slowly extended out. It could expand infinitely. Ultimate judgment. The radiant guardian sovereign was startled. This Titan Yu was even more terrifying when he lost his mind. Not only did his strength skyrocket by 100 times, he even had the nirvana flame turning into an armor to protect his body. His divine weapon was forged by the heavens, and his might was enough to dominate the heavens and earth. What should he do? Ordinary attacks were completely useless. Just the defense of the nirvana battle armor could be ignored. Not to mention, the Berserk Titan Yue was not afraid of attacks at all. Therefore, the Radiant Guardian Eminence immediately used the ultimate Light of Judgment, the ultimate forbidden technique of the Radiant clan. Long ago, when he was cultivating as a child, his master had warned him that it was best not to use such a forbidden secret skill. This was because every time it was used, the sacred mountain of light would accumulate a sin. A forbidden secret skill that went against the way of nature was destined to be spurned by all the ancient rules, no matter in the heavens or on the earth. Even if this backlash would not happen to the user, the sacred mountain of light, which was the origin of the Radiant clan, would definitely be cursed. However, there was one time when his master made an exception and used the ultimate Light of Judgment, which he was unwilling to use in his entire life, in order to save his senior and junior brothers. After the battle ended, he remembered that there wasn't any joy on his master's face. Instead, he had a face full of sorrow. He said that this might be the beginning of the fall of the Radiant clan. In the end, the senior and junior brothers who didn't think much of it discovered their master at the peak of the sacred mountain of light, who had cut off the light origin and burned his own divine power to give up his life in order to bear the sin. Only then did they understand why this kind of destruction was called a taboo. It was also at that time that the senior and junior brothers walked on the path of separation. Some people thought that they should continue to use this kind of destructive power to fight against the Tong Tian Tower and revive the sacred mountain. However, there were also people who thought that they should respect their master's dying wish and completely abandon this kind of destructive power. They should use their own strength to restore the glory of the sacred mountain. The senior and junior brothers who had fallen out with each other due to the quarrel all left. Only the Guardian of Light was left to guard the sacred mountain. He usually didn't use it, but at the most critical moment, he would use it without hesitation, just like how his master had saved him. In the end, he stayed behind alone. After a long period of arduous cultivation, he obtained the recognition of the sacred mountain's origin and rules. After tens of thousands of years, he became the Guardian of Light, ultimate Light of Judgment. The Guardian of Light shouted and once again used this kind of destructive taboo power. He didn't have a second choice now. In order to defeat the enemy, he could only use the destructive taboo power. Perhaps, after the fateful confrontation, he would also have to cut off his origin power like his master, burn himself, and bear the sin to escape. However, before that, he must continue to use this taboo power and use this most powerful secret technique to kill the enemy. The woman who used the Sword of Life and knew how to attack the enemy with ripples from the life origin had also fallen under this taboo secret technique. The current Titan Yue was no exception. Fall down. When the heavenly chariot arrived, he only needed to wave his hand and defeat an opponent who was on the verge of death. In any case, this fateful confrontation was never an equal battle. Howl, 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 the Berserk Yue Yang didn't know how to dodge anymore. He directly charged towards the enemy. Facing this ultimate judgment light that could destroy everything in the world, Yue Yang madly charged. Just as his face was about to collide with the light pillar, between Yue Yang's eyebrows, a mystical divine artifact appeared. A bead. This was the first divine tool that Yue Yang had comprehended and created in his life, the creation god bead. Like a whale swallowing water, the tiny creation god bead, under the Guardian of Light's incredulous gaze, swallowed up the ultimate Light of Judgment, leaving not a single drop behind. The Berserk Yue Yang didn't notice this at all. This wasn't controlled by his will at all, but by the creation god bead's instinct to protect its master. Yue Yang charged in front of the Guardian of Light, leaving a long trail of flames behind him. He raised his burning fist and punched the Guardian of Light's face with unstoppable force. The power of this punch was far beyond his estimation. It was also far beyond what he could bear. The divine throne that shared the damage for its master let out a series of roars, and the entire wheel of light trembled. Even though the divine throne shared the majority of the damage, the Guardian of Light's face, which had never been broken by anyone for tens of thousands of years, was instantly smashed into pieces. His bones and flesh were shattered, and golden divine blood splattered all over the sky. The Guardian of Light was thrown 10,000 meters away. His legs, which were forcefully supporting him on the ground, plowed too deep in long trails in the ancient passage. Not only the hard stone, but even the space there was also turned into powder. Return slash. The Guardian of Light, who had half of his face smashed, immediately counterattacked Yue Yang. He raised his right leg, preparing to counterattack with a final radiance slash that could ignore space. Just as his right leg slashed down, Yue Yang, who was 10,000 meters away, arrived. Along the way, he brutally smashed through the saber radiance created by the divine power slash, and directly crashed into the Guardian of Light's body like a wild beast. Yue Yang lifted his right leg, which couldn't land in time, on his shoulder. Then, he roared like a thunder, lifted the Guardian of Light's body with both hands, and heavily smashed it down with the force of a thunderbolt. This action looked very comical, because the Guardian of Light's true body was 8 meters tall. When Yue Yang lifted him up, he was less than 3 meters away from the ground. But the power of this smash was extraordinarily terrifying. The Guardian of Light couldn't bear the pain of his broken bones and tendons, and let out an unusually tragic howl. His reaction was extremely fast. Amidst the extreme pain, he grabbed Yue Yang's waist and threw him backwards. At the same time, he gathered his hands, preparing to use the forbidden ultimate move, Ultimate Light of Judgment, again. There was no need to doubt the destructive power of the Ultimate Light of Judgment. Titan Yu was fine just now because he had a God Pearl to replace it. But it was impossible for him to have a second God Pearl to bear the second trial for him. Forbidden power, Master was right, it was indeed a fatal temptation. As long as you used it once, you couldn't help but use it a second time, a third time, but, no matter if you used it 100 times or 1,000 times, as long as you could defeat the enemy and let Tian Yu win this fated battle, everything would be worth it. Die, Titan Yu, you will only be a loser. Tong Tian Tower will not be redeemed because of your struggle. Because the one who controls the forbidden power, the one who controls the path of life and death, is the Light Clan of our heaven realm. Howl howl howl. Yue Yang, who was thrown 10,000 meters away, pounced in front of the Guardian of Light faster than he flew. His fist accurately hit the enemy's face. At the same time, he used his chest to completely withstand the enemy's ultimate move, forcefully taking on this forbidden light that could even destroy gods. Hoo, it's a pity, Titan Yu. You were born at the wrong time, just like peerless Emperor Wu Shuang. Seeing that the ultimate light of judgment had sent his opponent flying, the Guardian of Light heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, this brat didn't have a second God Pearl to offset it, or else it would really be troublesome. As the other side of the fated battle, it was unlikely that Titan Yu would die here, but he would definitely be heavily injured and on the verge of death. Although Tian Yu had not arrived, the battle had already ended. That's right, everything had ended. What he could do for the Light Clan, what he could do for them, was only this much. Master, after this fated battle is over, I also want to pursue you. Let's sleep in the eternal sleep heavenly kingdom. Because carrying this kind of responsibility was too tiring. It was also too bitter. In the future, he would leave it to the next Guardian of Light. As for who he was and how he would protect the Bright Light Mountain, he didn't want to care anymore. Just when the Guardian of Light was about to relax, a blurry figure appeared in front of him. He walked forward step by step, and when the Guardian of Light could see clearly, the figure raised his hand and pierced the Nirvana long halberd through the Guardian of Light's chest, stabbing the tip of the halberd. It was Yue Yang. His Nirvana battle armor was broken everywhere, but it was continuously recovering in the Nirvana flame. Even the injuries on his body were quickly healed. Looking at the killing intent that was even more berserk than the sky demons, the Guardian of the Light Sovereign couldn't help but shiver. Titan Yu possessed an undying body. Under the support of the Nirvana's flames, even the ultimate judgment light couldn't kill him. Could he really be defeated? Even if Tian Yu came, could he really defeat this Yu clan third young master who couldn't be killed no matter what? Would the fated battle really go as smoothly as planned? This was the first time the Guardian of Light had such a question in his heart. Kill. This was the only thought in Yue Yang's mind. In his berserk state, other than completely annihilating the enemy in front of him and sealing his soul into the sighing wall for eternity, he would let this enemy suffer divine punishment and feel endless regret. Perhaps only then would he be able to slightly vent the anger in his heart. Can't I just die grandly like peerless time? The Guardian of Light laughed bitterly and immediately regained his fighting spirit. I can't die yet. I am the Guardian of Light, the Light Clan still needs my protection. So, I must continue to fight. Come, Titan Yu, let's see who will fall first. Chapter 1382. The entrance of the Times Square was covered with blood. Blood, like dye, was smeared all over the space at the entrance of the square. Queen Vivian Li, who had once swept across the entire heaven realm and looked down on all living beings, had never fallen on the battlefield. At this moment, she had to use the sword in her hand to support her severely injured body. Only her eyes were still as cold as ever. When Tian Yu looked at her, a kind of mockery was revealed without any concealment. Her enemies, the three shadows, the three super-powerful seniors who had escaped from Radiance Mountain's sealed god prison, stood in front of Tian Yu in different postures. In order to stop the Conquest Queen's ruthless killing, they all paid a heavy price. But they also succeeded in knocking her to the ground. The first time, after Queen Vivian Li grew up and became the Conquest Queen, the Heaven Realm's martial artists successfully knocked her to the ground for the first time, and for the first time, the stubborn war goddess was powerless to wield the divine weapon in her hand. The shadow on the right was the most seriously injured. He was on the verge of death, but his body was not weak at all. On the contrary, there was a kind of strange light flashing, like the sun rising from the east, burning his divine power to his heart's content. In the face of Tian Yu's anger, his face was the calmest, without any regret or resentment. On the contrary, he shook his head slightly at Tian Yu, with a tolerant smile like an elder seeing a child who had made a mistake. War has always been like this. No matter whether we win or lose, we must pay a huge price. Our sacrifice is a matter of course, and this is also the ending I long for. For many years, I thought of death, but it was impossible. Only now did I really obtain this right. For me, this is the best reward, and the long-awaited release in my life. Must it be like this? Tian Yu's eyes were filled with reluctance. Is this the price needed to reach the top? This degree of sacrifice may just be the beginning. The shadow on the right shook his head. However, the other person has not paid any price at all, and he is also qualified to reach the top. This is not fair. The person Tian Yu was referring to was Yue Yang. He felt that Yue Yang was not worthy to be his opponent. At least, he did not pay 1/10,000th of his effort. Since we are opponents, and this is a predestined confrontation, the price must be equal. The shadow on the right sighed softly. There are many forms of price. There was one person who built many palaces on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. They were magnificent and had the style of a king. He paid. As for the other person, all he did was build a tower on the ground. He also put in a lot of effort. You can't say that the beautiful palace on the mountain is definitely taller than the tower on the ground, and you can't say that the numerous temporary imperial residences will definitely surpass the unique tower. Have all these years of hard work in vain? Tian Yu unconsciously clenched his fists. Some people only need to walk the path to the top of the mountain once to enjoy the most beautiful scenery. Some people needed to walk 100 or even 1,000 times before they could determine what the most beautiful scenery was. The results of both were the same. Those who had walked 100 times did not need to be jealous of those who had only walked once. As long as the final result was right, there would be no problem. Perhaps, the person who has only walked through it once will instead envy the person who has walked through it 100 times. It's just that others don't know about it, the shadow on the right comforted. Tian Yu understood this logic, but it was still difficult for him to untie the knot in his heart. Titan Yu was an opponent that made people go crazy. Whether it was talent, comprehension, or luck, this brat could make all the competitors in the world vomit blood. Even someone as strong as Tian Yu was no exception. As the supreme master of the Radiance Mountain, Tian Yu believed that he controlled and possessed the best things in the world, and he was born with the strongest and most refined talent in the world. Whether it was comprehension, willpower, or hard work, he was thousands of times better than others. However, even so, he had no choice but to watch such a junior, relying on his abnormal growth speed and heaven-defying luck, stand on the same level as him in the competition, stand on the opposite side of him, and carry out a predestined battle together. This kind of inconceivable matter, if it was a few years ago, it would simply be a contemptuous joke. Even Titan Yu himself might not have imagined that this kind of glory would belong to him. This kind of destined confrontation was another starting point of his life. But fate had arranged it this way, and fate had chosen it this way. It was too unfair. Tens of thousands of years of hard work, tens of thousands of years of effort as if it were a day's work. Tian Yu really couldn't understand why this was. Why did his own hard work not obtain recognition, but instead his opponent so easily obtain the qualification? He had wisdom and talent that was not inferior to anyone, and he also had support that surpassed everyone else. Adding on his hard work that no one else could match, with such conditions and effort, he could not even compare to an insignificant human from the lower realm. Why? The shadow in the middle sat cross-legged on the ground. His body was the most heavily injured. There were transparent holes everywhere, and his internal organs were almost crushed by Fei Wen Li's divine weapon. But he was much better than the shadow on the right, at least for the time being. His life was not in danger. His attitude was completely different from his companions. He was very strict, even if he was facing the future Supreme Divine Tian Yu, can't understand. This is only because of your own reason. As long as there is something you can't understand, you are still lacking. Your enemy, your competitor, why don't they feel that it is unfair? The enemy he needs to face is you, the Supreme Master of the Radiance Mountain, an enemy who has overwhelming strength in every aspect. Why doesn't he feel that it is unfair? Why doesn't he complain? Why does he still work hard in this kind of decisive battle, knowing that the result is certain to be defeat? This is where you are not as good as him. You are stronger than him, and you put in more effort than him, but it does not mean that you are perfect enough to directly ascend to the realm of the Supreme Divine. Your biggest enemy is actually yourself. Your opponent is someone who can defeat himself, and you, with 10,000 years of effort, have not reached this realm. You should be ashamed. This is also the biggest difference between you and him. Is that so? Tian Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. So the biggest enemy has always been myself. You have actually already defeated yourself, but you still need to surpass yourself. The divine armament old man also nodded gently. Surpass. Tian Yu felt that he was being sublimated in all aspects. Abandon all the things that you rely on. Those are all obstacles to ascending to the Supreme Divine. The shadow in the middle was as majestic as a mountain. If you can put yourself in the same position as your opponent, or even think of yourself as him, and defeat yourself, you will be the final winner of this fateful battle. A battle of fate wasn't a child's play or a farce. This was the most serious, rigorous, and cruel duel. One had to pay the price and sacrifice everything in order to obtain victory. Otherwise, on what basis would one be able to stand together with those divine exalts with boundless virtue? How can you transcend the rules of this heavenly realm? How can you obtain the recognition of the ancient will in the higher beings? Time is meaningless. The real meaning of hard work is also the change of the heart. The change of the realm is the size of power, the condition to determine the Supreme Divine. If that is the case, we old guys would have long been the Supreme Divine. That's right. The shadow on the left, who was lying lazily on the ground, his body stained with blood but not many wounds, also agreed. We did not break your dream because we hoped that you could walk out of it yourself. We old guys can sacrifice everything for you, but we cannot push you forward. We cannot push you to the Supreme Divine. You need to change yourself. Your own path is the most correct one, and the most successful one. I understand. I'm starting to understand. The light in Tian Yu's eyes kept flashing. He felt that he had benefited greatly from the enlightenment of his seniors. You are the only one qualified to participate in the fateful battle. Do not be discouraged. Do not be angry. You are only one step away. As long as you completely defeat yourself, you can defeat your opponent and win. The shadow on the right comforted him gently. Your power is enough, and your state of mind is close to perfection. Now it is a question of how to use it to prove yourself. Yes. Deities Templars Supreme Tian Yu lowered his head, as steady as a mountain, and replied in an unshakable manner. Whether it was his state of mind or his divine power, the laws, talent, and everything else in his body, all changed qualitatively under this patient enlightenment. His anger, resentment, and the injustice in his heart had disappeared without a trace. For a moment, he felt that the sky was clear, and the whole world seemed to have undergone a complete change. The state of mind of the heavenly chariot returned to calmness and steadiness, which was even better than the supreme state of mind of the Lord of the Light Mountain when he took over as the Lord of the Light Mountain. The divine light emitted from his body was more reserved and more solid. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary sage in the mortal world. He no longer had the majestic and supreme aura of a king. Although he did not have the time to verify it, Tian Yu felt that he was now truly perfect, truly worthy of his extraordinary talent, and truly worthy of the tens of thousands of years of careful guidance from his seniors. Like a person who was suddenly awakened from a deep sleep, Tian Yu bowed deeply to his seniors. Then to the old divine armament sitting alone in the corner of the entrance of the square. He nodded to show his respect. Then he strode forward. There were no longer any dreams or other distracting thoughts that could hinder him from moving forward. From this moment onwards, he was equivalent to an eternal mountain of light, indomitable between heaven and earth. The only one who could control his fate was himself. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and bowed sincerely to Empress Fei Wenli. Even though we are opponents, it is Tian Yu's honor to be able to know you. No matter where we stand, I feel that my life has become more exciting because of your appearance, and because of the existence of strong enemies like you, I will not be lonely. Goodbye." Queen Vivian Li did not have much to say to him. She had already given him a lot of face by saying this. "Goodbye." Tian Yu nodded and continued to stride forward. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the depths of the time corridor. When Tian Yu had gone far away, Queen Vivian Li, who had been supporting herself with her sword, straightened her back again. Her killing intent once again filled the entire battlefield. The fire of her life that was almost extinguished rose again and turned into a raging flame. The three shadows looked at each other and shook their heads with a bitter smile. What could they do to such an unconquerable enemy? Although this was the ending that they had chosen, they could not imagine the fate of dying at the feet of the Queen of Conquest. It was not until after the fight that they realized that after leaving the Radiance Mountain, the death penalty was not the backlash and judgment of the ancient law, but the death penalty of the Serpent Demon Queen of the Demon Abyss clan of the Tong Tian Tower. The killing power of the Queen of Conquest had arrived earlier than the judgment of the ancient law. She had seized the opportunity to slash fate under her blade. The shadow on the right sighed softly, "Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, I have no regrets in being able to help the future Divine Supreme reach the top." Fei Wenli sneered, "You said Tian Yu. What a joke, he will never be able to win." The three shadows looked at her strangely. She had seen the improvement of Tian Yu's state of mind and the qualitative change in the power of his godhead. How could he still say such words? "The truth, I will tell you the second before you die." Queen Vivian Li raised the divine weapon in her hand, her fighting spirit soaring. "I said that my path to the heavens will be paved over your corpses. Only I, Fei Wenli, am qualified to say that I will help the Divine Supreme reach the top. Old farts, your time has passed. The only thing you need to do and can do now is to sleep forever." Chapter 1383 The Libra World. The berserk Yue Yang beat up the Light Guardian Sovereign for half an hour before he gradually woke up from his rage and regained his senses. The Light Guardian Sovereign had fought against the peerless Emperor Wu Shi, Mo Long, Yue Yang and Ji Zun. He was already exhausted, but then the situation changed. In order to break the wall of sighing, he suffered the backlash of the ancient code and was heavily injured. After using the forbidden power, he was attacked by Ji Zun's life cord trio. No matter how strong the Light Guardian Sovereign was, his endurance had reached its limit. Nirvana Flame, Fate Divine Weapon, and Yue Yang's berserk attacks. Now that his divine body was already dim and his divine throne was already broken, he could still support his body and block in front of the ancient passage. It was simply a miracle. Even Yue Yang, after regaining his senses, he couldn't help but sigh at his will to protect. "This guy is stronger than me. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit it." Mo Long rarely admired others, but he felt that he couldn't do what the Light Guardian Sovereign did. His divine body was already smashed into pieces, but his will still controlled his 40,000-meter divine body to block the ancient passage, preventing Shui Wuxia and the others from forming the wall of sighing to seal the passage. They are all abnormal. Titan Yu is, Peerless Emperor is, and this Light Guardian Sovereign is too. Jia Kang Sheng's voice was trembling. He felt so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. They were both old fellows who had lived for a long time. Why was Jia Kang Sheng so awesome and he was such trash? You forgot about the Dead Sea Guardian Sovereign and Deity Temple Sovereign Tian Yu. Oh right, there's also Titan Yu's mother. Kai Dan Zi was even more unbearable. He had never seen so many powerful people in his life. He thought he was not bad before, but who knew that compared to them, he was just a joke. Mo Long nodded. He agreed with the statement that these guys were all abnormal. However, he suddenly reacted and stared at Subtraction Mortal Life and Kai Dan Zi angrily. "Wait, why isn't my name here? Am I not awesome too? Don't I look like a pervert?" Subtraction Mortal Life's Kai Dan Zi was sweating profusely. His expression was awkward. However, there was no benefit in angering this Lord Mo Long, who was the fiercest person in the Heaven Realm and whom even Titan Yu called boss. Thus, the two of them cooperated and said, "Ah, how is that possible? Of course you are a pervert, you are the most pervert. No one is more perverted than you. Even the perverted Titan Yu calls you boss, right? If you aren't a pervert, then who is? Of course you are. Boss, not only are you, but you're also an undeniable pervert." After the mystic dragon heard this flattery, he was very happy. He was also one of them. However, when he thought about it, he felt that something was amiss. Unfortunately, he couldn't find it. Master Scarlet Dan and Master Reduced Commoner also reacted. Their foreheads were full of sweat, and they were afraid that the mystic dragon would notice. They quickly shouted to divert his attention, "Ah, danger!" Grey Wolf's scalp was grabbed by Freedom Heaven and his mouth was pressed to the ground. He was pushed for tens of thousands of meters, but he couldn't break free. On the other side, Man and Red, who were wielding the Hammer of Fate, were in even more danger. Their opponent was Happy Sky, who had a pessimistic personality but was not inferior to them. If it wasn't for Shui Wuxia and City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who were inside the crystal wall, continuously attacking from a distance, they probably wouldn't even be able to last 10 minutes. The only one who had an advantage was the Illusion Moon Goddess. She was facing the cruel and ruthless, Ultimate Sky, who liked to stay at the top of the sky. Although the Ultimate Sky believed that his strength was above his two companions and was very confident in challenging the Illusion Moon Goddess, the strongest enemy, he regretted it a little after the fight. Because the Illusion Moon Goddess was a very thorny and difficult enemy. The Ultimate Sky had tens of thousands of ultimate moves, but each of them focused on killing. In terms of attack, they were extremely powerful. However, killing was ineffective against this opponent. This was a super strong enemy who had grasped the power of eternity and the power of fate. His killing intent could not affect the moon at all. Even if the moon was covered by dark clouds, the moon would be able to penetrate the clouds in an instant. The bright moon was eternal and could not be destroyed by any external force. The ultimate celestial felt even more depressed when he saw that the celestial carefree and the celestial joyous were having a smooth battle. He couldn't help but complain, "Celestial carefree, let's trade. My killing intent can kill that despicable dog, and your great carefree can fight against the moon, sure." Freedom Heaven didn't have any objections. He knew that it was a mistake for Ultimate Sky to choose the Illusion Moon Goddess as his opponent, but he didn't say it out for the sake of unity. This was exactly what he wanted. "Why don't I trade with you? That's a world-destroying demon wolf, and it's very dangerous." Happy Sky didn't think that Ultimate Sky would be able to defeat Grey Wolf. "What did you say?" Ultimate Sky felt that he was being severely underestimated. "I'm just suggesting that you don't mind." Happy Sky's strength was actually not inferior to Ultimate Sky's, but he was naturally afraid of his companion. When he saw Ultimate Sky's expression, he immediately changed his words. Freedom Heaven glanced at the Light Guardian Sovereign and found that he was still guarding the ancient passage, and Yue Yang had already stopped attacking. Thus, he took the initiative to trade with Ultimate Sky. "Bitch, it's time for you to die." Now that Ultimate Sky was facing Grey Wolf, he heaved a sigh of relief. Arrogance and confidence grew in his heart again. Meow. Grey Wolf accidentally acted cute. "You're courting death." Ultimate Sky realized that the other party didn't even look at him, and he couldn't help but be furious. "If I don't turn you into a fragrant dog stew, I won't be called the temple's #1 killing god, Ultimate Sky." Who had ever heard of the temple's #1 killing god? Grey Wolf used his claws to dig his ears. Who didn't know how to brag? A certain damn fatty even claimed to be the most handsome guy in Tong Tian Tower, who was praised by everyone and envied by gods since ancient times. Seeing that his master had regained her rationality and stopped fighting, Grey Wolf immediately rushed forward. Flattering his master was much more important than fighting with the temple's #1 killing god. Especially in such a tense situation, it was a good opportunity to make his presence known. Yue Yang sent this fellow flying with a flying kick. "FCK, if you want to die, then stop me from picking up girls." He rushed to the front of the Illusion Moon Goddess and looked left and right. Suddenly, his whole body went limp. As if his bones were pulled out, he fell to the ground motionlessly. However, his face was no longer dejected, but filled with joy. The Illusion Moon Goddess looked at him in confusion. She didn't understand what was going on at all. Seeing that this brat seemed to be crying tears of joy, her motherly instincts were aroused and she hugged him. "Don't be afraid, I won't leave you. You must have misunderstood just now." Misunderstood? Yue Yang felt a wave of regret when he thought about it. He remembered that Ji Zun was hit by the Light Guardian Ji Zun's ultimate judgment light. She was injured, but her life is not in danger. She went back to rest. This is because the sovereign god's throne not only controls the enemy's life, but also her own life. She has a deep understanding of the way of life. From life to death, from death to life, from the door of life and death, godhood, God's throne and law, they are all freely changing between life and death. So you don't have to worry, it was just a misunderstanding. When the Illusion Moon Goddess said this, Yue Yang immediately blushed with shame. It seemed like he was too nervous. When he saw that Jizun was hit, he immediately became mad. He didn't think that she had already understood the way of life and death. He saw that Shui Wuxia and the others were separated by the crystal wall. On the surface, they were supporting Ah Man, Red and the others, but in reality, they were secretly paying attention to him. Especially Bao that naughty girl, who even made faces to mock him. Yue Yang hurriedly jumped out of the illusion moon goddess embrace, pretending to be, "I'm just tired, I need to rest," to cover up his loss of composure. Shui Wuxia and the others pretended not to see it, and turned their attention back to Ah Man, Red and the others. The two of them were fighting more and more intensely, but because of the situation, battle plan and their own safety, they couldn't personally go out to share the pressure. The illusion moon goddess took advantage of the fact that Shui Wuxia and the others weren't paying attention and quickly kissed Yue Yang's lips. She then bit his ear. "Next time, wait for her to sleep, then try other positions. It seems like there are still a lot of positions that you haven't learned yet. Brave good boy, there will definitely be many rewards. Hey, please call me good boy. My dream in life is to be a brave good boy." Yue Yang nodded his head seriously. For a guy like him who was as thick-skinned as a city wall and treated shamelessness as nourishment, his moral integrity and whatnot had long fallen to the ground. Wei Tai Lang pretended to be deaf. He was smart, he knew the logic of entering one ear and exiting the other. Otherwise, he would be in danger of becoming a spicy hot dog stew. Before he could even give a thumbs up and praise his master for being so handsome, the furious ultimate god grabbed his throat and threw him 10,000 meters away. From the shockwave of the explosion, Wei Tai Lang, who was completely enraged, jumped out and pounced towards the ultimate god who was still chasing after him. "FCK, even if you want to bully a dog, you shouldn't do this. This dog will fight it out with you." Ji Zun didn't die. This surprising result made Yue Yang, who had once cried in despair, felt his heart ache, and hoped to use everything in the world to exchange for Yue Yang's return, relax. However, the battle intent in his heart was the opposite. It was thousands of times stronger. In order to protect the woman he loved, it was useless no matter who came. So what if it was the guardian Ji Zun? So what if it was the temple Ji Zun, Tian Yu? Anyone who dared to stand in his way of picking up girls would only be met with death. They would all be blasted to smithereens by him. All right. If his other destined opponent, the deity palace's supreme heavenly chariot, knew of his thoughts, he would probably not know whether to laugh or cry. Severing his emotions and abandoning everything in the secular world in order to ascend, the temple Ji Zun, Tian Yu had sacrificed a lot for this future. However, his opponent, the third young master of the Yu clan, Tai Tan Yu, was still a hero who ignored the heavenly responsibility, determined to save the world and revive the Tong Tian clan. Yue Yang only had one goal in life. That was to be himself and let the girls be happy every day. How simple was that? Yu hugged the extremely weak Zhang Ying and patiently healed her wounds, easing her pain bit by bit and allowing her body to recover bit by bit. "Don't be so desperate next time. We all know that you want to work hard and support him, but a dangerous situation will make him very worried. He almost went crazy just now. You don't want him to only have killing and blood in his heart, right?" "I'm sorry." Hornless dragon Zhang Ying only wanted to prove herself at that time. However, after thinking about it, she regretted it. "You guys are fine. I just want to go out, but Wu Sha and Xian won't let me." Yu also wanted to go out and help her brother. However, she was a human and not a guardian beast that could be revived after dying in battle. In order to prevent being captured or killed by the enemy and affecting Yue Yang's fated battle, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy decided that everyone could only stay in this palace made of crystal walls for the time being. Only when the best opportunity arrived would they go out and fight according to the plan and do their best to contribute. "Don't run, put on your clothes first." Lu Yi was riding on her perforate deer, but she could not catch up to the flower goddess Loli, who was running around with her butt bare. "Has Duo completely lost her memories?" Sha Yi asked the southern demon king worriedly. "How is that possible?" City mistress Fallen Flowers rolled her eyes. "Then why won't she put on her clothes?" Sha Yi felt that Duo was a completely different person. She hasn't returned to her child form for a long time, so she especially misses it. Sickly Beauty was once so understanding. "You will be spanked if you don't wear clothes. This is a bad example, don't learn from her." The drunken cat Big Sis took the opportunity to use this as an example to educate her precious daughter. Niu the panda girl had always been an obedient child. She was especially obedient to her mother's words. She nodded her head fiercely as her big eyes looked at Yue Yang, who was standing outside the crystal wall. When she saw him looking at her, she immediately waved at him excitedly. "You guys have no sense of nervousness at all." Princess Sissy, who was originally tense and afraid of making a mistake, could not help but complain. "Sisters, this is the fated battle between the Holy Supremes. Can you guys be more serious? However, this is good. If a large group of people were scared half to death and could only cry, that would be terrible." Chapter 1384. On the other side, the sisters within the crystal wall were still celebrating the recovery of Yue Yang from his berserk state. On the other side, the sky of freedom had already knelt down. Except for greeting their master, they would not kneel to any living beings, including super experts like the guardian sovereign of light. They only lowered their heads in respect. When the sky of freedom and the others knelt down, Shui Wuxia quickly recalled Ah Man and Red. Grey Wolf still wanted to fight with the ultimate heaven, but was kicked back by Yue Yang. The illusion moon goddess's expression was solemn. She was no longer as relaxed as when she faced the ultimate heaven. She stood beside Yue Yang and sighed softly. "This Tianyu came faster than we expected. Originally, it would take at least 3 hours to cross the spacetime barrier. Now, it only took half an hour for him to reach the balance world. Your Majesty." Yue Yang was worried that she could not restrain the sovereign of light. She even used the actualized dream to stop Tianyu. Was she alright? Was she injured? "As long as the dream is not broken, your Majesty will not be in danger." The illusion moon goddess quickly comforted Yue Yang. "That is indeed the case." Tianyu's figure once again appeared at the end of the ancient passage. He calmly and naturally admitted the illusion moon goddess guess, "Although I have broken through again and feel that my state of mind and theocracy law have all been upgraded, I still cannot break the mirage of the dream. She is an opponent worthy of respect. Before this, her dream must have been a torture to my heart's weakness. Lord of Light Mountain, Deity Temple Sovereign Tianyu, you seem to have no weaknesses now." The illusion moon goddess estimated that this enemy was at least 100 times stronger than before he walked out of the dream. In terms of soul, he no longer had any weaknesses. Other than defeating him head-on in terms of realm and divine power, there was no other way to defeat this Lord of Light Mountain. Tianyu shook his head and denied, "No, before this, I also thought that I was close to perfection and that my soul had no weaknesses. However, after experiencing enlightenment once again, I realized that there are too many shortcomings in my body. If possible, I would like to delay it for another 10,000 years to perfect it. At that time, I believe that I will have enough confidence in starting the destined battle between the divine sovereigns." The powerful heaven chariot suddenly became so humble, so rational. In the distance, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy looked at each other in shock. This was definitely not a good thing. When an enemy realizes that he has a weakness, that is undoubtedly the most troublesome change. On the contrary, if an enemy thinks that he is invincible, then it is much easier to deal with. The first time Yue Yang met Tianyu was in His Majesty's dream, separated by a dream. At that time, he could barely see through some of the most superficial things that the enemy revealed on the surface with Heaven Eye's divine vision. When they met again, he was in a frenzy and had almost lost his mind, so he didn't have much of a reaction. But now, this was the third time he saw Tianyu. There was no longer the barrier of a dream. When he looked at Tianyu again, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. It turned out that the heavenly chariot was powerful and terrifying enough. Now, he had changed greatly from before. He was so powerful that it was unimaginable. Even Yue Yang, a guy from another world who feared nothing and loved to go against the heavens, felt a chill in his heart and his limbs stiffen when he saw him. His fighting spirit wanted to burn, but he couldn't. Facing an enemy that was beyond what he could handle, Yue Yang felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. They hadn't even started fighting. If he became like this, wouldn't he just be humiliated by the enemy when the battle officially starts? Go back. Yue Yang's forehead was full of cold sweat. He forcefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva to relieve his nervousness. He signaled the illusion moon goddess to leave immediately. However, the illusion moon goddess hugged his arm and squeezed out a smile. She smiled at him and said, "It's okay. No matter what kind of enemy you face, I will accompany you. Since it is a battle of fate, then it should be equal. No matter how strong he is, you should have your own advantages. I admit that Titan Yu is more outstanding than me in many aspects. Just like what I said, if I still had 10,000 years, then I definitely wouldn't choose to start the fate duel immediately. Heavenly Chariot's current mentality was very low. He didn't seem like a deity temple sovereign or a Radiance Mountain lord at all. Instead, he seemed like an ordinary Heaven Realm warrior that was forced to fight with Yue Yang. You don't have the confidence to do the best? Guardian Sovereign of Light suddenly asked. No, Heavenly Chariot shook his head. Very good. Guardian Sovereign of Light praised him for the first time. You can clearly understand yourself. This proves that you have truly advanced. It also proves that the efforts of us old fellows weren't in vain. If you still had 10,000 years to perfect yourself, then participating in the fate duel between the Holy Supremes wouldn't count. This is also the main reason why advancing to the Holy Supremes requires so many sacrifices. What? Deity Temple Sovereign Heavenly Chariot was stunned. You are the Radiance Mountain Lord, and I am the Guardian Sovereign of Light. What do you think the meaning of my protection all these years is? Guardian Sovereign of Light's body glowed with divine light. No, I don't need your sacrifice. Deity Temple Sovereign Heavenly Chariot reacted. There was a trace of emotion in his eyes, pain and reluctance. The ultimate meaning of this sovereign's protection is sacrifice. Guardian Sovereign of Light came in front of Heavenly Chariot, standing proudly. The divine light in his eyes was thousands of times brighter than the sun. The broken divine throne was also glowing, radiating hundreds of millions of brilliance. Guardian Sovereign of Light's giant palm pressed on the top of Heavenly Chariot's head. Light divine power was continuously transmitted into Heavenly Chariot's body. Peerless Emperor Wu Shuang could carry the sacred mountain for Titan Yu. Conquering Queen Fei Wenli could sacrifice herself for him. On every battlefield, countless humans used their lives to protect the Holy Supremes in their hearts. If we want to win this fate duel, the Heaven Realm must also make sacrifices. Not only the people of the Light Temple, but also many lives, should pay for this battle, including me, the Guardian Sovereign of Light. But, I have enough power to defeat Titan Yu, you don't have to. Heavenly Chariot didn't struggle, but he really didn't want the Guardian Sovereign of Light, who was both a teacher and a friend, to sacrifice for him. He had already paid enough, and should enjoy everything after victory, and not bid farewell and leave at the last moment. You have great power, but it doesn't mean you can completely defeat Titan Yu. Even if you can defeat him, it doesn't mean you can completely surpass yourself. Guardian Sovereign of Light was enraged. You should abandon everything, whether it is this sovereign, or others, or any life, any shackles, anything you have is a huge obstacle to your success. Not only do you want to accept this sovereign's light inheritance, you also want to kill me with your own hands. Cut off everything in the past with your own hands, and use a brand new life to advance to a higher realm. This is the most basic thing. If you can't do it, then don't dream about being a holy sovereign anymore. Yue Yang was shocked. Damn it, Heavenly Chariot was already strong enough, and you still want to pass on your skills to him? Are you going to let others live? The most terrible thing is, isn't this sacrifice a little too big? Not only did he pass on his skills, he even wanted the other party to kill him, and use this to cut off his shackles. What do you want to do, being so noble? Don't tell me you want to move even an enemy like me. An endless amount of light source power entered Heavenly Chariot's body. The deity Templar's divine body behind Heavenly Chariot grew explosively. The golden divine body that was originally 30,000 meters tall, under the Guardian Sovereign of Light's selfless inheritance, grew to a height of 50,000 meters, before slowly stopping. As for the divine throne that was compatible with the light protection attribute, there was now an additional gigantic wheel of light. It was so large that it enveloped Tian Yu's entire divine body. Within it, there were boundlessly profound divine rights and laws. On the contrary, the Guardian Sovereign of Light's divine light quickly dimmed, and his heavily injured and broken body continuously collapsed and rotted. Without the support of divine power, he probably couldn't even take a single punch from Yue Yang. Now, the divine throne that turned out to be so powerful. The fragments fell off piece by piece, disintegrating even faster than the Guardian of Light's body. Apart from his eyes that were still burning and barely emitting a strand of divine light, the Guardian of Light no longer had any of the awe-inspiring aura that was shining like the sun and looking down on the world. What are you waiting for? The Guardian Sovereign of Light forcefully suppressed his pain and snorted. This sovereign's sacrifice is to obtain benevolence and justice. It is the greatest liberation in life, and the greatest joy of having one's wish fulfilled. What are you still hesitating for? Yes. Heavenly Chariot closed his eyes, and suddenly 2 streaks of golden tears flowed down from his eyes. His hand, however, firmly stabbed backwards. It deeply penetrated the guardian sovereign of light's chest. When Heavenly Chariot retracted his hand was holding a still beating heart. Heavenly Chariot gritted his teeth, as if he had used all the strength in his body to crush the heart that had already become infinitely weak, and used his divine power to turn it into powder. The guardian sovereign of light's body was like a shadow, and disappeared in the divine light emitted by Heavenly Chariot's body. His divine throne also turned into fine sand. It scattered all over the ground. With a face full of relief and satisfaction, the guardian sovereign of light glanced at the faraway divine mountain. Under that mountain, a powerful opponent that had once shaken his soul was buried. Now, he had also embarked on the path of sacrifice, and was destined to pay for nothing, to never return to his slumber. However, he still smiled. Tong Tian Tower can have heroes to sacrifice for their juniors, and the Heaven Realm also has heroes to sacrifice for their juniors. In this fated battle, the Heaven Realm also has to sacrifice, and their sacrifice is no less than yours. The guardian sovereign of light laughed loudly. He turned around, and strode towards the depths of the ancient passage. With every step he took, his body melted a little bit under the backlash of the laws, and 2 lines of blood stains under his feet extended all the way. At some point, the laughter stopped, and only bloodstains remained on the ground. A breeze blew over from an unknown place, and the bloodstains suddenly began to burn. Whoosh! Blood evaporated. At least not a single trace was left. It was as if the guardian sovereign of light, this super expert, had never existed in this world. The divine palace's Heavenly Chariot clenched his teeth, clenched his fists, and took deep breaths. When he calmed down and opened his eyes again, there was no longer any emotional fluctuation, and what replaced it was ruthlessness and unswerving determination. The divine light in his eyes was thousands of times more terrifying than the gaze of a fierce tiger looking at a lamb. He stared straight at Yue Yang in front of him, looking at this opponent who was destined to fight to the death in their fated battle. Holy shit! Yue Yang felt his scalp go numb for a moment. How on earth did the higher-ups arrange for such a formidable enemy? This Heavenly Chariot was obviously cheating, and they didn't care. Hurry up and seal his account. Now with this, they were forcing him to make a phone call to complain. Chapter 1385 Radiance Mountain. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable frowned. He stood below, looking up at the unimaginably huge Radiance Mountain. His expression was solemn, as if he had never seen such a majestic mountain before. However, that was not the case. He, who was determined to flatten the Radiance Mountain and wipe out the entire Heaven Realm, had such an expression, mainly because he discovered that all the shrines on the Radiance Mountain had disappeared. Instantly, it vanished into thin air. On this Radiance Mountain, all the shrines, regardless of size, regardless of which faction they belonged to, had all disappeared, leaving only the original empty space on the ground. The Radiance Steps and Radiance Divine Gate that one had to worship before entering had also disappeared. The strangest thing was that all the Guardian Divine Generals, Divine Envoys, Light Warriors, and so on, which were originally being slaughtered by Heaven-splitting Demon Venerable, had instantly disappeared along with the shrines, disappearing right under Heaven-splitting Demon Venerable's nose, disappearing without a trace. Only many shocked and terrified servants were left on the Radiance Mountain. After losing their support, they had a mental breakdown. Some were screaming, some were running everywhere. What exactly happened here? Heaven-splitting Demon Venerable was very puzzled. After a long time, a thought flashed in his mind. Could it be related to Deity Templar's Supreme Heavenly Chariot? Was that guy playing tricks? But what was the benefit of doing so? Heaven-splitting Demon Venerable was puzzled. He was about to turn around and leave for the time being. Although he had the intention to flatten the Radiance Mountain and conquer the Heaven Realm, such a strange thing had happened. He decided to wait and see, and was not in a hurry to start a war. Just as he lifted his foot, before he could even take a step forward and tear space apart to leave, a terrifying earthquake that could shake one's soul came from behind. Looking back, Heaven-splitting Demon Venerable's eyes revealed a look of fear, because he saw an impossible scene unfolding before his eyes. The Radiance Mountain that nothing in the world could shake, that even gods could not help but sigh at, had actually collapsed. Heaven-splitting Demon Venerable's eyes were filled with disbelief, but the truth was right in front of him. A terrifying sound rang out. It was as if a pillar in the Radiance Mountain had been broken. The whole world was trembling. The Radiance Mountain continued to crack. Among the cracks that were as dense as spider webs, the smallest crack was more than 10,000 meters wide. The thickest ones were probably hundreds of thousands of meters wide. On the great Radiance Mountain's divine platform Golden Peak, a sacred place that only gods were qualified to set foot in. The divine peak that was more than 1,000,000 meters tall was directly broken in the middle. Its collapse led to the collapse of the entire Radiance Mountain. The heaven-splitting demon Venerable opened his mouth. His throat felt dry, and he couldn't even say a word. Amidst the eruption of hundreds of millions of scorching lava, the divine peak of the Golden Peak of the spiritual altar fell down, stabbing straight into the ground. The entire sky became dark because of its fall. For a moment, the sky, which was originally filled with divine light, had faint signs of the light being extinguished. The Wanmo had risen. Ha 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 ha. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable finally regained his senses. He raised his head to the sky and laughed. Is that so? The divine supreme heavenly chariot, for the sake of victory, for the sake of achieving his goal, he even gave up the Radiance Mountain. Such great determination, such great determination. Heavenly chariot, are you going to bring your sacred hall to a higher realm? Ha ha ha, how naive. Without the support of the Radiance Mountain, without the endless supply of light divine power, without those old ghosts, you really think you can succeed after abandoning everything in the past and facing the future with a brand new attitude? Heavenly chariot, oh heavenly chariot, as smart as you are, you finally can't resist this fatal temptation. Just like me in the past, you are determined to move forward, to walk on this path that is destined to be a dead end without turning back. You are very powerful and very smart. That's right, you are a super perfect genius. I am very glad that you are such a person. Although I am also a genius, I may be slightly better than you. At least I have maintained half of my consciousness in this aspect. I wish you good luck, heavenly chariot. As a senior, I want to say that I am very happy to see everything that has happened. Now my heart is much more comfortable. At least I am no longer lonely, I am no longer alone. Yes, I will never tell you the truth of my failure. I will guard this secret, and then watch coldly from the sidelines. I will watch as geniuses emerge one after another in the future. I will watch as they exhaust all their efforts, exhaust all their means, and finally step on this path of no return. Ahahahaha, heavenly chariot, you are only the first. Perhaps, you are not, the guardian of light is. But it doesn't matter. What I want to do now, the only thing I want to do, is to destroy more geniuses like you. From now on, this world has become a little interesting. Should I add a little catalyst to it? Yes, I want to make this heaven realm more lively, and make it more exciting. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable, who was in a great mood, laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out. His hand gently opened a mysterious divine gate. Then, he laughed, while walking, leaving. When his figure disappeared, in the sky, on the enormous golden peak of the divine altar, the supreme divine peak that had once been consecrated as a tangible divine statue, the supreme divine peak that belonged to the guardian of light, came crashing down with a rumble. It plunged heavily into the ground. The shock wave was even more terrifying than the self-destruction of thousands of gods, and instantly destroyed everything on the ground. In the world of balance, the divine palace's heavenly chariot, who was confronting Yue Yang, did not hear heaven-splitting demon Venerable's almost crazy laughter. His expression was so calm, so resolute, and there was no fluctuation in his eyes. It was completely beyond the ruthlessness of hatred and killing. There was no anger, no sorrow, no contempt, and no neglect. There was only a kind of suffocating suppression that completely occupied the upper hand. Originally, his strength far surpassed heavenly chariots, and now that he had inherited all the power of the Guardian of Light, not to mention him, even the opposite Yue Yang did not feel that he could win this fated battle. If he could bet, Yue Yang would not bet even a copper coin on himself. The problem was that the guy from another world had no other choice. He had to fight. The fated battle of the future divine sovereign forced him to brace himself and stand on the opposite side of the divine palace's heavenly chariot. At this moment, Yue Yang felt that he was standing in the crater of a volcano that was about to erupt. Perhaps in the next second, he would be burned to ashes, or perhaps in the next second, he would be blasted out of space by a terrifying force, summon the imperial godly armor. Heavenly chariot's emotions did not fluctuate at all. His heart was like a black hole, and no matter what was thrown in, it would be swallowed up. Even if his strength could crush the enemy, he still summoned his strongest defense. The four-god armor that originated from the heaven-reaching tower's 6 godly weapons had already been refined by heavenly chariot, becoming the imperial godly armor that completely belonged to him. Of course, the summoning of the four-god Armor was only the beginning. Many more godly weapons would be summoned one after another. Some of them, Yue Yang had only read about in ancient history books, but there were some that he had never even heard of, let alone seen. Godly armor, godly helmet, godly wings, godly ring, and godly shield. The guy from another world, who originally made everyone feel inferior because of his many godly weapons, now looked at the divine palace's heavenly chariot opposite him. Damn, this is a real nouveau riche. He is the real tall, rich and handsome, just like Yue Yang. Heavenly chariot summoned a heavenly halberd and stuck it on the ground beside him. Yue Yang dared to say that the power of this thing could definitely break his nirvana battle armor. Otherwise, the divine palace's Lord of Light Mountain wouldn't have taken it out to show off. Why must it be me? Yue Yang sighed incessantly. He was a person who had no ambition and only wanted to muddle along. With a girl by his side, his days would not be too happy. He did not ask for anything else. As for the important task of saving the heaven-reaching tower and reviving the 3 clans, he could just leave it to someone else. Why did he have to find a junior with no ambition like him? Far away, there was the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang. Middle, there was Queen Vivian Li and His Majesty. Near, there was the prison Emperor and Ji Zun. If he really couldn't find anyone, even that Dong Fang who liked to scheme behind people's backs would do. Anyway, he would definitely be willing to take on this kind of important task of saving the people. Why did he have to find someone like him who didn't want to stand out at all? You guys didn't even ask if I agreed or not. I just woke up. It seems like I haven't brushed my teeth yet. You suddenly said that you want to have a fate duel and even want to decide the winner in one battle. Damn, this is simply playing with people to death. I don't want to play anymore. Okay. Why don't we stop fighting and consider it your win? Isn't it good for everyone to be harmonious and make money? Yue Yang was speechless as he suggested, as long as you people from the heaven realm withdraw from Tong Tian Tower, then everything before will be considered even. You can be your holy sovereign, and we will live our lives. The prestige of the holy sovereign will be established in endless sacrifice and fierce competition. We, the heaven realm, desire to win and sacrifice. If you can repay this sacrifice, then I will allow you to surrender. The meaning of the divine palace's Ji Zun couldn't be more obvious. If you can resurrect the guardian of the light, resurrect all the people who died in the battle, and repay all the sacrifices in this battle, then this matter can only be discussed. You killed the guardian of the light, okay. Yue Yang felt that Uncle Tian Yu was very unreasonable. I will kill you as repayment. This was Tian Yu's attitude. Then there's nothing to talk about. Yue Yang was very angry. The fate duel, from the start, will not end until one side is dead. The divine palace's Ji Zun's expression was calm. Titan Yu, no matter what you say, you can't shake my will. Other than fighting, you have no other choice. You are too much of a bully. How did I offend you? I am just a junior, and so many of you old ghosts joined hands to suppress me. What do I owe you? This is too unreasonable. Only you are allowed to kill, and I still have to obediently hand over my head. Is this how you act as seniors? Yue Yang felt that it was very unfair. I have trained bitterly for 10,000 years, and you have only trained for 10 years. Yet, you are standing in front of me. Can I also feel that it is unfair? Tian Yu asked. That is because you forced me. I never thought that it would be like this. Yue Yang became even angrier when he heard this. So this is the arrangement of fate. Tian Yu said with certainty. Then come, when Yue Yang was forced to a dead end, he was also very happy. He still had a sliver of a way to survive, and he could be lazy at any time. However, when he was really forced to a dead end, he would not dream of his enemy's mercy, and would instead fight with his life on the line. The Nirvana flame rose up along with his battle intent. Tian Yu, do you think you can definitely defeat me? I have also comprehended destruction, creation, and eternity. I might not be able to defeat you, but do you want to kill me? Come and try. I will tell you that training bitterly for 10,000 years is still useless. Boss Mo Long has still struggled in the endless world for 1,000,000 years, some time is simply meaningless. Hey, you have to summon your courage, and don't use my matter as a shield. Mo Long heard that good news did not go out, but embarrassing matters spread far and wide. This time, his image was finished.